Harry, said I traveled through time. Do you believe it? Don't load the gun. The infant Harry Potter, left on the doorstep of his aunt and uncle, found himself in the Night City after a certain upheaval, where he was raised by Father Sebastian and became a special mercenary for the Valentino gang. However, after a mission, he traversed back to his original world, and his ocular prosthetic displayed a line of text. Traversal energy, accumulating. Chapter 1. The Savior arrives in the Night City. At night, on Wormwood Avenue, an elderly man with a long silver beard stood in the corner, conversing with a tabby cat. I never imagined you would be here, Professor McGonagall. He raised an object resembling a silver lighter, flicked it open, and a glowing orb flew out of a streetlight, being absorbed into the extinguishing device. This action was repeated 12 times until the street was engulfed in darkness. He turned to the tabby cat, which leaped forward and transformed into a serious-looking woman with square glasses. She pounded her arm, saying, Professor Dumbledore, that the rumor concerning Lily and James. Dumbledore looked at McGonagall. I fear it is no longer a rumor. McGonagall's body trembled, but within a minute, she composed herself and asked Dumbledore, Hagrid sent me here. What exactly has transpired? Due to an ancient magical reason, I must place Harry with his aunt and uncle. McGonagall's eyes widened as she pointed to a house. Them? They're the worst muggles I have ever encountered, bar none. Dumbledore, you cannot. I understand, but they are Harry's only living relatives. Trust me. McGonagall sighed. Owen fell silent. A rumble shattered the silence as a massive sidecar motorcycle descended from the sky, landing before them. A giant, at least 3 meters tall, carefully dismounted the motorcycle, cradling a blanket. Professor, I've arrived. Is everything all right? Hagrid handed the blanket to Dumbledore. No trouble at all. I borrowed this motorcycle from Sirius, and I flew the entire way. Dumbledore and McGonagall gazed at the blanket, which contained a peacefully sleeping infant, a lightning scar adorning his forehead. Gently touching the scar, Dumbledore sighed. Let us bid him farewell. Hagrid leaned in, kissing the baby, only to emit a pained yelp. McGonagall shot him a glare. You'll wake the muggles. Dumbledore stepped over the low garden wall towards the front door, delicately placing the blanket at the doorstep. He retrieved a letter from his pocket and laid it atop the blanket before turning to leave. Very well, let us depart. There's no need to linger here. McGonagall and Hagrid nodded, and then the motorcycle soared into the sky while the tabby cat vanished around the street corner. Good luck, Harry, Dumbledore whispered, and with a flourish of his cloak, he disappeared without a trace. Meanwhile, the sleeping Harry on the doorstep began to emit a soft white glow. As the light accumulated to a certain intensity, it burst forth, and when the brilliance faded, the blanket, the infant, and the letter had vanished without a trace. Night City, Haywood District. Sebastian Ibarra sat in the back seat of a Corvaldo V4 F570, watching raindrops dance against the glass, observing the flickering neon lights outside. In that moment, an unexpected tranquility settled within him, undisturbed even by the struggles of the man in the trunk. Suddenly, a dazzling white light flickered before his eyes. Drive over there. He pointed toward the source of the light, and the driver adjusted the direction. The vehicle came to a gentle stop. Sebastian stepped out, an umbrella held over him by an associate that he approached a dumpster, where a blanket wrapped around Harry lay, accompanied by an envelope resting atop it. The overwhelming stench seemed to rouse Harry, who began to cry. In that instant, the thought of adopting the child surged in Sebastian's mind, growing increasingly fervent. He clasped the cross around his neck and exhaled, God, is this your guidance? He lifted Harry into his arms. The infant ceased his cries, as if sensing an inexplicable peace. His sobs diminished, breaths grew steadier, until he fell asleep. Sebastian placed him in the car and opened the envelope, reading its contents, finally pausing in name. Harry Potter. The car continued on its way, as if nothing had occurred, yet everything felt irrevocably altered. 15 years later, in 2075, Night City, Santo Domingo District. A young man ambled nonchalantly in front of a small 6th Street gang stronghold, his gaze darting upward to spot an opening. Leaning against the wall, he leapt onto the rooftop, then flipped down, rolling behind a container. Peeking out, he observed 2 gang members engaged in idle chatter and a lone camera keeping watch. A flash of red light sparked in Harry's eyes as he disabled the camera. He swiftly drew a Lexington from his waist and fired twice at the heads of the 2 men, crimson blossoms erupting as they fell lifelessly to the ground. Crouching low, Harry crept towards the back door, his eyes flashing red once more, unlocking the door before stealthily slipping inside. Ascending to the 2nd floor, he stealthily approached the control room, where a solitary figure monitored the screens. Ignoring the man's bizarre headgear, Harry snuck up behind him, hands gliding over his head and chin, before twisting abruptly with a crack, rendering the man into a childlike slumber. Withdrawing a connection wire from his palm, Harry uploaded a virus into the console, intending to retrace his steps. As he turned, he locked eyes with a man delivering a chip. 3 seconds later, someone has entered. The man began to shout, but Harry fired 2 shots into his chest, followed by another to his forehead, silencing him. Though it was too late, the alarm had already been triggered. FK, Harry muttered under his breath, sprinting toward the rear exit. He's over there. One of the 6th Street gang members spotted Harry, followed by a barrage of gunfire. Harry quickly rolled behind a transformer box, pulling a grenade from his pocket and tossing it towards the assailants. Enjoy this, you bastards. That bastard has a grenade. With a thunderous explosion, Harry peeked out, firing several rounds in the general direction of the gang members, noting their lack of response. He cautiously glanced over the explosion had scattered them. Some even splattered against the wall. Fools! Not knowing to take cover even with a grenade at hand. Emerging from behind the transformer, Harry breathed a sigh of relief. Mission accomplished. He brushed off his clothes as he exited through the back door, vaulting over the wall, and reholstered his Lexington, dialing a number labeled Dad in his contacts. Harry, how did the mission go? Father Sebastian's steady voice came through. Perfectly executed, Dad. Every time you manage to turn stealth into a gunfight, it's simply flawless. Dad, Father, spare me the mockery. At least I succeed every time. All right then, the payment for this job has been sent. Come by when you have a chance. Understood. Harry hung up, glancing at the additional 8,000 euros in his account, contemplating where to celebrate that evening. Just then, his ocular implant displayed a line of blue text. Active traversal energy at maximum. Traversal can be initiated. Damn, I've been infected, Harry muttered under his breath, halting his steps towards the bar and redirecting himself to Victor's clinic. He intended to seek Victor's assistance, for in the entirety of Night City, Victor was regarded as the preeminent cybernetic doctor, or so Harry believed. Pushing open the door to Victor's clinic, he called out, "Old Victor, could you take a look at me? I think I might have caught a virus." A middle-aged man adorned with an exoskeleton paused the boxing match on the television and rose to his feet. "Oh, Harry, our youngest stealth prodigy has finally encountered a setback." Chapter 2. The commencement of active shuttling. Have our stealthy prodigy finally met his match? How could I falter? However, it appears I may have contracted a virus this time. Harry approached the surgical chair and reclined. I uploaded a virus into a mainframe belonging to the 6th Street gang, and ever since I emerged, a line of text has persistently appeared in my cybernetic eye, leading me to suspect it is indeed a virus. Victor approached, extending the surgical exoskeleton towards Harry's eye socket, cautioning that it might go dark for a moment, and added, "I shall also conduct a comprehensive examination of your cybernetic body. Thank you, old Vic. Could you assist me in replacing the 4-phase transmission with a Seinweisten spinal column later? I feel that hacking is not quite suited to me." The daunting capacity of cybernetics. Old Vic mused, "It's remarkable, your combat enhancements. Yet you still choose the path of a mercenary. Were it not for your physique, I would scarcely believe you are merely 16. Victor positioned the exoskeleton over Harry's eye, warning that it might darken momentarily. He removed Harry's optical implant and connected it to the diagnostic console for analysis. No issues detected. It appears the fault lies elsewhere. As he spoke, he retrieved an anesthetic syringe from the shelf and injected it into Harry's body, cautiously detaching the 4-phase transmission ripple type 3 from behind his ear and connecting it to the console. No virus detected either. Victor was perplexed, proceeding to disassemble various components from Harry, including synaptic accelerators and reaction coordinators, even removing the mantis blade, yet still found no issues. Surely, my machines cannot be faulty? I apologize, I found no problems. Old Vic sat before Harry, regret etched on his face. Well, that is all right. I suppose I was just hallucinating, Harry remarked, glancing at the corner of his eye where the shuttling energy indicator was full. After departing from old Vic's clinic, Harry felt no inclination to visit the bar. He casually purchased a bottle of dumb monkey and made his way to the priest. "Excuse me, Henry, is the old man in?" The individual referred to as Henry pointed to an upstairs room, stating the priest is in his old room. "Thank you." Harry ascended to the 2nd floor, pushed open the door, and saw the priest seated at a table, sipping hot tea. "You didn't come today under my name to indulge in spirits?" The priest expressed mild surprise, and then, as if recalling something, inquired, "Speak, have you stirred trouble or encountered misfortune?" Harry, feeling exasperated, replied, "Father, is that truly how you perceive me?" The priest fixed his gaze on Harry, silent. Under the weight of the priest's stare, Harry felt a chill and conceded, "All right. In truth, it seems my cybernetic I may have contracted a rather formidable virus, and old Vic could not discern its nature. I fear I may be in dire straits. Hence my visit to you." The priest set down his teacup, straightened his posture, and asked, "What exactly is it? Please elaborate." "It's nothing much. Just a persistent line of text in my eye stating that the shuttling energy is full. The priest paused in contemplation before producing a firearm from beneath the table, resembling a classic submachine gun, and tossed it into Harry's arms. This weapon, known as Ing Long, is a product of the Kanto Corporation. A group of petty thieves from Haywood stole its design, and I arranged for it to be manufactured. It is now yours. Harry, bewildered, cradled the weapon and asked, Father, what on earth is happening? The energy of the Traversal is a software enhancement I have bestowed upon you. If you doubt it, utter the command to initiate the Traversal. Harry, unsuspecting, prepared for the journey. This Traversal could carry only a single soul. Upon detecting excess soul fragments, the system initiated their elimination. With the fragments successfully eradicated, the countdown commenced. 3, 2, 1, the Traversal began. Hey, what in the world is happening? Harry exclaimed as a radiant white light enveloped him. Before he could utter another word, he vanished from the room. Good luck, my child, murmured the priest, pulling from his pocket the letter that had once rested upon Harry's blanket. The final sentence of the letter, inscribed in bold blue, proclaimed that when the words appeared before his eyes, it would signal the moment he must embark on the divine mission bestowed upon him, compelling him to utter the phrase to commence the Traversal, his destiny. On August 25, 1991, at Privet Drive, a flash of white light surged forth, and Harry plummeted to the ground. Where the hell am I? Is this still Night City? He wondered, cradling the dragon in his arms as he scanned his surroundings. Just then, a man brushed past him, prompting Harry to glance up at the stranger before looking down at himself, realizing, have I shrunk? Indeed, the once towering Harry, who stood at least 6 feet tall after his augmentation, now measured a mere 5 feet. Fortunately, his enhancements remained functional. As Harry focused intently on examining his augmentations, an owl swooped down, clutching a letter in its beak, and collided sharply with his head. The unexpected impact startled Harry, who instinctively raised his weapon and fired a volley of electrically charged bullets at the owl. It attempted to flee, but the gun's intelligent targeting system proved too precise, and the creature was riddled with bullets. Approaching the now lifeless owl, Harry pondered, is it alive? Having spent 15 years in Night City, he had only encountered cockroaches, rats, and cats, leaving him utterly bewildered by the creature before him. As he crouched down, he noticed that the letter it had delivered remained entirely unscathed, even free of dust. He picked up the letter and opened it to reveal the contents. Dear Mr. Potter, Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. First-year students are required to... What is this nonsense? A school of magic? Harry mused, recalling how hackers in Night City were dubbed cyber wizards. Could it be a hacker academy? As he contemplated this, he noticed a small line of text appearing in the corner of his augmented vision. August 25th, 1991, Privet Drive, Surrey, currently traversing Energy 01. Damn. The gazes of passers-by were drawn to him, their expressions a mix of confusion and concern, particularly as they caught sight of the gun in his grasp. They quickly wrapped their clothes tighter and hurried away. Dad, you've really put me in a bind. Harry could only hope that the so-called magical school would indeed send someone to retrieve him, regardless of whether those individuals were deceitful. As long as it did not require Harry to resort to robbery, all would be well. Harry preferred to pilfer valuable items from his adversaries after incapacitating them, rather than brandishing a weapon to seize their possessions. Hey, Harry, I've been searching for you for days. I can't believe you're here. Just as Harry was grappling with a headache, a deep, affable voice resonated from behind him. Who? Harry spun around, momentarily taken aback. The figure before him was more robust than the muscle-bound thugs from the animal gang. Even with his endearing smile, Harry could not help but be wary of any unfamiliar muscular man, given his past experiences. With this thought in mind, Harry activated his scythe-like arm blade and lunged behind the newcomer, using the man's outstretched arm as leverage to position himself at the man's neck. The blade pressing against his skin, drawing a thin line of blood. Who are you? Why do you know me? What is your purpose? Hey, Harry. Don't be alarmed. The man slowly crouched down, attempting to touch the blade, only to recoil sharply as the heat from the scythe burned him. The wound on his neck felt as if it were being grilled, and the man was clearly struggling to endure it. E.M. Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. I'm here to fetch you. How can you prove that? I have a letter from Professor Dumbledore. Hagrid pulled a letter from his pocket. Harry took the letter and glanced it over, recognizing the familiar name of Minerva McGonagall on the admission notice, which assuaged his doubts about Hagrid's claims. He sheathed the scythe and jumped down from Hagrid's neck. Sorry, Harry muttered, lacking any sincerity in his apology. Hagrid stood up, rubbing his neck, and pulled out a small white bottle from his pocket. He removed the cork and dripped its contents onto the wound on his neck, which healed rapidly before Harry's widening eyes. That's quite a remarkable item, Harry mused, already scheming how to procure this intriguing substance from the seemingly simple-minded giant. Are you referring to this? Harry extended the form toward Hagrid, who glanced at it before tucking it away. We're not close to Diagon Alley. I recall those muggles having something called, what was it, underground something? We could take that. Are you talking about the subway? But I don't have any money on me right now. I can't afford the fare. Then there's only one option left. Hagrid walked to the curb, raising his pink umbrella. With a whoosh, a blue bus appeared as if by magic, halting right before them. A freckled man stepped down. Night bus. Where are you two headed? The Leaky Cauldron. That'll be 11 sickles each. For 14, you can enjoy hot chocolate, and for 15, you can receive a hot water bottle and a toothbrush in your chosen color. No need for that. Harry, come on. Hagrid produced some money from his coat and handed it over while beckoning Harry to join him. Harry stepped forward, observing the diminutive doorway expanding in proportion to Hagrid's towering stature. Instantly, he felt an intense curiosity awaken within him regarding the so-called magic. He boarded the bus and took a seat beside Hagrid, ready to inquire about something when a sudden, forceful sensation pushed him back against the seat. The landscape outside blurred in a rapid retreat as the night bus sped down the road. Harry turned to Hagrid and asked, "Will we not be stopped with such speed? Muggles cannot see this bus, but what is the police?" Hagrid began to reply, but his words were abruptly cut off as he lurched forward, nearly losing his balance. "The Leaky Cauldron has arrived," he announced. Rising from his seat, Hagrid shot a disgruntled glance at the driver before firmly grasping Harry's arm to help him disembark. If it weren't for an inexplicable fondness he felt towards this gentle giant, Harry might have been tempted to unleash his dragon on him. Hagrid dragged Harry into a grimy and dilapidated tavern, where the cacophony of voices made Harry frown. A few elderly women sipped sherry, while others engaged in smoky conversations with friends. The tavern's proprietor, a balding man resembling a withered walnut, noticed Hagrid as he polished a glass and called out, "Hey, Hagrid." "The usual?" "Not today, Tom. I'm here on business for Hogwarts," Hagrid replied, giving the bar owner a hearty pat on the shoulder that nearly sent him reeling. The proprietor turned his gaze to Harry, his eyes widening as they fixated on Harry's forehead. Could this be? The bustling tavern fell into an abrupt silence. "Oh my, Harry Potter! What honor!" Tom exclaimed, hastily emerging from behind the bar to approach Harry, eager to shake his hand, clutching his dragon tightly. Harry's eyes bore an unmistakable glint of menace as he stared back at Tom. The man halted in his tracks, yet despite Harry's fierce gaze, he was overwhelmed with emotion. Momentarily bewildered, Harry found himself the center of attention, with everyone eagerly vying to shake his hand. Hey, what do you want, you lot? Don't touch me." Harry nearly lost his mind, overwhelmed by their fervent enthusiasm, which bordered on mania. He felt as if he might explode with frustration. All right. Harry has other matters to attend to," Hagrid interjected, pulling Harry away from the crowd. Grateful, Harry looked at Hagrid, realizing for the first time just how endearing this giant truly was. Having escaped the throng, Harry followed Hagrid to the tavern's backyard, where he beheld a brick wall. Hagrid retrieved a pink umbrella and counted the bricks atop a nearby trash can. Count 3 up, then 2 across. "All right, step back, Harry." He tapped the wall 3 times with the umbrella's tip. To Harry's astonishment, the bricks began to tremble, shifting apart to reveal a small opening that widened gradually. Soon, the wall transformed into a broad archway wide enough for Hagrid to pass through. Harry's eyes widened, his artificial eye magnifying to the utmost degree, striving to discern whether there was any mechanical structure on the wall. Of course, there was none. "Welcome, Harry. Welcome to Diagon Alley." Chapter 3. Who says this wand is inadequate? This wand is truly magnificent. Welcome to Diagon Alley, Harry. Oh, Harry, you are quite the celebrity throughout the wizarding world. With the exception of newly born infants, no one is unfamiliar with your name. Huh? Harry gazed at Hagrid in confusion. Where would I have an aunt and uncle? The more Hagrid explained, the more bewildered Harry became, utterly lost in the conversation. "Oh, Harry, I know you despise them. Rest assured, I have dealt with them." Harry resolved to remain silent as they strolled, for otherwise, he would only further muddle his thoughts. The street was narrow, flanked by a plethora of shops selling a variety of goods. Perhaps due to the impending school term, there were not many people around. Intrigued, Harry observed the peculiar items, cauldrons, brooms, and even the creature that had assaulted him upon his arrival, which seemed to be labeled as an owl. "We shall purchase those items later. For now, we need to retrieve your money," Hagrid remarked, glancing at Harry. "Retrieve money? What money?" Harry queried, utterly perplexed. He had no notion of British currency from 1991. "You wouldn't think your parents left you nothing, would you?" Hagrid smiled mysteriously. Harry was even more confounded in his memories. He had grown up in a night city, where the priest had claimed to have adopted him. What, then, was the situation regarding his parents from 1991? Harry pondered, vacillating in his thoughts, ultimately deciding to follow Hagrid to uncover the truth. They arrived before a crooked, snow-white edifice, where a diminutive, humanoid creature clad in a scarlet and gold uniform stood before the grand bronze doors. "We have arrived, Gringotts, the Wizarding Bank," Hagrid elucidated, indicating that the creature was a goblin and that Gringotts was operated by them. Harry observed the goblin with increasing scrutiny. Its strange appearance sent shivers down his spine. It was truly grotesque. With a silent scoff, Harry remarked on its looks, and the goblin shot him a discontented glance. Nevertheless, as they approached, it offered a slight bow. Two goblins ushered them into the hall, where myriad goblins busily weighed coins and examined gemstones. Harry and Hagrid made their way directly to the counter. "We wish to withdraw some money from Mr. Harry Potter's vault," Hagrid stated to the goblin behind the counter. "Do you possess his key, sir?" the goblin inquired. "Here it is," Hagrid replied, producing a key from his pocket, inadvertently scattering a few moldy dog biscuits onto the goblin's ledger. "Not a problem," the goblin scrutinized the key. "I also have a letter from Professor Dumbledore regarding the matter of Vault 713, Hagrid added, leaning in to whisper, though his voice remained barely subdued. The goblin took the letter, examined it carefully, nodded, returned it to Hagrid, and called out, "Pull the lever." A young fairy approached, guiding Harry and his companions out of the hall and towards a narrow stone corridor. Within the corridor, a railway extended downward. With a sharp whistle, a small cart hurtled towards them. Once aboard, they descended at an exhilarating speed into the depths below. Hagrid squinted against the biting cold wind, while Harry gazed in wonder at the vast underground expanse. He observed vaults carved into the walls, encircling colossal stone pillars, and upon lowering his gaze, he noticed an inexplicable flickering light at the cave's bottom. This reminded him of the Bible the priest had shown him, leading him to ponder whether this magical realm concealed some fire-breathing creature. The cart halted before a small door, and Hagrid clumsily disembarked, leaning against the stone wall. "Harry, you're remarkable. It's the first time I've seen a first-year handle this ride without feeling dizzy." Harry smirked, thinking to himself how he had navigated faster escapades while evading the NCPD in a factory explosion. Behind the door lay a mountain of gold coins, silver bars, and copper coins. "All of this is yours," Hagrid remarked with a smile. "The gold coins are called galleons. 17 silver sickles make 1 galleon, and 29 bronze nuts equal 1 sickle." Harry declined Hagrid's offer to assist him in collecting the money, opting instead to fill his own bag, grumbling about the cumbersome exchange rates. Next, they made their way to Vault 713, where they retrieved a small cloth pouch. As Harry counted his money, he expressed indifference towards it. "Let us go buy your uniform first," Hagrid suggested. Emerging from the vault, he pointed to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Harry shrugged, and they entered the shop, where a witch greeted them enthusiastically. "Hello, dear. Here, to buy Hogwarts uniforms?" The shop was nearly empty, and Madame Malkin swiftly ushered Harry into a fitting room, quickly preparing his clothes. From what appeared to be a storeroom, she produced a robe. "You've come rather late. Child, I don't have time to make one specially for you, so I'll have to make do with ready-made garments. I'll give you a discount on the price," she said apologetically. Subsequently, they visited Flourish and Blotts to acquire a plethora of textbooks, along with cauldrons and brass telescopes. Eventually, they paused before a dilapidated shop, its sign reading, "Ollivanders, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. Go on, Harry. Buy your first wand," Hagrid encouraged, giving him a gentle push inside as he smiled mysteriously. "I'll go purchase a few items." As Harry entered the shop, he found the space cramped, with countless boxes stacked on shelves, several thousand by rough estimate. "Good afternoon," came a soft, slightly aged voice. Startled, Harry instinctively drew his dragon, ready to fire at the source of the sound. Hey, don't be alarmed, young man," an elderly gentleman emerged, performing a military salute. "Ah, Avi, I knew I would meet you soon. Your eyes are just like your mother's, though your demeanor is quite different from your parents'. Now, relax, Mr. Potter." Ollivander waved his hand, and a silver measuring tape flew out, beginning to take Harry's measurements. "Which hand do you prefer?" "Either will suffice," Harry shrugged. "Very well, let's try this one." Ollivander withdrew a wand made of yew wood, with a dragon heartstring core, measuring 9 inches in length and exhibiting remarkable flexibility. "Give it a swish." Harry took the wand and waved it, releasing a burst of red light that shot forth like a bullet, breaking one of the shelf supports. "This one," he continued, "is made of maple, with a phoenix feather core, 7 inches long." Ollivander snatched the wand from Harry's hand and replaced it with another. Just as Harry was about to try again, it was taken away once more. After several attempts, Harry's patience was waning. Is it not ready yet? Oh, Harry, is the wand that chooses the wizard, not the other way around, Ollivander replied, retrieving another wand from the shelf made of Hollywood, with a phoenix feather core. Measuring 11 inches, an extraordinary combination. Harry took the wand, but it did not respond at all. Ollivander's eyes widened in disbelief. How can this be? He paced before Harry, and suddenly, an idea struck him as he dashed to his workshop. Shortly thereafter, he emerged with a black spiral wand. This is a replica of the legendary wand from my youth, made from elderwood and the tail feather of a thestral, measuring 15 inches. Ollivander handed the wand to Harry. Upon taking it, Harry waved it casually, and instantly, an exhilarating surge of energy coursed through him, invigorating every part of his being. The refreshing sensation reminded Harry of a vibrant night at the Leaky Cauldron, paired with a shot of vodka. Blue energy coalesced at the tip of his wand, emanating a dazzling light that caused Ollivander to instinctively close his eyes, though he could not help but exclaim in joy, "Splendid, truly miraculous." As the brilliance faded, Harry felt an overwhelming lightness in his body, as if he could wield the wand continuously for an entire day. Whoever claims this wand is subpar is mistaken. It is extraordinary. Harry caressed the wand, utterly enamored. Trust me, Mr. Potter, you are destined for greatness. Believe in yourself. After paying Ollivander, Harry stepped outside and fortuitously encountered Hagrid, who was carrying a cage. Hey, Harry, take a look at this. Hagrid chuckled as he handed the cage to Harry. A little something for your birthday. Harry accepted the cage, revealing a snow-white creature inside, likely a species akin to the one he had just vanquished. A snow owl, he surmised. Gazing at the exquisite creature, he felt an overwhelming affection. Oh, she's beautiful. Thank you, Hagrid, thank you. Harry teased the owl with his wand, declaring, I think I'll name her Hedwig. What a splendid name, Harry, Hagrid said, placing a hand on Harry's shoulder, smiling. Chapter 4, King's Cross Station. Night. Harry lay in the bed of the Leaky Cauldron's guest room, gazing at the ticket in his hand that read, King's Cross Station, Platform 9 3/4. Reflecting on Hagrid's words from earlier that day, Harry looked at the ticket and inquired of Hagrid, what does this 9 3/4 signify? This is all rather bewildering. I feel as though I'm in a surreal film. 6 days swiftly elapsed, during which Harry occupied himself with his newly acquired books and occasional strolls through Diagon Alley. The proprietor of the pub refused to serve him alcohol, citing his underage status. Goodness, he had been indulging in such libations since the tender age of 5, albeit under the dubious encouragement of Valentino and his dubious companions. Although it was indeed delightful to have savings without the burden of assignments, Harry found himself yearning for the commencement of the so-called magical school. King's Cross Station, Platform 9 3/4. Where could that wretched platform be? Harry pushed his luggage trolley, circling the station in vain, unable to locate the elusive platform. Just as he despaired beside the pillar at Platform 9, he observed a group of red-haired individuals approaching a pillar. Suddenly, a pair of twins, pushing a cart, collided directly with the wall, passing through it as if it had never existed. At last, Harry had discovered the entry point. He approached the plump, red-haired woman nearby. But before he could utter a word, she interjected. Just walk straight towards the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Do not stop. If you're afraid, you may close your eyes and run. All right, thank you, Harry replied with a shrug, having barely managed to express gratitude. He advanced toward the wall, and as his luggage trolley struck the barrier, he seamlessly passed through, followed by his hands and body, until he was entirely enveloped by the wall. Beyond the barrier lay a bustling platform, where a deep crimson steam locomotive awaited, emblazoned with the inscription, Hogwarts Express, departing at 11 o'clock. Harry navigated through the crowd and ultimately discovered an unoccupied compartment at the rear of the train. He gently placed Hedwig's cage on a seat and, with one hand, hoisted a suitcase. At that moment, a familiar voice broke through the noise. Hey, need a hand? It was one of the twins from the red-haired family, staring in astonishment at Harry's single-handed effort with the suitcase. My goodness, you're quite strong. Regaining his composure, he extended his hand. I'm George Weasley. Hey, and I'm Fred Weasley, added George's brother, who had approached as well. Harry Potter, Harry introduced himself. The twins fell silent, their eyes wide as they scrutinized Harry's face, which rendered him somewhat uncomfortable. Hey, mates, could you not stare at me like that? Oh, sorry, George replied with an apologetic smile. We got a bit carried away. Fred scratched his head in embarrassment. Harry waved it off, settling into the compartment and amusing Hedwig with his wand. Soon after the twins departed, another red-haired boy approached. If he recalled correctly, named Ron. Hey, I noticed all the compartments are full. May I sit with you? Of course, Harry responded, then lapsed into silence once more. The quiet atmosphere of the compartment made Ron somewhat uneasy. I'm Ron Weasley. And you? Harry Potter. You're the Harry Potter? The Harry Potter who vanquished the Dark Lord? The Savior Star? Harry Potter? Harry cast a glance at him, bemused by the multitude of titles attributed to him. Yet he presumed it to be true. So, do you truly possess that? Ron gestured to his forehead, and Harry understood the implication, nodding in tacit agreement. Wow. Did the Dark Lord really do that? I can't recall, Harry replied. You don't remember a single detail? Ron continued to probe, oblivious to the growing impatience etched on Harry's face. Mate, didn't your mother ever advise you against being so curious about everything? Harry shot Ron a sidelong glance, his tone laced with indifference. The silence within the compartment endured for several hours, unbroken by the witch selling snacks or Ron's clumsy attempts at conversation, until Neville interjected. Have you seen a toad? A girl resembling a beaver pulled open their compartment door, her haughty tone irking Harry. We haven't, Ron began, but Harry interrupted him. Excuse me. Miss, this is our compartment. Would you kindly leave? Harry endeavored to maintain a gentle tone. Regrettably, the girl disregarded his request, launching into a rapid-fire monologue. Oh, are you trying to cast a spell? It seems rather unimpressive, doesn't it? I practiced simple incantations at home, just for fun. No one in my family understands magic. When I received my acceptance letter, I was both astonished and elated. I know this is the finest school of magic. My name is Hermione Granger. May I inquire about yours? Ron Weasley, Ron mumbled. Harry wished to keep a smile that felt precariously close to collapsing, but Hermione interrupted before he could respond. Hey, I know you. You're Harry Potter. I'm aware of everything about you. I even bought extra reference books, such as a history of modern magic. Get out. Harry snapped, losing his composure as he grabbed Hermione by the back of her collar and flung her out of the compartment, slamming the door shut with force. Isn't that a bit excessive? Ron observed Hermione, who sat sobbing at the door, his heart softening. Oh, her tone was intolerable. I couldn't hold back, Harry remarked dismissively, casting a glance at the weeping girl outside. And you should keep quiet now, unless you wish to join her. Ron mimicked a zipping motion across his mouth before taking a seat. Harry chuckled at his friend's antics, shaking his head as he settled back down. Hours slipped by, with Hermione long departed, and Harry found himself no longer averse to Ron's attempts at conversation, though he merely tolerated them, leaving Ron to entertain himself most of the time. Now, Ron was animatedly recounting the intricacies of a Quidditch match, and Harry, for reasons he could not quite fathom, felt an unexpected intrigue towards this wizarding sport. Just as Ron reached the climax of his narrative, the compartment door creaked open once more. Oh, everyone on the train is buzzing about Harry Potter being in this compartment. And apparently, he even made a muggle cry. So it must be you, right? Chapter 5. Azkaban drag him to Azkaban. The entire train was abuzz with discussions about Harry Potter being in this compartment, having even reduced a muggle born to tears. So it must be you, right? Three boys pushed open the compartment door. The golden-haired boy in the middle, pale-faced and brimming with curiosity, regarded Harry with an interest that only deepened Harry's disdain. This fellow was a quintessential sycophant, the kind whose head was worth a bounty as a middleman. What do you want? Harry leaned back in his seat, propped his head with his hand, and regarded the boy with unabashed contempt. What do you mean by that look? The boy, clearly provoked by Harry's expression, retorted. I am Draco Malfoy, heir of the Malfoy family. Do you think associating with that disgrace of purebloods makes them superior to us? What do you mean by that? Ron, visibly agitated, stood up and shouted at Malfoy. What do I mean? Is it not clear to you? Malfoy replied condescendingly. The Weasley family is all red-haired. With so many children, they cannot afford to raise them. Your parents are practically like goblins. As tensions escalated, Harry rolled up his sleeves and raised a hand to calm both sides. Relax, everyone, just take it easy, okay? Malfoy turned to Harry and said, If I were you, Potter, I wouldn't associate with such lowly individuals, lest you follow the same misguided path as your parents. I hear you're adopted, but you have no idea what kind of scoundrel took you in, allowing you to mingle with this rabble daily. With that, Malfoy and his two burly companions turned to leave, but Harry called out, Malfoy. As Malfoy turned back, he was met with a short dagger, black and red, approaching his forehead with astonishing speed, its tip lightly grazing the space between his eyebrows. Never insult my father in my presence. Harry's gaze was piercing, his intent unmistakable. Malfoy froze in fear, paralyzed, while his companions dared not move, terrified that Harry might impale Malfoy with the dagger that seemed to have sprouted from his forearm. Get lost, you sycophant. Malfoy collapsed to the ground, trembling as if the dagger still pressed against his forehead. This was perhaps the closest he had ever come to death. What are you two doing? Hurry up and drag your master away. Only then did the two companions react. swiftly assisting Malfoy out of the compartment. My goodness, Harry. That was incredible. Ron, roused from his stupor, gazed at Harry with almost adoring eyes. What was that dagger that shot out from your arm? Some kind of magical device? Perhaps that is indeed so for people of your era, Harry chuckled, casting a humorous glance at Ron as he explained. Ron, oblivious to what Harry meant by people of your era, could only express his admiration for Harry. Oh, you cannot imagine. Malfoy and his companions came here to cause trouble. But Harry frightened them away with some magical artifact. Well, that should pose no problem. The train is nearing the station. You may change your clothes now. Hermione glanced at Harry and hurriedly uttered a few words before quickly exiting. Before leaving, she remarked to Ron, by the way, there is something dirty on your nose. That girl is quite clever, Harry shrugged. At least she is perceptive. I don't like her, Ron stated. The train soon arrived at the station, and Harry, having changed into his school uniform, descended with Ron amidst the throng of students. The crowd halted before a dark and small platform, where a robust and familiar voice bellowed. First-year students, over here. Harry, are you all right? Hagrid's enormous figure stood out in the crowd, smiling at Harry. Come on, follow me. Watch your step. They stumbled along behind Hagrid until they reached a vast, dark lake. On the opposite shore, a magnificent castle loomed atop a steep hill, larger and more imposing than any structure Harry had ever seen. Even the towering heights of the abandoned tower paled in comparison. The castle was crowned with spires that reached towards the starry sky like colossal pillars. Only 4 people per boat. Hagrid shouted. Harry and Ron climbed into a small boat. And coincidentally, Hermione was also there, accompanied by a chubby boy, presumably Neville, as she had mentioned. The boat glided across the starry surface of the lake, soon arriving beneath the castle. Once Hagrid ensured everyone was present, he knocked thrice on the enormous oak door of the castle with his fist. The door swung open to reveal a stern-looking witch clad in a deep green robe standing before them. Hagrid acknowledged her. First-year students, Professor McGonagall. Thank you, Hagrid, she replied, then led all the new students into the castle. Standing in the hall, Professor McGonagall briefed the newcomers on several matters, concluding with, you will be sorted into one of 4 houses, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Your every action will earn or lose points for your house. And, at the end of the year, the house with the most points will receive the House Cup. She paused. Now, you may tidy yourselves up. Soon, Professor McGonagall announced loudly, the sorting ceremony will commence shortly. Please line up behind me. The ceiling of the Great Hall was enchanted, revealing a starry sky resembling a misty cloud. Professor McGonagall brought forth a chair upon which rested a tattered hat, its center split open, emitting a song reminiscent of a sawmill. Though the singing was not particularly melodious, the lyrics were quite amusing, Harry pondered. As the song concluded, Professor McGonagall unfurled scroll. When I call your name, please come forward and don the sorting hat. Hannah Abbott, a blonde girl with 2 braids, ran forward and placed the hat upon her head. All right, you belong to Hufflepuff, the sorting hat proclaimed. The Hufflepuff table erupted in applause. Susan Bones, Hufflepuff. Ron Weasley, Gryffindor. Hermione Granger, Gryffindor. Harry Potter. The auditorium fell into a sudden hush as Harry, under the gaze of the assembled crowd, approached the chair and donned the sorting hat. Very well. Let me take a look. The hat began to delve into Harry's memories. It glimpsed a young Harry peacefully slumbering to the sound of a priest reciting the Bible. Then witnessed him, one hand clutching a crucifix and the other wielding a shotgun, shattering the skull of a janitor. The hat also observed Harry racing single-handedly through the streets of Santo Domingo, with a bound and gagged soldier from a military tech company in the back seat. Azkaban, quickly. Drag this delinquent to Azkaban. The sorting hat cried out in horror. Calm down, sorting hat. Calm down, Professor McGonagall soothed. Dumbledore, observing from the podium, appeared to be deep in thought. I advise you to hurry, or I shall tear you to shreds. Harry scowled, feeling the wretched hat probing into his memories, which left little doubt that Azkaban was far from a pleasant place. Phew. Very well. The sorting hat, under McGonagall's reassurance and Harry's threat, struggled to maintain its composure. All right then, you shall go to Slytherin. Dumbledore and a professor at the staff table, who bore a resemblance to a bat, widened their eyes in shock. Chapter 6, The Dead Emerald Eyes. Very well, you shall go to Slytherin. The voice of the sorting hat resonated, leading to a stunned silence in the hall. Slytherin? How could it be Slytherin? How could the chosen one be sorted into Slytherin? After a moment, the audience reacted, disbelief echoing loudly enough to nearly lift the roof. Sparse applause erupted from the Slytherin table, while others regarded Harry with various expressions. Only Draco dared not look at Harry. Appearing diminutive and pale, trembling, muttering, I must tell my father, right? Harry found himself beside him, a sardonic grin on his face as he said, "Go on, tell him. Let me see what kind of company dog this world has." Silence. Dumbledore shouted from the podium, and the auditorium fell quiet once more, all eyes fixed on him. Dumbledore took a breath and donned a smile once again. "Welcome everyone to Hogwarts to commence the new academic year. Now, fools, weeping babies, detritus, twist, thank you all." After a series of nonsensical remarks, he resumed his seat, and the audience applauded. Harry clapped along, though his expression was somewhat peculiar. Is he a bit mad? Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought, for something far more important had emerged. His plate was brimming with food, roast beef, roast chicken, pork chops, and more, real meat. All of it genuine, devoid of any synthetic substitutes. As he speared a piece of steak and placed it in his mouth, Harry felt a profound sense of joy, as if he were glowing. In Night City, all food was synthetic, and the price of real meat was exorbitant, not to mention the genuine vegetables that grew from the earth. As Harry indulged his taste buds and filled his belly, he suddenly sensed a gaze fixated upon him. He looked up and met the eyes of Professor Snape, who bore a slight resemblance to a bat. A senior student from Slytherin, witnessing this encounter, leaned toward Harry to explain that despite Snape's fierce demeanor, he was surprisingly protective of his students. Harry shrugged non-committally, returning to his meal, while the senior cast a disdainful glance at Harry's ravenous consumption before adopting an air of elegance in front of him. "Fool!" Harry shot him a sidelong glance, offering a candid assessment. The senior's face flushed with indignation. Soon, as the last dessert was devoured, all the plates vanished from the table. Headmaster Dumbledore rose, restoring silence to the hall. "Now that everyone has dined, I wish to address a few important matters. First, first-year students are strictly prohibited from entering the Forbidden Forest, and the same applies to upperclassmen. Additionally, Mr. Filch has asked me to remind everyone not to cast spells in the corridors during breaks. Finally, I must inform you that anyone wishing to avoid a tragic demise should refrain from entering the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor." After the excruciating school song, the opening ceremony finally concluded. What a dreadful tune. Even Ponponchit would be more melodious. Harry rubbed his forehead, offering a frank critique of the agonizing anthem. The first-year Slytherins, following their prefect, descended the marble staircase, which contrasted sharply with the ascent of Gryffindor. Ron glanced at Harry, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately fell silent. "Mr. Potter, I must remind you that as a Slytherin, we should uphold a certain elegance in our demeanor." The senior whom Harry had rebuked during the meal remarked, quite inconveniently, a prefect himself. "Get lost," Harry retorted without hesitation. "Dummy, what did you say?" The prefect stared at Harry in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the words that had just escaped his lips. "I said get lost, fool." Harry turned on his heel, disregarding the gazes of the other newcomers, and strode purposefully down the stairs. "Harry Potter." The prefect hastened to catch up, gripping Harry's shoulder. In response, Harry rolled up his sleeve to his elbow, activating his wand. The mantis blade emerged, slicing through the prefect's abdomen as effortlessly as one would cut through butter. Two blades intersected, carving a large cross upon his belly, with his intestines threatening to spill forth. As Harry deactivated the spell, the prefect stood frozen for a moment, his eyes glazing over before he spewed blood and collapsed to the floor. The other first years were rendered speechless, utterly shocked that Harry had dared to harm someone, and with such lethal intent. "Get him to the hospital wing, quickly." Professor Snape rushed over, casting a healing spell upon the prefect's wound, instantly stemming the blood flow. He then beckoned two upperclassmen to assist in transporting the injured prefect to the infirmary. "You come with me." Turning to Harry, he uttered a phrase before sweeping his robes and striding towards the office. Harry, indifferent, quickly followed suit. The two meandered through the castle, ultimately arriving before a door adorned with a Medusa statue. "Come in," Snape commanded, pushing the door open and entering the room to take a seat. Harry followed, seating himself across from him. "Did I invite you to sit?" Snape queried. "How can we converse without sitting?" After a prolonged silence, Snape finally lifted his gaze, fixating on Harry's eyes, which appeared increasingly peculiar. Despite their vibrant green hue, they seemed almost artificial, as if bereft of life. Harry touched his own arm, confirming its integrity. There were no malfunctions or damages. He looked up at Snape, indicating all was well. Snape remained silent, sensing emotions within those eyes, yet feeling an unsettling dissonance, as if he were gazing not at eyes, but at mere glass orbs. Wishing to divert the conversation, he altered his demeanor, his once wolfish aura transforming into that of a venomous serpent. "Now, our dear savior, would you be so kind as to enlighten your poor old professor on why you chose to inflict harm?" It has certainly startled him. Ah, I see your considerable fame has instilled in you a sense of entitlement, hasn't it? Quite distasteful. Snape's words caught in his throat as he continued to scrutinize Harry, specifically his eyes. After a lengthy pause, Harry abruptly stood, turning towards the door. Just as he reached the threshold, Snape's voice resonated. The dormitory password is pureblood. Is Slytherin unable to pay the electricity bill? Current rank does not support cross-dimensional communication. Chapter 7, Soul of the Machine. Current rank does not support cross-dimensional communication. This phrase stirred a tumult within Harry's mind. What is rank? Is it the means by which one traverses realms? Can cross-dimensional communication be achieved? Would this enable him to transport others in the future? A multitude of thoughts raced through Harry's mind, yet in the end he resolved, given the circumstances, perhaps it is best to retire for the night. The following day, the alarm clock he had set roused him from slumber. Observing the vacant dormitory, Harry shrugged nonchalantly. After a rather extraordinary morning routine, he donned his robes, concealing the dragon on his back. It was nearly 8 o'clock, and after retrieving a piece of bread in the great hall, he made his way to the Transfiguration classroom, believing himself to be the last to arrive. However, he soon discovered, you must be from Gryffindor. I wonder if the Sorting Hat has lost its wits, placing you in Slytherin. Ron chattered incessantly, and Harry found this young lad rather agreeable. Though somewhat naive, his innocence was endearing. Perhaps I should transform the two of you into a clock or a map, gentlemen. As anticipated, they arrived late. Professor McGonagall regarded them with a stern expression, though her tone revealed little ire. Perhaps accustomed as she was to such tardiness from students like them every year. Harry and Ron settled into the frontmost seats of the classroom, and for the next half hour, Professor McGonagall elaborated on the theories of transfiguration. All the students craned their necks, eager to absorb the first lesson in magic. It became evident that, even with McGonagall's simplifications drawn from her own experiences, few grasped the concepts presented. She distributed a matchstick to each student, instructing them to transform it into a needle. Harry drew his wand and recited the incantation Differentiata. An extraordinary black spell erupted, causing the matchstick to first liquefy and then gradually reshape. A similar transformation occurred with Harry's wand. The Elder Wand began to melt, its essence seeping into Harry's skin, coursing through every vein and prosthetic within him. Subsequently, the wand flowed back from his palm, reshaping itself anew. An exquisite transformation, Mr. Potter. 5 points to Slytherin, remarked Professor McGonagall, oblivious to the entirety of the spectacle, only noting Harry's successful completion of the task. Harry observed his wand, realizing that every prosthetic in his body had momentarily rendered him immobile, forcing him to witness the phenomenon without intervention. Now, however, he sensed a familiar connection between the wand and his own body, akin to the bond he shared with his prosthetics. The wand had become an extension of himself, capable of retracting into his being or emerging at will. It was not until after class that Harry discerned no changes beyond that of the wand, and, dismissing it as a natural manifestation of magic, he concentrated on the afternoon's defense against the dark arts lesson. "Oh no, what are you doing?" Harry exclaimed in the midst of class, abruptly interrupting Professor Quirrell's lecture as he pressed against his forearm, cursing under his breath. "Mr. Potter, do you have something to say?" Professor Quirrell stammered. "Nothing, I just feel a bit unwell," Harry replied, his face flushed as he wrestled with his prosthetic. "Is that so? Then, Mr. Potter, please visit my office after class. I happen to have some remedies," Quirrell responded, his speech faltering. "Shut it, you fool," Harry retorted, firmly pressing down on his arm. This internal struggle persisted until the class concluded, culminating in Harry's victory as he followed Professor Quirrell to his office, collapsing into a chair, visibly fatigued. "Mr. Potter, would you like something to drink? Tea or coffee?" Quirrell inquired, his demeanor transformed, speaking fluently, though a frown creased his brow as he met Harry's gaze. "Tea, please, sir," Harry replied. Quirrell poured a cup of tea and set it before Harry, then retrieved a vial of potion, offering it to him as he took a seat across from him. "Harry, do take it. It will benefit your health," Quirrell urged. With no alternative, Harry resigned himself, uncertain of the professor's intentions, and hoped he would not resort to any harmful actions within the confines of the academy. He then raised the vial and downed its contents in one swift motion. Cough, cough, cough. The beverage was utterly distasteful. It was Harry's first encounter with something so appalling, akin to water trickling from a refuse heap, infused with the heat of chili and pepper. He couldn't help but utter a curse at the wretched concoction. Professor Quirrell, unfazed, sipped his tea and then inquired, "Harry, do you have an affinity for money?" What a peculiar question. Harry raised an eyebrow and nodded, curious about the professor's intentions. Quirrell nodded in return, initially offering platitudes about the insignificance of wealth and the importance of diligently studying magic, before proceeding to the crux of his discourse. Harry, are you familiar with the Philosopher's Stone? After a brief pause, he continued, recounting a legend of a celebrated alchemist who, using unknown materials, crafted a stone that conferred immortality and the ability to transmute base metals into gold. Quirrell, perhaps lost in his own narrative, failed to notice the incredulous expression on Harry's face. Was this the moment the plot thickened? Harry pondered if Quirrell intended to leverage his interest in wealth to compel him into a quest for the Philosopher's Stone. Did he perceive Harry as a mere child? Indeed, he was presently inhabiting a youthful form. Once Harry had distanced himself, Quirrell secured the door, knelt upon the floor, and unwound the scarf around his head, revealing an unsightly visage on the back of his skull. Master, he began, will this truly incite him to investigate? Do you dare question me? The face retorted. I was wrong. Quirrell writhed in agony on the ground, yet the voice continued its relentless torment. Chapter 8. He bore a striking resemblance to a bat. On Friday, Harry emerged once more from Quirrell's office. Indeed, since that fateful day, Quirrell had invited Harry daily to his office to regale him with tales of the Philosopher's Stone, occasionally divulging hints about its status, much to Harry's utter disinterest, who wished he could simply discharge his frustration. As for his prosthetic, Harry remained perplexed about the events unfolding. He merely sensed that his prosthetic seemed to possess a soul of its own. The most pronounced change was with the praying mantis blade, which occasionally flickered with blue, indecipherable script upon its deep crimson surface. Surprisingly, the blade also began to voice demands, including, but not limited to, a cleaning every 3 days, occasional ventilation, a minimum of 10 cuts a week. Harry resolutely declined these requests. Not only the mantis blade, but also his prosthetic eye and other enhancements expressed their own requirements, primarily concerning maintenance. Harry, already intent on keeping his prosthetics in optimal condition to prevent malfunctions, readily acquiesced to these requests. Harry entered the potions classroom, taking a seat beside Hermione. He felt unperturbed, while Hermione exhibited slight tremors, still haunted by the incident on the train and the foreboding presence of the Slytherin prefect, who remained bedridden. Professor Snape swept into the classroom, his robes billowing as if a gust of wind had been trapped within. Did no one else perceive his bat-like demeanor? Harry thought to himself, stifling a chuckle, while Hermione nearly burst into laughter beside him, and Ron had already succumbed to mirth. 5 points from Gryffindor. Snape cast a glance at Ron before indifferently deducting a point. You have come here to master the intricate science and rigorous craft of potion making. Due to the absence of foolish wand-waving, many among you do not believe this to be magic. I do not expect you to grasp the beauty of potions. I can teach you how to enhance your reputation and brew glory, but you must not be the imbeciles I frequently encounter. Potter. Snape suddenly turned his gaze upon Harry. What would happen if I were to add powdered daffodil root to mugwort leaves? If I recall correctly, it results in something known as the elixir of life. Harry had already perused the textbook in anticipation of acquiring potion knowledge. Snape raised an eyebrow at him, then nodded before inquiring further. Where'd I find a piece of dungstone? In a goat's stomach, Harry replied. To be precise, not just goats, but also in the stomachs of cows and other sheep, though the efficacy is not as pronounced. Snape's tone softened, losing some of its initial aggression. Then, what distinguishes aconite from wolfsbane? There is no distinction. They are both aconite. Snape's demeanor brightened slightly. Very well, 10 points to Slytherin. Sit down. Why aren't the rest of you taking notes? The sound of quills scratching against parchment filled the air. Harry observed Snape, feeling as though his lips had curved up just a fraction. Soon, they moved to practical application. Snape instructed them to concoct a boil cure potion. When he noticed Harry, gloved and crushing a snake's fang, his eyes twitched, and he quickly approached. Potter, do you wish to meet Merlin? Snape barked at Harry and Hermione. And you, why didn't you stop him? 10 points from Gryffindor. Sir, Professor, that was my mistake. But I don't believe the mortar is superior to my hand. This is not a matter of utility. This is a venomous fang. Do you wish to meet Merlin ahead of schedule? All right, Professor. Could the points deducted from Hermione be rescinded? This was my issue. Must you involve others? Snape regarded Harry with a piercing gaze, then closed his eyes, furrowing his brow tightly. Upon reopening them, he stared blankly at Harry. Our savior wishes to play the hero. Does he? Thus, you intend to torment your poor old professor? Forget it, Harry, it's unnecessary. Hermione still felt a twinge of fear towards Harry, yet she was grateful for his defense. All right, I concede. Harry offered a mock salute. Professor, I shall endeavor to excel in potion making. Snape turned and departed without casting a glance at Harry. Afterward, aside from a boy who seemed to be named Neville and another called Seamus, who had managed to detonate their potion and, in doing so, exploded Professor Snape's temper. It was not until class concluded that Harry submitted a well-prepared potion, prompting Snape's demeanor to brighten once more. "Harry, thank you for that." Hermione approached him, expressing her gratitude. "Not at all. It was my fault to begin with," Harry replied casually, choosing not to elaborate further. In the afternoon, Professor Flitwick's charm class commenced. Professor Flitwick, a diminutive figure reminiscent of a fairy, was rumored to be the champion of the wizarding duel tournament, which piqued Harry's interest. As the afternoon unfolded, Harry made his way to Hagrid's hut, accompanied by two companions, Ron, who insisted on following him, and Hermione, who, upon seeing Ron, was curious about his intentions and decided to join as well. "Hermione, you finally arrived," Hagrid exclaimed with evident delight, grasping the collar of a massive black hound and inviting them inside. The hut, though somewhat untidy and a bit worn, exuded a vibrant sense of life. "Make yourselves at home," he said as he seated himself and served rock cakes onto their plates, pouring tea into their cups. "This is Ron, and this is... I am Hermione Granger." Hermione introduced herself. Hagrid nodded, glancing at Ron. "Another Weasley, is it? I expended quite a bit of effort to send your two brothers away." He then turned his attention to Hermione. "Are you from the Granger family, the potion lineage?" Hermione shook her head. "No, my parents are both muggles. They are dentists." Hagrid and Hermione engaged in cheerful conversation while Harry munched on the rock cakes. To be honest, Harry found the cakes quite palatable, possessing a flavor reminiscent of berry biscuits. However, observing Ron's expression, the cakes appeared rather hard. As Harry lifted his tea, he happened to notice a newspaper on the table reporting an illegal break-in at Gringotts Vault 713. He looked at Hagrid, interrupting their dialogue. "Hagrid, what did you retrieve from Vault 713? Hagrid averted his gaze from Harry's eyes, resembling a child caught in a lie, and remained silent. All right, Harry sighed, feeling indifferent, as it seemed unrelated to him at the moment. When they prepared to leave, dinner time had arrived, and Ron and Hermione, out of kindness, packed some rock cakes, though only Harry genuinely enjoyed them, filling a large bag to the brim. "Not bad, Hagrid." Chapter 9. The Memory Ball and the Beaten Malfoy. "Harry, you went too far this time," Dumbledore gently admonished Harry in his office, the headmaster expressing concern for a child. "That is why I spared him," Harry yawned in response. The event had begun earlier that morning, as it was flying class day, a lesson eagerly anticipated by all first years. Harry, having never experienced the sensation of flight during his time in the Muggle world, was particularly looking forward to it. "Harry, our afternoon class is together with your house," Ron called out as Harry passed the Gryffindor table, prompting him to sit and chat with them. Harry turned to see Ron brimming with excitement, while Hermione appeared somewhat anxious. "Who do you think first conceived the idea of flying on a broomstick?" Harry questioned, expressing his bewilderment at Wizard's obsession with brooms, wondering if it wouldn't be rather uncomfortable. Though his statement was blunt, it held a kernel of truth, leaving Ron momentarily speechless. Hermione's earlier tension dissipated, replaced by a blend of disbelief and contemplation regarding Harry's remark, ultimately leading her to cover her face in resignation, abandoning further thought. "Greetings. Behold, my grandmother has sent me a memory ball. Whenever I forget something, I merely squeeze it, and it turns crimson." Neville's owl arrived with a parcel, interrupting Harry and his companions in their conversation. Yet soon after, his memory ball turned a vivid red. Flight, a pursuit that humanity has chased since time immemorial, has led to the invention of aircraft by mankind and broomsticks by wizards, culminating in the creation of a magical sport known as Quidditch. In the afternoon, they arrived at the flying lesson site, where Madame Hooch had been awaiting their arrival. The brooms lay neatly arranged in 2 rows upon the ground. With her pragmatic short hair and keen, eagle-like eyes, Madame Hooch surveyed all the students present before nodding and instructing. "Now, stand by your brooms, one for each of you." Harry approached a tattered old broom, contemplating its age, which likely surpassed that of the oldest crucifix, and doubted its ability to soar. "All right, now rise. Up," he commanded, and the broom responded, springing into his grasp, a pleasant surprise. Hermione's broom tumbled on the ground, while Ron's wobbled into his hands, leaving only Draco and a few others struggling similarly. Madame Hooch demonstrated how to mount a broom without falling off, and as Harry straddled the broom, he felt an invisible cushion supporting him. It occurred to him that even wizards must address such concerns. At that moment, a boy before Harry soared into the sky at the sound of the whistle. Using his magnifying glass, Harry discerned it was Neville, evidently too anxious. "Come down, child, come down," Madame Hooch shouted from below, but Neville, overwhelmed with nerves, ascended straight toward the heavens, only to slip from his broom and plummet toward the ground. Poor boy, Harry thought. While he knew Neville would survive, but likely break a few bones. A drop of 6 or 7 meters without any protection left him to prey. He wouldn't land head first or on his spine. With a resounding thud, Neville crashed to the earth, prompting Madame Hooch to rush over to assess him. His wrist is broken, she murmured. Lucky boy, Harry remarked. Madame Hooch turned to the rest, declaring, I shall take this child to the hospital wing. No one is permitted to touch their brooms. After their departure, a raucous laughter erupted. Malfoy, did you see his face? He mimicked Neville's terrified expression, cradling his wrist before bursting into laughter. Silence, Malfoy, a Gryffindor girl admonished sharply. Oh really, Pettigrew, you fancy little crybaby? Another girl, Pansy, resembling a bulldog, stepped forward beside Malfoy. Look here, he said, picking up the memory ball that Neville had dropped on the grass. A gift from that foolish boy's grandmother. Harry covered his face with one hand, overwhelmed by the audacity of the situation. This fellow was undoubtedly the epitome of a sycophant. And it was not just him. The majority of Slytherin students mirrored this insufferable demeanor. Who would have imagined that in 1991, such sycophants would still exist? Bring that over here. Harry turned to see Ron confronting Malfoy. Are you looking to defend Longbottom, you little goblin? Pansy chimed in. You vile lioness lapdog. Shut your mouth. Hermione stepped forward, standing alongside Ron to face them. The insults exchanged bore a childish tone, leaving Harry astounded at the level of civility in this era. Come and take it then, Malfoy taunted as he mounted his broomstick, soaring into the sky, clutching the memory ball, a goblin, and a mudblood. How dare you? Ron glared at Malfoy, preparing to mount his broom, but Harry placed a hand on him. Let me handle this, he said calmly, gazing at Malfoy hovering above. Harry mounted his broom, rolling up his sleeves and hiking his pant legs to his knees, revealing the reinforced tendon ports. With a powerful push from his legs, he ascended into the air. Hermione shouted from below, Don't do this. You get expelled. Ignoring her, Harry reached the same altitude as Malfoy. Observing him as beads of sweat trickled down his face, his hands trembling, unable to meet Harry's gaze. I warned you, pup, Harry declared, locking eyes with Malfoy. If it weren't for your youth, I would not spare you. Malfoy immediately veered towards the castle, and as Harry watched him flee, he felt an innate understanding of flight. As if he had been born to soar. Like an arrow released from a bow, Harry darted towards Malfoy, swiftly closing the distance, activating a state of heightened awareness. Everything around him seemed to slow. He reached out, snatching the memory ball from Malfoy's grasp and stowing it in his pocket. As the world resumed its pace, Malfoy realized the ball had vanished. Stunned, he felt a firm grip on his head, yanked from his broom. No, what are you doing? You can't kill me. It's illegal. Malfoy writhed in panic, but Harry's hold was unyielding as he flew towards the grassy area designated for flying lessons. 2 meters above the ground, he leaped from his broom, slamming Malfoy's face into the earth to halt his descent. Lifting Malfoy's face from the dirt, he locked eyes with him. Dog pup. For the second time. And then, in a terrifying moment witnessed by a bloodied Malfoy, Harry forcefully slammed his head into the ground. Once, twice, before throwing him down flat, revealing a blade. Malfoy's swollen eyes widened in horror as he scrambled backward in a desperate attempt to escape. Harry's foot pressed down on his back, the blade slowly piercing his collarbone. Harry, what are you doing? Ron and Hermione, along with several Slytherins, rushed over, witnessing the harrowing scene. Ron hurried to restrain Harry, while Hermione joined him, and the Slytherins quickly dragged Malfoy away, their expressions filled with shock at the state of his face as they looked fearfully at Harry. You are finished. Malfoy's father is on the school board. You will undoubtedly be expelled. Pansy shouted at Harry. He gazed at her and then raised his hand, making an obscene gesture. Foul scum, Pansy. Chapter 10. This is an assignment. What did you say? Pansy could scarcely believe her ears. I said foul scum. Pansy, is that clear enough for you? You wretched fool? Harry looked at her, his words laced with disdain. Get your mongrel self out of my sight, you insufferable wench. Pansy's face flushed crimson as she struggled to respond, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. You monster. You are nothing but a beast. Use some force, wench. Your insults are as feeble as a spoiled childess. Harry yawned nonchalantly in bed, his words scarcely capable of ruffling anyone. Filthy language poured from Harry's lips, his education in the Night City endowing him with an astonishing vocabulary. Harry Potter. Professor McGonagall approached. How dare you? She had witnessed Harry grasping Malfoy's head and had just overheard his words. She now resembled an enraged lion. How dare you engage in such behavior? Professor. It was Malfoy and his lot who. Silence, Mr. Weasley. Harry, come with me. Pansy, Crabbe, Goyle, escort Mr. Malfoy to the infirmary, quickly. Professor McGonagall strode purposefully towards the headmaster's office, and Harry followed closely behind. Pansy, with a smug expression, hurriedly joined the other Slytherin students to lift Malfoy towards the infirmary. Lemon sherbet. Professor McGonagall led Harry to a massive stone beast, uttering a password. The stone creature moved aside, revealing a spiral staircase before them. Ascending the staircase, they arrived at the headmaster's office. McGonagall knocked on the door and entered. "Headmaster, this matter requires your serious attention," McGonagall said sternly to Dumbledore. "I understand. Please, you may step outside," an aged, wise voice responded. McGonagall nodded and exited, leaving Harry face to face with Dumbledore. "Have a seat, Harry." Dumbledore gestured toward the chair placed before him. Harry sat, scrutinizing Dumbledore, bracing himself for the old man's intentions. However, the moment he locked eyes with Dumbledore, he felt that familiar sensation of memories being unearthed, only to be swiftly obstructed by the cortical implants. This time, something else seemed to penetrate his implants, but it quickly retreated. Harry's expression darkened, and a blade sprang from his arm, thrusting menacingly towards Dumbledore. "Do you wish to meet your maker?" Dumbledore remained unfazed, calmly soothing Harry. "Steady now, my child. Remain calm. Would you like a sweet?" He extended a confection to Harry. "Very good, Harry, very good. Suppress your anger. Do not allow rage to dominate you." Dumbledore regarded Harry with satisfaction. "Though I do not comprehend how you have come to be this way, deep within, you are still the kind-hearted Harry." Harry was utterly bewildered by the old man's words. Kind-hearted? Was there any semblance of that within him? He was the bloodthirsty prodigy of the Haywood district, the youngest mercenary. Did kindness have any relevance to him? Dumbledore found himself utterly unable to discern Harry's thoughts, and thus opted to change the subject. "Harry, your actions this time have been excessive," he remarked. "He is still just a child." "I spared his life," Harry retorted indifferently. Observing Harry's obstinate demeanor, Dumbledore rubbed his temples in frustration and continued, "You must apologize to him. Professor Snape will accompany you." "Apologize? What are you talking about, old man? Do you have any grasp of the circumstances?" Harry's expression shifted as he regarded Dumbledore, who began to morph in Harry's mind into a sycophantic figure, one who appeared more dangerous than the company dogs, willing to cross any line for personal gain. "Oh, you misunderstand me," Dumbledore quickly countered upon noticing Harry's expression. "The harm you inflicted on Mr. Malfoy is considerable, both physically and emotionally." He paused before adding, "You are both students of Slytherin, and barring any unforeseen events, you will be together in studies for the next 7 years. The relationships among classmates are vital at your age, so—" All right, I understand," Harry interjected, uninterested in the lengthy lecture from the elder. "But that group, including Malfoy, must apologize to Ron, Hermione, Neville, and Petunia." "I can agree to that. I shall personally convey their apologies," Dumbledore acquiesced readily. "Then I have no further business. So I shall take my leave," Harry declared, rising to depart. "To speak frankly, there is indeed one more matter," Dumbledore observed, gazing at Harry. "I have heard that Professor Quirrell summons you to his office almost daily." Harry resumed his seat, grabbing a few sweets from Dumbledore's desk and popping them into his mouth. "Yes, he drones on about some nonsense concerning the Philosopher's Stone." Dumbledore's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he contemplated this, and then turned his gaze toward Harry. "Therefore, I hope you can keep an eye on him and report to me the daily variations in his so-called story about the Philosopher's Stone. Is this a commission?" Harry's tone grew serious. "If you perceive it that way, it can indeed be considered a commission," Dumbledore nodded. "Then what is the compensation? How much will I receive?" Harry's tone shifted to one of earnestness, reminiscent of his demeanor in Night City. "Compensation?" Dumbledore was momentarily taken aback by Harry's query, but quickly regained his composure. "Rest assured, there will be a satisfactory reward for you." "Very well, I shall accept this task," Harry concluded, trusting that Dumbledore would not deceive him. As he still appeared to be a child, he did not dwell on it further and agreed. "I shall await your good news," Harry said as he stood, waved, and exited the headmaster's office. Behind him, Dumbledore remained seated and called out, "Severus, how goes it?" From the shadows emerged Snape, regarding Dumbledore with uncertainty. Diagnostic magic reveals that Harry is in excellent health, remarkably so. However, under magical probing, many aspects of his physical state appear amiss. Specifically, it seems that 60% of his body is not his own, resembling something artificial. "Is this so?" Dumbledore lowered his head. "What has transpired? And why have you become this way, Harry?" Snape cast a sidelong glance at Dumbledore and inquired, "What do you intend to do with him?" "I have faith in him." Snape scoffed coldly, departing the headmaster's office, leaving Dumbledore to ponder in solitude upon his chair. Chapter 11. Quirrell, a toy for first-year students at Hogwarts. Harry exited the headmaster's office, his mind swirling with the task entrusted to him by Dumbledore. Although he felt a twinge of discontent, he acknowledged the necessity of fulfilling his duty. The next step was to devise a strategy to extract more information from Quirrell. In the afternoon, as was customary, Quirrell summoned Harry into his office. This time, however, Quirrell wasted no time and directly asked, "I have heard that you were called to Professor Dumbledore's office for standing up for your classmates?" Harry, recognizing the ulterior motive behind this blunt inquiry, understood that Quirrell sought to sow discord and entangle him with his faction. If an 11-year-old child felt wronged and was confronted in such a manner, he would likely fall into Quirrell's trap. "Indeed, Professor Quirrell," Harry replied, masking his discomfort with a facade of resilience as he sat in the chair. "Come now, my boy. Have some warm milk," Quirrell offered, extending a cup of hot milk toward Harry. "I understand your grievances. Perhaps I can offer you some solace regarding what Dumbledore has said." Seeing an opportunity, Harry accepted the milk but refrained from drinking it, gripping the cup tightly. He lowered his head, his voice slightly choked, yet a faint smile tugged at his lips. "It was my friend who was bullied. I merely stood up for him. Dumbledore insisted it was my fault and even compelled me to apologize to them." He set the milk aside, wiping his eyes with his arm, continuing to feign distress. "Woe is me. Oh, poor child. How could Dumbledore act thus?" Quirrell patted Harry's shoulder, his words dripping with false camaraderie. "Have something to eat. Do not cry." Harry accepted the cookies Quirrell offered, keeping his head down to shield Quirrell's gaze, stealthily stashing the cookies in his sleeve while pretending to chew audibly, reddening his eyes before raising his head and sincerely expressing, "Thank you, Professor. I merely did what any professor ought to do." Quirrell nodded. "Do you know why Dumbledore treats you in such a manner? Is it not disheartening to think so poorly of the headmaster?" "Don't worry, Harry. He is a hypocritical man. Do you not agree?" "Indeed, he is a hypocrite," Harry responded, visibly aligning himself with Quirrell's sentiment. "Then do you comprehend the reason behind your treatment?" Quirrell asked earnestly, resting his hands on Harry's shoulders. "It is because you lack the formidable power of those other students. Their families possess greater strength. Thus that hypocritical old man favors them." Harry seemed to grasp something profound as he lifted his gaze towards Quirrell, his eyes reddened. "Professor," he said, his voice no longer trembling, "you are a professor. Is there any way for me to become strong enough to never be treated like this again?" A flicker of delight danced in Quirrell's eyes. "Do you recall the tale I shared about the Philosopher's Stone? It possesses the power to make you formidable." "But you said that was merely a story," Harry countered. "I have come to realize that the Philosopher's Stone is indeed real and resides within this very school." Harry stared at Quirrell in astonishment. "It truly exists?" "Yes, Harry, right here in this school. It can grant you wealth and power, ensuring you will never be subjected to such treatment again." "Professor, I wish to find a Philosopher's Stone," Harry asserted, his determination palpable. "Good lad. Let's strive together to uncover the stone." Quirrell affectionately ruffled Harry's hair, his voice brimming with joy. As Harry exited the office, Quirrell appeared to regain his composure, stammering a farewell. Returning to the dormitory, Harry fed the cookie he had hidden in his sleeve to Hedwig, pondering Quirrell's words. "It seems I must investigate further. This is beyond the scope of my assignment, and the pretense has gone too far." Resolving to visit the library, Harry rose from his bed and made his way there. "Wait, you want me to join the Quidditch team?" Harry found himself confronted by Professor Snape, who stood before him, holding a long rectangular box. "This is a request from Dumbledore. He wishes to ascertain whether Quirrell harbors ulterior motives," Snape stated, his expression impassive, even slightly clenched. All right. Tell that old man that Quirrell is already aware the Philosopher's Stone is at the school, and inform him that joining the Quidditch team comes at a different price." Harry rubbed his forehead. "This is your reward for joining the Quidditch team," Snape said, handing the box to Harry. "What is this?" "A broomstick." With those final words, Snape turned and departed, leaving no room for inquiry. "Wow, this looks impressive." Harry ran his fingers along the broomstick shaft, feeling its exceptional quality, far surpassing those antiquated models from his flying lessons. Knock, knock, knock. As Harry examined the broomstick, the dormitory door was rapped upon. He opened it to find an upperclassman with large teeth standing before him. "I am Marcus Flint, the captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team. According to the headmaster, you have been exceptionally selected to join us, and I must ascertain your worthiness. Now." Harry followed Marcus to the Quidditch pitch, where another player awaited them with a box at his feet. "Darian, is everything prepared?" "Ready," came a response. "One keeper will guard the goal. No introduction needed. 2 beaters will strike the bludgers to knock them away from our side." Marcus indicated towards the slightly smaller black balls. "Lastly, we have a seeker, who is responsible for catching the golden snitch. Capturing the snitch earns the team 150 points and concludes the match immediately." Marcus pointed at the smallest golden ball. Our team is now complete, so for the moment, you can only serve as a substitute. However, the headmaster has specifically requested that you participate in this year's match. Therefore, we have decided to appoint you as the backup seeker. On the field, several balloons are arranged unevenly to form a course. Your task is to burst them at your utmost speed and demonstrate your skill. Should your performance prove inadequate, I shall request Professor Snape to withdraw you from the team. Do you understand? Yes, Harry replied, mounting the broom prepared by Marcus. With a whoosh, he shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, shattering all the balloons at an astonishing speed before halting in front of Marcus. Did I pass? Understood. Harry turned and departed. Marcus stood still, his mind in turmoil. Headmaster, your passion for Quidditch is undeniable. In the basement, Snape, who was preparing potions for the infirmary, suddenly sneezed. Chapter 12. The night's adventure around midnight. Harry, who had not been able to visit the library due to various matters that morning, opened his eyes from his bed. All right, time to get to work. He dressed quietly and stealthily exited the dormitory. The corridor from his dormitory to the outside was just as he had anticipated, completely deserted. I recall the library is on the second floor. Harry held the dragon in his hands. Although he could not fire it, he could certainly threaten anyone who discovered him. As for why he didn't use magic, the spells he had mastered thus far were insufficient to incapacitate someone directly. He successfully reached the second floor. The library was in sight, but locked. Just as Harry was about to remove his earrings in preparation to give the magical world a muggle shock, a hand clapped on his shoulder. With a swift motion, Harry activated the stun spell, raising the dragons but against the intruder. But when he turned to see the person's face, he halted the swing of the weapon just beside their temple. The spell ended, and a gust of wind tousled the person's hair. Ron? Hermione? What are you doing here? Harry discreetly put away the dragon and feigned innocence. After we saw you leave Professor Quirrell's office, he suddenly went mad, talking to himself. He even mentioned something called the Philosopher's Stone. Ron wanted to check what connection that stone has with you, worried that Quirrell might harm you, so? And you are? He dragged it out, Hermione remarked, giving Ron a smack on the back of the head, jolting him back to reality. Ah, yes, Harry, what about you? No need to make such a fuss. Hermione instructed Harry to step aside, then raised her wand, uttering, Alohomora. The locked door was instantly unlocked. Harry's eyes widened in astonishment. This is useful. No more troublesome unlocking for stealth missions. He immediately inquired, can you teach me this? Of course, no problem. However, our current task should be to locate this Philosopher's Stone. We could discuss this later, Hermione readily agreed, while Ron stood beside them like a mere mascot, gently hanging the lock on the door. The three of them stealthily entered the library, gazing at the mountain of books before them. Ron began to fret, lamenting the sheer volume of tomes. We want to be able to finish this by tomorrow morning. Chilo had mentioned that the Philosopher's Stone could bestow endless wealth and life, and being an alchemical creation, it must surely reside in the alchemy section. Hermione, quickly tell me where the alchemy section is. Follow me, she urged. The two followed Hermione as she navigated through the labyrinth of shelves, eventually arriving at a colossal bookcase where they commenced their search. The Origins of Alchemy? Not this one. I've already read it, and it doesn't mention the Philosopher's Stone. Introduction to Alchemy? Oh, something so profound could not possibly be an introduction. Ron, do think critically. The love-hate relationship of the greatest alchemist and the most powerful wizard. Why on earth does such a book exist? Modern alchemists? I haven't read this one. Let us check it out. Alas, none of the books contained any reference to the Philosopher's Stone. Hermione slumped over the table, her hair frizzing in frustration. Sorry. Harry, we didn't find anything. It's all right. I should have anticipated this. If it were truly such a significant object, it wouldn't be carelessly placed in the library. Harry sighed, tapping his head in exasperation at his own lack of foresight. Well, there's actually one place we haven't searched yet. Ron interjected. You mean the restricted section? Absolutely not. That would be a blatant violation of school rules. Hermione firmly opposed. Guess what we're doing right now? Ron retorted after a brief silence. Ultimately, the trio resolved to venture into the restricted section. Stealthily, they approached a large iron door. Harry gazed at the sign indicating the restricted section, then scrutinized the plain lock on the door, lost in contemplation. You call this lackluster place the restricted section? If there's any place that qualifies, it must be this, Hermione asserted confidently. Even my home-s bathroom is more secure than this, Harry remarked, covering his face. Is this security method designed to keep people from realizing there's something extraordinary inside? Alohomora. Hermione incanted, and the lock clicked open. The trio stepped into the restricted section, which was nearly identical in layout to the outside, save for the fact that every book bore either indecipherable titles or was bound in chains. each possessing its own peculiarities. They rummaged through the alchemy section marked in the restricted area, with Hermione retrieving a large black tome titled An Introduction to Soul Alchemy. Ron pulling down a chained book with an illegible title, while Harry selected the history of alchemy in seclusion. The ancient alchemists believed that alchemy possessed the power to transmute all things. They transformed clay into gold and conjured forests from flames. Yet, their thirst for knowledge grew insatiable, leading them to delve into deeper mysteries, where souls were wrenched from their corporeal forms. Hermione began to peruse a tome, her entire being seemingly transcending into a state of ecstasy. Ethereal blue light enveloped her, her eyes reddening with strain, and the words she uttered became increasingly indistinct. Should a panel have been present to scrutinize her, one would surely witness the ominous inscription of sanity dwindling above her head. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from the book in Ron's grasp, yet he found himself unable to close it. Harry, startled, turned to see Hermione snap back to reality. They exchanged bewildered glances before hastening to assist Ron in shutting the book. "I'm so sorry. I messed up," Ron lamented, looking quite disheartened. "Don't blame yourself. Who knew the restricted section contained such treacherous texts?" Harry reassured him, patting his shoulder. "Hermione, are you all right?" he inquired, noticing her dazed expression as he waved his hand in front of her. "Oh, I'm fine." Hermione shook her head, regaining her composure. "We must leave quickly, or Filch will soon arrive." "What was that sound just now?" A distant voice echoed. "Oh dear, come help me, please." "Meow, run." The trio disregarded the scattered books on the floor and hastily fled, though Hermione clutched the book on soul alchemy tightly. They sprinted madly, just as they exited the library. Darkness enveloped them for an instant before clarity returned. Before them lay a corridor resembling the one outside the library, culminating in an ordinary wooden door. They dashed through it and braced against the door. I don't think we're safe yet," Ron stammered, his legs quaking. "What a robust creature," Harry remarked, noting that the bullets had merely incapacitated one head of the three-headed dog, while the electrical surge had only knocked it to the ground. As he retrieved a box of bullets from his waist-mounted device and prepared to reload, Hermione restrained his hand, and Ron pointed to a previously unnoticed trapdoor on the floor. Hidden beneath the massive canine. Something must lie beneath that trapdoor. Should we investigate? Let us not, Ron. Who knows what other strange entities might dwell below? And it's far too late for such risks, Hermione replied, tucking the book securely into her arms, hands on her hips, with both of her companions conceding. They exited the room, only to be met with another moment of darkness, followed by immediate clarity. Hermione and Ron remained oblivious to any anomalies, while Harry felt an unsettling sensation, as though some malevolent force were guiding them toward destinations they wished to avoid. Meanwhile, in the highest tower of Hogwarts, within the headmaster's chamber, Dumbledore observed the figures of the three students through a crystal ball, one hand indulging in confectionery while the other stilled its spellcasting. Chapter 13. The Night Before Halloween. Since that fateful night, Harry and his companions embarked on several nocturnal escapades. Yet each venture was thwarted by an array of unforeseen mishaps, just as they were on the verge of uncovering a clue. Harry began to suspect that some unknown fool was meddling with their endeavors. Meanwhile, Hermione's spirit during these nightly excursions waned progressively, leading Harry to fear that she might succumb to exhaustion at any moment. Thus the nocturnal adventures gradually came to a halt. The corridors were permeated with the delightful aroma of roasted pumpkins, and within the great hall, pumpkin pies occasionally found their way onto the tables prematurely due to the overwhelming preparations, only to vanish in an instant. Nevertheless, a certain savior, fond of the charm of the Sign Whiston, consistently managed to snag a piece before it disappeared. "Would you like a slice?" Harry inquired, presenting 2 pieces of the pie he had casually retrieved to Hermione and Ron. Thanks," Ron mumbled, his mouth full of pumpkin pie, his gratitude muffled as he chewed. Harry turned to Hermione, sensing an unusual change in her demeanor over the past few days. Regardless of whether she was dining or attending lessons, she clutched a notebook tightly. With the enhanced vision granted by his activated Eye of Insight, he observed a blue luminescence emanating from the notebook, gradually seeping into Hermione's mind. Harry contemplated taking the notebook from her, but it proved futile. Removing it rendered her vacant and unresponsive. Reluctantly, he returned it to her, reasoning that at least with it, she could maintain some semblance of normalcy. With no classes scheduled for Slytherin that morning, an elder named Dung summoned Harry through a certain bat to inquire about recent events. While Hermione and Ron hastily finished their meal, aware that Gryffindor had Professor Flitwick's Charms class that morning. In Charms class, Professor Flitwick stood atop a pile of books, awaiting the arrival of all students. "All right, now we shall commence," he announced, waving his wand. A box beside him sprang open, releasing feathers that floated before each student. I believe you are now capable of levitating objects, he declared, waving his wand toward an ink bottle, which gracefully ascended into the air. Every student diligently practiced, yet no matter how loudly they uttered their incantations, the feathers remained obstinately still, save for Seamus, whose feather met an explosive fate. Hermione continued to gaze intently at her notebook, while Ron contorted himself in various poses, striving to make his feather lift off the table, with evident futility. "Oh, Hermione, could you please stop fixating on that notebook?" Ron implored, leaning across the table to catch her attention. Receiving no response, he had a rare moment of insight. Completing Professor Flitwick's task would earn them points, which might entice her. Hermione took the bait, slowly setting her notebook aside, her eyes shimmering with a blue glow. A triangular shape encircled her pupils, where a central rod was entwined by two serpents, and atop the rod, a pair of wings extended. The entire image radiated a sense of harmonious balance, a perfect symmetry that captivated the very essence of beauty. She remained silent, her gaze fixed on the feather before her. Extending her finger, she deftly flicked it, causing the feather to rise gracefully and hover in midair. Professor Flitwick leaped down from his pile of books and hurried over, his eyes sparkling with delight at the sight. "Perfect, absolutely perfect. Look, everyone, an exquisite display of silent, wandless magic. My dear, you are a genius. Gryffindor earns an additional 30 points." Hermione said nothing, still concealing her face behind her notebook, and the feather gradually lost its levitation, drifting down towards the table. Ron's eyes widened in astonishment. He felt quite displeased by Hermione's indifference, but recognizing that she would hardly listen to him at this moment, he retorted, "If you love watching so much, find a quiet place to do it. This is quite bothersome." He then strode away. "A quiet place?" Hermione murmured to herself, pausing for a moment before turning and walking in a specific direction. Meanwhile, Harry, summoned by an elder, found himself in the headmaster's office undergoing interrogation. Dumbledore slid a bowl of sweets towards Harry and brewed a cup of red tea, sweetening it with 10 sugar cubes before handing it to him. Hey, I believe there are numerous ways to end my life. There's no need for such dramatics," Harry remarked, his expression slightly contorted as he gazed at the tea, almost thickened to a honey-like consistency. "Any new developments regarding Quirrell?" Dumbledore nodded, popping a sweet into his mouth, choosing not to elaborate on Quirrell, but instead shifting the conversation. "And what about you and your friends? How far have you progressed in your investigation of the Philosopher's Stone?" Harry straightened, fixing his gaze on the elderly wizard. "Are you spying on me?" No, do not misunderstand. This is merely concern for my dear students," Dumbledore replied. "Do not twist my words." Harry's arm bristled with tension, the mantis blade poised and ready. "Monitoring my life is beyond the realm of your responsibilities." Calm down, Harry," Dumbledore raised a hand in a calming gesture. "I am merely concerned about your nocturnal escapades. I truly have no ill intentions. Was it you who caused me to suddenly black out and appear in another corridor?" You are remarkably perceptive, Harry, astoundingly so," Dumbledore applauded. "It was indeed my doing. However, I shall compensate you with an extra fee for these additional tasks," he added, glancing at the mantis blade that was inches from his forehead. "On the 4th floor, that secret chamber, I trust you encountered that large dog. You certainly gave it quite a beating. Our guardian of the hunting grounds has been rather distressed. So what is your plan?" Harry suspected the old wizard harbored ulterior motives. "Are you certain he will take the bait?" "He will undoubtedly take the bait," Dumbledore replied, his eyes glimmering with excitement. "The plan is sound, albeit perilous," Harry said, rubbing his fingers together. "And one last piece of advice. On the path of exploring the soul, do not stray into the wrong avenues." Chapter 14. The Charging Method of Energy Traversal. "Take your time," Harry replied, not feeling particularly rushed. After all, aside from Quirrell, Hogwarts appeared relatively safe at the moment. Malfoy and his associates had just been discharged from the hospital and were unlikely to seek trouble with her. Most likely, Hermione had simply retreated to another location to read. It was hardly conceivable that a creature from the books had abducted her. There is no need to rush. She is unlikely to hold it against you. Harry contemplated Hermione's current state and assured Ron that she was probably just seeking a quiet place to read. Upon hearing this, Ron felt somewhat reassured, yet guilt still gnawed at him. Harry, perceptive to Ron's feelings, understood his thoughts and suggested that if he truly felt remorse, he should offer a proper apology the next time they encountered her. Just as Harry was relishing his meal, Professor Quirrell burst through the doors of the Great Hall. Panic etched across his face, his turban askew, gasping for breath. He turned to Dumbledore and exclaimed, "There's a troll in the dungeons. I thought you knew. With that, he collapsed unconscious. A moment of stunned silence enveloped the hall before chaos erupted. Harry and Ron distinctly heard Hermione's roommate mention that Hermione was still in the dungeons, claiming she had gone there to study. Have I truly been cursed with a loose tongue? Harry mused, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. Ron seized Harry's arm and urged, "We must find her. She will undoubtedly be in danger alone." Harry shot Ron a sideways glance, chuckling softly. "You do have a bit of responsibility, don't you?" Together, they made their way through the throng of students. As they navigated the crowd toward the dungeons, they noticed a figure ascending to the 4th floor. Is that Snape? What would he be up to? However, Harry quickly dismissed such thoughts, focusing instead on the urgent task of locating Hermione. He halted Ron's curiosity and continued pulling him toward the basement. "Oh my goodness, what an awful stench!" Ron exclaimed, pinching his nose, while Harry grimaced in disgust. They peeked around the corner to discover the source of the foul odor. A colossal figure nearing 4 meters in height, its skin resembling a mass of jagged rocks. With a head disproportionately small for its massive body, akin to a grape atop a pumpkin, dragging an enormous wooden club, which appeared larger than Ron himself. The troll wandered aimlessly before halting beside a door. It glanced inside and decided to enter. Harry and Ron immediately rushed forward, crouching by the door to observe. Just then, they spotted a familiar figure hunched over a desk, engrossed in her book. Before Ron could even call out, Harry dashed forward, reaching out to push Hermione, only to be thwarted by an invisible barrier. Hermione remained utterly oblivious to the events unfolding around her, absorbed in her reading as the troll raised its club, preparing to strike at her and Harry. "Wingardium Leviosa," Ron shouted, brandishing his wand and casting the spell at the troll's club. The weapon soared into the air, leaving the troll, with its pitifully small brain, utterly bewildered, staring at its empty hand in confusion at the sudden disappearance of its weapon. As Harry activated the Sion Wasteland, time seemed to slow in his perception. He drew his Dragon Slayer and unleashed a barrage of gunfire at the giant creature. The bullets infused with high-voltage electricity hurtling toward it. Before the projectiles reached their target, Harry's arm extended, revealing the mantis blade, which he used as a mountaineering staff, plunging it into the giant's hide as he swiftly ascended, perched upon the creature's neck. He relentlessly slashed at its carotid artery and vital organs until he saw the neck cleaved halfway. From his pocket, he retrieved a grenade, removed the safety pin, and inserted it into the gaping wound of the giant's neck. With a powerful leap off the creature's back, he landed just as the effects of Sion Wasteland began to wane. The bullets penetrated the giant's body, the electricity paralyzing it, while the severed artery sprayed a foul torrent of blood into the air. Finally, with a thunderous explosion, the grenade detonated, obliterating the giant's neck and chest into a mass of flesh, causing its immense body to sway before crashing to the ground. Ron, unable to maintain his grip on the wooden club, let it fall with a dull thud. "What just happened?" he asked, bewildered. Hermione's blue barrier dissipated, revealing the more pronounced emblem of the twin serpents on her wand, though she appeared invigorated. Hermione gasped, startled by the sight of the giant's mangled corpse. "What is this?" "A giant, presumably let in by Quirrell," Harry replied, wiping the blood from the mantis blade, which seemed to convey a sense of revulsion to him. "What on earth happened? How could you not notice the giant entering, especially with that shield around you?" Ron, utterly exhausted, sat on the ground and inquired of Hermione. "We thought you were missing and came to find you." "I was just. What were you all doing?" Hermione exclaimed. "Oh, Merlin, Professor McGonagall, accompanied by several other professors, arrived, equally shocked at the sight of the giant's remains. You actually killed a giant?" she said incredulously. Merlin's beard. "You are fortunate to have survived its wrath." Professor Snape inspected the giant's carcass before approaching Harry. "You did this, did you not? The explosion, the bullets, the knife wounds, these are all you're doing." "It was me," Harry admitted, sheathing the mantis blade as he met Professor Snape's gaze. "My goodness, do you comprehend how perilous this is? Without those weapons, you could have lost your life." McGonagall exclaimed as she hurried to Harry, checking for injuries. "Are you hurt?" "No." "Professor," Harry replied obediently, allowing her to inspect him, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor towards certain other professors. At that moment, Hermione, who had been silent in the corner, spoke up. "It was my fault, Professor McGonagall. They were looking for me. I came to confront the giant. I know a lot about them and thought I could defeat it." McGonagall crossed her arms, looking at Hermione with a mixture of concern and exasperation. "Oh, foolish girl. How could you believe you could take on such a massive creature alone?" she chided, gently rapping her fingers against Hermione's forehead. "Enough of this," McGonagall said sternly. "Because of this incident, Gryffindor will lose 5 points." She then turned her attention to Harry and Ron. Though your actions were rather reckless. Few first-year students can confront a giant and emerge victorious. Harry, you have secured 15 points for Slytherin, and Ron, you have earned 10 points for Gryffindor. Now, you may leave. The trio exited the dungeon, and Ron, clearly feeling somewhat awkward around Hermione, eventually uttered an apology. Harry remained silent, suddenly realizing that the energy of the transitory force had changed. The reading had shifted from transitory energy, 01 to transitory energy, 401. This reminded him that during the initial transition, there had seemingly been no energy at all until he had slain that owl, at which point the energy had increased by 01. In that moment, he seemed to comprehend something profound. Was this transitory energy linked to the creatures he had killed? Harry extended his hand, formed a fist, and playfully tapped Ron on the head, while Hermione pinched Ron's arm, causing him to grimace in pain. Yet, the three of them erupted into laughter simultaneously. Being surrounded by a few uncomplicated souls, devoid of scheming and the fear of betrayal, felt rather pleasant, Harry mused. Chapter 15. Preparations before the Quidditch match. It began to snow. Harry stood in the courtyard of the school, extending his hand to catch the drifting snowflakes. This scene was particularly rare in Night City, where years of air pollution had led to climate warming and natural snowfall had never graced its grounds. Harry recalled witnessing an affluent company orchestrating artificial snow for a young girl's birthday during a covert mission. The girl had joyfully believed it to be genuine snowfall and bounced around in delight. Harry opened his mouth, catching a snowflake. The icy sensation was refreshing. In truth, this place wasn't too bad. No giant corporations, no ubiquitous homeless individuals, no mountains of rubbish, and certainly no psychotic cybernetic disturbances, though there was a rather peculiar figure. A mysterious individual known as Voldemort, who was indeed more deranged than any lunatic. Harry, it's time to train. Ever since Marcus discovered Harry's exceptional talent, he had taken a keen interest in Harry's training, always greeting him with a warm smile and showing considerable care towards him, as if he were a living Quidditch trophy. 3 minutes and 55 seconds. Harry, you are simply incredible. I dare say your talent is unmatched among all Quidditch players throughout history, Marcus exclaimed, glancing at the enchanted stopwatch in his hand and patting Harry on the shoulder. 3 minutes and 55 seconds was nearly twice as fast as Slytherin's Seeker. When does the match begin? Harry was genuinely intrigued by the Quidditch match, as the sensation of flying was indeed exhilarating. 2 weeks from Saturday, Marcus replied. It's Slytherin versus Gryffindor, and Professor Snape specifically requested your participation, so you must give it your all this time. Marcus's eyes sparkled with the fervor of a Quidditch Cup trophy. Understood. You startle me. Harry took a sip of juice, placing the cup down as he inquired. What is this? We have heard that you are to become a Seeker, and in order to ensure you excel in your first match, here is some knowledge regarding Quidditch fouls and other pertinent information. Hermione cast a discontented glance at Ron, who, aware that you were playing for Gryffindor, was reluctant to allow her to lend you the book. No matter, Harry understood Ron's behavior at that age, and he turned to glance at the tome, which was thicker than his arm, swallowing hard. Yes, you must read all of it, Hermione asserted with conviction. Oh dear, Harry began, tracing a cross over his chest in prayer that he would not perish beneath the weight of the reading. By the way, has there been any news regarding the Philosopher's Stone? Harry opted to change the subject. There is no useful information. We have consulted numerous books and inquired with many individuals, and we unexpectedly gleaned a bit of insight from Hagrid. But before we could ask further, we were ushered out, Hermione explained, casting a dubious glance at Snape, who was seated at the staff table. To be honest, I suspect that Snape might know something about it. The last time I saw him, he seemed to be conversing with someone and mentioned that object. It probably has nothing to do with Snape, though he does not seem like a good person. He could be quite reliable in certain matters, and old Dumbledore seems to trust him, Harry mused, believing Snape to be relatively trustworthy and thus not opposed to helping him with a troublesome situation. Dumbledore can be mistaken at times, Ron interjected at that moment. Harry shot Ron a glance, then looked at Hermione, who shared his skepticism and decided to abandon the topic. All right, let us leave it at that. He resolved to drop the matter of defending Snape, uncertain of whom Snape had offended, for he always seemed to be the first suspect in any misfortune. However, currently, Quirrell was the focal point. He undoubtedly harbored issues, as Dumbledore had acknowledged. No, your immediate focus should be on Quidditch, Hermione pointed to the Quidditch book on the table. All right, I understand. You are just like Madame Pants. Harry resignedly opened the book before him. Madame Pants? Hermione inquired, puzzled by the name, but she did not linger on it. By the way, Harry, this is from Hagrid, Ron said as he handed Harry the large bag he had been carrying. Hagrid mentioned he made some pumpkin pasties and other flavored rock cakes for you to try. Please thank Hagrid for me, Harry said, opening the bag to find it brimming with rock cakes. And thank you both for your assistance. It's nothing. Well, shall we be off? After Hermione and Ron departed, Harry munched on a rock cake while perusing the book. To his surprise, he found it rather engaging, contrary to his previous notions of it being dull. Tales of referees mysteriously disappearing in the Sahara Desert, players being cursed to run naked across the pitch during award ceremonies, and one fellow who particularly enjoyed advertising while giving acceptance speeches fully satisfied Harry's unexpectedly burgeoning curiosity. It seems that absurdity exists in every age, Harry mused. Potter, report to my office for detention this evening. Professor Snape, with an expressionless demeanor, addressed Harry, noting that Harry had utilized an excess of white ash in his potion making. However, Harry did not perceive this as a significant reprimand. It seemed more likely that Snape had some matter of importance to discuss with him. That evening, Harry arrived at Snape's office and happened upon the professor tending to a sizable wound on his leg, which appeared to have been inflicted by some creature. Professor, what did you summon me for? Harry inquired, deliberately ignoring the professor's injury. Adhering to the wisdom imparted to him by the Night City, do not pry into matters that do not concern him. Snape cast a sidelong glance at Harry before coolly instructing him to prepare the potion ingredients, specifying that each piece must be cut to precisely 5 inches in length, warning that any excess would render them useless. Uncertain of Snape's intentions, Harry nonetheless commenced the task of cutting the potion ingredients in order to glean further information. The magical eye, responding to Harry's request, immediately conjured a length-measuring function, enabling Harry to work swiftly. Meanwhile, Snape, who was examining the advanced potions, began to speak. What is this? Even a first-year student would perform better. You've used far too little of the sleeping draft. Surely you know that applying pressure with a silver knife on the side of the bean yields a greater amount of juice? And this is hardly commendable either. You've stirred it too many times. The hellish brew only requires 7 counterclockwise stirs before switching to clockwise. Is this a private lesson for me? Harry pondered, bemused by Snape's peculiar disposition. Nevertheless, he understood that everyone possesses their own quirks. As he continued to slice the ingredients, he listened attentively to Snape's critique, reluctantly acknowledging that the professor was indeed a genius. The potion-making techniques he had previously employed were only enhanced by Snape's superior methods, and the insights into ingredient handling were immensely beneficial. Before long, the clock struck midnight, and as Harry prepared to leave the office, Snape finally divulged pressing news. Harry, Quirrell is aware that the Philosopher's Stone has passed through Hagrid's hands. He will undoubtedly seek him out. Does that old fool wish for me to assist Hagrid? No. He desires you to subtly nudge Quirrell into our trap when the opportunity presents itself. Could you please enlighten me about the specifics of this trap? Harry inquired of Snape. Not at this time, but I can offer you a higher remuneration for your assistance. Snape retrieved a small bag from the shelf and handed it to Harry, applying the stretching spell to it, which contained 50 vials of white ash essence, funded by Dumbledore. Understanding the implications, Harry accepted the bag and promptly departed, determined to conceal his elation from Snape. Upon returning to the dormitory, Harry opened the bag to find the green potion nestled within, accompanied by a note. Upon examining it, he discovered a refined recipe for white ash potion crafted by Professor Snape, which filled him with joy. I adore you, Professor, Harry exclaimed impulsively. Achoo! Professor Snape sneezed twice vehemently before retiring to bed. Soon, the day of the Quidditch match arrived. Harry sat at the Slytherin long table, indulging in hot dogs to ensure he remained energized, while Marcus incessantly babbled beside him, prompting Harry to choose the path of indifference. At 11 o'clock, Harry entered the Slytherin locker room, donning deep green attire. Marcus was outlining each player's role, yet his tactics seemed not only dubious, but also rather unscrupulous. It was then that Harry truly grasped the essence of his captain. Marcus turned to Harry, offering a smile as he began to encourage him, to which Harry merely responded with perfunctory nods. All right, time us up. Let us go. The Quidditch Cup is ours, declared Madam Hooch. Harry mounted his broom, feeling the muscles in his body tense. As the whistle blew, he soared into the air, ascending to the heights of the pitch, eagerly awaiting the snitch. What incredible speed! Exclaimed Lee Jordan, the Gryffindor commentator. Harry's velocity is akin to that of a majestic griffin. All players took to the skies. Gryffindor's chaser, Angelina, skillfully evaded a block from Dorian and, from the blind spot of Miles, scored a goal. Gryffindor takes the lead. Lee Jordan shouted with excitement. Marcus emitted a disgruntled huff, signaling Dorian, and the two swiftly darted towards Angelina to disrupt her. Fred and George exchanged knowing glances, George raised his bat to strike the bludger towards Fred, who redirected it towards Marcus's head. Forced to evade, Marcus missed the opportunity, allowing Angelina to pass the quaffle to Spinnet. What a splendid interference and pass. Lee Jordan cheered. Spinnet charged towards the goal. With the two beaters nowhere in sight, she effortlessly scored. Gryffindor scores again. What a magnificent shot. Marcus turned to his beaters, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Forget about Bernice, the Seeker. Disrupt the opposing beaters." Lena and Evan, the Slytherin beaters, promptly shifted their focus, aiming to strike the bludger at Fred and George. As Fred prepared to send the bludger towards Marcus, Evan suddenly appeared behind him, raising his bat to strike Fred's head. George, noticing the impending hit, rushed forward to block Evan's bat with his broom, but the momentum carried him directly into Evan. The whistle blew, and George was penalized for a foul. Although Evan had intended to commit a foul, he had not fully executed it. Yet George's collision was clearly a violation of the rules. Slytherin awarded a penalty. Damn it, it was clearly Evan's foul. Those despicable Slytherins. Lee Jordan shouted furiously, while Professor McGonagall attempted to restrain him. Harry felt profoundly disheartened by Slytherin's style of play. What should have been a splendid match was mired in chaos. Were it not for the aim of luring out Quirrell, he would have preferred to forego the game altogether. After Slytherin's penalty shot, the match resumed. At that moment, a golden glimmer caught Harry's attention. He tightened his grip on the broom and dove swiftly. Bernice also spotted the golden snitch, but she was closer to it. Harry opted for the fastest method of acceleration, plunging downward, swiftly gliding past Bernice. Realizing she could not match Harry's speed, she decided to veer to the side to obstruct Harry's line of sight. Harry attempted to change direction quickly, but alas, he was a fraction too late, and the golden snitch vanished from view once more. He ascended into the air again, hoping to locate the elusive snitch. At that moment, the Nimbus 2000 beneath him began to tremble violently, akin to a frenzied bull. "Karkaroff, you will pay for this," Harry surmised, recognizing Karkaroff's interference. His seer's vision instinctively unveiled a magical transmission pathway, revealing a dark line connecting Karkaroff's eyes to Harry's broom, along with a blue path linking Harry's broom to Snape's eyes. "What is happening to him?" Hagrid observed, puzzled by Harry's apparent lack of control over his broom. Hermione and Ron, who had been watching Harry intently, noticed the change as well. While Hermione anxiously pondered their next course of action, a shadowy figure flashed through Ron's mind. He immediately shook Hermione. Is someone placing a curse on Harry's broom? Perhaps Snape. Before Ron could finish his thought, Hermione suddenly recalled something. With a glimmer of realization in her eyes, she scanned the field and indeed spotted the two magical pathways connecting Harry's broom to both Snape and Karkaroff. However, she could not yet ascertain whether there was malicious intent involved. Hermione quickly turned to Ron, suggesting that it might be Karkaroff or possibly Snape. Without waiting for Ron to inquire further, she hurried toward the stands of Karkaroff and Snape. She maneuvered through the crowd, finally reaching Karkaroff's back, and promptly set his robes ablaze. Before Karkaroff could react, she stealthily made her way towards Snape, crouching down and giving him a vigorous shove from behind. Unprepared, Snape stumbled forward, and Hermione swiftly turned to blend back into the crowd. At that moment, Harry's broom stabilized, no longer shaking erratically. His seer's vision had been monitoring Karkaroff and Snape closely and had witnessed Hermione's clever actions. "Well done," he murmured quietly to himself before refocusing on the match, intent on finding the golden snitch. Just then, the snitch darted past his face, prompting him to dive once more. Bernice, having noticed it as well, surged toward the snitch, attempting to employ the same tactic by angling her body towards Harry to obstruct his view. However, Harry refused to fall into the same trap twice. Surging forward and completely disregarding Bernice, she shifted slightly back, realizing Harry was closing in on her, and with no choice left, she had to evade. Harry had wagered correctly. He pursued with remarkable speed, nearly executing a 90-degree dive. Just before crashing to the ground, he extended his hand and seized the golden snitch, quickly pulling up again. His toes grazed the pitch before he soared into the sky. Suspended in midair, he held the golden snitch aloft, and a profound silence enveloped the crowd, which was soon replaced by a roaring cheer. Harry had not resorted to any underhanded tactics typical of Slytherin. Rather, he had captured the snitch in a manner befitting a Gryffindor, earning the admiration of all. His face flushed with exhilaration. He even brought the golden snitch close to his lips for a kiss. The match concluded with Harry Potter grasping the golden snitch, leading Gryffindor to victory. The event came to a close under Madame Hooch's voice. Chapter 17. This invisibility cloak is superior to optical camouflage. After the Quidditch match, Marcus sought to invite Harry to celebrate, but Harry declined, stating he and Ron and Hermione needed to speak with Hagrid. It was Snape. It must have been Snape. Ron asserted vehemently, displaying his unwavering prejudice against the potion's master. Not necessarily. It could also be Quirrell, Hermione interjected, having observed the magical path. I saw it. And you know Quirrell would not dare to curse Harry. What if Quirrell intended to use Harry to obtain something, hence he couldn't kill him? Ron countered. Hermione was momentarily at a loss. It was indeed a possibility. It was Quirrell, Harry remarked, setting down his half-eaten rock cake. I saw Quirrell strike first. Harry decided to tell a small lie. After all, explaining the soul piece was overly complicated. Impossible. Why would Quirrell and Snape target you? Hagrid, ever the lovable oaf, queried. Quirrell likely wants me to find the Philosopher's Stone. Harry dropped the bombshell. Hagrid's eyes widened, and he struggled to articulate a response, finally managing to say, I'll go speak with Dumbledore. Dumbledore already knows. Harry delivered another shocking revelation. Hagrid's mind seemed to be racing, and after a lengthy pause, he flopped back into his chair, concluding, Dumbledore must have his reasons. So, Hagrid, Dumbledore has informed Harry about the Philosopher's Stone. But could you enlighten us on what it truly is? Hermione seized the moment while Hagrid was lost in thought. That is a matter between Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. Flamel created the Philosopher's Stone. Why should I divulge this to you? Hagrid suddenly realized he had been ensnared by Hermione's probing questions. You needn't worry about this. Dumbledore will handle everything, understand? I suppose. Harry smiled, stuffing the remaining rock cake into his mouth as he left with Hermione and Ron, leaving Hagrid pondering Dumbledore's true intentions. Harry, aren't you cold? Ron questioned, gazing at Harry, who was still clad in his thin robes, especially as a layer of ice had formed on the lake's surface. Well, I suppose it's just the extraordinary constitution of the people from Night City. Harry smiled mysteriously, a smile that could almost be described as enigmatic. With at least 60% of his body composed of cybernetic enhancements, even his skin was lifelike, designed to encase his subdermal armor. Would he truly fear the cold? Harry, you often speak of this Night City. Where exactly is it? Ron inquired, his curiosity piqued by the mention of a city he had never heard of before. Even Hermione, when asked, admitted her ignorance of such a place. What could it possibly be? Ron sat on the chair, utterly perplexed. Soon, the holiday arrived. If Dad knew how comfortable life is here, he would surely be envious, Harry murmured, pondering why he found himself nostalgically yearning for Night City once more. Standing up, he noticed a small pile of gift boxes beside his bed, a delightful surprise, as he had not expected many gifts. Observing one of the garments, he took it in hand and held it against himself. Although he had not spent much time with Ron's mother, he felt certain that it was crafted by a lady as gentle as Mrs. Weasley. Next, he discovered a chocolate frog from Hermione and Bertie Bott's every flavor beans from Ron. To his astonishment, he found that Severus Snape had also sent him a gift, a stack of potion recipes inscribed with the words, I believe our dear Savior will undoubtedly master these and spare his poor old professor the trouble of rushing over to teach him. What a peculiar fellow. Harry muttered to himself as he picked up the last lightweight package. Upon unwrapping it, a silvery cloak, resembling liquid, cascaded to the floor. What is this? Harry pondered, lifting the item and spreading it across his hands, only to be astonished as the cloak's color rendered his hand invisible. When he draped it over his arm, his entire limb vanished. Optical camouflage? Harry contemplated as he donned the cloak, discovering that everything below his head had disappeared flawlessly. Wow, this is even more effective than optical camouflage, he exclaimed, glancing back at the box, eager to ascertain the sender's identity. Regrettably, the note inside bore no signature, merely stating that it was an invisibility cloak once belonging to his father. My father? Harry mused, somewhat bewildered, for he still knew little of his biological parents. And even Hagrid, with his tendency to divulge information, avoided the subject. Shaking off these thoughts, he carefully stored the invisibility cloak away and, after putting on the sweater gifted by Mrs. Weasley, exited the dormitory. Chapter 18. The Mirror of Ariste. Upon entering the Great Hall, Harry was immediately confronted by Fred and George, the mischievous twins clad in blue sweaters, one emblazoned with an F, the other with a G. Merry Christmas, Harry. Hey, Harry has a Weasley sweater too, they exclaimed, playfully touching his sweater before comparing it to their own, lamenting how Mrs. Weasley seemed to treat Harry with greater care than her own kin, as evidenced by the superior craftsmanship of his garment. Harry glanced at Percy, who was uncomfortably squeezed into his sweater, unable to move, and then at Ron, who, though similarly attired, could still manage some mobility. Unable to contain himself, Harry burst into laughter. The Christmas banquet was splendid, with tables laden with roasted turkeys, mountains of roasted meats and baked potatoes, all elegantly arranged upon the long tables in the hall. Beside the dining tables were wizarding poppers that could unveil an assortment of gifts. One could never ascertain what lay within, perhaps a few white mice, a top hat, or other whimsical toys. Harry engaged in a game of wizard-esque chess with Ron, but, as anticipated, he was soundly defeated by Ron's flamboyant maneuvers. Disheartened, Harry set aside the chess set, vowing never to touch it again. In the afternoon, Fred and his companions spirited Harry away for a snowball fight, during which they hurled snowballs at Quirrell's unsuspecting head. After tossing a few snowballs, Harry discreetly slipped away, leaving Fred and George to face the consequences of Quirrell's ire. The joyous hours whisked by, and before long, nightfall enveloped the castle. Sitting on his bed, Harry gazed at the invisibility cloak sent to him by an anonymous friend and suddenly perceived its potential for clever use. Wrapping the cloak around himself, he quietly exited the common room and made his way to the library, intent on further exploration. However, he did not wish to investigate Nicholas Flamel at that moment. Instead, he sought something intriguing. As he stealthily traversed the corridors, he unexpectedly encountered the fat lady, who sniffed the air for a time, wandering back and forth in confusion. Unable to detect anyone, with a quizzical tilt of her head, she eventually scampered away. Upon arriving at the library, Harry navigated towards the restricted section and, employing the unlocking charm Hermione had taught him, opened the door. He quickly located the alchemy section and began to search within. Titles such as The Comprehensive Guide to Alchemical Circles, An Introduction to Blood and Flesh Alchemy, and Enchanted Carvings caught his eye. He selected one of the volumes, pondering its potential usefulness. Upon perusing the text, he grasped the fundamental concept. One could engrave runes onto objects for enchantment. However, the reason this book was relegated to the restricted section became evident as the latter chapters delved into the intricacies of body engravings and attempts at immortality through enchantments. Exiting the library, the flickering light of Filch's oil lamp danced behind him. With plenty of time still remaining, Harry decided to wander the school a bit longer. He ascended the stairs to the 4th floor, but rather than seeking the three-headed dog, he ventured in the opposite direction, inadvertently arriving at a door. Along his path, he had encountered numerous doors, yet this one stood slightly ajar, suggesting either Filch or someone else had forgotten to close it. Or perhaps it was a clandestine invitation from an old friend. Pushing the door open, Harry stepped inside, initially perceiving nothing particularly remarkable, a dilapidated classroom cluttered with worn desks and miscellaneous items. However, he soon noticed a peculiar sight, a grand, ornate mirror that towered to the ceiling, inscribed at its top with a series of cryptic words, Eris Slart, Eru, Itubi Kafru, Down Woes. Approaching the mirror, Harry was astonished to find it utterly devoid of reflection. Surely, a mirror in this world could not demand payment for a mere glance. He took a few steps forward, facing the mirror, where shadows began to materialize, not just his own. Within the glass appeared a priest, Old Way, Mrs. Wells, and numerous dark silhouettes. He saw himself standing before the tower of Eozaka, holding the Ying Long in his hands, his feet resting upon the head of Adam's hammer. Beside him leaned a small figure, seemingly clutching a weapon reminiscent of a slaughtering shotgun. Yet it was merely a shadow, indistinguishable. Various figures stood behind him, 2 shadows even more robust than the combined weight of himself, along with a strong silhouette in a coat, leading another shadow by the hand. While many figures loomed behind him, only a few had distinct forms. The rest were mere phantoms. Ah, this dream was rather splendid. Harry gazed at the scene unfolding in the mirror, undeniably remarkable. If it were to be adapted into a film, it would surely be a commercial success. Though he wondered if Eozaka would consider such a project. Harry concluded that the mirror either revealed the future or reflected the desires harbored within one's heart. He mused about bringing Ron and Hermione to witness it next time. As he turned to leave, the image in the mirror shifted, capturing Harry's attention once more. Many figures appeared, differing from before, as he could now discern their features. The 2 individuals at the forefront appeared to be a couple. The woman, with flowing crimson hair and emerald eyes, gazed at Harry with tears streaming down her cheeks, and he felt an immediate sense of familiarity. The man, tall and slender with somewhat disheveled hair, bore a striking resemblance to Harry, his expression one of discontent as he regarded Harry's artificial blue-violet hair and earrings, causing Harry to feel a pang of guilt. With a heavy sigh, the man looked at Harry with a blend of sadness and longing. In that moment, Harry felt he was on the verge of realization. They resembled him so closely, their faces so recognizable. Facing them, he was overwhelmed by an intense familiarity. Could they be Dad? Mum? He whispered softly. The figures in the mirror smiled, and as their laughter echoed, tears continued to flow down their faces. More people gathered before the mirror, gazing at Harry, who returned their gaze with a smile of his own, a single tear escaping from the corner of his eye. He wiped it away, turned back to glance at the figures in the mirror once more, then exited the room, confronted by the darkness ahead and glancing at the book in his arms. A sudden weariness enveloped him. He found himself disinclined to wander any longer, yearning instead for rest. Upon returning to the dormitory, Harry carefully set aside the treasures of his nocturnal exploration and collapsed onto his bed. He desired nothing but sleep. For the moment he beheld the images of his parents. An overwhelming fatigue washed over him, an exhaustion he would never voice, even in the presence of the priest. How exhausting it was. Chapter 19, Old Deng. What are you up to again? Harry had never slept so soundly. He felt a profound relaxation during slumber, a stark contrast to his life as a mercenary, where he never dared to let his guard down, fearing that one day he might simply vanish in his sleep. Ah, what bliss! Harry stretched languidly on his bed, contorted his body in a few shadowy twists, then sprang from the bed like a carp, splashing cold water on his face before heading to the hall for a meal. Why didn't you take me? Ron asked, somewhat annoyed. Do not worry, I still have to go tonight. If you wish to join, wait for me at the library entrance. Harry replied. They agreed that the mirror could only reflect what one's heart desires, not the future. Do you still wish to see it? Of course. This will provide material for tonight's dreams, Ron said half-jokingly. You truly are something, Harry chuckled, amused by Ron's antics. That evening, at the library's entrance, Ron endeavored to keep his body low and remain silent, hoping not to be discovered by Filch or the patrolling teachers. Who are you? I'm not afraid of you. Harry, seizing the moment to tease, blew a breath near Ron just as he was on edge. Ah! Ron yelped, falling to the ground in fright. Harry stifled a laugh, removing the hood of his invisibility cloak to reveal his face, unable to contain his amusement. Harry! Ron exclaimed, exasperated, realizing it was all Harry's doing. He rose and waved his fists at Harry. Em sorry, Haralaft, dodging Ron's playful punches. Meow, they turned to see the fat lady elegantly grooming her paws, casting a glance at them before scampering away. Oh no, she has got to alert Filch. Ron worried, and just as he intended to flee with Harry, he saw Harry lift a layer of fabric, wrapping him up within it. Let us go, Harry urged, and together they slithered toward the 4th floor. As they ascended, the sounds of Filch and the fat lady's curious calls echoed behind them. What is that? An invisibility cloak. Ron marveled at the garment. Where did you get it? I don't know who sent it, but they claimed it belonged to my father and needed to be returned, Harry explained. I must admit, I envy your luck, Ron said. I suggest you refrain from envy unless you wish to be shot down while drinking, Harry retorted as they walked. Harry's sense of direction proved quite adept, and soon they arrived at the door of the abandoned classroom. Opening the door, the mirror stood quietly, bathed in moonlight. Harry removed the invisibility cloak, folding it neatly under his arm, and approached the mirror with Ron. Shall I go first, or you? You go ahead. After all, you discover it first, Ron said. Stepping aside from the mirror's reflection, Harry gazed into the mirror, seeing the same sight as before, him standing in front of the dilapidated tower, identical to yesterday's vision. Shaking his head, he looked again, and there were his parents, lovingly gazing at him. I'm here, Harry whispered. His parents in the mirror smiled and nodded, kneeling to meet his gaze. His mother pointed at Harry's blue-violet hair, her eyes calmly fixed on his, while his father observed the tattoo visible on Harry's chest. Harry murmured softly, and the smiles of his parents widened in the mirror. They reached out their hands, seemingly wishing to touch his head, but then paused, remembering their reflection, and gently lowered their hands. Harry exhaled, beckoning Ron to approach as he stepped back from the mirror, offering it to Ron. What did you see? Harry inquired, suspecting a distraction. Ron gazed in astonishment at the reflection. I see myself as the student council president, holding both the house cup and the Quidditch cup. I'm still the captain of the Quidditch team. He pondered, I don't know, I like these things, but they're not what I truly desire. I merely wish to excel. Ron added silently to himself. Meow. There was that cat again. Despite the allure of the Night City's feline charm, this particular cat irked Harry, who harbored considerable resentment towards Mrs. Norris. The student council president, here comes Filch. The following evening, Harry returned alone, as Ron had lost interest, declaring that no matter how he looked, it was all just an illusion that only deepened his self-doubt. Harry stood before the mirror once more, gazing at his parents, feeling a void within himself gradually filled. Even without the ability to speak or touch, he yearned to see them again, an insatiable desire consuming him. In their presence, regardless of his identity as a mercenary or a ruthless savior, he would forever remain child. On the 3rd day, he returned, sitting on the floor and looking up at his parents, when an out-of-place voice interrupted from behind. "You're back again, Harry." Before Dumbledore could finish, Harry instinctively activated the stun spell, his arm's blade extending as he propelled himself toward Dumbledore with gas jets. The blade was raised high, aimed at Dumbledore's neck. Dumbledore remained smiling. The stun spell slowed time for Harry by 75%, yet Dumbledore moved as if untouched by the spell, retrieving his wand from his pocket and gently tapping Harry's descending blade. Harry felt a tremendous force pushing him away, compelling him to deactivate the stun spell to ensure a stable landing. "Harry, there's no need for such agitation. I am not Voldemort," Dumbledore reassured, still smiling. Surprised by Dumbledore's strength, Harry was taken aback, retracting his blade and standing upright. "So what do you intend?" he asked. "Have you sensed its allure, Harry?" Dumbledore replied, touching the frame of the Mirror of Arist, evading the question. "Indeed, you placed it here." Harry crossed his arms, addressing Dumbledore. "The Mirror of Arist reveals our deepest desires, even those we have never consciously recognized. It is aware," Dumbledore continued, disregarding Harry's words. "No, that's not it. I merely inserted something. Soon, it will be your turn to gaze into it." Harry realized the old man had ulterior motives. "What trickery are you up to?" "This mirror will be moved tomorrow, Harry. You need not return. Clarify your intentions." Dumbledore offered a mysterious smile, winking at Harry before vanishing with a flourish of his robe, leaving Harry seething in frustration, alone with the empty air. Chapter 20. Finally found you. The Mirror of Arist had indeed been relocated, much to Harry's dismay. During the ensuing holiday, he refrained from his nocturnal escapades, opting instead to immerse himself in enchanted sculpting. Initially, he attempted carving on wooden blocks, but with a dismal success rate of less than 10% across a dozen attempts, he believed his work to be commendable. He then brandished a manicore knife, eager to carve upon it, only to be met with a sharp reprimand from the knife's spirit, which struck him across the face with its flat side. "Oh, in the past 2 weeks, you've ventured out at least 5 times, with your meeting point at the library entrance. Hasn't he a single person, not even for a fleeting moment, considered searching for nearly headless Nick?" Hermione exclaimed, her voice resonating with urgency, effectively rendering Ron speechless. Harry, utilizing his ability to apparate, swiftly extricated himself from the confrontation. It was evident that they were to assist Hermione in her quest for Nick, but as anticipated, their search yielded no results. "Hermione, might I propose that there is a possibility the book about Nick could be among those you dismissed?" Ron ventured cautiously. "What if we've essentially combed through all the likely texts? Perhaps there is an unexpected find?" he added, shrugging his shoulders. "Very well, let us take a look then," Hermione conceded, gesturing toward the pile of rejected books. Several flew toward her, the foremost being the turmoil of love and enmity between the greatest alchemist and the most powerful wizard. Hermione placed the book on the ground, and, as she opened the first page, Harry and Ron were startled by her sudden cough. "Ahem, what is this?" Hermione faltered, unable to contain her astonishment. The opening line of the book declared, "Nearly headless Nick, the most renowned alchemist, crafted the most potent alchemical treasure in the world, the Philosopher's Stone." It continued, "Grindelwald, the most formidable dark wizard, could also be deemed the strongest sorcerer." Hermione felt her world shift. She had not anticipated that the most crucial information would be hidden within what she had deemed a trivial novel. The Philosopher's Stone, capable of transmuting base metals into gold and granting immortality, required an astonishing quantity of souls as its material. Nick had amassed such a vast collection only due to the grim realities of the Black Death. Thus, he had succeeded in creating this pinnacle of alchemical achievement. Everything fell into place for Harry. The Philosopher's Stone must now reside within the Mirror of Arist, which in turn was secured beneath the trapdoor guarded by the 3-headed dog. Therefore, Dumbledore was likely heading to the basement to thwart Quirrell. Overwhelmed, Harry bid farewell to Hermione and Ron, rushing to the headmaster's office. At the entrance, the Stone Guardian demanded a password, which Harry bypassed entirely, using the manticore knife as a makeshift climbing tool to ascend to Dumbledore's window, rapping gently upon the glass. Sitting at his desk, indulging in sweets, Dumbledore caught sight of Harry outside the window. His eyes twitched momentarily, and after a brief hesitation, he eventually opened the window to let Harry in. Harry settled before him, fixating on Dumbledore's gaze. "Our agreement does not include sending me to confront Quirrell." "Harry, your wisdom exceeds my expectations," Dumbledore began, but Harry interrupted him. Stop. You are the most insufferable client I have ever encountered," adding conditions one after another. The last one was from a fellow named Faraday, who was equally repugnant. Harry regarded Dumbledore, feeling that the old man's incessant additions would never cease. Were it not for the fact that he was consistently compensated each time, Harry would have severed ties long ago. "Oh, might you tell me about this Faraday?" Dumbledore inquired calmly. "Do not change the subject." Harry rapped his fingers on the table, refusing to let Dumbledore divert the conversation. "I must admit, my personal inclinations have led to this error. To be honest, I wish to challenge you and your friends." "What?" Harry raised his voice. "You wish to involve Ron and Hermione as well." His irritation grew. The old man before him seemed utterly devoid of boundaries. Instead of reacting with anger to Harry's outburst, Dumbledore simply smiled with satisfaction. "Rest assured, Harry, it is merely a means of training them. The danger this time is minimal, and I shall keep a watchful eye. You need not worry, there will be no peril." Skeptical, Harry took a seat. Though the old man was indeed unpredictable, he was undeniably formidable. If he truly kept watch, allowing Ron and Hermione to undergo some training might not be so bad. "Of course, this is what you deserve." Dumbledore retrieved a key from a shelf behind him and handed it to Harry. "Present this key to Professor Snape. He will provide you with a portion of the commission. This time, it is the gold you desire." Harry accepted the key, nodding in satisfaction as he sat down. "Well then, the primary matter is resolved. A pleasant collaboration, Headmaster." Dumbledore smiled at Harry, who was carefully placing the key away, and posed a question. "Now, what manner of man is this Faraday you speak of?" Leaning back in his chair, Harry replied, "Merely a deadbeat. He has consistently exploited me with his commissions, continually adding conditions. After I finally completed everything, he claimed that the primary data was not acquired, leaving me with not a single penny. In a moment of impulse, I led him to the ghost camp and dealt with him. That arrogant fellow thought I would hesitate. He came to the underworld with only one bodyguard." Harry had no intention of concealing the events in Night City from Dumbledore. The old man was far too astute. It was better to clarify matters than to invite complications. Initially, Harry had anticipated that the company background he often spoke of would confront him. Yet 2 months had passed, and aside from the trauma team arriving to collect the body, not a soul had appeared. "Ha, what a joke." Dumbledore fell silent for a moment, as if grasping something profound, before suddenly remarking, "What an unsettling place to merely imagine, Harry. You have endured much." Harry understood that Dumbledore had gleaned some insights, but chose not to intervene. "Humph, what clever fellow indeed." Chapter 21. Neville, you possess strength awaken. "Harry, come down. It's time." Marcus beckoned to the sky, urging Harry to descend. Yes, there was another Quidditch match, but this time it was Marcus who insisted on Harry's participation. Unlike the previous match, where Snape had compelled him. As for the original Quidditch player, he was unceremoniously dismissed by Marcus, uttering a parting threat, "I will remember you," though Harry remained blissfully unaware, believing it to be a voluntary exit. As the match approached, Harry's training intensified, leaving Ron and Hermione scarce in his company. On this particular day, after a rigorous training session, Harry hurried back to the common room, only to collide with someone unexpectedly. Oof! The individual fell to the ground. Struggling to rise, Harry stumbled back a few paces, shaking his head in disbelief. Neville? The one he had knocked over was indeed Neville, who was now on the floor. Exerting himself to stand, but failing miserably, Harry stepped forward to assist him, only to discover that Neville's legs seemed inexplicably glued together, rendering conventional methods futile. Finite incanatum. Harry conjured his wand, uttering the counterspell towards Neville's legs. With a sharp crack, they were freed. "Neville, what happened?" Neville flexed his stiff legs and, once steadied, replied, "Thank you, Harry. Iem fine." His voice trembled slightly. "Damn it, speak clearly." Harry was exasperated with Neville's timidity. Being frightened was one thing, but to be bullied without naming the assailant was sheer foolishness. "Tremble, Malfoy," Neville stammered, his eyes cast downwards. "Who?" "It was Malfoy," he declared loudly, though his body quaked with fear, his voice faltering. Was this fellow unwell, perhaps a masochist? Harry could hardly comprehend Malfoy's brazen behavior. Having forgotten the pain of their last encounter, where he had assaulted Neville over a stolen memory ball, now he had escalated to outright violence against him. Neville halted, turning his head. "What's wrong, Harry?" His eyes were red, but his voice had steadied. "Don't you wish to avenge yourself? Will you allow him to bully you thus?" Harry grasped Neville's shoulder, his disdain for such weakness evident. After all, Neville was still a child, with the capacity to change. "I don't want to stir up trouble," Neville murmured, attempting to shake off Harry's grip. But Harry would not easily relinquish him. He spun Neville around, compelling him to face him. "Listen to me, you must confront this. You have no reason to submit. He has no justification for his arrogance." As he lectured Neville, he patted his back reassuringly. "You are a Gryffindor, a brave Gryffindor, Neville. I feel I do not deserve to be in Gryffindor." "I am too timid," Neville lamented, utterly dismissing his own worth. Harry faced Neville, for the first time feeling the weight of imparting wisdom. Neville, you must speak up for yourself. You must learn to be strong, or he will continue to bully you. Do you understand? Harry grasped Neville's shoulder, hoping he would comprehend this truth. Neville, you need not persuade me further. I do not wish to stir trouble, truly. Thank you for everything in the past. Farewell. Neville's demeanor was impervious, and Harry found himself at a loss. As he observed Neville's retreating figure, a thought struck him. Very well, flee if you must. I wonder how far you can escape. The more you run, the more he will torment you. He is bullying you now. What will happen in the future? Just watch as he invades your home, assaults your family, and casts your loved ones into the grave. Is that amusing? Does it delight you? Run, Neville, run. I recall your grandmother is at home. With your disposition, you will witness him bully you first, then your grandmother. Coward! Harry unleashed a tirade upon Neville, hoping to rouse him from his stupor. If this did not awaken him, he would be truly helpless. Fortunately, Neville paused, his fists clenched tightly, veins throbbing in his neck. He turned to Harry, tears streaming down his face. But I do not possess your strength, Harry. I cannot defeat him. It is impossible. Seeing Neville's hard-won resolve dissipate, Harry swiftly approached him and delivered a sharp slap across his face. Neville seemed momentarily stunned, frozen in place, his tears ceasing. After a long moment, he turned and swung a punch at Harry, who deftly sidestepped. Is this not correct? Who says you lack strength? This, in fact, is your power. Harry felt a sigh of relief. He had managed to make some progress. Now it was the time to seize the moment. Dodging Neville's fists, Harry ultimately caught hold of one. There, do you understand now? Neville, you possess strength. You can fight for yourself. Neville collapsed onto the ground, staring at his clenched fist, then looking at Harry. But, I do not wish to cause trouble, truly. Harry knelt, pressing down on Neville's shoulder. How can this be considered causing trouble? Think about it. When Malfoy bullies you, does he not believe you will forgive him? Neville appeared bewildered, but nodded slightly. Now consider, is he not viewing you through his own perspective? Neville nodded again, seeming to grasp the concept, yet still needing a final push. Harry elucidated, when you retaliate, imagine he will forgive you. That is not causing trouble. It is simply empathy. Harry patted Neville's shoulder. Of course, if you still feel guilty, shout I'm sorry when you strike him. In that case, you have apologized, and he has forgiven you. Correct? But there are no buts. Go forth, believe in yourself, and think of your grandmother for your family, Neville. Harry interrupted Neville's contemplation decisively. Neville rose to his feet, bowed deeply to Harry, and exclaimed his gratitude before promptly dashing away in the opposite direction. Harry watched Neville's retreating figure, a smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, in the library, Draco Malfoy was laughing with Crabbe and Goyle about Neville's embarrassing display. You should have seen that guy, Malfoy chuckled. Why would you do that? Haha. Crabbe and Goyle joined in, their laughter resembling that of wild beasts. Malfoy, a loud voice interrupted him. He looked up to see Neville, who instantly provoked a laugh from Draco. Well, if it isn't Mr. Crybaby. What's the matter? Haven't had enough of magic yet? Haha. Neville advanced step by step toward Malfoy, his gaze fixed intently on him. When he reached Malfoy, he deeply bowed and uttered an apology. Malfoy, taken aback by the scene, erupted into laughter. Ha ha, you've made my day, Crybaby. Ha ha, I forgive you. Neville received the response he desired, straightened up, and delivered a swift punch to Malfoy's face, sending him sprawling to the ground. Malfoy, in disbelief, stared at Neville. You hit me? You actually dare to strike me? What are you two fools doing just standing there? Crabbe and Goyle, shaken from their stupor, charged at Neville with fists raised. Neville attempted to evade their blows, but the disparity in their sizes was too great. He was soon knocked down and pinned to the ground by Crabbe and Goyle. Malfoy climbed to his feet and declared, all right, let us go. He motioned for Crabbe and Goyle to rise and, casting a disdainful glance at the prostrate Neville, muttered a curse before turning to leave. Lying on the ground, bruised and battered, Neville seethed with frustration over his own helplessness, feeling the pent-up rage about to overflow. It was then that he overheard Malfoy remark, I wonder who taught him to be like this. Oh, right, his grandmother is a disgrace to purebloods. The offspring of a rat can only be a rat. Chapter 22, A Clash with Malfoy, Yet Neville Awakens. Neville felt as if he were about to explode, flames of indignation igniting within him. His heart raced, veins bulging in his hands, head, and neck. As he slowly rose, his face flushed from the surge of blood. At that moment, a dinner knife was hurled towards him. In a state of utter chaos, Neville could not think clearly. He picked up the knife from the ground and strode purposefully toward Malfoy. Ah! Neville shouted in fury, drawing the attention of Malfoy and his companions. They turned to see him charging toward them. Quick, block him, hurry! Malfoy admitted to feeling a twinge of fear and immediately instructed Crabbe and Goyle to intercept Neville. They rushed to shield Malfoy, and Crabbe landed a heavy punch to Neville's face, causing it to twist violently and breaking his nose. Yet, Neville remained unfazed, allowing the blood to flow freely. And Goyle followed up with a punch to his stomach. Undeterred, Neville raised the knife and slashed it down toward Goyle's arm. Goyle let out a piercing scream, clutching his arm in anguish as he writhed on the ground. Crabbe, momentarily taken aback, felt a surge of fear and began to retreat slowly. However, Neville was beyond caring. Gripping a dinner knife, he plunged it fiercely into Crabbe's abdomen. Crabbe, unable to evade the strike, felt the blade pierce his flesh with the ease of slicing through a steak. He collapsed onto the ground, pressing his hands against his stomach, releasing a guttural groan of agony. With great effort, he extracted the knife, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. Malfoy was rendered speechless, collapsing to the floor as he crawled backward in desperation. He beheld Goyle, battered and bloodied, with a nose askew and dripping crimson, his swollen eyes, laced with veins, fixed intently on Malfoy. Limping, Goyle approached Malfoy, casually picking up the knife on the ground. "Why you don't come any closer? I was wrong. I'm sorry, Longbottom. Please spare me, I beg you." Malfoy pleaded incessantly, ironically recalling how he had once treated Neville in a similar manner, for which Neville had shown him no mercy. Neville's mind was a chaotic blur, thoughts dissolving as he advanced step by step towards Malfoy. Finally, he stood before him, raising his foot to stamp down on Malfoy's leg. With a loss of balance, Malfoy fell flat on the ground. Neville crouched down, lifting the knife and driving it down with force, the blade sinking deeply into Malfoy's thigh. Malfoy screamed in torment. Yet it did little to halt Neville's assault. Soon came the second and third strikes, and Malfoy was on the verge of losing consciousness. However, Neville stepped forward and delivered a punch to his face, effectively rousing him from his stupor. With fists and blade combined, Malfoy's body became riddled with wounds, until he finally succumbed to unconsciousness. Neville, weary and drained, attempted to move away but could no longer support his own weight. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, and just before losing awareness, he thought he heard Professor McGonagall's voice calling out. Neville slowly regained consciousness, his eyes fluttering open to reveal Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Seamus, along with Fred and George. He felt an overwhelming fatigue enveloping him, even the simple act of sitting up proving arduous. "What happened?" Neville croaked. "My goodness, Neville. You were incredible. Do you realize you sent Malfoy to St. Mungo's?" Seamus exclaimed. "Neville, you finally realized that running away is futile. You were amazing." Ron added enthusiastically. Harry looked at Neville with admiration. "I thought you would strike with your fists, but you went straight for the knife. Bold, truly the mark of a skilled mercenary." They all chattered excitedly, but soon Madame Pomfrey arrived, shooing them away. "Enough. This child needs to rest. He has 5 broken ribs, a fractured nose, and internal injuries. My heavens, I've never witnessed a brawl escalate to such severity." Pushing open the door to the headmaster's office, Harry found Dumbledore unusually devoid of candy. He adeptly took a seat opposite Dumbledore, who immediately addressed him. "This incident with Neville, you incited it, did you not?" Harry felt a twinge of discontent at Dumbledore's choice of words. What did he mean by incited? It was imperative for him to demonstrate that he was not a victim, that he possessed his own strength. Otherwise, he would remain timid for a lifetime. "Yes, I know, but your methods are excessively extreme," Dumbledore replied, rubbing his forehead. The injuries on Malfoy were severe, 87 stab wounds. Nearly every organ had been pierced, 7 ribs fractured, his left leg's fibula broken, a fractured skull, and a severe concussion. "Good heavens, Harry, this is not education, it is murder." Harry dismissed Dumbledore's concerns. "So, if this is all you wish to discuss, I shall take my leave." "No, it is not merely that. Rather, this time Neville has inflicted serious harm upon Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle, and their families will not let this matter rest. If all goes as expected, their fathers will soon come to the school seeking an explanation." "I have grown weary of this old dog-new-tricks routine," Harry said, resting his chin on his hand, utterly disinterested in those individuals. "Trust me, let them come. I shall have a thorough discussion with them, and they will surely cooperate." Dumbledore harbored doubts about Harry's optimistic approach, but clung to a glimmer of hope. "How can you be so certain they will cooperate?" "I do not believe they would invoke divine intervention for their children." Dumbledore sighed. "Harry, responding to violence with violence is futile. It does not prevent anything." "Are you certain? Do you believe Malfoy will dare to bully Neville again once he leaves the hospital? He may even hesitate to bully anyone ever again." "Harry, this is pointless. Malfoy is but a child. Neville is also a child, Harry replied flatly. If a wretch like Malfoy is not corrected early on, he will inevitably remain a wretch. There will be no change. That is the essence of responding to violence with violence. Harry, Dumbledore, could no longer contain himself. He shouted, though his face remained remarkably calm, merely the calm before the storm. I see nothing wrong in ensuring that Malfoy fears bullying and in making Neville no longer timid. What is wrong with that? Harry chose to disregard Dumbledore's tone. And when those individuals come seeking an explanation, what will you do then? Do you think you can evade their pursuit? Why hide? I shall eliminate them before it comes to that. Harry, Dumbledore stood, shouting at Harry, this is senseless. It will only result in greater casualties. Harry, this is not the issue. It is for what? For your own interests? Dumbledore, you are merely a corporate dog concerned solely with your own gain. Harry paused, then continued, do not make excuses for yourself. Have you ever contemplated this question? Is responding to violence with violence meaningless? I will show you its significance. I can make those bullies cease their harassment. I can empower the meek to no longer be weak. And what have you accomplished? I still remember the title imprinted upon your card. The most powerful wizard? The most formidable wizard cannot even withstand a few parents? Dumbledore remained silent for a moment before raising his head and stating that the intricacies involved were far beyond your comprehension. Intricacies? Surely, the mightiest of wizards should be able to command respect from all. My goodness, if you are indeed the strongest, how can you be ensnared by mere ants? Harry found himself at a loss for words, realizing why Dumbledore believed that vengeance was futile. It turned out he was merely an old fool who, when faced with the abduction of loved ones and the murder of family, could only lament about the overwhelming complexities, claiming he could not seek revenge. Dumbledore sat at the table, his face darkened, yet tears streamed down his cheeks. To think he had been schooled by Harry, how amusing. Chapter 23. Hagrid. What potions are you brewing? 2 weeks had passed since Neville sent Malfoy to St. Mungo's, and tranquility had returned to the school. With only a day remaining until the Quidditch match, Dumbledore had ceased summoning Harry, who had little interest in pondering the old man's activities. Before long, the following day arrived, and the Quidditch match commenced, Slytherin versus Hufflepuff. This time, the referee was Snape. Although Harry held a favorable view of Snape, he felt that the potions master was excessively partial to his own house, a sentiment with which Harry disagreed. The bludgers soared through the air as Harry dodged the sudden onslaught of one. His eyes widened in search of the golden snitch. Indeed, Harry was done with the theatrics. Slytherin's underhanded tactics had become increasingly unbearable, prompting him to resolve the matter swiftly. Harry adjusted the magnification of his seeker's glasses to 5 times. Upon receiving Harry's command to locate the snitch, the glasses had a sudden epiphany. After all, they had 2 lenses, so there was no need to focus on just one side. Consequently, Harry's eyes began to rotate in opposite directions, presenting him with 2 distinct images. Wait, this is a bit dizzying. Harry felt disoriented by the glasses spinning and urged them to cease. Obediently, the glasses halted their rotation and recalibrated. Rubbing his eyes, Harry suddenly caught a glimmer of gold below. He tightened his grip on the broom and dove like a hawk spotting its prey. The Hufflepuff seeker evidently noticed his movement. But alas, it was too late. Harry was already upon the snitch, grasping it and lifting it triumphantly. The match concluded with Slytherin triumphing over Hufflepuff with a score of 150-10, shattering the known school record. Harry showed no interest in Slytherin celebrations and promptly sought out Ron and Hermione. In the ensuing days, Malfoy had also been discharged from the hospital, and, as Harry had anticipated, he had become particularly subdued, bordering on reclusive. Now, whenever he spotted Harry and Neville, he trembled. Aside from the increasingly frail Quirrell and the ever more irritable Snape, it seemed nothing peculiar had transpired. Then the sound of footsteps echoed. Tap, tap, tap. Ron turned to look, and there stood Hagrid, his hands concealed behind his back, as though hiding something. Hagrid, what brings you here? Ron inquired, drawing Harry and Hermione's attention, who also turned to face Hagrid. Oh, just taking a look around, he replied nonchalantly. Hagrid's voice betrayed a hint of anxiety as he swiftly diverted the conversation. Are you still investigating the matter of the Sorcerer's Stone? We have indeed uncovered much, Harry replied calmly. Professor Dumbledore has essentially disclosed the key details. How could Professor Dumbledore do such a thing? You are merely a child. Hagrid expressed his dissatisfaction with Dumbledore's actions. All right, Hagrid, it's nothing to worry about. We've already taken down a troll. Ron chimed in from the side. What do you have there, Hagrid? Harry inquired. Oh, just some books on magical creatures, Hagrid stammered. Anyway, I must be going now. You all study hard. He did not linger in their conversation, concealing what he held as he made his way out of the library. Was he hiding? Hermione pondered perplexed by Hagrid's secrecy. The species of dragons in Britain and Ireland, from dragon eggs to hell, he's searching for dragon-related materials. He has always wanted a dragon. Harry recalled the longing in Hagrid's eyes when he had gazed at the dragon in the depths of Gringotts. This is illegal. If he gets caught, it won't be a mere joke. Raising dragons has been prohibited since last century. Otherwise, those who keep dangerous creatures in their backyards would be numerous. Not only muggles, but wizards would also face the wrath of dragons. Ron cautioned against Hagrid's perilous notions. He's Hagrid. If he truly wishes to raise one, he likely wouldn't consider the consequences, Hermione interjected. Shall we pay Hagrid a visit? Ron suggested. Let us go. They unanimously agreed, gathering their belongings as they headed towards Hagrid's hut. An hour later, they knocked on Hagrid's door. The hut was tightly sealed, every crevice obscured by heavy curtains. When Hagrid cracked the door open and recognized Harry and the others, he quickly pulled them inside and shut the door behind them. The hut was stiflingly warm, making Harry feel slightly breathless. Hagrid served them tea and some weasel sandwiches. Ron and Hermione declined the sandwiches, but accepted the tea, while Harry eagerly devoured both the sandwich and the tea, finishing with a reminder to Hagrid to use less salt next time. You came to see me. Is there something you need? Not particularly. We just wanted to chat. I won't divulge any information about the Sorcerer's Stone, Hagrid firmly declared, assuming they were inquiring about it. That nodded. Harry began, but his attention was drawn to a massive black object roasting in the fireplace. Hagrid, what is that? Hagrid turned, and upon noticing Harry pointing at the hearth, he appeared somewhat flustered. That is, where did you get it, Hagrid? Ron crouched before the fireplace. A dragon egg? You must have spent a fortune. I want it, Hagrid replied, suddenly puffing with pride over having won it from a stranger in a card game, adding, truth be told, that fellow was quite terrible at cards. Are you going to hatch it? Hermione asked. What will you do once it hatches? Oh, I've read plenty of books on how to raise dragons. I know exactly what food and materials they require for growth, Hagrid declared, his chest swelling with pride. Hagrid, what manner of dragon is this? Ron inquired with curiosity. I have looked it up. It is the Norwegian Ridgeback, quite a rarity indeed. Hagrid appeared immensely proud. Harry rose from the sofa and approached Hagrid. That is a fire dragon egg. A fire dragon egg. You have prepared everything necessary for raising a fire dragon. Indeed, I have. You intend to hatch it? Yes. Harry gathered his scattered thoughts and looked up at Hagrid, saying, Hagrid, what is it? What are you raising with your potions? Chapter 24, Norbert, what are you raising with your potions? Harry bellowed at Hagrid, causing his special prowess to wane. Harry, it's nothing to worry about. It's merely a fire dragon, not overly dangerous, Hagrid remarked, indifferent to the destructive potential of the dragon. You are raising a fire dragon in that wooden house at the edge of the forest. Harry expressed his incredulity, unable to contain his thoughts. Hagrid seemed entirely unfazed by Harry's concerns, happily tending to the fire and the dragon egg. How splendid. They now have yet another matter of concern, ensuring Hagrid does not mature into a responsible adult. Life was indeed tranquil, Harry could not help but exclaim, encountering Hagrid at Hogwarts, exerting every effort to no avail. The days of peace and serenity seemed to have vanished. Now, not only did they need to be wary of Quirrell and Snape, but they also had to contend with Hagrid, to which Harry felt a sense of resignation, as tracking 3 individuals simultaneously was no small feat. Days passed. And after about a month, Harry had just arrived in the Great Hall when Ron and Hermione seized his arm, dragging him toward a corner. You all, Harry began, but was interrupted by Hermione. The dragon is about to hatch. Splendid. Perhaps Hagrid will finally become a responsible adult. We must go see, Ron stated eagerly, his desire to witness the dragon hatching evident. Upon hearing this news in herbology, he nearly bolted outside, had Hermione not restrained him, fearing that they might engage in even more reckless antics to witness the dragon's emergence. Hermione reluctantly agreed to accompany him. All right, Harry shrugged. Fine, let us go. After making their plans, they proceeded to Hagrid's hut, where he greeted them with excitement, ushering them inside and promptly closing the door. The dragon egg rested on the table, already showing deep cracks, and the tiny dragon inside was thrashing about, striking the shell. They moved chairs to the table, fixated on the egg. With a crisp crack, the fissures widened, and a small claw emerged first, followed by a wing, then the body, until the entire egg fractured into several pieces, and the little dragon tumbled onto the table. It flapped its wings vigorously to maintain balance, gradually stabilizing itself, sneezing and sending a few sparks flying from its nostrils. Hagrid appeared momentarily dazed until the little dragon sneezed again, prompting him to react. It's truly beautiful. Isn't it? Hagrid reached out to stroke the little dragon's head, and the dragon tilted its head to glance at Hagrid, then opened its mouth and promptly bit his finger. Oh, the adorable little dragon recognizes its mother. Hagrid was utterly enchanted, his affection for the little creature boundless. Now, a question arises. Hermione interjected, inquiring how swiftly it grows. In just a week, it can triple in size. Hagrid gently wiped the little dragon's body with a pristine towel. My goodness, Harry furrowed his brow. At this rate, in 3 weeks it could fill the entire wooden hut, not to mention the nearby forest that fears fire. There must be a way, right? Hagrid nudged the little dragon with his head, saying, Don't you agree, my little darling? All right, all right. Harry ceased his attempts to persuade Hagrid. It was futile, truly futile. Just as the three were about to leave, Harry glanced towards the window, chuckled softly, and then exited. Outside, Draco Malfoy crouched trembling beneath the window, praying that Harry had not noticed him. In the week that followed, Harry and his friends visited the little dragon nearly every day. It grew at an astonishing rate, now nearly matching Harry's size. Honestly, Hagrid, let it go. It cannot thrive here, Hermione urged. No, absolutely not, Hagrid replied, cradling the dragon in his arms as it wriggled and attempted to escape, rolling by the fireplace. It's far too small. It would perish in the wild. Harry was resigned, while Ron and Hermione pondered how to ensure the little dragon could survive outside Hogwarts. Isn't Norbert just the cutest? Hagrid said, tears brimming in his eyes as he gazed at the dragon. It already recognizes me. It knows its mother. I cannot simply abandon it to die in the wild. Silence enveloped the room as everyone struggled to find a solution. Hagrid, looking at Norbert, could no longer contain his tears. Upon hearing Hagrid's sobs, Norbert ceased rolling and crawled over to Hagrid's feet, nuzzling against his leg. I should have a solution. A trembling voice broke the stillness. The four turned to see the source of the sound. Malfoy, what are you doing here? Ron exclaimed, rushing forward, only to be restrained by Hagrid. Oh, don't be like that, Ron. Draco is a very good boy, though a bit timid. He is exceptionally kind to Norbert, Hagrid explained, pressing Ron back onto the sofa. Him? Timid? Kind? Ron's mind struggled to reconcile these descriptors, as Malfoy had never been associated with such traits in his experience. You said you have a solution? Hermione, though skeptical, focused on Hagrid's matter and inquired. Yes, indeed. Malfoy discreetly glanced at Harry, trembling even more, but gathered his composure. My family has a dragon sanctuary where Norbert can stay. He spoke with his eyes nearly shut. Harry, intrigued by Malfoy's proposition, straightened up, but before he could respond, Ron interjected. My brother also works at a dragon sanctuary. He could take Norbert too, but my family's sanctuary is closer. Hagrid could visit often. It must be said that Malfoy's offer was indeed enticing. Even Hagrid seemed somewhat tempted. Harry lifted his gaze towards Malfoy. How do you collect materials from your dragon's sanctuary? What specific items do you gather? Harry posed the most crucial question. For the fire dragon is a veritable treasure trove. Dragon heartstrings can be fashioned into wands. Dragon blood can be used in alchemy. Dragon liver has medicinal properties. Dragon bones and scales can be crafted into tools. And dragon hide is suitable for making clothing and protective equipment. Some families rear dragons as one might keep pigs. And this was a detail that must be clarified. Upon realizing that it was Harry who was inquiring, Malfoy trembled like a leaf. Eventually, he chose to close his eyes and said, In our family, we only take the scales shed by the fire dragons and negotiate with those dragons of slightly higher intelligence for their blood. We would never mistreat them. Why? Malfoy finally opened his eyes, still filled with trepidation, yet his gaze remained fixed on Harry's. In our eyes, fire dragons are friends, not commodities. Harry remained silent, gazing deeply into Malfoy's eyes until Malfoy began to quiver again, at which point he replied, I hope that is indeed the case. He then turned to Hagrid and said, Hagrid, if you wish to place Norbert in Malfoy's dragon sanctuary, it would be prudent to bring a professor along for the visit. Harry had been staring into Malfoy's eyes, which reflected fear, evasion, and anger, yet conspicuously absent was any hint of deceit, making him appear somewhat trustworthy. However, Harry was also taken aback by Malfoy's significant change in demeanor, as if a switch had been flipped. In Chapter 25, The Departure of the Fire Dragon and the Pursuit of Quirrell, Hagrid acquiesced to Harry's suggestion, agreeing to take a professor along with him to Malfoy's sanctuary when time permitted to assess its suitability for Norbert. Draco was elated. He genuinely adored fire dragons, and his family also regarded them as friends. His previous words had not been false. Hagrid wasted no time, informing Dumbledore of the situation the following day. After some contemplation, Dumbledore decided to send Professor Flitwick to accompany Hagrid. Following their visit, Professor Flitwick was effusive in his praise of Malfoy's dragon sanctuary, and Hagrid was thoroughly satisfied. A joyful agreement was reached regarding Norbert's relocation. with the transfer scheduled for the following Saturday. What followed was a period of anticipation. Hagrid felt a deep attachment to Norbert, showering him with affection in the days leading up to the transfer. By the end, he even allowed Norbert to wreak havoc and play within his home. Soon, the day the transfer arrived, the professors collaboratively placed Norbert into a crate, with Hagrid providing an abundance of mice, brandy, and Norbert's beloved teddy bear. However, judging by the sounds emanating from the crate, it was likely that the teddy bear's head had been torn off. Harry and the others waited beside Hagrid's hut. Before long, 6 individuals descended on broomsticks, confirming the transfer with Hagrid. After securing the crate containing Norbert, they took to the skies, flying away. Norbert was gone, and Hagrid wept profusely, while Harry and the others merely felt a sense of relief at finally sending off this burdensome creature. The days have returned to a state of tranquility, devoid of Quirrell's mischief, without Dumbledore imposing additional tasks upon himself, and no dragons roasting his friends daily. Indeed, it has become much more serene. Now, they merely need to ponder how to succeed in their final examinations. Yet, this placid atmosphere instilled in Harry an ominous premonition. Something malevolent was undoubtedly afoot. As anticipated, 1 week prior to the examinations, Harry happened to pass by Quirrell's office, where the door was ajar, leaving a slender gap. Whether intentional or accidental was hard to discern. Pressing his ear against the crevice, he strained to catch the sounds within. "Master, I can't endure this any longer. Please, not like this. Is it necessary to be so provocative from the outset?" An impulse to flee surged within Harry, yet he restrained himself, continuing to listen intently. "I warn you, your very existence relies upon me." A sharp voice pierced the air, one that Harry loathed to his core. "Obey me, and I shall bestow upon you boundless power and glory." The voice paused momentarily before continuing. "Venture into the Forbidden Forest, Quirrell, and procure the blood of a unicorn." I cannot." Quirrell's anguished wail echoed, sounding as if he had collapsed to the ground. "Go." "Yes, at your command, Master." Quirrell's voice emerged, faint and weakened. Realizing it was time to depart, Harry swiftly activated his disillusionment charm and fled. The Forbidden Forest, unicorns, Master. Harry pondered the implications of what he had just overheard, inferring that Quirrell was indeed possessed and that the entity within him was in a hurry, which was concerning. Contemplating these clues, he halted his steps towards the Great Hall, reconsidering and instead directing his course towards the dormitory. It was perhaps too perilous to involve his 2 companions this time, particularly as he still sought repayment from an old acquaintance. That night, after extracting his invisibility cloak from beneath his bed and ensuring his roommates were fast asleep, Harry donned the cloak and exited the common room, making his way towards the Forbidden Forest. A dark figure soared overhead, and Harry realized it was likely Quirrell, prompting him to hasten his pursuit. However, he was too late. Even when using the disillusionment charm, Quirrell's pace had quickened, and without the charm, he slowed as well. Yet, it was impossible for Harry to maintain the charm continuously without risking his sanity. Relinquishing the idea of hastening through the charm, he instead followed the direction of the shadow. Within the Forbidden Forest, only the moonlight served as a source of illumination. The enchanted compass, obediently activating its night vision mode, provided Harry with visibility. At that moment, he couldn't help but lament the inadequacies of the disillusionment charm, wishing it could evolve like the enchanted compass. The charm, feeling unjustly accused, sulked in response. It had been designed with fixed capabilities and had no recourse. Continuing towards Quirrell's direction, Harry lost track of time until he arrived at a relatively open area where moonlight filtered through the branches, illuminating a patch of silver-blue blood on the underbrush. Approaching the reflective stain, Harry deduced that this must be the blood of a unicorn. Quirrell must be lurking nearby. The base scanning function of the Quirrell device was activated, scanning the ground in hopes of discovering footprints. However, while no footprints were found, a pool of blood was. Harry followed the trail of blood until he arrived at a small river, where a unicorn lay beneath the moonlight, its silver-blue blood staining the earth. A shadow loomed over the unicorn's belly, greedily siphoning its lifeblood. This must be Quirrell, the parasitic creature. Disgust washed over Harry as he caught sight of the scene, and he had no desire to approach and engage in a futile moral lecture about what he was doing. Instead, he retrieved a grenade from his pocket, pulled the pin, and, timing his throw, hurled it towards the unicorn's corpse and Quirrell. The grenade landed beside Quirrell, who instinctively dodged, and the explosion obliterated the unicorn's body while severely injuring Quirrell, leaving him sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. Harry rushed forward, drawing his dragon-slaying weapon and aiming it at Quirrell, hoping to eliminate him on the spot to prevent further complications. However, fate has a way of intervening, and just as Harry fired a few shots at Quirrell, a wooden arrow shot toward his hand with remarkable speed. Harry was unable to evade it. The force was so great that it even pierced his bionic skin. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Quirrell transformed into a cloud of dark mist and fled, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. Anger surged within Harry as he watched his elusive prey escape, prompting him to pivot and aim his weapon in the direction for which the arrow had come, shouting, "What scoundrel is interfering with my business? Come out, you coward!" The sound of uneven footsteps echoed from the forest, revealing a group of centaur-like creatures encircling him. One of the most robust centaurs stepped forward, towering over Harry, and proclaimed, "Little colt, you have trespassed. Not only have you invaded our forbidden forest, but you have also disrespected the dignity of the unicorn, further insulting our honor." Chapter 26. Intelligent Beings? Half-human, half-beast brutes. The lead centaur glared at Harry, his front hooves coiling with power, but then seemingly reconsidered, relaxing his muscles. "In light of Hagrid, I shall not harm you. Now, apologize and leave the forbidden forest within 10 minutes. Harry felt a mix of anger and amusement at these creatures, a band of half-human, half-beast brutes, daring to declare themselves the sentinels of the forbidden forest. "I cannot fathom how you creatures possess the audacity to claim dominion over this forest," he retorted. "You are nothing but brutes. You cannot even comprehend the meaning of intelligence." "What did you say?" The lead centaur, bewildered, sought clarification. "Brute, indeed. Can you not even understand basic speech?" Harry continued. "Even trolls know to cover themselves, yet you stand here, without a shred of clothing, and proclaim yourselves as intelligent beings? You are inferior to trolls. The detestable foal, you must pay for your words." The centaurs were enraged, their discordant neighing echoing through the air. They raised their front hooves to kick at Harry, while those outside the encirclement drew their bows, poised for action. Harry landed firmly on the ground, refusing to turn around, halting the flow of time. The centaurs stomped heavily where he had just stood, but what met their gaze was not a gravely injured Harry, but an oval-shaped red grenade. Boom! The grenade exploded, its thunderous sound reaching even the edge of the forbidden forest, startling the slumbering Hagrid, who briefly believed he was dreaming before sinking back into a deep sleep. The centaurs that had encircled Harry were obliterated, their organs and flesh scattered across the sky, with even a few intestines hanging from the treetops. "Ugh, I've been splattered." Harry disdainfully wiped the blood from his clothes and turned to face the centaurs standing outside the circle. Those few, now utterly terrified, were propelled by an instinct for survival that compelled them to flee. A handful continued to shoot arrows at Harry, praying to impede his advance. "Don't come closer! Don't come closer!" One centaur shouted, frantically firing arrows, crying out, "Demon! You are a demon!" Harry observed the centaurs, teetering on the brink of despair, and felt no desire to pursue them. The opportunity for revenge had slipped away, the chase seemed futile, and the primary concern was the fear of becoming lost in the forbidden forest. He shed his blood-stained wizard robes, enveloped himself in the invisibility cloak, and retraced his steps. With this thought in mind, Harry quickened his pace towards the castle. The sparks in the sky shone particularly bright that evening, more pronounced than ever before. The following day, upon awakening, Harry hastened to the tower of the headmaster's office and knocked on the stone gargoyle. The gargoyle maintained its steadfast refusal to grant entry. Harry was at a loss. He had intended to enter through the front door, but it seemed he would have to resort to other means. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, sipping sweet, cloying cream tea, occasionally tossing a candy in his mouth. After months of relative calm, he appeared to be quite relaxed. Setting down his teacup, he prepared to pick up a book to read, only to find himself locked in a gaze with Harry, who was perched outside the window. The two exchanged silent glances until Harry finally broke the stillness. Old Dumbledore, open the window. With a wave of his hand, Dumbledore obliged, and Harry deftly climbed through the window, seizing a cockroach from the table and popping it into his mouth before settling into a chair in front of Dumbledore's desk. "Did Quirrell request time off today?" Harry inquired directly. "How did you know?" Dumbledore replied, somewhat surprised. "He mentioned he was unwell and needed to take a few days off. I asked Professor Snape to cover his classes. It appeared Quirrell's condition had deteriorated significantly." Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully. "You have injured him gravely. It seems he will soon reach his limit." "Well done, Harry. So, when do you plan to initiate the final act?" he continued. Harry reflected on the legendary figure of work, Snape, and mused, why wait until after the exams? A few days would be perfect, coinciding with his weakest moment. "Harry," Dumbledore said with a smile, Though I am unaware of your pursuits in Night City, here you are still a student. Very well, I shall take this examination. Harry replied with a shrug, confident in his preparation and unperturbed by the impending test. Dumbledore, still smiling, nodded and produced a note from his cabinet, handing it to Harry. This is the password to the headmaster's office. Recite it as indicated and refrain from climbing the walls again. As Harry took the note, he noticed at the top prominently read Honeyduke's order form. Are you certain you haven't made a mistake? Harry inquired, gazing at Dumbledore with incredulity. Dumbledore leaned in to inspect the note and, confirming its correctness, replied, of course not. Simply recite the items listed. One of them will surely be appropriate. That old bee was indeed aptly named, Harry thought, covering his face in exasperation. Choosing to disregard Dumbledore further, he folded the note and tucked it into his pocket before exiting the office. Ah, what a splendid job it must be to be the headmaster. Meanwhile, in Gryffindor Tower, Professor McGonagall, who was managing the school affairs entrusted to her by Dumbledore, suddenly sneezed. Am I coming down with a cold? She pondered, momentarily lifting her head before returning to her work. Chapter 27. It can begin now. Off you go, Harry. The day of the examination arrived swiftly, accompanied by oppressive heat. Harry found himself questioning why, with all the magic at their disposal, they could not conjure a magical air conditioning system for the classrooms. They can enchant every quill, yet cannot create a simple air conditioner. The examination comprised both written and practical components, a familiar format that momentarily led Harry to believe he was attending a vocational school. Fortunately, the questions were not particularly difficult, and he found the written portion to be rather enjoyable. Before the practical exam commenced, Harry met with Ron and Hermione, deliberately omitting any mention of Quirrell's situation, intending to share it with them only after the test to avoid disrupting their focus. In the end, Ron even wagered with Harry, claiming that whoever garnered the most outstanding grades would be deemed superior. Harry chuckled at Ron's childishness. He had no intention of being swayed by such trivialities. After all, he was the youngest mercenary of Haywood, and he would not stoop to compete with Ron over a mere compliment. As the practical examination began, Professor Flitwick instructed them to enter the classroom one by one, assessing their ability to make a pineapple dance tap across a table. Concealing his wand within his fingers, Harry created the illusion of wandless magic, determined to impress with his performance. He skillfully directed the pineapple to dance upon the table, executing not only a tap dance, but also a ballet routine reminiscent of those he had witnessed in this world. Had he not feared losing points to Professor Flitwick, he might have even attempted to make the pineapple perform a pole dance. Flitwick was so delighted that he inadvertently tumbled from his desk. Quick on his feet, Harry caught him and gently placed him back on the tabletop. Filled with excitement, Flitwick patted Harry on the shoulder and, without hesitation, awarded him an outstanding. Professor McGonagall expressed great satisfaction with Harry's wandless transfiguration, and the exquisite craftsmanship of the snuff box was commendable. Following her meticulous inspection, it came as no surprise that Harry once again achieved an outstanding. In the practical potions examination, Professor Snape instructed each student to brew a potion of forgetfulness. Anxiety permeated the atmosphere as beads of sweat began to form at their necks. Unbeknownst to them, Snape's keen gaze was fixed upon Harry's technique. Harry executed the task with remarkable speed and precision, his hands deftly maneuvering as he cut the ingredients, with the precision gauge indicating the required lengths. Earning a nod of approval from Snape, the potion was completed expeditiously, and Harry chose to submit his first, the flawless forgetfulness potion radiating a soft glow within its vial. Snape scrutinized it for an extended period, even leaning in to inhale its aroma, ultimately declaring it merely adequate. Nonetheless, he begrudgingly inscribed an own next to Harry's name. The written exam in History of Magic was the last hurdle, and truth be told, Harry's preparation was rather lacking. He hastily scribbled down a few thoughts before submitting his paper. With no O in sight, Ron lay his head on the great hall table, and upon hearing Harry boast about his practical scores, he buried his face in his hands, ultimately conceding with a resigned, "Well, you're impressive." Meanwhile, Snape had just arrived at Dumbledore's office. Dumbledore wasted no time, inquiring, "Is the exam concluding today? Have you confirmed it, is he?" "Yes, it is indeed him," Snape replied. "Voldemort," Dumbledore affirmed, then took a sip of his cream tea, continuing, "He is not entirely perished. It appears he is transformed into something akin to a soul, devoid of a physical form. Then why must it be you to end him? Why not me?" Snape hesitated before questioning Dumbledore. "You possess such extensive knowledge. Nearly all of Voldemort's actions seem to be within your grasp. Why? He must confront him. It is his destiny, Severus. Moreover, worry not. You have seen Harry's current demeanor, violent, with a disregard for the lives of others. exhibiting an almost ruthless cruelty toward his enemies, coupled with a deep-seated sense of justice that continuously shines. There is no cause for concern. Severus, he will be fine. With a sigh, Snape lifted his gaze to Dumbledore, silently hoping he would uphold his assurances. With a flourish of his robe, he exited the office. I shall keep watch over them. Rest assured, Dumbledore murmured to himself. I believe in him. Have always believed in him. Meanwhile, Harry was basking in the sun by the lake with Hermione and Ron, while the Weasley twins and Lee Jordan were playfully teasing the giant squid sunbathing by the Black Lake. Harry, feeling carefree, joined in to prod at the squid's tentacles. Harry, has Dumbledore mentioned anything about the Philosopher's Stone? Hermione finally recalled, directing her question at him. Huh, me? Ron pointed to himself in disbelief. Not just you. It concerns all of us, Hermione corrected. My goodness, Ron groaned, collapsing onto the ground. Why must we pursue such perilous endeavors? In his eyes, the prospect of a tranquil and stable life seemed irretrievably lost. 2 days later, while Harry and his friends dined in the Great Hall, Hedwig soared in, delivering a letter that landed atop Harry's head. Upon retrieving and unfolding it, he discovered it was penned by Dumbledore, containing a single directive. Tonight, it can begin. Go, Harry. After incinerating the letter with his wand, Harry sought out Ron and Hermione. Tonight, at the library entrance, he stated. Chapter 28, Entering the Trapdoor. Tonight? I didn't expect it to be so urgent, Ron and Hermione remarked in surprise. How could Professor Dumbledore entrust such an important and perilous task to us? Hermione pondered. According to him, it is intended to challenge the students, Harry replied, carelessly revealing Dumbledore's plans, though he refrained from mentioning the protective measures the professor had taken, as that would undermine the intended challenge. All right, I'll go, Ron sighed, slumping at the table, drained of color. Hermione nodded in agreement, indicating her willingness to join. As night fell and curfew approached, Harry arrived early at the library entrance, eagerly awaiting Hermione and Ron. Just as he began to suspect they had been caught by the patrolling teachers, they hurriedly appeared. Sorry, Harry, we were a bit loud coming over and woke Neville. Initially, we just wanted to distract him, but he wouldn't let us pass, so we had to use a spell to take him down, Ron quickly interjected, picking up Hermione's thread. All right, as long as you made it out safely, Harry replied, raising his invisibility cloak to signal Hermione and Ron to hurry beneath it. Once under the cloak, the three of them found it a bit cramped, their shoes nearly peeking out. Ron, you're stepping on my foot, Hermione whispered. Saw thee. It's too tight. I didn't notice. Hey, don't push me so hard. Harry nudged Ron aside. The trio stumbled toward the 4th floor, but, as expected, their journey would not be without complications. At the stairway leading to the 4th floor, Peeves was tugging at the carpet, attempting to make the ascending students trip. Hey, who was there? The ghost, with an innate sense for the living, immediately sensed Harry and his friends, though he could not see them. Whoever you are, I know you're there. His beady black eyes squinted, fixated on their concealed presence. I think I ought to report this to Filch. What do we do? We're going to be discovered. Ron fretted, unable to devise a solution. Harry had already conferred with the Manticore's blade, which, imbued with magic and the essence of a creature, could inflict harm upon spirits, while Hermione was deep in thought. Just as Harry was about to take action, Hermione grasped his arm. I have a safer idea, she said, gesturing toward a lamp affixed to the wall. Watch me. Disregarding the perplexed expressions of Harry and Ron, Hermione's form shimmered with a faint blue light as the emblem of the twin serpents emerged in her eyes. Extending her hand, palm facing Peeves, she invoked soul binding. An unknown incantation was uttered by Hermione, and a brilliant blue light emerged from her palm, connecting to the poltergeist, Peeves. It resembled a chain that pierced through his heart, causing his eyes to widen in shock. The ghost halted midair, rendered immobile and mute. Hermione directed the ethereal chain towards a lamp affixed to the wall, and as Peeves drew near to it, she promptly uttered the words, soul binding. No sooner had the words left her lips than Peeves' form shimmered with blue light, gradually beginning to melt away, merging slowly into the oil lamp. Quickly, Peeves' spirit has not been subdued. This is an enforced merging. With the magical power I have channeled, he could break free in no more than 10 minutes. Hermione paid no heed to the bewildered expressions of the two boys as she urged them onward beneath the invisibility cloak, hastening to the 4th floor. They arrived breathlessly at their destination and were about to search for the trapdoor when they finally had the opportunity to question Hermione. So, was your earlier aloofness also a result of this book? Harry inquired, following up on the conversation. Indeed, this book possesses the ability to ensnare souls within its domain. Unless one masters the initial skill of binding souls, escape is impossible. I feared missing classes and being discovered, so I transcribed the contents of the book into my notebook, unaware that even the written words possessed such power. Consequently, my soul was inadvertently drawn into its realm. I see, Harry nodded, his gaze fixed at the end of the corridor where he spotted the door. The three of them quickly made their way to the indicated door, which, as expected, was ajar. Harry retracted the invisibility cloak, nodded at Ron and Hermione, and pushed the wooden door open. Before them lay a three-headed dog, sprawled on the ground in slumber, with a harp playing music at its feet. Well, it appears to be safe for now, Harry stated, leading the way, followed closely by Ron, with Hermione bringing up the rear. As Harry approached the three-headed beast, it seemed to sense their presence, lifting its nose to sniff the air. Suddenly its head froze, as if recognizing the scent of the very person who had nearly knocked one of its heads off. Subsequently, all three heads huddled together, burying themselves beneath their paws, feigning death. Quite obedient, unlike that group of centaurs, Harry remarked, nodding in approval. He crouched down and lifted the trapdoor, revealing a pitch-black abyss beneath, devoid of any light. And even with the night vision spell, visibility remained obscured. Ron and Hermione joined him, unaware that the three-headed dog was too frightened to awaken. Hermione still felt a tinge of fear as they leaned over to peer into the darkness, unable to discern anything. Why is it so dark down there? Doesn't Quirrell need light to see? Ron commented with disdain. Hermione brandished her wand, casting a Lumos spell, yet the bottom remained shrouded in darkness, indistinct, although they could perceive something writhing within. What is that? A snake? Ron wondered aloud. Regardless of what it is, we now know we cannot simply leap down. It must be a trap. Harry pulled out a hand grenade freshly crafted by a miniature manufacturing facility, removed the safety pin, and, amidst Hermione's astonishment and Ron's bewilderment, tossed it down before swiftly closing the hatch. A resounding boom echoed, and Harry reopened the hatch to witness several sparks flickering momentarily before becoming utterly still. Hand grenade? How do you possess such a thing? Hermione exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. What kind of magical artifact is that? It's incredible. Harry shrugged nonchalantly. My collection of wondrous gadgets extends far beyond this, he replied, extending his legs into the opening. No questions now. I shall descend first. You can follow once it's safe. With that, Harry ignored Hermione's attempts to speak and leaped down. He felt himself plummeting for about a second before landing with a thud. Once assured of his safety, he looked up and called out, "Come down. It's secure." Ron was the next to jump, and Harry skillfully caught him mid-fall, followed by Hermione. They safely steadied her on the ground. Oh, the sensation of free fall is quite unpleasant, Hermione remarked, rubbing her forehead, feeling slightly disoriented. Chapter 29. The Trial. Is this the devil's snare? Hermione queried, regaining her composure as she gazed down at the shattered, dry remnants of what had been obliterated. She kicked at one of the relatively intact pieces, attempting to identify it. Oh, how delightful it is to finally know its name, Ron teased. That will be immensely helpful for us. Ron, Hermione exclaimed, raising her fist and bringing it down upon his head. Ouch! Ron winced, covering his head and refraining from further jesting. All right, let's proceed this way, Harry said, pointing towards the only corridor. If I am not mistaken, Quirrell should have gotten here before us, and the harp above is likely his doing. I'm coming. Hermione promptly followed, while Ron trailed behind, wincing in pain from Hermione's earlier blow. It seemed she had indeed exerted considerable force. The corridor stretched long, and besides the sound of their footsteps, they could hear water dripping down the walls and an inexplicable rustling noise. This design is rather macabre, Harry silently mused, pondering why the inhabitants of the magical world always seemed to create dark, damp spaces in their architecture. It eluded his understanding. Harry, do you hear any noises? Ron whispered beside him. Harry listened intently, noticing that the strange rustling seemed to intensify, accompanied by a clinking sound, akin to the flutter of wings and the ringing of bells. It resembles the sound of wings flapping and bells jingling, Harry discerned, then looked up to see a glimmer of light ahead. Let us go. That must be the end. Upon reaching the corridor's conclusion, they found themselves before an enormous, brightly lit chamber. Beneath the towering arched ceiling, countless shimmering little birds flitted about. Harry utilized his enchanted glasses to discern their true nature. Each was a winged key. If we simply traverse through the room, will we be attacked? Ron asked hesitantly. Uncertain of the outcome, Harry decided to test the waters, reassured by the protective layer beneath his faux leather attire, which he believed would shield him from harm. He gestured for Ron and Hermione to stand by in the corridor while he approached the wooden door across the room. As he gradually reached the door, the birds did not attack him, and so far, everything appeared to be in order. Harry grasped the handle, but as expected, the door was locked. Safe, come over. Harry beckoned to Ron and Hermione, signaling them to join him. Upon reaching his side, they discovered the door was indeed locked. No amount of pushing or pulling would yield results, and even the spell Alohomora proved ineffective. What now? It's clearly enchanted, and it cannot be opened without a key. Ron inquired. The key is over there. Harry pointed towards the flock of birds. Hermione scrutinized the avian assembly above and discerned that they were, in fact, a swarm of keys. So, one of us must locate the true key hidden among that multitude. Hermione conjectured. The key we seek should be a large one, resembling a door handle, she added, glancing at the keyhole. Understood. Harry noted the flying broomsticks positioned by the door, swiftly seized one, and mounted it. With a powerful push, he soared towards the cluster of keys. The magical keys darted away with remarkable speed, rivaling that of the golden snitch. Yet, Harry was no ordinary wizard, activating time slow. The world around him slowed, rendering the key's movements sluggish compared to his own. He swiftly identified the genuine key amongst the throng, a large silver key with drooping wings, as if it had been roughly handled and forced into a lock. As he opened the wooden door, the key wriggled free from his grasp like a slippery eel. Darting away, ignoring it, Harry pushed the door open, revealing a vast chamber beyond. As soon as they stepped inside, the room burst into light, illuminating its interior. Beneath their feet lay an enormous chessboard, flanked by black pieces on one side and white pieces on the other. All right, I suppose this challenge involves chess, Ron remarked. Wizard's chess, to be precise. Wait, let me see if I can bypass the chess altogether, Harry said, recalling the difficulty he had faced during their previous encounter with the game, where Ron had bested him mercilessly. He reached into his pocket, retrieved a grenade, and pulled the pin, hurling it towards the white pieces. Boom! The grenade exploded, sending shards of the white pieces flying. However, in the next instant, all the scattered fragments froze mid-air, then reassembled to form the original pieces once more. Well, that didn't work, Harry shrugged, motioning for Ron to commence his performance. So, it seems we each must take on the role of a chess piece, he stated, moving to an empty space. I am currently positioned as the knight, which means I am now serving as the knight. Ron pointed to the other two vacant spots. Harry, you will be the bishop, and Hermione, you shall take the role of the castle. Harry and Hermione consented to his deployment as pawns, while Ron meticulously directed the movements of all the pieces. His mind intensely focused, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Harry, move 4 squares to the right. Hermione, advance 5 squares. Under Ron's command, the black pieces gained increasing advantage, with white pieces continually toppled by their black counterparts, though some black pieces were also dispatched by white. To ensure Harry and Hermione's safety, Ron constantly altered his strategies, twice averting danger for them. Suddenly, an idea struck Ron, as if a light bulb had illuminated above his head. He turned to Harry and Hermione and declared, I have a plan. Let me be captured. This will lead us to victory. No, what a terrible idea. Hermione shouted at Ron. I don't believe your body is more resilient than the stone weapons of the pieces, Harry remarked, although he knew there was no real danger. As Dumbledore was watching nearby, he refrained from voicing this, lest it diminish the sense of trial. This is the only way. These pieces should not deliver fatal blows to me. Before Hermione could continue, Ron interjected, this is chess. It is also a battlefield. If I am captured, Harry can checkmate the king. But it must be done. Without waiting for further discussion, Ron advanced 1 square, and the White Queen approached, raising her arm to strike Ron's head. He fell to the ground, and Hermione screamed, though she did not leave her square. Harry observed that at the last moment, the White Queen's strike had been slowed, likely due to Dumbledore's intervention, and thus he felt no significant emotional upheaval. Rather, he sighed in relief. The White Queen dragged Ron off the board, indicating he had been knocked unconscious. Harry moved 3 squares to the left as the White Queen tossed her crown to the ground, signaling their victory, and the remaining white pieces parted to grant them passage. Hermione immediately rushed to Ron to assess his condition. Phew, he's just unconscious. He'll be fine, she turned to Harry and said. Harry nodded, and together with Hermione, they laid Ron down in a comfortable position before rising to proceed to the next chamber. Chapter 30, Confronting Quirrell. Harry and Hermione arrived at the next door. Hermione still somewhat concerned for Ron, but time was of the essence, and there was little room for worry. Harry pushed open the wooden door, accompanied by a creaking sound, and a nauseating stench assaulted them. Hermione wrinkled her nose, covering her mouth and nose with her robe, while Harry grimaced at the foul odor. Inside the room lay a long-dead troll, its body significantly larger than the one they had encountered previously, sprawled on the ground with a large, bleeding lump on its head. Recently deceased, Harry remarked, frowning as he approached to inspect it. Indeed, it was beyond life, yet the blood had not yet congealed, indicating it was still relatively fresh. Quirrell must have departed not long ago. Let us go. Fortune favors us, as we need not engage in close combat with the troll. Hermione covered her mouth and nose as she stood before the next door. Upon hearing Harry's words, she promptly opened the door and stepped inside, with Harry following closely behind. Once they entered the new chamber, he firmly shut the door, finally preventing the horrific stench from pursuing them any further. They paused for a moment to catch their breath, then commenced their examination of the room. It was modest in size, containing only a table in the center and a door at the front. Upon the table rested 7 bottles of varying shapes and sizes. As Harry and Hermione officially crossed the threshold into the room, a sudden burst of black flames erupted from both the door behind them and the one in front, sealing their exit. Harry approached the flames, extending his hand into the searing heat. Despite the intense burn, he pressed on, only to discover he could feel nothing but a wall. "Good heavens, Harry, your arm!" Hermione exclaimed, her mouth agape in shock as she pointed at his limb. Harry glanced down to find that the synthetic skin on his forearm had indeed been scorched, indicating that the flames were laced with something more sinister. Calmly, he peeled away the charred material, revealing the underlying protective armor beneath, along with the intelligent link module in his palm and parts of the mechanical structure of his retractable mantis knife. "It's nothing, just a minor issue. I can replace it later," he reassured Hermione. "What do you mean, replace it? That's your arm. Your skin is burnt," Hermione exclaimed, struggling to grasp the gravity of the situation. Suddenly, she realized something, her eyes widening in disbelief. "No, it can't be. Wait, Harry, so many parts of you are prosthetics. Those are called prosthetics. But let's not dwell on that now. I'll explain later. First, we need to navigate this challenge," Harry replied, moving to the table. He seized a piece of parchment and began to read aloud before Hermione could pose further questions. "Dangers lie ahead. Safety awaits behind. 2 among us can aid you. Drink them. 1 will guide you forward, the other will return you home. The remaining 2 contain nettle wine, while 3 are lethal poisons, all lined up in wait. First, no matter how the poison conceals itself, they stand to the left of the large bottle of nettle wine. Second, the contents of the bottles on either end differ. Neither will be of aid if you wish to advance. Third, you'll notice the bottles vary in size. Within the giants and dwarfs, there is no death shadow. Fourth, the second bottle from the left and the second from the right, though dissimilar in appearance, share the same scent. Now, ponder this carefully and refrain from asking further questions, or none of us will escape, let alone allow me to elaborate." Harry handed the parchment to Hermione. "Understood," she nodded, accepting the parchment and suppressing her astonishment and curiosity as she began to read intently. Observing the relaxation in her expression, Harry felt a smile creep onto his face, confident that they were on the right track. Indeed, Hermione set down the parchment and remarked, "This is a logical puzzle, quite simple." With a smile, she approached the table, examining the various bottles before her. After a moment of contemplation, she murmured to herself for about a minute, then suddenly grasped the smallest bottle, declaring, "It is this one." Harry took the bottle from Hermione's hands, which contained only enough for a single sip. "I will think of another way. We will surely make it together. However, there might still be a mysterious presence lurking about." Hermione suddenly embraced Harry tightly, then released him, cautioning, "You must be careful." Harry nodded and stepped into the flames. On the other side, as Harry entered the room, he found Quirrell standing there, grinning oddly at him. His body was ensconced within his robe, trembling incessantly, likely still recovering from the previous explosion. "Harry, you are quite surprised to see me, aren't you?" He tilted his head, smiling at Harry. "Did you think that the stuttering, pitiable, and understanding Professor Quirrell would not be here?" "Ah, indeed," Harry responded, folding his arms as he gazed at Quirrell, a look of disbelief etched across his face. Nevertheless, he was curious to see what this fool might concoct next, reassured by the safety net of Dumbledore's presence. Quirrell, displeased with Harry's demeanor, snapped his fingers, and several ropes ensnared Harry. Testing the strength of his bindings, Harry found them to be flimsy enough to break with little effort. He then raised his gaze to continue observing Quirrell's antics. Quirrell remarked, "You know, Potter, you are far too nosy for your own good. Initially, I intended to have you assist me in locating the Philosopher's Stone, but who could have predicted your utter ineptitude? You failed to uncover anything after all this time. Therefore, I intended to resolve the matter at the Quidditch pitch, but I was surprised to find that Snape, that insufferable fool, worked so hard to save you." As he spoke, Quirrell pushed a large object in front of Harry. It was the mirror of Ariste. "Not only do you meddle, but your friends do as well. I threw the knife to that long-bottom fellow, hoping he would be expelled for killing a classmate. Yet, who knew that Dumbledore, that old fool, would remain so indecisive? But it seems the target was indeed misjudged. I should have chosen Hermione and Ron instead. Harry cast Quirrell a strange glance. Could this fellow believe that because he had assisted Neville a few times, Neville was his close friend? Would he not conduct a proper investigation otherwise? All right, Harry, focus here, Quirrell commanded, as the mirror of Ariste was positioned before Harry. Upon lifting his gaze, Harry saw himself smiling back, holding a red stone, which he then tucked into his pocket. At that moment, he felt the weight of the stone, realizing it must indeed be the Philosopher's Stone. Now, Harry, my master is growing impatient, Quirrell said, an anxious expression overtaking his face. Oh, so the one with whom I played the letter game in the office that day is your master? You both seemed rather twisted, Harry replied casually. Curse that little brat. Enough. Tell me, what did you see? Wait, may I first glimpse the appearance of your twisted master? I am curious about what kind of perverse being you are willing to serve, Harry continued with sarcasm. Do not divert the topic. Hurry, Quirrell nearly shouted, indicating that this so-called master indeed could not wait any longer. Fine, lean in with your ear, and I shall tell you, Harry replied. Harry remarked that Quirrell believed his words and genuinely leaned in to listen. Suddenly, Harry exclaimed, I see you, you fool. He then forcefully broke free from his bonds and kicked Quirrell away. Chapter 31, Voldemort. Who would have thought I would consume souls? Quirrell was propelled by Harry's kick, tumbling on the ground before collapsing, unable to rise. His turban fell away, revealing the bare back of his head, which was strikingly small. Upon closer inspection, Harry discerned an ugly, pallid face affixed to the back of Quirrell's head. The visage bore a nose reduced to a mere slit and blood-red eyes, resembling a grotesque amalgamation of serpent and man. Soon after, Quirrell's head began to twist, and with a sickening crack, his neck was inevitably broken. Blood poured from the face that clung to him, indicating that Quirrell was beyond salvation. The detached face rotated to the front, and Quirrell's body contorted in a bizarre manner, slowly standing upright. Harry Potter! The hideous face opened its mouth, emitting a sound akin to a serpent's hiss, mixed with words. Do you remember me, Potter? A chill coursed through Harry's body, and he felt goosebumps rise where none should exist. What are you? You look utterly repulsive. I am repulsive. The creature laughed, appearing even more grotesque. Is this not thanks to you? You transformed me into a mere fragment of a soul, only able to survive by sharing a body with another. However, there are plenty of fools like you, I see. Harry interjected, taking up the creature's thread of conversation. Indeed, yes. This creature is nothing but a fool. He failed to draw you in, and he couldn't kill you either. Most importantly, during that time, he was sent to drink unicorn blood, and he was ambushed, sustaining severe injuries, which compelled me to enter the school early to seek the Philosopher's Stone. But now he is of no use. So, you are Voldemort, are you? A loathsome being. Harry had nearly deduced the identity of this creature. It was undoubtedly the madman Voldemort. Yes, it is I. Now, let's not prolong this. Hand over the Philosopher's Stone in your pocket. I assure you, I will not make you and your mother beg for mercy before your demise. Harry was keenly aware that the last statement was a fabrication, yet it ignited a surge of unnameable fury within him. Even if he had only gazed at his parents in the mirror a handful of times, truly conscious of them for less than 5. Fine, I shall give it to you. Harry reached into his robes, pulling out an object, clenching it tightly in his hand, and extending it towards Voldemort. Correct. Though you are a cowardly little dog, you are obedient, Voldemort beamed, rushing forward without a second thought to snatch the object from Harry's grasp. Opening his palm to inspect it, he confirmed it was red, but something felt amiss. You foul fool. Harry revealed the removed pin, and before Voldemort could scrutinize it further, the grenade in his hand exploded, engulfing him in a massive blaze of fire and smoke. Harry immediately recoiled, recalling his last encounter with Dumbledore. Anything that Dumbledore found troublesome was certainly not trivial. As expected, a charred and decayed arm swept aside the smoke, and Voldemort's eyes blazed with fury. It's you, the one who ambushed me in the Forbidden Forest. Voldemort drew Quirrell's wand from his robes and aimed it at Harry, unleashing a green curse. The emerald light surged toward Harry, causing the veins on his forehead to throb as the specter of death loomed over him. Instinctively, he ducked to evade the lethal spell. Damn it, Harry muttered under his breath, then drew the ether dragon, readying it for action. The ether dragon unfolded from its compact form and linked with Harry's grip, locking onto Voldemort. Harry squeezed the trigger, and a stream of electrified bullets shot toward Voldemort. He did not attempt to dodge, but conjured a stone wall to shield himself from the onslaught. Rolling to the side, Harry reset his aim on Voldemort, switched to a new magazine, dodged several curses, and fired again. The bullets veered around the stone barrier, striking Voldemort with disbelief in his eyes. Intelligent weaponry, lad, Harry thought. The first bullet pierced Quirrell's body beneath Voldemort, the high-voltage surge rendering Voldemort incapable of controlling Quirrell. Seizing the moment, Harry hurled a grenade, and the explosion echoed, leaving Quirrell's body a grotesque amalgam of flesh and shattered bones, maintaining a semblance of form only by Voldemort's magic. "Are you ever going to die?" Harry shouted in frustration, wary of Voldemort's potential to rival Dumbledore, which had kept him at a distance. Now, this abomination that could not die loomed before him, a sight that shattered his sanity. "You cannot kill me, Potter," Voldemort bellowed, his face contorted with rage as he waved his wand, unleashing a barrage of green curses like a machine gun aimed at Harry. He evaded the onslaught, feeling the brush of several curses against his skin. It must end. Voldemort cried, "Avada Kedavra!" The incantation, more potent than before, hurtled toward Harry. No longer hesitating, Harry realized that if he did not take a gamble, it would be his life at stake. With determination, he charged toward the curse. As the stasis spell activated, the impending spell slowed to a crawl, allowing Harry to dodge it and rush at Voldemort. Abandoning the ether dragon, he unleashed the hidden blades from his arm, leaping forward with ferocity, the twin blades slicing towards Voldemort's face. Breathing heavily, Harry sank to the ground, folding the ether dragon and tucking it away. Just then, a surge of black smoke erupted from the pile of dismembered flesh, rushing toward Harry. The smoke enveloped him, and he saw his energy levels rising, steadily increasing from 10 to 20, until it halted at 60. "Huh, Voldemort, you didn't anticipate this, did you? I can absorb souls." However, at a moment when he was unsuspecting, the dark smoke, having diminished by nearly 80%, swiftly surged out of the house, propelled by an immense force. And even the appearance of Dumbledore could not halt its escape. "Old D," Harry called out, having spotted Dumbledore. "I trust you are enjoying the show." "Harry," Dumbledore replied, "you performed remarkably. Even I could not have done better. Oh, you know what I wish to convey. Rest assured, the commission fee is already set aside, awaiting your recuperation to claim it. It is best that way." Chapter 32. At last, it seems to conclude. Harry floated in the air, guided by Dumbledore to the hospital wing. Unsurprisingly, Ron and Hermione were on either side of Harry's bed. Ron had been sent by Dumbledore, while Hermione had insisted on coming after Dumbledore explained the situation to Professor McGonagall. "All right, Harry, rest well. We shall discuss everything in detail in a few days," said Dumbledore before exiting the hospital wing. Harry, indifferent, felt genuinely exhausted. The battle with Voldemort had required relentless evasion, a stark contrast to the gang skirmishes in the Night City, where he could rely on his dermal armor and alloy skeleton to withstand bullets and confront foes with a shotgun blast. Voldemort, on the other hand, was akin to a man wielding a tank, unleashing artillery shells that guaranteed death upon impact. Harry placed the folded dragon on the bedside table, reclining on the bed, and retrieved the Philosopher's Stone from his pocket. Externally, it appeared to be an ordinary red gem, yet the desire emanating from the intelligent connection of its spirit indicated its extraordinary nature. "Harry, how are you? Are you unharmed? Did Quirrell injure you?" And a familiar barrage of inquiries erupted from the left bed, and upon turning, Harry found, as expected, Hermione sitting upright, her body facing him, filled with concern. "Do not worry. I am fine," Harry reassured her, though the tattered wizarding robe he had cast aside did little to bolster his credibility. Hermione, of course, remained unconvinced, and just as she was about to press further, Harry swiftly produced the Philosopher's Stone in an attempt to divert her attention. Unfortunately, his previously foolproof distraction tactic failed, as Hermione simply stared intently at him. Resigned, Harry recounted the entire encounter with Voldemort, omitting the particularly perilous details to spare her further questioning. "Ve Voldemort," Hermione gasped. "Quirrell is connected to Voldemort. Oh, Harry, dear heavens, I thought you. Oh my." Their conversation did not linger long, primarily due to Madame Pomfrey's arrival. As she entered the room, she firmly pressed Harry and Hermione back onto their beds, drawn their curtains, and administered a potion to each. "All right, young lady and young man. You may converse upon your discharge. For now, you must rest, understood?" Madame Pomfrey stated, hands on her hips. She exited the room, closing the door while reminding them to keep quiet, thanking them. Harry gazed at the potion in his hands, uncorked the vial, and an intense aroma surged forth. A signature concoction from Snape. Could this fellow not brew a potion that was palatable? Harry had not installed any form of pain suppression prosthetics, and thus, pinching his nose, he downed the potion in one swift motion. The mixture flooded his body, a cacophony of sour, bitter, and spicy flavors contorting his expression. He had never fathomed that a potion could be brewed in such an unpalatable manner. Curse it! However, the effects were immediate. Before he could finish his expletive, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, causing his head to tilt, and he collapsed onto his pillow, glasses still perched upon his nose. Time passed, though Harry could not ascertain how long. Gradually, he awoke, extending his hand to draw back the curtain. Ron and Hermione's beds were already vacant. Shaking his head to clear the fog, he wondered, how long have I been asleep? Where has everyone gone? He pressed his hands to his head, still feeling groggy when a cup of water was offered to him. He accepted it gratefully, gulping down the liquid, instantly feeling more alert. Thank you, he said, turning toward the source of the offering, only to be startled by the identity of the person. No need for thanks, Harry, the person replied with a warm smile. Indeed, it was Dumbledore, seated at the edge of Harry's bed, still holding the emptied cup. You have been asleep for 3 days. This potion is meant to induce only a day's sleep at most. It seems you were utterly exhausted. 3 days? Harry muttered, then lifted his gaze to regard Dumbledore with an impassive expression. Did you just sit there and watch while I was nearly dead? Oh, you misunderstand me, Harry. I had the utmost confidence in your abilities, Dumbledore remarked, glancing at the Philosopher's Stone. Besides, did you not just prove yourself? And what about my commission? Fear not. Dress appropriately and come to the Great Hall. You shall be satisfied. Harry, though skeptical, acknowledged Dumbledore with a glance, then began to don the new robes that Dumbledore had brought him. Once he had changed and stepped out of the infirmary, Madame Pomfrey promptly pursued him to conduct a thorough examination, only permitting his exit once she was assured of his well-being. As he entered the Great Hall, it was already filled with attendees. The lofty ceiling was adorned with silver and green decorations emblematic of Slytherin, and a colossal banner of Slytherin hung on the wall behind the guest table. The moment Harry stepped inside, a hush fell over the hall. It appeared their recent exploits had become widely known. Now, they were the talk of the school, paying little heed to the stares. Harry made his way directly to the only vacant seat in Slytherin, beside Draco. Though Draco's trembling was less pronounced than before, he still dared not meet Harry's gaze. As soon as Harry settled into his seat, Dumbledore arrived with a cheerful demeanor. Another year has passed, he exclaimed, raising his hands jubilantly. Before you indulge in the delightful feast, I hope you will allow this old man a few words. He paused until the hall fell completely silent before continuing. Now, we have arrived at the awarding ceremony for the House Cup. As far as I am aware, the current scores for each house are as follows. 4th place, Hufflepuff, with 352 points. 3rd place, Gryffindor, with 421 points. 2nd place, Ravenclaw, with 426 points. 1st place, Slytherin, with 472 points. The Slytherin table erupted with thunderous cheers and stomping, a sight that hardly resembled the decorum expected of the so-called elite. Rather, it resembled a band of ruffians celebrating their mischief. Indeed, their performance was commendable, yet due to recent events, I have additional points to award. The hall fell silent once more, every eye eagerly awaiting Dumbledore's announcement of the extra points, except for Hufflepuff, who hoped he would hasten his speech so they could commence their feast. First, we have Mr. Ron Weasley. From several tables away, Harry could see Ron's face glowing red with excitement. He had just played the most remarkable game of chess in Hogwarts history, and I shall award him 50 points. The cheer from Gryffindor surpassed the combined cheers of the other 3 houses, and from afar, Percy could be heard bragging about his brother. Once the noise subsided, Dumbledore continued with the second item. Second, we have Miss Hermione Granger, who remained calm and reasoned in the face of adversity. For this, I shall grant Gryffindor another 50 points. The deafening cheers from Gryffindor erupted once more, while Hermione buried her head in her arms, likely overwhelmed with emotion and shyness. Third, Mr. Neville Longbottom. He stood firm in front of his friends, which is no small feat. Thus, I shall award him 20 points. Neville's face radiated disbelief. Any trace of timidity had vanished, replaced by sheer joy. Finally, Harry Potter. The hall fell instantly silent, every member of Slytherin eagerly gazing at Dumbledore. He exhibited unparalleled courage and immense strength, coupled with a steadfast sense of justice. For this, I would have awarded him 50 points, but due to certain circumstances, I shall grant him a total of 110 points. The uproar was deafening. Even Malfoy joyfully embraced Harry, while Harry sat there, bewildered, as his mind raced to process the moment. Now, Gryffindor totaled 541 points, while Slytherin stood at 582 points. Although the House Cup still belonged to Slytherin, Gryffindor's cheers resonated louder. Well then, let us eat. Dumbledore waved his hand with a smile, and a sumptuous feast filled the tables as everyone began to indulge heartily, leaving only Harry in contemplation. Draco, mustering his courage, nudged Harry, signaling that it was time to eat. Harry, jolted from his thoughts, nodded at Draco and abruptly stood, angrily shouting at Dumbledore. "You old fool, I nearly died. Do you think adding a few points will suffice?" Dumbledore briefly froze while Snape smirked, amusement dancing in his eyes as he regarded Dumbledore. Chapter 33. Good morning, Night City. Harry rose to berate Dumbledore, his extensive vocabulary and eloquent expressions leaving an impression. Snape cast a mocking glance at Dumbledore, the corners of his mouth curling up, and his eyes radiated unabashed derision towards the headmaster. Professor McGonagall, taken aback, stared at Harry, her mind racing in a whirlwind of thoughts. The students below exchanged bewildered glances, the great hall enveloped in an eerie silence as everyone watched the unfolding spectacle, with the exception of a few Hufflepuffs who were still engrossed in their meals, while the rest merely feasted their eyes upon the drama. Dumbledore's body momentarily stiffened as he silently covered his face. He had not anticipated that his intention to simplify matters would backfire with Harry, inadvertently treating him as the 11-year-old child he once was. He could only gaze at Harry, his eyes deepening with thought as Harry's furious outburst gradually diminished. Dumbledore's voice then whispered in Harry's ear, "Harry, do not be this way. Was the Philosopher's Stone not given to you? Damn it, I earned that myself. Was there a clause in your contract demanding the stone?" Harry retorted. Dumbledore closed his eyes, and after a considerable pause, his voice returned to Harry's ear. "An additional 500 galleons, 750, 650, and an enchanted bag with the undetectable extension charm. Deal." Harry, satisfied, took his seat, while Dumbledore wearily rubbed his forehead, then flashed a smile to the students, signaling that all was well before plopping down into his chair, massaging his slightly aching stomach. The hall buzzed back to life, though the topic of conversation had shifted to what Harry had just discussed with Dumbledore. Having received a satisfactory resolution, Harry ceased his internal turmoil and, after the feast, handed over the 2 keys Dumbledore had given him to Snape. Indeed, he still had not claimed the half of the commission Dumbledore had previously offered him. Snape glared at Harry with a murderous look before striding towards a fireplace, tossing a handful of flue powder into the flames and shouting, "Diagon Alley," vanishing from Harry's sight. "So, it was all prearranged between you and Dumbledore?" On the train home for the summer, Hermione stood with her hands on her hips, gazing at Harry, while Ron braced himself, ready to pounce. "Well, actually, that old man has been watching over us the entire time. There shouldn't be any significant danger." "You know, significant danger nearly cost you your life," Ron retorted, displeased. Harry recognized that his friends were merely concerned for him and smiled without countering their worries. "Harry, your arm," Ron exclaimed, noticing Harry's arm, which revealed its mechanical structure and subdermal armor. Hermione, sitting across from him, demanded an explanation. "Actually, this arm isn't real. Are you disabled?" Ron blurted out, quick to respond. "Shut it. You're the one who's disabled." Harry punched Ron lightly before continuing to explain. "This is called a prosthetic. It's far stronger than an ordinary limb, as you can see." With that, he showcased the retractable mantis blade. "It enhances my strength. And this armor can even withstand bullets. It's quite remarkable." He enthusiastically introduced his prosthetic to Ron and Hermione, oblivious to the growing concern reflected in their eyes. "Harry, I'm actually not from your world." Harry interrupted Hermione, stating, "I hail from a year 2075, or more precisely, from another world in 2077. He confided in Ron and Hermione, revealing that his initial reticence stemmed from their perception of his prosthetic as merely a magical artifact. Now, however, he felt it futile to continue concealing the truth, as it would inevitably come to light. He believed it best to disclose this information beforehand to avoid unnecessary complications. "Another world?" Ron inquired. 2075? Hermione echoed. "Yes, feel free to ask any questions, but this must remain confidential. Only you, the headmaster, and I are privy to this secret. In my eyes, you are more significant than Dumbledore. Therefore, I hope you can keep this as our little secret, can you?" Harry earnestly implored, employing a tone reminiscent of soothing a child. Ron and Hermione, feeling the gravity of the moment, swore an oath of secrecy, nearly pledging an unbreakable vow. Once they had calmed, Ron broke the silence. "Harry, how many prosthetics do you have? But, all right, no more on that subject. What are your plans for the holidays?" Harry interjected, wishing to divert the conversation. With no choice, Ron and Hermione followed Harry's lead. Harry quietly exited the platform, pushing his luggage, with Hedwig perched in his grasp. He playfully teased Hedwig before stepping into a secluded alley, uttering the words, "Commence the transition." As soon as he spoke, A radiant white light enveloped him, and he clutched his belongings and Hedwig's cage tightly. The light intensified until it reached a peak, then suddenly vanished, taking him and his possessions with it, as if he had never been there at all. Excess soul detected. The monitored soul is not of human origin. The excess monitored entity possesses a complete soul. Clearance granted. Harry, my dear child, how have you fared? A familiar voice reached his ears as he opened his eyes to find a priest standing beside him, offering support. I'm Euphine. Father, Harry replied, placing his luggage in the birdcage on the ground and embracing the priest tightly. Be cautious. My back is not as resilient as yours, the priest chuckled. Then turned to regard the luggage and Hedwig, saying, It seems you have encountered quite a bit. Would you care to discuss it with me? Harry nodded. Noticing that his body had reverted to that of a 16-year-old, his new wizarding robe tattered and worn. The priest, having observed this, remarked, Well, discard those rags. Your room has been maintained in your absence. Come, let us converse about all that has transpired. Harry readily agreed. The following day, Harry awoke naturally, having spoken with the priest until the early hours. Rising, he retrieved a shirt and a black short-sleeved jacket from the wardrobe, the fabric displaying a prominent hexagonal pattern. He donned a pair of black trousers and made his way to the bathroom to gaze into the mirror. He still bore the same essence as before, blue-purple hair cascading to one side, a green prosthetic eye resting quietly in its socket, golden diamond-shaped earrings adorning his ears, and the cross, gifted by the priest, hanging serenely around his neck. Harry stepped out of the room, bypassing the stairs, and made his way to the rooftop. As he pushed open the door, the familiar scent enveloped him. However, after spending a year in a magical realm, this aroma had become somewhat pungent. The noxious fumes from factories, the stench of decaying refuse, the odor of rotting corpses, synthetic meat devoid of any meaty essence, and the cheap liquor carelessly spilled on the streets melded together, creating an everlasting cacophony of garish advertisements intertwined with melodies and gunfire that assaulted every listener's ears. Gazing down the street, he observed the disheveled homeless sprawled on the ground, adorned with dreamlike headsets and cups, lost in a drunken stupor. Nearby, sickly orphans scavenged for leftovers and scraps beside overflowing trash bins, while lowly sex workers waited hopefully for clientele at the curb. Company underlings rushed by, pressed for time, and gang members brazenly fired at pursuing police cars. Meanwhile, corporate lackeys lounged in luxury vehicles, puffing on cigarettes, and the occasional opulent hovercar drifted overhead, juxtaposed with the makeshift shelters of the homeless, ranging from towering structures hundreds of meters high to simple mattresses. This surreal tableau had remained unchanged, a testament to the city's enduring chaos. It was still the same damn place, not a bit different. Good morning, Night City. Chapter 34. The Troubling Task of Wakako. Harry slowly descended the stairs, casually feeding Hedwig as he continued down. Hedwig, confined in her cage, expressed her discontent with agitated chirps, yearning for Harry to let her roam. Yet, truth be told, Harry hesitated. One could never predict whether some reckless individual might take a shot at Hedwig. Despite her being a magical owl, the reality was that she might not evade a thug-esque bullet. It had become evident that the flow of time was chaotic in these two wretched realms. After spending nearly a year in the magical world, only a little over 3 months had passed in Night City, leaving him bewildered by this nonsensical temporal distortion, which defied calculation. As Harry reached the ground floor, he heard a voice call out, Harry, our saint. A member of the Valentino gang recognized him instantly, clutching a bottle of liquor as he approached. Long time no see. I heard from the priest that you were away on a journey. How was it? What is the scenery like? Oh, it was truly splendid, far superior to this wretched city. That's utter nonsense. Even that place is better than Night City. He then thrust a bottle of vodka into Harry's hands. It's on me. Thanks. It's been ages since I've had a drink. It's all been soft drinks lately. It's been torturous. With that, Harry twisted off the cap of the vodka bottle and downed its contents in one go. Refreshing, he exclaimed, prompting the other gang members to clamor for another bottle. Meanwhile, in Westbrook, on Twerky Street, Wakako Okada, the most formidable intermediary in Westbrook and a true Gen Z girl, frowned as she continued her phone conversation. This doesn't sound like a rescue operation. On the other end, a panicked male voice responded, No, it truly is a rescue. But it's urgent. The more people, the better. Please, I'm willing to pay 100,000 euros. Wakako's brow furrowed even tighter. I cannot fathom why saving a single individual necessitates the involvement of a cadre of mercenaries. Moreover, even a band of scavengers would at least allow a person to live for a few days before resorting to murder. And 100,000 euros, Mr. Erickson. I implore you to elucidate this matter clearly. Otherwise, I shall be unable to assist you. On the other end of the line, Erickson remained silent. After what felt like an eternity, he finally divulged the circumstances. This fool intended to negotiate black market dealings with the psychopathic Jotaro Kujo. And as if that were not enough, in a moment of sheer folly, he brought his daughter along with him. As a result, Jotaro took a liking to her. And that very night, a group of individuals assaulted him, leaving him grievously injured, and abducted his daughter. He hired a mercenary to rescue her. Yet that mercenary turned out to be a third-rate operative. Before he could even ascend to the second floor, he was discovered and captured. In a bid to save his own life, he even revealed Erickson's identity. Jotaro subsequently sent Erickson a photograph, his daughter bound to a bed. Upon learning the details, Wakako fell into an unusual silence. It had been quite some time since she had encountered such a fool, barring unforeseen circumstances. His daughter likely had less than a day to live, and the defenses at Jotaro's location were now an unknown entity. Please, Miss Wakako, I beseech you to agree. I will raise the offer to 170,000. Very well, I will procure several mercenaries by the end of the day, but their success is no longer my concern. Please send over the relevant information. Wakako ultimately acquiesced. Even if the mission were to fail, delivering a blow to Jotaro was still worthwhile. He had been exceedingly arrogant of late, and there had been several instances where, had she not intervened, he might have encroached upon her company as well. Man, right? I have a task for you. Harry exited Old Ways Clinic. Having received a new synthetic skin for his arm, he touched his chest where a new artificial heart had just been installed, feeling an overwhelming sense of security. He had intended to acquire a superior Steinway from Old Way, but alas, it was out of stock. Thus, he settled for the secondary heart and upgraded his prosthetic eye while also replacing the blade of his mantis knife. Perhaps I shall visit Mrs. Wellsbar. It has been quite a while since my last visit. With this thought, Harry turned his steps toward the establishment, but fate had other plans. His phone rang, and he glanced at the name displayed in the upper left corner of his prosthetic eye, Wakako Okada. Upon answering, he heard her voice. Harry Potter, the saint of the Haywood district, correct? Wakako Okada, the most formidable intermediary of Westbrook. Yet, I find myself outside your jurisdiction. Won't the priest object to usurping his business? Naturally, I have conferred with the priest. To the point, there is a rather troublesome request. Should you succeed, you can earn 20,000 euros. 20,000? Quite a substantial sum. What makes this task so convoluted? Harry's interest in the new assignment peaked. It merely involves saving a person. But that individual is in the clutches of Jotaro Kujo, and he has a mere 6 hours left to live. Damn, that pervert, Harry muttered under his breath, cursing that Tosaka Jotaro fellow, who seemed to revel in kidnapping and abusing women for his twisted pleasures. Every woman who had previously fallen victim to him had met a grim fate. Some had even been killed and had their organs harvested for sale. Yet, it seemed unreasonable that such a dire situation could arise from merely rescuing someone. Wakako recounted the situation once more. Harry was taken aback, utterly astonished at the depths of human folly. Moreover, another team had also taken on this task, and he would need to collaborate with them. So what do you say? Will you accept? Yes, send me the information, Harry replied, choosing to undertake the mission. It had been a considerable time since he had experienced the nightlife of Night City, and this would also serve as a means to reacquaint himself with it. All right, I will send it to you now, Wakako said before ending the call. Within half a minute, all the pertinent details were transmitted, and it seemed the individual who had issued the contract even arranged for a Delamain taxi for each mercenary who accepted the job, indicating a sense of urgency. As Harry opened the door to the approaching Delamain taxi and settled inside, he began to scrutinize the intelligence. The location where Tosaka Jotaro was holed up consisted of 3 floors, each guarded by 20 to 30 individuals, indeed a formidable stronghold. However, he was not without allies. Another team comprising 7 members had also accepted the task, including 2 hackers, a rarity in any squad he had encountered. Soon, the Delamain arrived at the destination, stopping 300 meters from Jotaro's building. However, the other team had yet to arrive, leaving Harry to wait at the prepared tables and chairs. Hey, buddy, wake up! A voice broke through as Harry lay back in the chair, his eyes closed in a moment of rest. He opened his eyes to find a burly man, twice his size, standing before him, attempting to shake his shoulder. You must be Harry, the Saint of Haywood. E.M. Mun. Chapter 35. She takes the throne? E.M. Mun. So, you are Harry, the Saint of Haywood? The muscular man extended his hand. Harry nodded, then rose to shake Man's hand. That's me. It seems I'm quite well known. Without hesitation, Man stated, Wakako has already provided you with the mission details, correct? Man nodded, having heard of Harry's reputation, which put him at ease. During their journey, they had thoroughly reviewed the intelligence, and now they just needed to discuss their respective roles with Harry. This communication chip is for you, man said, pulling a chip from his pocket and handing it to Harry. Lucy and Kiwi will use this chip to disable the alarms and surveillance cameras on the other side. He gestured toward a tall woman in a red outfit and another girl in white with pastel pink hair. After Harry took the chip and inserted it into the slot behind his ear, he connected to their internal communication channel. I will infiltrate. However, there are too many opponents, and I will require assistance. Understood. Pila and Rebecca will accompany you. So you are the saint, huh? You look quite young. Man's words were interrupted by a girl clad in a black trench coat, revealing her fair legs. Adorned with a pink tattoo around her neck and possessing eyes with crimson sclera intertwined with green irises, she stood at barely half of Harry's height, gently resting her hand on his arm. Man, where did this little girl come from? Harry inquired, lowering his gaze in confusion. Just as Man was about to introduce her, a raucous laughter erupted. Ha ha, you still look like a little kid's annoying sister. A tall, lanky man with arms nearly dragging to the ground, sporting a scruffy beard and a mohawk, mocked, covering his face while pointing at the girl. You idiot, don't push me to smash your head, retorted the girl. Go ahead, let us see who will take care of you after I'm gone. And how much do you owe me, you fool? If you want to die, pay me back first. Just because I have to protect you on every mission, does that mean I deserve a bigger cut? Believe me, I'll make it so you can't even use a cup again. Stop it. Enough shouting. The mission is at stake. If the target is dead, no one will get paid. Man bellowed, pulling them apart. This is Rebecca. Due to certain circumstances, she appears younger, but she is actually 20, Man introduced, gesturing to the lanky figure known as Pyrrha, who was regarded as a technical expert. Harry's mind momentarily stalled as he glanced at Rebecca, whose arms were not even as muscular as Man's. 21. I'm only 16. All eyes turned to Harry, and Rebecca's expression brightened. Oh, so you're the little brother. Don't worry, sis will protect you. She patted her chest confidently. Harry, observing Rebecca's demeanor, was inexplicably reminded of a kitten outside Old Ways Clinic and couldn't resist ruffling her hair. Unsurprisingly, Rebecca erupted in indignation, drawing a handgun from her waistband to block Harry's hand. What are you doing, you jerk? Sorry, Harry offered a half-hearted apology, turning to Man to inquire about the rest of the team, leaving Rebecca seething with fury. Dolly and I will wait downstairs. If anything goes awry, we'll rush up immediately, Man stated, pointing to a woman nearly as robust as himself. I recall your team comprises 7 members. Where's the other one? Falco is our driver. PLL arrived shortly. Although we'll be taking the Draman this time, it's prudent to have additional arrangements. Agreed, that's thorough. So, when do we commence? Harry nodded toward Man. Prepare your weapons. We depart in 10 minutes. Harry tucked his dragon into his jacket, visibly carrying only a Lexington, while Pyrrha slung an assault rifle over his shoulder and Rebecca brandished 2 handguns. They easily gained access to the first floor of Kintaro's club. After all, it was a venue meant to welcome guests. However, the guards informed them that only VIPs could ascend to the 2nd floor, while the 3rd was off limits. It seemed the intel was accurate. That pervert was still on the rooftop. Should we steal a membership card or sneak up? Harry inquired over the internal channel. Stealing the card? I certainly could blend in with them, but pilfering it right under the watchful eyes of so many guards is no simple feat. Pyrrha expressed his concerns. I can also go, but the same issue persists. The crowd is too dense, Rebecca added, as the 2 siblings seldom found themselves in agreement. I possess a Sign-Wiston, Harry stated nonchalantly. With your Sign-Wiston, what else is there to say? That package is a sure thing. Pyrrha straightened his posture and shouted to Harry in the channel. I'll go chat with them. You take the opportunity to steal. Got it, Harry relayed to Pyrrha and Rebecca. So quick. Impressive, the siblings exclaimed in astonishment. Pyrrha then bid farewell to the burly man, and Rebecca stood up to follow Harry as the trio made their way to the staircase leading to the 2nd floor. Thankfully, the membership card was based on a visit count. Otherwise, Harry would have needed to steal 2 more cards. The 3 ascended to the 2nd floor, where every camera had been disabled by Lucy and Chiwei. Now, they needed to strategize their ascent to the 3rd floor. How about we just charge up? Rebecca proposed the most unfeasible idea. No, we need to locate Jotaro's room. Otherwise, even if we charge up, it would be futile, Lucy interjected in the team channel. We could check the surveillance room for Jotaro's location, Chiwei suggested. Let us split up, Pyrrha instructed Harry and Rebecca, who both nodded and began their search on the 2nd floor. It was quieter than the first, albeit with more private rooms. After a considerable search, Harry struggled to find anything useful, as most of the rooms were either for cooking or general use. Pyrrha was likewise unsuccessful. Found it. Rebecca's voice echoed through the channel. She had dispatched a member of the Tiger Claws gang seated in front of the surveillance, discovering Jotaro's location. She sent an overhead view of the room to the team channel, instructing Pyrrha and Harry to convene at the staircase. The trio stealthily ascended to the third floor, which appeared to have only one door, surrounded by guards. However, the overhead map indicated another door nearby. Indeed, Harry spotted a narrow path behind what seemed to be a pile of rubbish made of iron plates. To prevent hackers from breaching it, a non-electronic door had been employed, yet it proved ineffective. Harry approached, concentrated his wand's tip into a point, and quietly uttered, Alohomora. The lock of the iron plate door clicked open, leaving Pyrrha bewildered as he gazed at Harry. This ISNT technology, Rebecca, unfazed, presumed it was some kind of new cybernetic enhancement. As they swung open the iron plate door, it creaked audibly, yet the noise was masked by the ambience of the club. Harry led the way, and the three arrived at the end of the passage, facing a transparent glass door that led to Jotaro's room, guarded by 5 sentinels. They exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Pyrrha retrieved a flashbang from his pocket, disengaged the safety, and hurled it directly at the feet of the guards. Chapter 36. You're carrying me. The flashbang struck the ground, emitting a clattering sound that drew the attention of all 5 guards. One of them, the quickest to react, shouted flashbang. His words had not yet finished echoing when a blinding light and a thunderous sound simultaneously rebooted their artificial eyes, and the neural implants began to emit sparks. You worthless scum. Rebecca was the first to charge in, drawing her pistol and unleashing a hail of fire upon the empty room. The unified firepower was not particularly formidable, proving somewhat ineffective against the subdermal armor, yet she fortuitously managed to explode the heads of 2 adversaries. Pouting in dissatisfaction, Rebecca lamented the weapon's feeble lethality. Harry withdrew his dragon slayer from his cloak, locking onto the enemies and unleashing a barrage of bullets, while Pyrrha, wielding a submachine gun, also commenced indiscriminate fire. The unfortunate 5 guards, caught unawares, met their demise before they could even draw their weapons. Over here, Harry shouted as he dashed toward Jotaro's door. Just as Lucy swung it wide open, the trio rushed inside, only to catch sight of Jotaro poised to escape through the window. He's trying to flee. Forget him. Let's rescue the target. Rebecca and Pyrrha shouted. At that moment, Jotaro hesitated, affording Harry the precious time he needed. Without a moment's thought, Harry conjured his wand, aimed it at the fleeing Jotaro, and bellowed, Petri Ficus Totalis. Quick, locate the target. Ignoring the stunned expressions of Pyrrha and Rebecca, Harry immediately began searching the room for their objective. Realizing that now was not the time for futile inquiries, Pyrrha and Rebecca joined the search. Jotaro's quarters were surprisingly spacious, containing 3 additional rooms, but ultimately they found their target in the innermost chamber. However, the scene before them ignited an unfamiliar rage within Harry, a sentiment that surely resonated even more profoundly with the emotionally driven Rebecca. Damn Jotaro, that twisted pervert. Rebecca's face contorted with fury as she unleashed a torrent of curses. The good news, the target was still alive. The bad news, she was on the brink of death. The girl was bound to a bed, one leg completely severed, blood congealed, yet an unidentified fluid oozed from the wound. Her other leg was grotesquely bent, utterly shattered. Her head was forcibly restrained, one eye punctured beyond recognition. Her mouth torn apart, blood and the mysterious liquid pouring forth. Her arms were a gruesome spectacle, flesh mangled and bone exposed, with kitchen knives and pliers embedded in her flesh. Her chest had been entirely carved open, discarded like refuse beneath the bed. The sight below was even more horrific. Utterly torn apart, the gaping wounds threatening to spread further, and a large steel cannon, bristling with iron spikes, whirled like a drill. Were it not for the rhythmic rise and fall of her abdomen, Harry might have truly believed her to be deceased. Quick, check her vital signs. Lucy's voice pierced through the chaos. Harry dashed over, extracting the connection cable from his pocket and plugging it into the girl's cranial interface. A multitude of vital sign readings materialized before him, and with each glance, his brow furrowed deeper. She's fading. Use the pneumatic injector now. Pyrrha swiftly produced a syringe from her pocket and tossed it to Harry. Without hesitation, he plunged the injector into the girl's body. Gradually, her vital signs began to stabilize. Her blood coagulated, and her breathing became more rhythmic. With a sigh of relief, Harry steadied himself, realizing that they could not bear this burden any longer. Observing her personal information, it was evident that her father had invested a significant amount of money to rescue her, and it was unlikely that he had not procured a trauma group membership for her. Chiwe's voice rang out, instructing, if the trauma group hasn't arrived, check if anything is obstructing the signal and eliminate it. What's happening? That bunch downstairs has sensed something amiss. They're coming up. Pyrrha shouted to Harry. Then I'll eliminate those scoundrels. Just look at this magnificent firearm I found. Rebecca exclaimed, brandishing the DB-2 Sadala shotgun she had picked up from the ground, her foot resting on the petrified and bound Jotaro. We need Man and the others to divert their attention. Facing so many of them, even with Stanislaus, we would be doomed. Harry realized that the girl indeed possessed a trauma group gold membership, but the signal was being obstructed. After monitoring with Lucy, Chiwei discovered that a virus was at fault and was currently in the process of eradicating it, estimating it would take another 2 minutes. Did you hear that, boss? Pyrrha frantically communicated on the internal channel. I heard it. I'm on my way. Man's voice responded, followed by him shouting downstairs, You fools, your father has arrived. He unleashed a barrage of fire with his L-69 shotgun at the bewildered guards. I don't want these sons of bitches. If you keep yapping, don't even think about getting into my bed. Dorio slapped Man on the head, then also aimed her DB-2 Sadala shotgun at the approaching guards. The two warriors successfully drew the attention of the Tiger Claw gang's guards, buying time for Harry and the others. 3, 2, 1 good success. Lucy's voice echoed in their ears, and Chiwei chimed in, cracking successful, now run. The trauma group will be here in 5 minutes. Boom! Before they could escape the room, members of the Tiger Claw gang rushed in, immediately throwing grenades without a word. Damn it! Harry sprinted ahead, caught in the shockwave of the grenade. If Pyrrha hadn't pulled him back, he might have been thrown against the wall. Jotaro, however, was not as fortunate, crashing heavily to the ground. Although his petrified state concealed the pain, several of his ribs were broken, and his arm was fractured. Rebecca laughed maniacally, charging her Sadala, the electromagnetic force enhancing her bullets. With a resounding bang, the unique nail-like bullets shot forth, effortlessly shredding the table that served as cover for their opponents, ripping through the abdomen of the man behind it, rendering him lifeless. Delightful, Rebecca exclaimed as she reloaded, while Pyrrha provided cover fire, eliminating anyone who dared to shoot at her. Harry lay on the ground, taking a moment to recover before casting a petrification spell on Jotaro and retrieving a grenade from his pocket to throw at their adversaries. Boom! As the Tiger Claw gang members spotted the grenade, they attempted to evade it, but unfortunately, many were caught in the blast, resulting in numerous fatalities. Though some still managed to resist. Virum! A tremendous noise erupted behind them, followed by the sound of shattering glass and the voice of a speaker confirming the user, Anna Erickson, whose vital signs were momentarily stable. Adrenaline and artificial blood were prepared for injection. Hurry, get the user into the hovercar, prepare for surgery. Shouted Pida. Damn it, didn't they say 5 minutes? A minute less, and someone giving them money might die. Who wouldn't accelerate? Chiwei countered in the channel. Move. Taking advantage of the moment when the Tiger Claw gang members were dodging grenades, Harry activated the Cien Vista. The Mantis blade sliced through the necks of their foes as effortlessly as cutting tofu. Once Cien Vista was deactivated, Harry grabbed a person and threw them over his shoulder. Sprinting away. You bastard, you're carrying me. Rebecca protested, writhing on his shoulder in a futile attempt to escape. Why do I have to carry this freak? Pila grumbled as he hoisted Jotaro along behind Harry. Fortunately, the trauma team focused solely on evacuating their target, swiftly leaving the scene, likely due to Anna's precarious state. The trio raced to the first floor, dispatching any obstacles in their path, with Harry taking down foes using the Yinglong and Pila shooting them down. Even Rebecca, still slung across Harry's shoulder, eliminated one who aimed at him. The target had been rescued by the trauma team. The mission was complete. Upon receiving a message from Man, Harry dashed into the street, followed closely by Pila. Drummond had been waiting and opened the car door as they approached. Harry leaped inside, using leg propulsion, casually placing the dazed Rebecca's side, followed by Pila with Jotaro. As soon as he entered, the door slammed shut, and the vehicle sped off in the opposite direction from Man and the others. Chapter 37. The commission concludes. Phew, it's finally over. Harry slumped in his seat, one hand clutching the Yinglong, the other pressing down on Rebecca's head as she struck him repeatedly with Sidar's rifle. But, damn it, you carried me all this way like I'm a money bag. Rebecca fumed, her hair bristling like a furious cat. Well, maybe you're a money bag. Who knows? Someone might want to sell you for cash. Pila snickered from the front seat, mercilessly mocking Rebecca. You son of a dog, I'll kill you. Rebecca's anger escalated, and she raised a rifle but to strike Pila on the head. If you hit me again, I won't pay you back. Go ahead. See if I don't beat you senseless, so you'll never hold a cup again. Keep insulting me, and my lover will come over to our place, sleeping in your bed. Damn you, you bastard. The sibling duo's earlier camaraderie during the mission evaporated, giving way to a new round of heated exchanges. Just then, As they were bickering, Jotaro, who had been knocked unconscious upon entering the car, regained consciousness and began to make muffled sounds, struggling to free himself despite Pila's tight bindings. "Shut up, you pervert!" Rebecca delivered a forceful blow to Jotaro's head with the butt of her gun, sending him into a deep slumber once more. As expected, Rebecca's temper flared, and she exclaimed, "I don't care what your name is, you bastard, just get your hands off me." Suddenly, the sound of approaching pursuers reached them. Pyrrha turned to Harry and Rebecca, urging Delamon to accelerate the vehicle in hopes of evading the relentless Tiger Claw gang. Harry said little, retrieving Inglong from his pocket and leaning out of the window. Sure enough, two motorcycles emblazoned with unparalleled and a car marked with Tiger Leopard Spring were hot on their trail. Inglong synced with Harry's SmartLink, automatically locking onto the pursuers. With a pull of the trigger, a stream of bullets, charged with high-voltage electricity, burst forth, forming a shimmering silver line as they homed in on the members of the Tiger Claw gang. Though the bullets lacked their full potency in the magical realm, their true strength lay in the high-voltage discharge that could obliterate cybernetic enhancements. The first few rounds struck the foremost assailant, creating mere holes akin to those from an ordinary smart submachine gun. Yet, astonishingly, the individual seemed unfazed, likely equipped with a pain editor that rendered him immune to discomfort. The assailants swiftly unsheathed their weapons, retaliating against Harry, who could only return fire alongside Pyrrha, while Rebecca was hindered by Jotaro's presence, forced to watch their counterattack unfold. A resounding crack echoed as the first targeted assailant's cybernetic body succumbed to the high-voltage surge, causing his motorcycle to spiral out of control and crash to the ground, resulting in an electromagnetic explosion. Nearby, another gang member was caught in the blast wave, rendering his cybernetic enhancements inoperative, while others ignited in sparks, collapsing to the ground. Two motorcycles and their riders obstructed the speeding car, leaving the driver with no chance to evade. The vehicle careened over the motorcycles and riders, momentarily airborne before crashing back down, tumbling to a halt after sliding several meters on its roof. "Harry, what company manufactured that gun of yours? It's impressive." Pyrrha expressed her fascination with Harry's weaponry, while Rebecca displayed little interest, preferring shotguns and heavy machine guns that matched recoil with power. "This is technology from Kanto, but it's unlikely you can acquire it. My father had someone modify it for me," Harry replied, weaving a small deception, as he harbored reservations about fully trusting Pyrrha and the others. Soon, Delamon arrived at the intersection of Twisted Street, and Harry, supporting the now unconscious Jotaro, made his way toward Wakako's shop. Pyrrha and Rebecca followed, but Pyrrha soon wandered off to converse with a street vendor, while Rebecca halted at the entrance of Wakako's shop. When Harry inquired if she would enter, she declined. Her earlier frenzy dissipated, leaving only impatience and discomfort on her face. Harry chose not to press further and entered the shop alone. Ignoring the curious stares of the patrons, he strode directly to the back room where Wakako awaited. "Wakako, the task is complete. The child has been taken by the trauma team, and I have brought you a guest." Harry cast aside the unconscious Jotaro and addressed Wakako. "Oh ho ho, Harry, you truly grow more endearing with each passing moment." Wakako, who seemed eternally engaged in an unending phone call, maintained her expressionless demeanor. Yet the ease in her voice was unmistakable. "Now I needn't seek another commission. Thank you. And my remuneration? Rest assured, dear, it has already been transferred to your account." A glimmer of red light appeared in Wakako's eyes, and Harry observed an additional 30,000 euros in his account. "The extra 10,000 euros is your reward for alleviating an additional burden from me," Wakako said kindly to Harry. However, he understood that the old woman reserved her kindness solely for promising mercenaries. Those lacking potential were never graced with her favor. "Thank you, Ms. Wakako." Harry pondered for a moment before settling on this relatively polite address. "Goodbye. I look forward to our next collaboration, Harry." The commission is concluded. As Harry stepped out of the shop, he found Rebecca waiting outside. Upon seeing him, she immediately inquired, "How is that old woman? Is she all right?" Harry regarded her with a hint of curiosity before responding. "Quite well, still quite vigorous." "Ah, I see," Rebecca replied, before falling into an unusual silence. Harry found himself at a loss for words. Even when he ruffled Rebecca's hair, she remained nonchalant, a state that unsettled him. As he contemplated how to lighten the atmosphere, a call notification caught his attention. "Incoming call. Oman. Connected." Harry glanced up, noting that only Rebecca was beside him, lost in her thoughts. After searching for a moment, he finally spotted Pyrrha, who had been trying to curry favor but had just been slapped for her efforts. "Yes, here. What is up?" "This evening at the turbocharged bar. It's on me. Will you do me the honor? A gratitude gathering and a celebration?" "Of course, I will be delighted." Harry readily accepted. After all, a mercenary celebration, with someone else footing the bill, was an opportunity not to be missed. As for mercenaries who sought to deceive at such gatherings, please, anyone with sense knows better than to trick a mercenary at a celebration, lest they find themselves cut off the following day. Excellent. Though you are much younger than I have a feeling we will get along famously, Man said with a smile. Very well, bring Pyrrha and Rebecca along. 6 o'clock, remember. Goodbye. Call ended. Harry shook Rebecca's shoulder, relaying Man's message. If you don't want Pyrrha sleeping in your bed, you should hurry and bring her over. Harry found it difficult to comprehend the dynamics between these siblings. Chapter 38, Celebration. Westbrook, Japan Street, turbocharge bar. Harry, driving the Soul Ring car Alvarado he had purchased from the old captain, pulled over with Rebecca and Pyrrha in the back seat. Rebecca had completely regained her composure, and Harry felt utterly drained by the bickering between the two siblings. They were unbearably loud. He had turned to silence them several times. But it was evident that when these two were together, tranquility was an impossibility, far more chaotic than a dragon and phoenix squabbling. We've arrived, you two get out. Harry opened the back door, exasperated as he pulled the two down. Harry, over here. Man leaned against his Gudra 66 Avenger, one hand clutching a bottle of beer while the other waved at Harry. Harry approached him, naturally accepting the beer from Man's hand, clinking bottles before taking a few swigs. Thank you for the invitation. To be honest, you're the first team to invite me. Too kind. Not just me. Pyrrha and Rebecca are also of no help. If you hadn't helped me draw attention downstairs, if the hacker hadn't disabled the alarms and surveillance, and clear the viruses, success would have been uncertain. Harry laughed, clinking again with Man before taking another swig. You've met Pyrrha and Rebecca, right? Those two siblings are more absurd than Watson's dragon. Ha ha ha, kindred spirits. Both gazed at Pyrrha, performing a bottle-stacking act amidst a cluster of tables in the bar, while Rebecca leaned against the stone platform, also holding a bottle. They simultaneously rubbed their temples. Over there are Lucy and Chi-Wei, our two hackers. Man gestured towards the pink-haired Lucy in white and the blonde Chi-Wei in red. Sandwiston what? Man looked at Harry, bewildered, then incredulously eyed Harry's back. Aren't you only 16? Aren't you afraid of becoming a lunatic? Harry took a swig of beer, tapping Man's gorilla-like arm, which was integrated with a grenade launcher, and retorted, What do you mean? Do I look like I'm as crazy as you? Besides, aren't you worried about turning into a lunatic yourself? Still want to pretend to be Sandwiston? Man voiced his discontent. Why can a 16-year-old kid pretend? But I can't. I can act as much as I want. Do you believe me? Huh. Believe your mother. Man took a sip of beer, glancing at Harry. So there's just one left. I am resolute. Harry rephrased. I don't believe that your developing nerves can withstand so many stimuli from Sandwiston. Man said nothing further, having already made up his mind to acquire a Sandwiston for himself. Harry, what? I've actually inquired about quite a bit regarding you. Harry looked at Man with alarm, jokingly clutching his chest. What do you intend to do? I assure you, my orientation is perfectly normal. Get lost. Man, feeling exasperated, continued, on serious matters. What I found is that you are the adopted son of the formidable intermediary Padre Sebastian from Haywood, the bloodthirsty saint of Haywood, the youngest mercenary, and a remarkable lone wolf. Well, your flattery is almost embarrassing, Harry chuckled. Harry, in fact, I want to invite you to join my team. Man revealed his true intentions. This is the real reason for your invitation. ISNT it? Harry narrowed his eyes, his emerald cybernetic eye glinting with an enigmatic light, akin to a cat that sees through the night. That is not entirely true. I genuinely wanted to invite you. Man awkwardly chuckled, quickly downing a gulp of beer to shift the topic. Ha ha ha, all right, I accept. Man laughed heartily, remarking that although Harry mentioned he would occasionally disappear, he had promised to inform them beforehand, which meant he wouldn't intentionally cause them trouble before vanishing. This was akin to gaining an impressive ally, and I knew we would get along splendidly. Harry chuckled as well, raising his bottle to clink with Man's, then downing its contents in one swift motion. He carelessly tossed the empty bottle to the ground and gestured for the bartender to bring more vodka. After handing Man a bottle, he also passed one to a small hand that reached up from below, finishing off half of it in a single gulp. The potency of the drink was remarkable. Harry exclaimed with delight, suddenly recalling that he meant to pass out another bottle of vodka. Looking down, he met the striking red and green eyes of Rebecca. Welcome to the team, Harry, she said, raising her vodka bottle in salute before consuming it in one go. The result was a bout of coughs as she exclaimed, Ugh, what is this? It's so fiery. The vodka's burn made Rebecca cough incessantly, her little green head shaking vigorously. Harry could not resist and reached out to tease her. And predictably, he was met with a feisty little cat's reaction. He held Rebecca's head with one hand, while her short arms struggled to reach him. Ultimately, in a moment of disbelief, she bit down on his hand. Ouch! Harry winced at the sharp pain, prompting Rebecca to release her grip and glance at him. With a puffed cheek, she declared, "You rascal, you'll have your hands full with me from now on. I'm off to have some fun." With that, she trotted away, her green ponytail swaying as she gradually faded from Harry's sight. Meanwhile, the radio began to play, "I Really Want to Stay at Your House." Harry, holding the bottle, gazed at Rebecca's retreating figure, feeling an inexplicable sense of nostalgia mixed with sadness as he became fully absorbed in the song, completely oblivious to man's mischievous grin drawing closer. Then, a large hand ruffled Harry's hair, and man teased, "Who would have thought? A lowly enthusiast. Get lost, you jerk." Harry laughed, pushing man's hand away. "I didn't know you liked this type." Man jeered, taking a swig from his bottle. Chapter 39. Even the most impressive mercenaries must heed their mothers. Good morning, Night City. Yesterday's death lottery counted a staggering 70 souls. Thanks to the unending gang wars, over 50 perished in Watson District alone. The familiar voice of host Stanley filled the room, recounting the events of the previous night in Night City. Hedwig squawked incessantly in her cage, as Harry had only fed her once yesterday, leaving her still hungry. And where was Harry? He remained sprawled in bed, not stirring until well past noon, awakening only after rolling off the bed and crashing to the floor. "Oh, my head." Harry clutched his head, feeling worse from the effects of overindulgence than he ever did after a bout with Sion Winston. He first shed his clothing and stepped into the bathroom for a cold shower, rousing his still drowsy body. Afterward, he grabbed a handful of owl feed to give to Hedwig, knowing full well that a peck from her was inevitable. Suddenly, he remembered that the thing in his head seemed to be absorbing souls to gather energy. Glancing at the energy bar, he noted with dismay that it was only at 70%. How was this soul absorption determined? Could it be that the souls of Night City's denizens were generally weak? Shaking his head, he dismissed these thoughts, donned his clothes, armed himself, and stepped outside. After contemplating for a while, unsure of his destination, he finally recalled his intentions from the previous day and turned his steps toward Mrs. Wellswolf Tavern. It had been quite some time since he last saw her. Standing before the tavern, the electronic door swung open. Pepe, the bartender, was behind the counter serving drinks. Upon hearing the door, he looked up and, recognizing Harry, exclaimed, "Harry, it's you. I haven't seen you in months. The priest mentioned you went on a long journey. How was it? Was it better than Night City?" "Oh, Pepe, why do you ask that?" Harry replied, exasperated as he settled into his seat. "It's not much better than this damn Night City." Pepe nodded in agreement, then poured a glass of whiskey. "Here, on the house." "Thank you." Harry raised the glass and downed the whiskey in one go. Setting the glass down, he inquired, "Is Mrs. Wells around?" "It's been ages since I've seen her." She's before Pepe could finish his sentence, a woman's voice interrupted. A woman, appearing to be in her 50s or 60s, rushed over and caressed Harry's cheek. Harry made no attempt to resist, simply watching as she searched for injuries on him. "Mrs. Wells, I'm fine. I just returned from a long trip. Just because you say you're fine doesn't mean you are. Hurry up, unless you want to end up like Jack." Without heeding Harry's explanation, Mrs. Wells examined him for a full 10 minutes. Finally discovering a dent on his back that he hadn't had time to tend to after being blasted by a grenade. "You claim you're unscathed? Dios Montag. Look at this. Does it hurt?" This was where Harry felt both affection and exasperation towards Mrs. Wells. She cared for him like a mother for her cherished child. Yet at times, he felt her concern bordered on excessive. "You're still younger than Jack, and yet you ventured out first." Mrs. Wells crossed herself. "I truly hope Jack doesn't go out. I don't want to find him dead in a dumpster. But at this rate, who knows?" Mrs. Wells gazed at Harry, her thoughts drifting to her son and the rest of the Wells family. With a sigh, she tightened her grip on Harry's hand. "Mrs. Wells, don't worry. I've seen your son. With his sturdy build, he is stronger than any of the animal gang. He'll be just fine." Harry reassured Mrs. Wells, fond of this maternal figure and wishing to shield her from sorrow. "Harry, spare me your consolation. I am well aware of Jack's true nature," Mrs. Wells remarked with a disdainful huff. "Mom, you're speaking ill of me again." A hearty yet rebellious voice emerged as the back door of the bar swung open. Both Harry and Mrs. Wells turned to see a robust man clad in a black coat, his hair styled in a bun, entering the establishment. He may not have possessed man's formidable physique, yet he was certainly more than a match for half of the animal gang. "Jack, this is Harry." Mrs. Wells dismissed Jack's comment about her disparaging him and instead introduced Harry. "Mom, you can't do that." Jack pouted slightly before striding towards Harry, extending his hand. "Jack Wells. Just call me Jack. Who knows, we might end up working together someday." Harry reciprocated the handshake. "Harry Potter, looking forward to fighting alongside you." "All right, lads. Lunch hour is approaching. What would you like to eat?" Mrs. Wells glanced at the clock and interjected suddenly. Oh, I apologize, Mrs. Wells. I truly wish to dine here. But I must go to Old Ways, Harry interjected. Mom, so do I. Both of you be quiet. Despite her diminutive stature compared to Harry and Jack, Mrs. Wells's commanding voice resonated, leaving both young men feeling somewhat overwhelmed. What do you want to eat then? Hearing Mrs. Wells's stern tone, Harry and Jack exchanged resigned smiles. Braised tofu, stir-fried noodles, beef rice bowl, they simultaneously ordered a selection of Asian delicacies, though the beef was likely synthetic, and even the noodles were made of artificial flour. Exactly. What's more important than sharing a meal with family before tackling anything else? Mrs. Wells chuckled as she headed towards the back to prepare lunch. That's just how my mom is. It's understandable, really. She fears I might end up like the other Wells family members, lost in a trash heap. Jack said while seated at the table with Harry, seeking a topic of conversation. One can understand. The priest never allows me to take on missions that pose significant danger to my life. He insists that trivial tasks are expendable, while grand assignments are sheer folly. However, I often find myself clandestinely accepting those grand jobs, much to my chagrin, Harry replied. Harry, what is the life of a mercenary truly like? I've always heard people in the gang extolling the virtues of being a mercenary, making me contemplate pursuing that path myself, though you know my mother. Jack chuckled helplessly, inquiring of Harry. That's where the challenge lies. It's far more exhilarating than merely guarding a small territory day in and day out. Jack exclaimed, a euphoric gleam in his eyes. You know, Harry, I've always aspired to become one of those legends. Just think, Johnny Silverhand, Morgan Blackhand, Andrew Wellenwell. Becoming a legend is no easy feat. The simplest route to fame is to lure out the legendary Adam Heavyhammer and get yourself killed. However, simply enticing Adam Heavyhammer would make one noteworthy in their own right. How many would dare to meet their maker at that level? Harry mused. Harry, you don't understand, Well, legends, your task now is to sate your poor, hungry bellies. Before Jack could finish his words, he was interrupted by Mrs. Wells' voice as two large bowls were placed before them. Harry gazed at the bowls, larger than his own face, filled to the brim with noodles, tofu, and shredded meat, and swallowed hard. He looked up to see Mrs. Wells' smiling face, then lowered his head to begin devouring his meal, experiencing both pain and pleasure. Chapter 40. The relaxation concludes. Burp. Thank you, Mrs. Wells, Harry said, his stomach protruding as he made his way outside. He hadn't anticipated that the youngest mercenary would nearly suffer from overeating. Mrs. Wells had even offered to refill his bowl, and had it not been for Harry's vigorous protest, he might have found himself unable to walk. Jack had finally been granted amnesty. Mrs. Wells agreed to accompany Harry to Old Ways Clinic. Jack, with your physique, you don't often see someone with so much muscle. Are you considering getting some cybernetic enhancements at Old Ways? Harry scanned Jack and was astonished to discover that this man had only 2 cybernetic implants. His arms, bulkier than a gorilla's, were entirely flesh, sculpted through rigorous training. No, I don't intend to get any enhancements. Jack denied, flexing his arm to reveal his robust muscles. You know, I believe in fate to some extent. I recall there's a fortune-telling shop next to Old Ways Clinic. I'm thinking of checking it out. Who would have thought? You a believer in such things? Harry remarked with surprise. Isn't that a bit hypocritical, considering you wear a cross around your neck? Misty. Harry and Jack pushed open the door to Misty's clairvoyant shop, greeting her as she leaned over her desk. Is Old Way here? Dr. Victor is watching a boxing match in the back. Harry, Misty indicated behind her. I recall you don't often seek my services. What brings you here for a reading today? I'm Jack. Jack responded, walking over to Misty's desk, astonished to see a hint of shyness on the rugged man's face. All right, you two have your chat. I'll find Old Way, Harry said, excusing himself as he exited through the back door and descended the stairs to Old Way's clinic. Old Way, I'm here. Harry entered, greeting Old Way and then lying down on the surgical chair. Harry, you were just here the other day. What's the matter? Are you injured? Old Way paused the boxing match, attaching his exoskeletal surgical gloves as he propelled the chair toward Harry. I got hit by a grenade during a mission. There's a new dent in my back. I'd like you to patch it up. Harry watched as Old Way activated the medical instruments he couldn't comprehend. By the way, do you have any new stock? Turn over, Old Way instructed, preparing to examine the dent in Harry's back. There are indeed new items. But are you certain your nerves can handle it? Your neural pathways are still developing. You aren't yet an adult. The stimulation from the cybernetics is significant. What's the matter? Are you seeking to become a cybernetic lunatic? Don't worry, Old Way. I can definitely handle it. I may not be an adult, but my tolerance for modifications is quite high, which is something to be proud of, Harry replied with a sense of pride, acknowledging his impressive capacity for enhancements. What new merchandise do you have? Oldway, allow me to take a glimpse. You certainly possess a talent for pretense, albeit only slightly above the average. Oldway, after administering anesthetics to Harry, commence the surgical procedures for your observation, though you need not harbor any illusions. He can, however, present you with the model schematics. As he spoke, a glimmer of yellow light flickered in Oldway's eyes, and a document was sent to Harry. Harry examined the file through his prosthetic eye. It depicted a rather peculiar neural system prosthetic. As he flipped through the pages, his astonishment grew exponentially. Wow, this is incredible, Way. How on earth did you acquire this? It must have cost a fortune, Harry exclaimed. Oldway smiled slightly and replied, surprisingly, it didn't cost me much at all. I once extended credit to a hacker in need. As a token of gratitude and to settle my medical expenses, he procured this from Taiping State and gifted it to me. After performing debridement and filling the concave areas on Harry, Oldway began suturing the adrenal guidance. This device would activate whenever your emotions surged or if your prosthetic eye detected combat, directing adrenaline throughout your body, enabling you to run over 30% faster than before. Naturally, with such an influx of adrenaline, you would inevitably feel drained once it subsided. That's the one, Oldway. I want this. Harry, visibly excited, urged Oldway to install it. All right, but this will be the last prosthetic I install for you before you reach adulthood. If you ever request another, I shall promptly expel you. Do you understand? Oldway's tone turned serious. He wished to prevent Harry from becoming a cybernetic lunatic. The prosthetics he currently possessed were already sufficient. Moreover, you must administer the suppressants I provided. I've prepared a triple dosage for you. You must take them, understood? All right then, I assume I can change prosthetics in the future? Yes, as long as you refrain from asking me to install any further prosthetics, Oldway replied. Having sutured Harry successfully, he performed an aesthetic finish and then turned Harry over. He stood, retrieved a box from the freezer, and resumed his seat before Harry. Now, you shall rest for a while, he remarked as he injected Harry with anesthetics. Harry fell into a deep slumber, and Oldway began to incise Harry's abdomen. As he cut through, the blue glowing titanium skeleton within Harry's body caught his eye, rendering him momentarily speechless. What on earth is this? Oldway exclaimed, a rare curse escaping his lips. Regaining his composure swiftly, he began implanting the new prosthetic into Harry's body. Approximately 2 hours later, not only was Harry's new prosthetic fully installed, but Oldway had also calibrated and maintained each of his prosthetics. However, he now found himself in silence, contemplating the readings of the new prosthetic. This defies logic. The efficacy of each prosthetic has not only remained unchanged, but has also increased by at least 80%, while the output duration of the Sandweisten has surged by 120%. This is decidedly odd. Even after Harry awakened and compensated him, Oldway remained perplexed. After Harry took a month's supply of suppressants from the table, Oldway began to analyze and compare the data regarding Harry's prosthetic conditions with that of the medical database for prosthetic physicians. Harry was oblivious to these matters. He merely felt invigorated as he walked past the back door of Misty's shop. Jack was still there, undergoing Misty's therapeutic treatment. Harry silently observed Jack's eyes, which were entirely captivated by her. With no other choice, he sat down to wait for him. After about an hour, Jack finally decided to rise, leaving a phone number for Misty before he departed. Are you smitten with Misty? Perhaps I should be. That girl is utterly enchanting, Jack replied, a flush creeping across his cheeks. Well, good luck, Harry responded, offering nothing but well wishes. 3 days passed swiftly, during which Harry enjoyed a well-deserved rest. However, such tranquility could not last indefinitely. As expected, work beckoned once more. Incoming call. Oman. Connected. Harry, man's voice resonated. There's a small task requiring you and Rebecca's attention. At present, you two are the only ones available. All right, what is the task? Your father, the priest, has sent for assistance. A group from the Valentino gang has murdered a police officer and even mutilated him. They found the priest's order slip on the deceased, and now this bunch is using it to blackmail him. The priest wants the gang's leader, Jamie Wick, eliminated, and if possible, to investigate how this fool has the audacity to threaten him, whether he has a powerful backing or is simply an imbecile. An assassination mission? Indeed, the priest specified it as such. Of course, if you prefer a frontal assault, that is also acceptable, as long as that man does not survive. Man shrugged. Understood, but I doubt we can pull off the assassination with just Rebecca. Harry had already dismissed the option of stealth. All right, I'll send you the meeting address and the target's location. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll hang up. Call ended. All right then, let us wrap up and test my new cybernetic limb. Chapter 41. The Monsters of Biotechnology. Following Mann's provided address, Harry navigated his way there, taking several wrong turns along the way. Damn it, what a useless navigation system. Can't those Polish developers optimize it at all? Upon lifting his gaze, he found himself in a small square with few people around. It was easy for him to spot Rebecca, who was amusing herself with a cat at the edge of the square. It was remarkable how trusting the cats of Night City were. A mere morsel of food seemed to entice them to follow you. "You're so slow," Rebecca remarked. "Did you waste all that time in Haywood?" "Apologies, but this navigation is utterly abysmal. It got your location right, but every other route was incorrect," Harry replied, expressing his regret while placing the blame on the navigation system. "I checked it. There are only 12 individuals. The terrain is open with cover, and we can easily breach in," Rebecca asserted, dragging a suitcase from a nearby bench and retrieving a Sato rifle along with several magazines. "Yes, that was my thought as well. With you around, stealth might be impossible." Harry nodded thoughtfully, only to be met with a swift blow from Rebecca's rifle, but to his head. "Idiot." Rebecca, however, remained remarkably composed, merely tapping Harry lightly on the head. She recognized her stealth skills were somewhat lacking, yet her tongue was merciless. "Who do you think you're looking down on?" she exclaimed. "All right, my apologies. That was uncalled for," Harry retorted, performing a mock French salute, casually shifting the butt of his Sidara aside as he playfully ruffled Rebecca's hair. "Do not touch my head," she shouted at him, turning her head away in defiance. "Now, let us prepare for the mission," Harry declared, pulling out his Inglong and securing the magazine. "I'll take the lead, you cover the rear." Rebecca raised her Sidara in agreement, and the two advanced toward their destination. The bystanders they encountered parted ways, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. Their path remained unobstructed. Even the NCPD was conspicuously absent. Their objective lay beside a transformer station, where 6 large transformers stood in the center, flanked by a modest building. The guards were sparse, and a skilled individual was stationed in the security room, engrossed in watching a dream Pokemon. Following closely behind Rebecca, Harry observed as she approached the guard. However, to their dismay, the guard seemed oblivious to Rebecca. His gaze fixated on Harry. Upon noticing the cross around Harry's neck and the Inglong in his hands, the guard rubbed his eyes in disbelief, then scanned with his cybernetic eye, exclaiming, "Harry, the chosen one, what brings you here? My heavens, I am your avid admirer." "Damn it," Rebecca seethed, her temper flaring as she pressed the Sidara against the man's face. Just as he prepared to shout, a silenced gun, Harry S. Lexington, was thrust into his mouth. Yes, Harry never left home without his Inglong and Lexington. As he would say, it was to be ready for assassination tasks at any moment. "Apologies, my friend. Though you may be unaware, you're on the wrong side. May you find solace in heaven. Amen." Without hesitation, Harry pulled the trigger, utilizing the silencer of the handgun along with the man's head as a sound dampener. In this heavily guarded location, astonishingly, no one noticed the commotion. "Is this truly our mission site?" Rebecca inquired, observing the scene. Some were engrossed in watching the dream Pokemon, others engaged in conversation, and a few had carelessly set their weapons aside to play card games reminiscent of the 1920s. Had it not been for their formidable weaponry, Harry would have believed he had stumbled upon a party. "They deserve to perish," Harry muttered, pressing his forehead in frustration. "Let us finish this quickly." He then drew his Inglong, targeting 3 individuals, and squeezed the trigger. The high-voltage electronic rounds formed a line in the air before splitting into 3 forks, striking the designated targets. Before the trio could comprehend the situation, the intense surge of electricity engulfed them, shattering their cybernetic enhancements and triggering an electromagnetic explosion that short-circuited the devices of those nearby. "Someone is attacking me," one of them shouted, but before he could finish, Rebecca's Sidara tore his head apart. It was only then that the rest of the base reacted, each individual hastily arming themselves to retaliate. Harry and Rebecca sought refuge behind the barricade, evading the relentless hail of bullets. Their assailants, akin to mindless brutes, fired indiscriminately at their cover, oblivious to the need for adaptability. This distraction afforded Harry the precious opportunity to reload, while their adversaries expended their ammunition. Seizing the moment when the foes were reloading, Harry swiftly retrieved a grenade, disengaged its safety, and hurled it toward them. Upon hearing the explosion and the anguished cries, Harry and Rebecca cautiously peered out to unleash a barrage of gunfire. The adversaries, resembling intellectually impaired beings, exhibited no instinct to take cover, thereby inadvertently granting Harry and Rebecca a chance to survive. However, something fell amiss to Rebecca. She pondered, despite being citizens of Night City, they should possess the basic instinct to evade danger. Perhaps a few might be reckless, but surely not all. Do you sense it too? she inquired. Even the dimmest of minds would recognize the need to seek shelter in peril. They behaved like automatons, exhibiting no inclination to dodge. As Harry scanned for a target among them, he realized he was not among the assailants. They must be behind that locked door, he stated, eyeing the formidable barrier with a sense of foreboding. Upon hearing this, Rebecca swiftly reloaded her weapon, aiming it at the iron door as Harry approached cautiously. He rapped his knuckles against the door, and suddenly, a guttural roar erupted from within. Startled, Harry recoiled as the door flew open as if struck by a tank, revealing a dark figure emerging from the shadows. What in the world is this grotesque creature? Harry exclaimed in disbelief. This is utterly revolting, Rebecca echoed, her sentiments unfiltered. Before them stood an imposing figure, its limbs grotesquely disproportionate. The skin appeared to be inadequately affixed, exposing the underlying armor and organs. For mechanical eyes encircled its head, ensuring a complete 360-degree surveillance, while its arms bore the marks of modification, resembling those of a gorilla. As Harry's gaze shifted to its back, he noted the creature was equipped with a cybernetic enhancement. Inside the room behind it, several researchers clad in biotechnological attire lay lifeless, some severed in half, others torn apart, and a few reduced to mere pulp. By all that is holy, we are doomed. Chapter 42. Oh, right, I seem to be a wizard. Take cover. Dodging is the right move. Let us aim to destroy those hideous eyes. Harry exclaimed, utilizing enhanced tendons to leap onto the adjacent rooftop, firing at the beast. It seems impervious to electrical shocks. He cursed, realizing he could not strike it effectively. Rebecca, taking refuge behind a transformer, aimed for the creature's head, but alas, its towering height rendered her weapon, the Sadera, nearly ineffective. Even a charged shot, capable of imparting considerable kinetic energy, merely left superficial scratches on its mechanical eyes. The creature, growing impatient with the two diminutive rodents attacking its legs, seized a nearby obedient robot and hurled it towards Rebecca's refuge. She darted away, but her speed was no match for the flying automaton, which crashed violently into the transformer, unleashing a surge of electricity. Sparks erupted from Rebecca's neural interface, rendering her momentarily incapacitated. This is not good. Harry beheld Rebecca lying unconscious on the ground, and without hesitation, he activated the Stanceweis and leaped from the upper floor. Under the influence of adrenaline, he surged forward with remarkable speed. He swiftly scooped Rebecca into his arms and dashed back towards the original rooftop. At that moment, an unforeseen occurrence transpired. A fist came crashing down before Harry. He came to an abrupt halt, but due to inertia, he still collided with a monstrous hand. Could this creature react to Stanceweis? A look of astonishment washed over Harry's face. Those capable of countering Stanceweis were few and far between. This behemoth, towering at 6 meters, should theoretically have a slow reaction time. Yet, astonishingly, it had managed to respond to the speed enhanced by adrenaline. With one arm cradling the sparking Rebecca, Harry wielded his weapon, the Inglong, and fired at the creature. Under the influence of Stanceweis, his speed exceeded that of the monster. Suddenly, a guttural roar erupted as green light emanated from the creature's body, and it too began to generate afterimages like Harry. It had realized it possessed Stanceweis and had learned to activate it. Harry's speed advantage evaporated entirely. The creature's punches were now swifter than his own. He could only evade the monster's fists while hastening towards areas with more cover. Only with greater concealment could they evade the creature's onslaught. At that moment, the most unexpected event unfolded. The monster suddenly erupted in laughter. It raised its arm, revealing a projectile launcher on its forearm, resembling the barrel of a tank. For heaven's sake, what lunatic conceived this? Harry felt a mix of anger and incredulity. This abomination had fused a projectile launcher with a gorilla's arm. A 350mm round was unleashed toward Harry, compelling him to continue his flight. The explosions and shockwaves behind him scorched his back, tearing his clothing and exposing the Stanceweis beneath. Fighting back was futile. His only option was to escape, luring this monstrosity onto the streets, where the anti-terror task force could deal with it. With that thought, Harry veered towards the exit, but the creature sensed his intentions and charged forward, blocking his path. Harry had to halt. He was nearing exhaustion. The spirit of Stanceweis on his back had overheated, exceeding its operational limits by more than threefold. The lights on the Stanceweis turned red, indicating it was now dangerously overworked, emitting smoke. Despair washed over Harry. He had no choice but to deactivate Stanceweis. The moment he did, a wave of dizziness crashed over him, causing blood to spill from his mouth and nose, a sign of Stanceweis's overload. Damn it all, Harry thought, nearly drowning in hopelessness. He still held the sparking Rebecca in his arms, and against this foe, he found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Suddenly, a realization struck him. He possessed more than just marksmanship. Harry conjured a magic wand, aiming it at the creature. "Turn to stone," he commanded. To his relief, the creature lacked magical resistance. The bad news was that it could potentially break free from the spell, but if he could merely contain it, that would suffice. Harry sprinted towards the monstrous creature, which charged at him in return. Just as the beast's fist was about to strike him, Harry swiftly cast the petrification spell, rendering the creature's body immobile once again. Seizing this opportunity, he leapt onto the monster's fist and raced up its arm. As he reached its shoulder, the creature managed to break free from Harry's enchantment, roaring in fury as it swung its arm towards him. Harry hastily dodged, leaping forward to grasp the creature's neck. His face pressed against the mechanical eye at the back of its head. With a flick of his wrist, the mantis blade emerged, poised to plunge into the creature's artificial eye with fierce intent. The blade penetrated the eye, devastating the optic nerve within, and due to the depth of the strike, it effectively rendered both of the creature's mechanical eyes inoperative. In a fit of rage, the creature began pummeling the ground where Harry stood. To evade its relentless fists, Harry clung to its neck with the mantis blade embedded, while continuously casting the petrification spell. However, the creature's resistance to the spell was growing stronger, and it was on the verge of complete immunity. "Look over here, monster!" A small figure with green hair stood defiantly before the beast, charging her serrata and aiming for its toes. The spiked bullets tore through the flesh of the creature's foot, successfully diverting its attention. The monster disregarded Harry, who still clung to its neck, and instead focused its fury on Rebecca, who was attacking its foot. Suddenly struck by inspiration, Rebecca did not leap away, but instead jumped towards the back of the creature's calf, wrapping her serrata around its leg and clinging tightly to both ends. "Harry, quick!" she called out, prompting Harry to climb back onto the creature's neck with renewed determination. With both hands raised high, the spirit of the mantis blade surged with unbridled fury against the behemoth before him. The blade's hardness multiplied exponentially, far surpassing any known material, its edge thinning to a molecular level, flames licking at its surface. "Begone, monster!" With a powerful downward slash, the dual blades severed the creature's neck as effortlessly as cutting through butter, its head rolling away without a single drop of blood spilling forth. For the tissue had been cauterized by the searing heat of Harry's mantis blade. Yet, the creature's movements did not cease. Its fists continued to swing, its legs still trudging forward. Rebecca clung desperately to its calf, unwilling to let go, while Harry evaded the monstrous fists that rained down upon him. Unbelievable. How can it still move without a head? Chapter 43. The Corporate Dogs of Biotechnology. The sight of the decapitated head, yet the creature's relentless movement was truly unfathomable. Once more, Harry raised the mantis blade and struck down upon the creature's spine, cleaving through the vertebrae of its spinal column. A brief flash of green light emanated from the severed section, only to extinguish swiftly, as Harry dodged the creature's mechanical punches. He pried a piece of its spine free and viciously sliced through, opening a gaping wound in its back, and thrusting his wand into the creature's flesh, casting the petrification spell upon all. The creature's body suddenly froze, its limbs rendered immobile. Seizing the opportunity, Harry called out to Rebecca, "Jump!" He was the first to leap off the monster, and Rebecca followed suit, springing away from its lower leg to join him. "Harry, are you all right?" Rebecca expressed her concern upon noticing the blood streaming from his mouth and nose. "I'm Euphina. The cybernetic enhancement overloaded. I just need a moment to rest," Harry reassured her, then turned to check on Rebecca. "Are you okay? How's your neural interface and ocular implant?" "Basically non-functional. The ocular implant can only see. All other functions are completely out of order, and the neural interface is similar. I can't transmit any information," Rebecca replied, rubbing the back of her head, feeling sparks near her ear, but she surmised it was nothing serious. At that moment, the petrification curse on the creature was lifted, yet did not resume its mechanical movements. Instead, due to inertia, its body was propelled backward by its own swinging fist, crashing heavily to the ground, lifeless. "What on earth is this thing?" Rebecca approached the creature's body and prodded it with the barrel of her gun. "This is our target," Harry stated. "I scanned it when it first appeared. It's our objective, Jamie Wick." "What?" Rebecca gazed at the 6-meter-tall humanoid monster, recalling the description of the individual from their mission, utterly bewildered. "No, it can't be. It must be the work of biotechnological manipulation." Harry pointed to a pile of corpses within the room, each marked with the insignia of the biotech company. "Let's see if we can uncover any clues." Rebecca nodded and followed Harry into the room. After a thorough search amidst the chaos, They discovered 3 syringes and 2 chips. I can't read these chips with my neural interface. Could you take a look? Rebecca handed one of the chips to Harry. Harry took the chip from Rebecca and inserted the first one behind his ear to begin the reading process. It's Jamie Wick, he said, listening intently to the message. Jamie Wick, damn it. Can't you see I'm busy? Who the hell are you? Call me now. I'm with a biotech company. Jamie Wick. I don't care who you are, get lost. Jamie Wick of the Valentino gang. 23 years old, you intercepted a shipment involving the priest in the Haywood district. You must be fearing retaliation from the priest. Am I right? Jamie Wick, who the hell are you? What do you want? Let us get straight to the point, Mr. Wick. The company has taken an interest in you. We can help resolve your predicament. But you must assist us with a minor experiment. Don't worry, it's harmless. Upon completion, we will provide you with a set of combat cybernetics, including enhancements like the Sign Weston and others. Jamie Wick, what the hell? Don't be so hasty to refuse, Mr. Wick. I trust Sebastian has already placed a bounty on you. You might want to check that and reconsider your agreement. Jamie Wick, I'll send you my address. Pleasure doing business, Mr. Wick. As Harry finished relaying the conversation, he inserted the second chip behind his ear. Biotech researcher, log number 6. In the 23rd experiment, the endeavor to create super soldiers met with failure, resulting in the disintegration of the subject's physical form. The 48th experiment involved the body of a 10-year-old child. Yet again, the attempt at super soldier transformation failed. The adverse effects of the transformation were partially mitigated by the subject's developmental needs, but the subject's physical strength was insufficient, leading to a catastrophic explosion of the body and ultimate failure. The 75th experiment sought to combine the forms of 2 15-year-old children, an endeavor that proceeded without issue. However, the subject exhibited vehement resistance, necessitating the injection of a quadruple dose of sedative prior to the modification. While the transformation appeared successful, it culminated in a sudden and severe rejection response, resulting in the subject's death and the experiment's failure. In the 359th experiment, military-grade cybernetics were integrated into the experimental subject, alongside the incorporation of the brain stems of 11 individuals. This experiment achieved notable success, with the augmentation of the subject reaching 50%, enhancing physical capabilities by 500% and extending the duration of cybernetic output by 200%. The super soldier transformation was deemed successful. However, a sudden spike in neural instability rendered the sedatives and inhibitors ineffective. The subject began to undergo a cyberpsychotic breakdown, prompting urgent notification to the company. The experiment had borne fruit, and they were instructed to retrieve the subject immediately. Harry spat in disgust at the inhumanity of the biotech conglomerate. He lamented the lengths to which they would go, having experimented on children and pregnant women. The subject, named Victor, had become their most successful product, yet the strain of integrating 11 brainstems had driven him into cyberpsychosis, a poetic justice of sorts. Rebecca scoffed at the greed and moral bankruptcy of the company, disdainfully commenting on their willingness to eliminate anything for the sake of power and wealth. Harry nodded in agreement, urging them to leave swiftly, fearing that the biotech team might soon be alerted. As they secured their weapons and made their way outside, Harry suddenly felt darkness envelop him, his legs buckling beneath him. Rebecca rushed to his side, supporting him. Harry, are you all right? Can you walk? I'm fine, he replied weakly. The adrenal stimulation has worn off. I just need a moment. Blood trickled from his nose and mouth as he spoke. Stop saying you're fine. Let me help you. Is there a cybernetic doctor you trust nearby? Rebecca draped one of Harry's arms over her shoulder, assisting him in their escape. Victor, find him. Harry's voice was frail, a stark contrast to the urgency of the situation. Damn it, hold on. Rebecca shouted, call man. Put him on speaker, hurry. With renewed determination, Harry dialed man's number. Call connected. Harry, is the mission complete? Man's voice crackled through the line. Shit, man, Harry is dying. Get over here, quick. Rebecca interjected, urgency lacing her tone. What? Understood, I'm on my way. Call ended. Rebecca assisted Harry, guiding him to the street corner, where passers-by, upon noticing them, instinctively veered away. She settled Harry onto a chair and anxiously awaited man's arrival. Shortly, a snow-white vehicle came to a halt by the curb, and, as man emerged, he instantly spotted the distressed Rebecca. First, we must go to Dr. Victor, he said, referring to the prosthetic specialist who had previously treated Harry. We'll discuss further once we arrive. Man laid the unconscious Harry in the front seat and then joined Rebecca in the modified rear compartment of the vehicle. He closed the door and addressed Falco, who occupied the driver's seat. Falco, do you know the way to Dr. Victor S? Yes, I've taken clients there before. Falco affirmed with a nod, before starting the engine and swiftly driving towards Old Victor S. Clinic. Though the head was severed, The internal memory chip remains intact and can yield data. Excellent. We can enlist the intelligence department to help us decipher it, uncovering the identity of the individual capable of eliminating super soldiers. Utilizing him for experimentation could yield even better results. Perhaps we might unlock the secrets of this technology. Chapter 44. The biotechnological companies are once again stirring trouble. At the biotechnology company building, within the intelligence department, a chip lay silently in the information extractor. The agents encircled it, eagerly observing the extracted video data. Have we identified this individual? Director, this man is named Harry Potter. Full name Padre Sebastian Potter. He is a 16-year-old mercenary residing in the Haywood area, with a prosthetic enhancement level of 67%. He is the youngest mercenary identified, and if he undergoes further modifications, he possesses the potential to rival or even eliminate Atom Heavyweight. And the young girl beside him? She is named Rebecca, age 21. Due to premature prosthetic enhancements and malnutrition, she has permanently stunted growth, maintaining a childlike appearance. Her potential is limited. Understood. Shall we assign a middleman to lure them over? No. This time, we shall capture them directly, framing them for property destruction to enlist the help of the NCPD. This will expedite matters. But typically the NCPD. If they dare resist, we will deploy the riot control unit. In any case, preserving Harry Potter's life is paramount. Rebecca is inconsequential. Understood. Victor. Harry is on the brink of death. Man and his companions hastened to Misty's seance house. The moment Misty caught sight of the unconscious Harry cradled in Man's arms, she immediately guided them to old Victor. Man burst through the basement door, shattering it in the process, with Rebecca closely following him into the clinic. Quick, place him on the operating table. Upon seeing the unconscious Harry, old Victor, without further inquiry, commanded them to lay Harry upon the surgical table, subsequently ushering Man and Rebecca outside. He and Misty then commenced an urgent operation on Harry. Outside the operating room, Rebecca shook her head, sparks erupting from the connectors behind her ears. The target of this mission, that fool, found himself cornered when the biotechnology firm called upon him for assistance with their experiments. Upon successful completion, not only would it resolve his troubles, but it would also grant him a set of military-grade prosthetics. Are you implying that you are battling genetically engineered attack dogs bred by the biotech company? Not all. The biotech folks didn't even dispatch dogs. They merely sent a handful of researchers to modify Jamie in the cybernetic surgeon's operating room. The modification was successful, but Jamie transformed into a 6-meter-tall cybernetic lunatic and obliterated the entire biotech team. That is the abomination Harry and I are contending with. 6 meters tall? Man was taken aback by Rebecca's description, realizing he had no comprehension of facing an adversary of such magnitude. Are you certain there was no mistake? Can Harry really eliminate a foe of that caliber? Harry utilized his unknown model cybernetic enhancements to induce a series of electromagnetic short circuits, which ultimately led to the creature's downfall. Rebecca remarked, perceiving Harry's prowess as akin to that of a hacker whose abilities could trigger electromagnetic disruptions at will. And what about you? How severe are your injuries? Man inquired about Rebecca's condition. Oh, my neural interface is fried, and my ocular implant is barely functional. It's still sparking, and I'll need to replace my cybernetics shortly, Rebecca replied, rubbing the back of her head. Approximately 2 hours later, the operating room door swung open once more. There are no significant issues. It was merely an overload of Wiston. The stimulation to Harry's neural pathways was excessive, compounded by critically low adrenaline levels, resulting in substantial blood loss and weakness. A bit of rest will suffice, and be sure to administer his suppressants daily, old Vic stated as he emerged from the basement, addressing Man and Rebecca, who were seated outside. That's a relief. As long as yes, all right, Man exhaled, genuinely anxious at the thought of Harry meeting his demise on his very first mission with their team. Dr. Victor? Rebecca nudged old Vic's leg, signaling him to lower his gaze. Just call me old Vic, he replied, looking down. What's the matter? Old Vic, my neural interface is damaged beyond repair, and my ocular implant is nearly unserviceable. Can you perform another surgery? Rebecca inquired, looking up at him. Come in, Victor said, not wasting words as he turned and headed towards the operating room. All right, I'll wait out here, Man said, sitting back on the ground, his boredom palpable as he awaited the conclusion of the procedure. Another 2 hours elapsed before the operating room door opened, revealing a freshly operated Harry alongside Rebecca, with old Vic trailing behind, rambling incessantly while Harry merely smiled and listened. Understood, old Vic, it won't happen again, Harry chuckled. You had better ensure that. Old Vic replied sternly. Why fret so much? You and Rebecca need to focus on resting. This incident arose from an intelligence oversight, We never anticipated the biotech company would concoct such a monstrosity, and it has nothing to do with you. The trio conversed as they walked. Excuse me, routine inspection. A female NCPD officer approached them. Before man could utter a word, she swiftly scanned the three of them with a device of an unknown brand. Upon the scanner displaying a successful match, the officer immediately drew her firearm, aiming it at them. Harry Potter, Rebecca, destruction of corporate property. You are under arrest. Now, get down and cover your heads. Harry and his companions gazed at the audacious officer, nearly bursting into laughter. Man drew his weapon from behind. 8 barrels aimed squarely at the NCPD officer's head. Get lost. The female officer appeared startled, her gaze fixed on the dark void of the 8 gun muzzles, causing her firearm to slip from her grasp and clatter to the ground. Harry and Rebecca exchanged a knowing nod, entering the vehicle through the back door, while man slid into the front seat. Once Falco confirmed everyone was aboard, he ignited the engine and turned on the radio, intending to play a tune. However, what emanated from his speakers was not the melodious voice of a singer, but the NCPD dispatch. All NCPD units, attention. Target situation updated to 03. Repeat. Mission status updated to 03. Suspect vehicle located. Detailed report being transmitted. Damn it, man cursed. Falco, step on it before those officers arrive. Understood. Falco sharply turned the steering wheel, the Chevrolet's tires screeching, and then pressed the accelerator, propelling the vehicle to 90 kilometers per hour. The number of NCPD patrol cars behind them multiplied, and the heavily armed Hellhound units were also closing in, though they refrained from firing due to the urban setting. Falco, can you drive any faster? Rebecca shouted, readying her solder with a loaded magazine. Hold on tight. Falco accelerated once more, the Chevrolet's speed soaring again. As the Hellhounds fell behind, they opened fire on Harry and his companions. I knew this would end badly. Those biotech company hounds are up to no good. Harry steadied his dragon's breath, preparing to strike back against the NCPD from the rear door. Chapter 45. Damned NCPD, cursed corporate hounds. The bullets relentlessly pounded against the Chevrolet's exterior. Had the vehicle not undergone significant modifications, it would have likely been reduced to scrap by now. Damn it, Harry. Activate the squad channel, invite Lucy and Chiwei, and have them hack these officers' vehicles. Man climbed from the front seat to the back, reloading her weapon, and informed Harry that, once they were ready, they would open fire. Rebecca, join the channel and provide Lucy and Chiwei with a better vantage point. Understood. I'm going to take them down. Connection established. Harry, what is happening? Chiwei's voice crackled through. Huh? A squad channel? Man and Rebecca are here. What is going on? Lucy joined the conversation as well. Quickly, connect our ocular implants. We're being pursued by the biotech and the NCPD. Harry succinctly explained, urging them to link in. Got it connecting now. External signal connecting. Connection successful. A stream of text appeared in the ocular implants of the three, with Lucy and Chiwei's names displayed in the upper left corner. The officers. Together. Rebecca and Harry kicked open the rear door. Bullets from the Hellhounds pierced the vehicle's interior. After dodging a portion of the gunfire, the trio braced themselves with their dermal armor, then raised their weapons, targeting the pursuing NCPD convoy. The bullets from the dragon-like creature coalesced into a charged silver dragon, targeting the driver within the vehicle. Sadaura's energy-charged shots erupted from the barrel, while Zhu's shotgun aimed at the occupants of the car, diverging from the trajectory of the dragon's bullets. Electromagnetic explosions continuously erupted from the NCPD vehicles, one by one, as Chiwei and Lucy hacked into them, implanting emergency immobilizers in a series. The machine guns of the magical hounds were also disrupted, and it appeared that Harry's side was gaining the upper hand against the NCPD. However, the magical hounds could serve as a formidable weapon for the NCPD's anti-terror mobile unit, not merely because of their machine guns. The missile launcher atop the undamaged magical hound vehicle elevated, locking onto Harry's Chevrolet. Understood. Falker gritted his teeth, connecting a cable to the vehicle's camera. His left eye monitored the situation behind them concerning the NCPD, while his right focused ahead, preparing for evasive maneuvers. Lucy, Chiwei, can you blow up their vehicle? Man shouted over the internal channel. No chance. We can blow up at most one. The RAM value is insufficient, Chiwei replied bluntly. Then continue to immobilize them. We'll find a way for the missiles, Man ordered. Do we have landmines? They should be able to explode them. Harry dodged incoming bullets and turned to Man. Yes. I got a few personal landmines left in the vehicle. Rebecca immediately rushed to the weapons storage, emerging with a handful of landmines. Good. Man and Harry activated the landmines one by one, tossing them to the ground, treating them as if they were grenades. The NCPD noticed the thrown landmines and redirected their guns to shoot at them. Although most of the landmines were detonated, a portion remained intact. And when a standard police car drove over one, it exploded, causing subsequent police vehicles to collide with the wreckage, rendering them immobile. Are those people in the magical hound just idling around? Is a missile not loaded yet? An immobilized NCPD officer shouted into the intercom. Hurry up! Damn it! Those hackers on the other side are messing with the magical hound. Don't they realize the missiles can't be loaded when they're immobilized? The NCPD inside the magical hound frantically worked to load the missiles, but the temporary ICE had not yet been programmed. If you take any longer, we're all done for. Right away, it's almost done. An NCPD hacker, connected to the internal defense network of the magical hound, saw the flickering lights within the vehicle suddenly brighten as he completed the temporary ICE. The missile launcher returned to operational status. Let those bastards on the other side taste the missiles. I'll connect with Lucy first for a joint attack. Otherwise, she'll be burned. For now, I can't continue implanting the magical constructs. Chiwei, similarly submerged in icy water, her eyes flashing red, established a connection with Lucy. Upon receiving permission, she immediately integrated, providing Lucy with additional computational power to alleviate her burden. Damn it, Harry, close the door. Monshuted autori. Upon hearing this, Harry promptly shut the back door as bullets from the NCPD ricocheted off the vehicle. Damn it, does that creature make biotechnology so rare? Rebecca gasped as she sat on a chair, catching her breath. The records of biotechnology indicated that Adam could be mass-produced. Boom! Before Harry could finish his sentence, a missile from the Hellhound struck the Chevrolet, exploding with a deafening roar, followed by dozens of missiles raining down in succession. Hold on tight. Falco's hand spun the steering wheel frantically as the Chevrolet swayed, evading the missiles launched from behind. However, this severely hindered their speed, and an NCPD armored vehicle was rapidly closing in, crashing into their car from the side. The missiles continued to be fired relentlessly, and beads of sweat poured down Falco's forehead. Finally, he made a daring decision, allowing the armored vehicle to ram them into the wall. As the car began to crumple, he sharply turned the steering wheel to the left. With the force from the armored vehicle, the entire car soared along the wall, executing a graceful aerial flip. After a close brush with the rooftops of both the Chevrolet and the NCPD armored vehicle, they landed perfectly and sped away. Why aren't those NCPD vehicles pursuing us anymore? Harry glanced back through the window, noticing that the Hellhound's missiles had ceased firing and the police cars were gradually decelerating. The armored vehicles no longer in pursuit. Unclear. Perhaps they realized they couldn't catch us and decided to change tactics? Man speculatet. We'll find out by turning on the radio. They always report significant movements there. Rebecca leaned forward to switch on the radio. The four of them exchanged silent glances, the atmosphere thick with tension. Ah, biotechnology truly is a grand endeavor, man remarked with a smile, though beads of cold sweat formed on his brow. Let those officers taste our strength, and let those corporate hounds feel our might. Rebecca clenched the crusher tightly, her eyes flickering with rage, madness, and a hint of fear of death. Lucy, Kiwi Eye, can you handle the anti-terror task force? Man inquired through the team channel. No way. We can give it a try. Let's focus on surviving first, Falco replied, retrieving a cigarette from the car's storage compartment and lighting it. Encountering you all truly is a stroke of bad luck. Chapter 46, Anti-Terror Task Force, Large Cup. The air inside the car was so heavy it felt like it could drip with moisture. Everyone held their weapons tightly. The Chevrolet had reached maximum speed, but was still weaving through the city. Falco hoped for the slim chance that the anti-terror task force would refrain from acting within the urban confines. Harry had even prepared white phosphorus, distributing 2 bottles to each person along with instructions on their effects and usage, though he did not disclose its origins. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A massive warning sound descended from above as the Zeta Technology armored hovercraft lowered its altitude, powerful gusts of air creating ripples in the atmosphere, shattering their hopes that the anti-terror task force would consider the thoughts of the citizens. Despite the Chevrolet reaching its peak velocity, it was no match for the hovercraft, which was more than 3 times its size and trailed leisurely behind. The black shadow of the hovercraft loomed over the Chevrolet, showing no intention of halting, as if it were simply toying with them in a game of cat and mouse. Approximately 5 minutes had elapsed when the riot control unit appeared to grow weary of their game. The door of the hover vehicle swung open, revealing a head with 6 artificial eyes, intently fixated on the panicked Chevrolet. In an instant, the 6 blue ocular implants glowed a fierce red, causing all systems within the Chevrolet to fail catastrophically. The vehicle, which should have continued moving due to inertia, found its wheels locked in place, rendering it immobile. The entire SUV was abruptly lifted from the ground, tumbling through the air for dozens of rotations before crashing violently back to Earth. Falco, connected to the vehicle, had already succumbed to unconsciousness, sparks flying from his neural interface. Man, Harry, and Rebecca were also thrown about, yet they quickly regained their composure, kicked the door open, clutched their weapons tightly, and fixed their gaze upon the hover vehicle of the riot control unit. Suspended in midair, the hover vehicle faced Harry and his companions. A projector beneath the vehicle cast a red zone on the ground, with the word warning displayed in English, Chinese, and Japanese. The crimson hue ominously foretelling the fate of those who dared oppose them. The door opened gradually, revealing 4 armored figures, each with 6 artificial eyes, standing at the threshold, each brandishing an M179 Achilles precision rifle. They surveyed their adversaries, the stark contrast of their high-end, standardized weaponry against the makeshift arms of mere street thugs. Their dual-layered, military-grade, embedded armor juxtaposed against the subdermal protection of the mercenaries. Above, they laughed, a derisive mirth, while below, their adversaries mirrored that disdainful laughter. Bang, 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 bang. The dull thuds echoed as the 4 operatives leaped down one after another, stepping onto the warning inscription, positioning themselves within the red zone. You bastards. I'll deal with her, Harry declared, his arm revealing a mantis blade that sprang forth, its once dull red hue transforming into a blinding white. The blade's temperature surged far beyond that of a typical thermal mantis blade, moving with a life of its own, undulating rhythmically. Harry felt its battle spirit surging, a palpable eagerness to confront an equal opponent. The machine's spirit rejoiced. Harry's Sion Wiston activated, his form becoming a blur, the shadow trailing behind him, shifting from a mundane green to a vivid red. The Sion Wiston entered a state of overdrive, this time initiated voluntarily for the sake of battle. Bang! The 2 phantoms collided, arcs of blue electricity intermingling with the blinding white as the air was filled with a cacophony of clashing metal and the crackling of electricity mingling with flames. Composing a symphony of destruction, chaos reigned on the battlefield as man fired his Zhuo-type weapon at the riot control unit operatives. Every bullet found its mark, each transformed by man into miniature explosive rounds, yet the damage was astonishingly minimal, merely leaving scratches or indentations upon the outer layer of their armor. In stark contrast, an operative wielding an Achilles rifle and equipped with a Sion Wiston rapidly closed the distance to man, absorbing every bullet with his face, while each shot from his weapon embedded deeply into man's flesh. Had it not been for man's protective Kalinchikov and subdermal armor, he might have already met his maker. Stay away from him, you filthy bastard. Damn you, Rebecca, get down. Man ceased to concern himself with the assault team member, his body, riddled with bullet holes and bleeding profusely, lunged toward Rebecca in a desperate attempt to collide with her and evade the impending bullet. Yet, the assault team member would not permit such an escape. See Onway stand materialized behind man, the Achilles in hand, ready to channel electromagnetic energy toward man's head. Meanwhile, on Harry's end, the operator wielding the mantis blade was nearing his limit. How could mere mechanical constructs stand against the might of the machine's spirit? Harry raised his hands high, the blinding white blade descending like the scythe of death. Just as the mantis blade was mere centimeters from the operator's throat, his body suddenly froze. His self-IC had been breached, and his form was now hindered by a malfunctioning prosthetic and immobilizing puppet, an operator lurking behind cover. Yet to fire a shot, a hacker from the terror response unit. A smirk crept across the mantis operator's lips as he raised his arm high, aiming to cleave Harry's arm. The electric mantis blade sliced through Harry's shoulder, severing his left arm entirely, sending waves of agony coursing through him, nearly rendering him unconscious. The sniper operator squeezed the trigger aimed at Rebecca's head, while the assault operator fired at man. And the mantis operator struck down fiercely at the mid-spine of Harry's Sionway stand. The hacker even began contemplating dinner plans for the evening. Suddenly, a voice broke through. Damn it, only I can take him down. Dolly's voice rang out, the muzzle of her Sadala still smoking from the shot she had just fired, clearly a miss aimed at the assault operator. Behind the sniper, Pila tossed a landmine at his feet. Before he could react, he was blown off his feet. Lucy and Chi Wei fought until their heads were smoking, finally breaching the mantis ICE. Upon receiving Lucy's message, Dolly and Pila hurriedly arrived in Man's Gudra to provide reinforcement. Damn it, they have reinforcements. The assault operator redirected his weapon, reactivating C. Onway's stand, aiming to obliterate Dahlia's head. The hacker concentrated, implanting puppets into man, throwing one after another, malfunctioning prosthetics, mobility hindrances, electromagnetic shorts, while Rebecca lifted the crusher to assist Dolly, but was immobilized by a hindrance thrown by the hacker, forced to watch as the Phantom fired. However, the crusher was not an intelligent weapon and could not strike the active assault operator. Finally, Harry regained mobility, swinging the mantis blade at the neck of the immobilized mantis, severing the head cleanly. The mantis's dual-layer military armor could not withstand the wrath of the mantis blade's machine spirit. Without hesitation, Harry dashed toward Dolly's side. The assault operator aimed at Dolly and fired, while Man could only watch in despair as Dolly was struck. His weapon had been rendered inoperative by the hacker, and his body hindered by the implanted malfunctions. Rebecca was similarly incapacitated, unable to provide effective support, as Harry activated on-way stand. The hacker's eyes could not keep pace with Harry's swift movements, rendering him incapable of throwing a puppet to impede Harry. Harry dashed towards the assailant, propelled by the adrenaline coursing through him, his speed surpassing that of his foe. With a single, sweeping motion of his arm, the assailant's weapon was severed, leaving him in a state of shock. The ensuing chaos was dizzying. The last sight that the assailant beheld was his own headless body, similarly decapitated by a swift strike. The hacker's eyes flickered ominously, smoke emanating from the back of his head. Panic set in as he realized he had underestimated the situation. Headquarters had warned them of a formidable adversary, yet they had dismissed the threat, considering him merely a cyborg with a 67% enhancement. Now, the two strongest combatants lay dead, and the prospect of their own demise loomed large. Cursed be this fate. How could this happen? The hacker's mind raced as he attempted to breach the defenses of Harry, now maneuvering in a Cyberware vehicle, but despair washed over him. He could not match Harry's velocity. You scoundrel! The white blade descended, cleaving the hacker in two with a smoothness akin to slicing through cheese. Damn it, perish! The sniper, now reckless, raised his weapon, eschewing electromagnetic charge, and aimed at the fleeing Pila. He knew escape was futile. Without Cyberware armor, running was tantamount to suicide, and he resolved to take down at least one foe in his final moments. Damn it, Harry, help! Pila cried, clutching his shoulder, which had been pierced. He had little ammunition left. Aside from an initial successful ambush with a landmine, he had failed to mount an effective counterattack. Had the sniper not been so slow on the trigger, he might have already met his end. You saved me. I'll have my sister make you tea. Hearing Pila's plea for help, Harry swiftly brandished his wand and uttered an incantation to bind the sniper, then maneuvered the Cyberware to approach from behind. The sniper, though quick to react to the vehicle's presence, anticipated Harry's position and aimed to fire, but Harry's binding spell struck true, rendering him immobile. Seizing the moment, Harry raised his right hand high and brought down his blade, cleaving the sniper diagonally in two. Incredible. We won. Harry stood over the fallen sniper's body, his strength waning as he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Blood stained his abdomen, while his severed left arm and the wound on his back were not as grave. The electric arc of the blade had seared the tissue, staunching the bleeding. You see, company lackeys? Now you understand our might. Rebecca shouted to the heavens while slumped on the ground. Damn, Harry, I adore you. Pilar rushed forward to embrace Harry. All right, my sister will make you tea. Let us see your prowess. Get away, or I swear I'll cut you. You're asking for trouble, brother. Man and Dorio leaned against the vehicle, tending to their wounds as they silently observed the scene before them. Meanwhile, Lucy and Chiwe lay in the bathtub at home. The ice melted completely, the water now warm, steam rising from their heads as they recuperated. That was perilous. We nearly perished. Man held back for a long while before uttering a single phrase. He discarded the now-defunct Zorus in his hand and embraced Dorio briefly. Release me. Your wound remains unbandaged. Chapter 47. Let us investigate the matters of biotechnology. Hey, Falco awakened. Together, Man and Dorio exerted their strength to right the overturned Chevrolet. Man opened the car door, and Falco slid down from the seat, sparks emanating from behind his ears. After a considerable time, Falco gradually regained his composure, lying in Man's embrace with his eyes still closed, his hand extending to give Man a middle finger. Damn it, Man. This matter won't be settled until I've had a few drinks with you. Harry's wounds had already been treated with white ginseng essence, and he detached himself from Pyrrha's assistance, asking Pyrrha to hold his left arm as he approached Falco. Falco, they came to find me. Rest assured, I will cover the cost of your next few rounds. Harry patted his chest. I tell you, both you and Man, you two bastards will not have it easy. Falco sat upright, addressing Harry and Man. Understood, understood, Man replied with a smile. Can the car still run? Falco gestured for Man to help him up, then walked to the front of the vehicle, casting a sympathetic glance at the dented Chevrolet before sitting inside and attempting to start the engine. The engine trembled incessantly, emitting muffled sounds until, ultimately, the hood was forcefully blasted open and the Chevrolet's engine billowed thick black smoke, starting up. It can run, but you see for yourself. If we don't hurry to recuperate, it'll likely be wrecked after another NCPD pursuit. Falco turned off the vehicle, speaking from inside. Let's explore the matters of biotechnology. Harry glanced at the fully charged energy, confidently continuing. I know this operation is perilous. Therefore, I plan to go alone. They are primarily after me, so even if I am captured, it won't implicate. Ouch. Harry's words were abruptly halted as Rebecca leaped up and struck him on the head with her crusher. You alone? What can you accomplish by yourself? If we are to act, we must do so together, you fool. Man also gave Harry a light tap on the head. Listen, Harry, since you have joined us, you are one of us, part of this family. Do you expect family to face death alone? Absolutely not. I'm still waiting for you to win over my sister. So I want to have to take care of her. Pyrrha grinned as he threw his arms around Harry's shoulders, tossing Harry's arm to Rebecca. She quickly caught it, casting an angry glance at Pyrrha, then swung Harry's arm to hit him. Whatever plans you have, just speak. We will all assist you, Dorio stated, standing beside Man. Once we have a plan, let us get in the car. It can hold on for a while longer. Falco leaned back in his seat, eyeing Harry sideways. All right, I'll indulge you all. Chiwei filled a bathtub with ice water, preparing to lie down. I'll insert the scrambler for you. Lucy also prepared a new tub of ice water, ready to continue her hacking tasks. Harry looked at the people before him, a smile creeping onto his lips. Apologies. It's my fault. He opened the rear door of the Chevrolet, seated himself, and dialed the priest's number. Connection established. Dad, help me. Before the priest could utter a word, he was startled by Harry's loud call. I can hear you. Harry, the priest said, rubbing his ears in resignation. What is it? If it were not significant, you would not address me so directly. I require the blueprints of the biotechnology company, along with the surveillance and security configurations, Harry stated bluntly. Oh, biotechnology, what do you need that for? The priest nearly lost his composure, spitting out the tea he had just sipped. What on earth do you need that for? Has some ailing intermediary assigned you a task related to biotechnology? Which ailing intermediary? That would be you, Dad, Harry replied, placing a hand on his forehead. The assignment involving that Jamie Wick you dispatched. He volunteered to be a subject for the biotechnology experiments. After I eliminated him, the company turned its gaze upon me. My team and I have just triumphed over a terrorist task force, and I suspect those corporate hounds will not let us off easily. Hence, I wish to strike first. The priest opened his mouth, but fell silent for a moment. After a prolonged pause, his voice finally emerged. I understand. I will arrange for someone to deliver what you need. Thanks, old man, Harry said with a smile, having secured what he desired. Rest assured, old man. Have you forgotten that I can still venture into that world? I will do my utmost, the priest replied, though Harry genuinely could not guarantee his survival. This time felt exceedingly perilous. Communication terminated. On the priest's side, after observing the words indicating the end of their communication, he rested his chin on his hand, remaining silent for a considerable time. Eventually, he instructed his most trusted associate to deliver a package containing all that Harry required to Mrs. Wells, requesting that she find someone to pass it on to Harry. As for the contents, he merely stated that it was needed for Harry's upcoming mission. Once the room was devoid of occupants, he took out a crucifix with one hand, drawing a cross over his chest in prayer, even kneeling on the ground. Gracious Heavenly Father, we thank and praise you. You are the creator of heaven and earth, watching over and protecting our lives. Your devoted follower prays, once more, that my foster son, Harry Sebastian Potter, may endure this trial. Amen. The terrorist task force had failed. That is of no concern. Their failure signifies that this Harry must be an exceptionally fine specimen. Then, Minister, how shall we capture him? Unlikely as it may seem, he is currently attempting to evade our pursuit, either fleeing to the wastelands or escaping the City of Night, or perhaps he is coming to confront us directly. We cannot rule out the latter possibility. Let our operatives search for him in the wastelands. As for the company, let those individuals emerge. Those individuals? Could it be? Indeed, it is them. Although the world believes they've vanished in that nuclear explosion, they still exist. The augmented gene soldiers. Chapter 48, Are you telling me those things at the entrance are human? Harry and his companions boarded a swaying Chevrolet, with Falco flooring the accelerator as they sped towards the biotechnology tower, where the contact designated by the priest awaited them on King S Avenue. The journey was remarkably tranquil, with even the passing NCPD officers disinterestedly ignoring their dilapidated vehicle. It was evident that biotechnology was preparing for something substantial. The Chevrolet smoothly navigated to King S Avenue, where the contact awaited, a robust figure adorned with military-grade embedded armor, and astonishingly, a sandweisten on his back. Has the sandweisten become so commonplace? Man found himself questioning life. It seemed implausible that this technology had already become obsolete before he even had the chance to acquire it. Perhaps he was a retired veteran, a pitiful soul discarded by the company. Dalio whispered in Man's ear, "You are Harry Potter, are you not?" The middle-aged man spoke. "Here are the details for your next mission, soldier." "Who sent you and who are you?" Harry inquired, scrutinizing the information on the cybernetic eye regarding the contact before him. "The higher-ups are not to be disclosed," the veteran insisted, maintaining strict confidentiality. "I'm Lieutenant James Norris. Here is your information." It was him, but he appeared to be in a state of confusion. At this rate, he was at risk of becoming a cyberpsychotic. Harry communicated via the team channel, then accepted the package from the lieutenant, casually acknowledging, "Understood, sir." Watching the lieutenant walk away, Harry turned to Pyrrha and asked, "Is there any hope for this lieutenant?" "There is, but it requires several individuals to engage him in simulated battlefield scenarios daily, occasionally even ambushing a few people on the road. For someone who has fully merged hallucination with reality, merely dismantling his cybernetics won't suffice," Pyrrha explained. "While there is a possibility for his recovery, firstly, he is in Night City, and secondly, he lacks funds. These two factors essentially condemn him." "Forget I asked." Upon hearing the conditions for treatment, Harry immediately abandoned the notion of assisting him. He simply did not possess the time or resources for such endeavors. "Now, let me examine the priest's information." Harry inserted the chip into the slot behind his ear, projecting the details onto the team channel. The first floor was uncomplicated, even somewhat rudimentary, with the sole threat being the ever-present surveillance and the inevitable increase in personnel. The location needed to erase his records was on the 37th floor, and according to the priest's intel, 25 skilled reinforcements would be dispatched to the first floor. Only 25? Harry felt a jolt of apprehension. They were likely of the same caliber as that monstrous figure. Otherwise, the number would not be so minimal. Do not lose heart so quickly. "Let us see if there are other entrances, perhaps a back door," Man suggested, meticulously examining the documents for any flaws in the building's layout. "There is a vulnerability," Lucy chimed in as the building's schematic in the documents rotated, revealing the waste disposal pipeline at the back. "This is a viable entry point. That will surely be sealed off in due course. The company would not leave such an obvious flaw unaddressed," Chi countered. "Yet it remains a better option than a frontal assault." Lucy disagreed with Chi's assessment, believing that it offered a chance for a breakthrough. "What time is it? Must you still bicker?" Man interrupted their conversation, asserting that during the night operation, after their employees had clocked out, Harry, you, Rebecca, and Pila would stealthily infiltrate. "Rebecca and Pila, you must not engage in any internal strife. Otherwise, we shall all meet our demise." "Understood? Rest assured." Both Pila and Rebecca affirmed simultaneously that they would not create discord during such a critical mission. "Dolly, you and I will remain below to provide support for Harry and the others. Should anything go awry, we will immediately divert the guards' attention to alleviate their pressure." "Understood." Lucy and Chi, lend your utmost assistance to Harry in breaching the biotechnological firewall. It is imperative to obliterate all data pertaining to Harry. Harry, if possible. Not only should that data be erased, but I suspect you will also need to pay a visit to their intelligence and experimental departments. Those research fanatics will not cease until they obtain what they desire. If possible, eliminate as many as you can. Now, everyone, take a moment to rest. "Harry, there's a cybernetic doctor nearby," Rebecca remarked, glancing at Harry's severed arm. "No need. Once this mission is complete, I will have it reattached." Harry declined Rebecca's suggestion, fearing unforeseen circumstances. "You should take a break. I will ponder over this map a bit longer." "You need rest as well," Rebecca replied, noting that he bore the gravest injuries among them, facing off against the terror squad single-handedly. "Pila is in the same predicament. ISNT?" Harry chuckled, then twisted his body, his hand slowly reaching towards Rebecca's head. "Brother, that hardly counts as solitary combat. If he lingers much longer, he will be destined for the underworld," Rebecca remarked, though her eyes reflected concern for Pila. "I'm already seated to your left. Why is your hand still reaching for my head? Is it an automatic lock?" Rebecca teased Harry, yet she offered no resistance, allowing Harry's hand to rest gently atop her head. Nightfall descended swiftly, yet in Night City, the essence of night was particularly tenuous. Neon lights, billboards, and a myriad of illuminations flickered, transforming Night City into an unending spectacle. "Prepare for action," Mon instructed, and the group boarded the vehicle, heading towards the corporate plaza. Falco parked the car in front of the Canto building, ready to whisk away all team members post-mission. "Mon, armed with his newly acquired tactical shotgun, sat on a bench across from the biotechnological facility with Dolly, who wielded a solder weapon, while Harry, Rebecca, and Pila concealed themselves by the building S corner, scouting for weak points in the patrol. Having checked behind, that entrance is now secured by security personnel. Damn, they are quite thorough, Rebecca muttered under her breath. You mentioned that the priest's dossier indicated an increase of 25 personnel, correct? Is something amiss? Pila craned his neck to look, equally astonished. Are you telling me those few individuals are human? Several figures, towering at 3 meters, stood before the company's entrance, their backs adorned with wings. It was evident that these appendages, essential for flight, could not be entirely mechanized. Only a part of them could be. Their legs were thrice as robust as those of an ordinary person, equipped with jet accelerators. Moreover, their arms bore not only mantis blades and projectile launchers, but had their hands replaced by a variety of weapons. Their eyes and mouths were obscured by masks, rendering their faces unrecognizable. These were the genetically enhanced soldiers of biotechnological science, a terrifying assembly of 25 in total. Damn it, is the imagination of these biological researchers boundless? Harry murmured under his breath, but at that moment, one of the genetically enhanced soldiers turned its head towards Harry, seemingly having caught wind of their presence. After reporting to an officer-like figure, it began to stride towards Harry. Chapter 49. Infiltrating the Biotechnology Tower. Harry and his companions swiftly recognized that the genetically enhanced soldier was approaching their hiding spot, causing a surge of anxiety within them. Lucy, Chiwei, can you disable it? Harry inquired over the team channel. No, this one's ice is exceedingly thick. Unless we dive deep into the black wall, there's no way to take it down swiftly, came the reply. Can we divert its attention? Rebecca asked through the channel. Lucy, Chiwei, see if there's anything nearby that can attract its attention. Disable it, Harry instructed. Understood. Just as the words faded in their headsets, a malfunctioning service robot appeared beside the biotechnology tower, spewing out defective items from its output. The cacophony drawing the soldier's attention. It turned its head and slowly approached the errant robot, raising its arm to deploy the mantis blade, cleaving the robot in two. Then, it pivoted and charged towards the greenery where Harry and his team were concealed. With its left hand raised, the projectile launcher illuminated, and it fired a round at the foliage, obliterating it, yet failing to reveal any hidden occupants. Unit 16, report. Why did you fire the projectile? Report. I activated the projectile launcher. I asked why you activated the projectile launcher. Because I intend to fire the projectile. I am truly exasperated. Can't those researchers enhance your intelligence a bit? Report. My intelligence is quite high. Fine, your intelligence is high. Return to formation. The captain was thoroughly vexed. These soldiers were otherwise commendable, but their intelligence was alarmingly low. The overwhelming genetic modifications and augmentations had rendered their intellect significantly inferior to that of normal humans. Unit 16 was among the brighter of this batch, yet the strongest soldier had the lowest IQ, even less than that of a gorilla, making ordinary communication impossible. At this juncture, Harry and his team had stealthily reached the entrance of the building, mere steps from entry, yet the defenses were exceedingly tight, leaving them with little recourse to infiltrate undetected. Harry, about that new model of yours, the one that can immobilize people, does it possess any other functions that could facilitate our entry? At this moment, Pyrrha completely abandoned the notion of stealth and technical infiltration, questioning Harry about his lack of skills, which seemed utterly unscientific. An idea suddenly struck him. Harry, prompted by Pyrrha's remark, reached for a small pouch at his waist, rummaging through it until, to Pyrrha and Rebecca's incredulous astonishment, he thrust his entire right arm into it and emerged with a silver cloak. This is a highly advanced optical camouflage, Harry explained. Once draped in this, those soldiers in surveillance will be oblivious to our presence. After much contemplation, he settled on this rather plausible justification for the invisibility cloak. Pyrrha and Rebecca had no other choice but to trust him. Surely, Harry would not deceive them. As for the peculiar act of him fitting his entire arm into a small pouch, they tacitly chose to overlook it. Everyone harbors their own secrets, even if those secrets defy logic. Thus, armed with the cloak of invisibility, the three successfully infiltrated the building. How on earth did you manage that? That guy even turned to look at you, yet seemed entirely unaware. Lucy's voice rang out, filled with disbelief. Optical camouflage. Now, Lucy, Chiwei, have you prepared the disruptor? Harry interjected, redirecting the conversation towards them. It's already uploaded to you, but it must be inserted into their subnet to be effective, Chiwei replied, sending over a file package. Received. Let us head to the elevator, Harry responded, and together with Pyrrha and Rebecca, They huddled closely as they made their way toward the elevator. The cloak was rather small, forcing the three to crouch as they moved slowly toward their destination. The elevator was positioned centrally within the building, directly facing a row of surveillance cameras at the company's entrance. However, these cameras were insufficient for Lucy and Shiwei, who had long since compromised the surveillance system. They were now leveraging Harry's eyes to penetrate the elevator's security, an unavoidable necessity, as access to the elevators in the company required authorization. The elevator was swiftly hacked, and once inside, Lucy immediately disabled the surveillance within. Your objective is on the 37th floor. According to the map provided by the priest, the data repository is directly across from the elevator. You need to insert the disruptor into the repository subnet while Lucy and I work on cracking it. Remember, speed is of the essence. After Harry, Pyrrha, and Rebecca acknowledged this over their internal communication channel, they fell silent, awaiting the elevator's ascent to the 37th floor. Once there, they quickly nestled onto the cloak again. Inching toward the repository. Have there been any updates on Harry Potter? The minister inquired. No, we still haven't located him. Then why are you not searching? The minister's frustration was palpable. How could a grown man simply vanish? Those NCPD fools are utterly useless. They've only lost a tactical counterterrorism unit and are now obstinately refusing to cooperate with us. Damn it, he is merely a test subject. I doubt he can run far. The Minister of Intelligence, Leandro Nardo, was the initiator of this operation, while Adrian Moore, a researcher in the Department of Research, served as the principal investigator of the Super Soldier program. Merely erasing data would not suffice. They needed to eliminate them to tenuously resolve this matter. Is there no way to conclude this entirely? Rebecca inquired of Lucy and Shiwei. Do you possess nuclear materials? Do you have any of the Bushido 3? If you do, it would allow Harry to transform into Harry the Severed Hand, inflicting casualties akin to those caused by Johnny Silverhand, resulting in 50,000 lives lost, thus resolving the matter. Well then, where are they? Upload the documents to Rebecca and Piranha. I shall deal with these two miscreants. Rising to his feet, Harry administered the suppressant into his chest, stowed away his invisibility cloak, and readied himself for battle. The research department is on the 29th floor, while the intelligence department resides on the 35th. I suggest you first head to the intelligence department. As long as the head of that department is eliminated, the others will pose little threat, Chiwei recommended. I will handle the data deletion. Lucy will keep an eye on you. It is too daunting to rely solely on you, especially since you currently have but one hand. Understood. Harry gestured to Piranha and Rebecca to connect their links. Once they had downloaded the scrambler into their neural interfaces, Harry promptly disconnected his own link, retrieved the Ying Long from his pocket, and, after loading a full magazine with one hand, strode towards the elevator. Meanwhile, the minister seated within the intelligence department suddenly felt a shiver run down his spine. Why do I feel a tinge of unease? Chapter 50. Let us add a grand obstruction to biotechnology. The elevator descended, a 2-floor journey that, for a company intent on saving every precious second of its employees' time, took less than 5 seconds. Harry gripped the Ying Long tightly, his arm poised to unleash the mantis blade, while Lucy lay submerged in icy water, prepared as well. As the elevator doors slowly parted, a vista of transparent workspaces came into view, yet at this hour, as it was after work, no ordinary employees were present. Are they so fearful of us killing regular employees that they prefer to let them leave early to avoid hefty compensation payouts? You sly dog, Haji. With the Ying Long in hand, Harry navigated toward the intelligence department, following the map provided in the dossier. After meandering through several twists and turns, he halted before a glass door leading to a corridor filled with scanners. Lucy, I'm hacking through, came her voice. No sooner had she spoken than the glass door before Harry slid open, revealing the corridor beyond. Just as he was about to step inside, the door at the end of the corridor swung open, and a colossal figure emerged, a genetically enhanced soldier from the first floor. Upon spotting Harry, the creature momentarily froze, and then the ocular implant on its mask flickered with a crimson light, seemingly scanning Harry. It promptly activated its combat mode and charged toward him. What manner of beast is this? Harry cursed under his breath, activating his combat mode as well, attempting to distance himself from the creature. He raised the Ying Long and commenced firing. Under combat mode, the bullets traveled at a sluggish speed, yet this monster, akin to a hulking brute, absorbed every round with its chest. The distance between them dwindled, until it was nearly face-to-face with Harry. A surge of dread coursed through him as the combat mode operated at overcapacity, once again widening the gap. Yet the creature closed in again. Bang! Harry's hand, which had been raised to strike, suddenly halted as this creature grasped his right wrist with talons reminiscent of an eagle. Subsequently, the monster's other hand, no, it would be more accurate to refer to it as a right appendage transformed into a hammer, descended violently upon Harry's abdomen. He was overwhelmed by a tremendous force, followed by an intense surge of pain. The blow sent him hurtling through several transparent workspaces, ultimately colliding with a wall, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, while several of the titanium bones within him, which possessed a faint consciousness, were shattered. Lucy, can you breach his IC? No, it's too thick. This creature's ice is denser than that of the terror response unit. I see. Harry began to comprehend the vast disparity in their raw power. Thus, he resolved to abandon direct confrontation. He conjured his wand, aiming it at the genetically enhanced soldier. Bind swiftly. A spell erupted from the tip of his wand. Yet the intellectually deficient soldier paid no heed to Harry's slender instrument or the incantation. Once more, he charged forward, attempting to absorb the impact of his chest. However, this time, he was not met with the harmless sensation of a bullet, but rather felt as though his limbs were ensnared by an extraordinarily rigid rope, rendering him immobile. Transmute to stone. Harry rose, casting another petrification spell upon the creature, rendered immobile by the two incantations. The monster could only watch helplessly as Harry delivered a powerful kick that toppled him to the ground, witnessing the glimmering mantis blade pierce his throat, severing his head. How remarkably effective this is. Harry finally acknowledged that in this world, hard control, without RAM, was astonishingly advantageous. The inhabitants seemed to possess negligible magical resistance. If he were to master Voldemort's techniques in the future, he could easily dominate the Night City, effortlessly dispatching adversaries like Adam. You bunch of imbeciles. How could these documents be sent out? Hurry and intercept. Minister, interception is impossible, a voice murmured. The transmission path has been secured by the recipient's established channels. We cannot intercept. Imbeciles. A pack of fools. The scene shifted to Rebecca and Pyra. Pyra stood guard with a firearm aimed at Rebecca, who reclined in a chair, connected to the database computer. I found it. Within the virtual realm of the database, Chi-Wei retrieved a document, prominently displaying Harry's information. The biotech team had even designated Harry with the codename MCJ-360. I'll delete it now. No, Igwe. Harry's file must not be deleted at this moment. The biotech company is undoubtedly monitoring it. If the file disappears, they will notice immediately. Therefore, we must execute a larger strategy. Rebecca lifted her gaze toward Chi-Wei's virtual image in the space, recalling someone, a hacker with a penchant for cat-themed headgear, a former member of Team Man, who had perished at the hands of the biotech firm, Sasha. As she spoke, her virtual avatar retrieved several documents from the database and handed them to Chi-Wei, instructing her to disseminate this information to WNS News and other public outlets, exposing the nefarious deeds of biotech to the entire Night City, thus buying some time for Harry. Chi-Wei accepted the documents Rebecca tossed her way, quickly perusing their contents, which detailed biotech's experiments on pregnant women and children, as well as the public sale of medications with severe side effects, most notably the so-called miracle drug, Safe Spirit, which nearly every veteran of the war was consuming. Very well, Chi-Wei acknowledged. If these documents were sent out, they would indeed be effective. The intelligence department at biotech would likely be thrown into disarray upon discovering the leak. However, Chi-Wei suddenly contemplated another issue. Distributing the information to every public news outlet would require considerable time, and the jamming devices might not hold out that long. Then let's send this information to WNS News first, Rebecca suggested, recalling that WNS was under the aegis of Huangban and was a fierce adversary of biotech. Sending it there would yield the best results. Understood. Initiating transmission now. Chi-Wei promptly began her task, sending the incriminating documents detailing biotech's misdeeds to WNS News, while Rebecca sought additional damaging intel on biotech, compiling everything for Chi-Wei to dispatch. Meanwhile, at WNS News, a weary employee with dark circles under his eyes, engrossed in his instant noodles, suddenly noticed a surge of data flooding into the back end. Upon inspection, he found it was all incriminating material on biotech. He immediately abandoned his meal, straightened his posture, and set to work processing the damning evidence. If he handled it well, he might well ascend the corporate ladder and escape the drudgery of being a lowly reviewer. Is this the reward of a hard-working individual? He mused. To the kind soul responsible for this, though I do not know your identity, I sincerely wish you a life filled with happiness. Chapter 51. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. A bunch of imbeciles, a veritable herd of fools. If all this information is released, I'm finished. Not just me, but all of you will face dire consequences. Director, could the issue stem from the database? A young employee inquired, turning to the director. No one has ever breached it. With so many genetically enhanced soldiers, how could a mere mercenary go undetected? Leon bellowed in frustration. Those genetically enhanced soldiers, despite their abysmally low IQs, were otherwise quite capable. To prevent them from being turned by the enemy, each had been equipped with friend or foe identification systems. It was inconceivable that someone could evade detection. Are you suggesting this mercenary possesses magic as well? If that were the case, I would gladly consume your computer right in front of you. Harry, listening from outside, couldn't help but chuckle. Go ahead, indulge yourself. He pulled a grenade from his pocket, bit off the safety pin, and tossed it into the room. The red grenade spun and landed in the center, twirling a few times before coming to rest. Boom! The grenade detonated amidst his furious roar, an immense blaze engulfing him and several nearby employees. The remaining staff, paralyzed by fear, sat frozen in their chairs, their minds momentarily incapable of processing the chaos. Harry activated his Sion waiststand and rushed into the room to check on Leon, only to find him lifeless, a victim of his own hubris. Observing the surviving members of the intelligence department, Harry did not spare them either. Each received a bullet to the forehead. In a bid to obliterate all records related to him and their team, he rejected Lucy's suggestion to delete the data one by one. Instead, he retrieved his remaining grenades and tossed one into the pile of computers, ensuring the data was physically destroyed. Next, he headed to the experimental zone. Harry re-entered the elevator, finding the task of annihilating the intelligence department alarmingly effortless. Aside from a genetically enhanced soldier posing a slight challenge, the rest were disappointingly easy to dispatch, lacking even a professional security team for protection. Contemplating this, he arrived at the 29th floor, where the elevator doors slowly opened. Stepping out, he was confronted by a ring of doors surrounding the elevator, presenting a dilemma. According to the information provided by the priest, these rooms belonged to the research department. Yet the specific functions of each room remained elusive. Damn it, Lucy, what now? I can't search through each room one by one, Harry inquired, aware that time was running short. Lucy informed him that they had merely 10 minutes left. The blocking program she and Chi Wei had crafted could only function for half an hour. If they lingered too long, the genetically enhanced soldiers on the first floor would receive the alarm signal and rush to their location. At that point, not even magic would guarantee their escape. Let's search those large rooms first, Harry decided. Lucy marked several locations for him, noting that human experimentation required extensive space, especially for the sort of monstrous beings he'd mentioned. Understood, Harry acknowledged, activating his Sion waiststand and sprinting toward the indicated rooms. In the first room, rows of genetically modified plants writhed chaotically, their tempers more volatile than that of a vengeful spirit. Several researchers, faces contorted in despair, were ensnared by vines, swinging helplessly in midair. Had this been the realm of Watson and Dragon, it might have elicited some amusing outcomes. The second room housed the culprit behind the synthetic food that plagued the citizens of Night City, Zhong Air Wheat. To cultivate these high-performance fuel crops, 90% of Night City's farmlands were devoted to it, causing prices of native grains to skyrocket, rendering them unaffordable for the average citizen. Following were the third room, filled with non-human prosthetics, the fourth room containing genetically altered animals, and finally, the sixth marked room. Lucy struggled to bypass the door's high-tech lock, indicating something significant lay within. Damn, why is this electronic lock so tough? Lucy cursed under her breath. Hearing her frustration, Harry suddenly recalled something. Lucy, you mentioned this as an electronic lock, right? Yes. What's your point? An electronic lock is still a lock, isn't it? How could you possibly ask such a foolish question? An electronic lock is undoubtedly a lock. Lucy expressed her utter bewilderment at Harry's inquiry. Considering this, Harry concentrated, summoning his wand in his palm, and aimed it at the door's crevice, uttering the spell, Alohomora. A beam of white light shot from the tip of his wand into the gap, and with a click, the door that Lucy had been unable to breach swung open effortlessly. Lucy, momentarily perplexed, questioned the underlying principle behind this phenomenon. What was that slender stick? And what was Alohomora? A novel hacking apparatus, perhaps? Ignoring Lucy's confusion, Harry grasped the edge of the now unlocked door and pulled it to the right, revealing a vast room beyond. The chamber was expansive yet densely populated. Towering cultivation tanks lined both sides, each standing 4 meters high. Within these tanks, giants, approximately the same height as Jamie Wicks, were curled up, their faces adorned with breathing tubes. Beside them, intricate machinery displayed the life signs of these gargantuan beings. Researchers, 1 or 2 per tank, attended to the operations, and between each pair of tanks, pristine white rooms housed individuals, mostly around 15 years of age, alongside some adults akin to Jamie. Their expressions were vacant, and each bore an enigmatic apparatus affixed to their heads. As Harry maneuvered the vehicle, scanning the faces of the researchers in pursuit of his primary target, Adrian Moore, he soon spotted him. Adrian was engaged in some task before a giant's tank. With a swift flick of his right hand, Harry produced a mantis blade and charged towards Adrian, raising the weapon high before striking down, cleaving Adrian in two. Was there truly no security in such a place? Harry found this perplexing. The ease of his mission was disconcerting. As anticipated, the moment Adrian fell, alarms blared throughout the building. The researchers were equipped with monitoring devices that triggered an alert upon any death within the facility. I knew it. Murder is the simplest task. Yet escaping afterwards is the true challenge, Harry thought. He promptly instructed Lucy to inform Rebecca and the others to find an escape route, avoiding the elevator. As security and soldiers were en route from there, he discharged several rounds at the researchers, tossed 2 grenades, and immediately fled towards the exit. However, it was unfortunate that in such a critical area, security was indeed present. A massive figure materialized at the doorway in the blink of an eye. A hand transformed into a hammer aimed directly at Harry's abdomen, delivering a devastating blow. "Damn it, not that!" Harry exclaimed, unable to evade the strike, which sent him hurtling backward into a heap of discarded, flaming experimental equipment and the lifeless bodies of giants. Chapter 52. The youth's blush surpasses all sweet nothings, humorous. "Blast it!" Harry groaned, clutching his abdomen as he rose to his feet. The soldier who had struck him had repeatedly banged his head against the doorframe, finally learning to bend down while entering. His intellect seemed even lower than that of the previous subjects numbered 16 and 24. Quickly restrain him. Harry's wand gathered energy in his hand, and he cast a spell at the soldier. As anticipated, much like his compatriots, the soldier did not instinctively evade what appeared to be a harmless object. The binding curse struck him, and he immediately stood at attention, just as Harry had envisioned. Without delay, Harry followed up with a petrification spell to ensure the soldier remained incapacitated. A series of unsettling cracks echoed as the petrification spell, under the weight of the soldier's formidable strength, began to fracture. Glimmering shards of magic fell away from him, disappearing upon hitting the ground. The denizens of Night City possessed low magical resistance, yet the child may have been foolish, but he was undeniably strong. Harry was in no mood to linger. Time was of the essence, and should this soldier retaliate, it would spell trouble. He activated the Sign Wiston and dashed toward the exit. Taking the elevator was out of the question, given the multitude awaiting him below. Thus, he opted for the emergency exit. As he pondered his course of action, Harry quickly retrieved the map from his resources and sprinted toward the safety passage. Unfortunately, fate conspired against him. The detestable corporate minions had sealed the emergency exit with a protective door the moment the alarm sounded. This door was thicker than a tank, and even the brightest blade would take considerable time to breach it. "Lucy, is this door locked?" Though he was unaware of the trigger conditions for her hacker augmentation, he regrettably informed her it is not locked. It merely relies on its weight, which has lodged it securely in a slot beneath the floor. "Then I cannot open it." "Can you hack it?" "I can, but you must buy me some time. Focus on that surveillance camera behind you. Keep its gaze directed at the door." "Understood." Harry looked up at the camera, and Lucy seized control, repurposing it as her own device. "Okay, I am initiating the hack." Lucy began her attempt to breach the protective door, and if all went as planned, the biotechnological security robots would soon arrive. "Help me stall them." Intruder detected. Stabilizing the situation, a mechanical voice announced as a door opened behind the elevator, revealing a large room Harry had overlooked. From within came the sound of synchronized footsteps, and a battalion of green-painted robots emerged, armed and ready. They immediately targeted Harry, raising their weapons to fire. Harry couldn't afford to distance himself from the door, so he resorted to using magic for ranged attacks. He toppled one of the obedient robots to use as cover, occasionally peeking out to cast spells. The biotechnological corporate minions certainly had a peculiar aesthetic. Everything was drenched in green. As he criticized their taste, he pulled out a grenade and hurled it toward the robots. "Stone all of you. Bind swiftly." He leaned out despite the gunfire, unleashing spells at the robots. The petrification spell proved effective against them, but the binding curse had minimal impact, wearing off after a brief period. However, the draconic spell was particularly advantageous against these machines. Each explosion rendered several robots incapacitated. In combating these non-human adversaries, it became clear that magical incantations paled in comparison to the brute force of weaponry. One by one, the robots fell, and in the face of these minor adversaries, Harry managed to maintain a semblance of ease. Yet, before he could catch his breath, The soldier who had just been ensnared by the spell had completely broken free, storming out of the room. After forcefully colliding with the doorframe several times, he successfully shattered a portion of the wall and emerged. At that moment, the elevator began its ascent from the first floor. More monsters are coming. Lucy, how much longer? Harry inquired through the channel. Just a bit longer, Lucy replied. I've coordinated with Chiwei. Pila and Rebecca are on their way down with a transport drone, currently drawing some of the monsters away with Man and the others, but we can't hold them off for long. We need you down there quickly. If we can just escape this time, the biotechnological forces won't be able to pursue us any further. Understood, Harry. We will break through together. Just hold on for one more minute. Receiving the information, Harry glanced up at the soldier, who, in a fit of rage, forcibly ripped off his cybernetic mask. He let out a furious roar at Harry before attempting to reattach the mask, but upon failing, he discarded it and charged at Harry with flames erupting from his leg thrusters. Harry swiftly drew his wand and cast a binding spell, ensnaring the soldier once more. The soldier, once again ensnared by the magic, began to writhe in an effort to break free from the spell's grasp, but to no avail. Harry's spellcasting was swifter than the soldier's attempts at liberation. As the soldier was restrained for the third time, Harry even perceived a flush on the soldier's highly altered face. With a click, the protective door behind them swung open, and Harry cast his spell for the fourth time. The poor soldier, unable to escape even the third binding, found himself once again held captive, standing still in place. Harry activated his Stannis spell and rushed down the stairs, moving at an accelerated pace. By the time he reached the 29th floor, the elevator had finally arrived, revealing 5 genetically enhanced soldiers and a biotechnology security captain. As the doors opened, they were met with the sight of walls ravaged by grenades, remnants of robots strewn across the floor, shivering ordinary researchers hiding in the experimental area, and the soldier still standing in place. The security captain approached the towering figure of soldier number 5. What transpired here? Enough of your poor communication skills. Just give me the data directly. You remember that data transmission game we played? We're playing it again now. The soldier, still bound by the spell, saw the security captain and summoned all his strength to break free from the binding. Grasping the captain with one hand while pointing towards the open safety passage with the other, he began to weep, expressing his frustration and anguish. Let go, you brute. Release me, the security captain exclaimed, desperately trying to free himself from the tightening embrace of soldier number 5. Meanwhile, Harry had already arrived on the first floor, urging Lucy and Chiwei to hasten their efforts to breach the protective door. He despised houses devoid of windows in their security passages. Harry found himself standing idle, fixated on the door, while Lucy and Chiwei utilized his vision to decipher the lock. With a click, the two hackers collaborated and swiftly unlocked the door. Harry poked his head through, finding himself in the grand hall of the first floor, where security personnel and genetically enhanced soldiers were engaged in a skirmish with Man and his companions. Thanks to the low intelligence and playful nature of these genetically augmented soldiers, they treated Man's group like mere mice for their amusement. Upon realizing that Man and his companions were without Tan, the group of oversized children stubbornly refrained from using it, merely to prolong their amusement with Man's party. Since no one had noticed him, Harry thought, I shall pilfer your backsides. He conjured his wand, activating Tan, and dashed outside, preparing for a brazen ambush. Chapter 53. Escape, Super Large Cup. Bind swiftly, bind swiftly, bind swiftly. Stop fighting, run. Harry maneuvered through the crowd, shutting down Tan while calling out to Man and his group. Roar. The genetically enhanced soldier, initially subdued by Harry, had freed himself from his restraints. In a fit of rage, he tore off his facial prosthetic merely to let out a roar, discarding it to the ground. The half-mechanical wings on his back unfurled, and the thrusters on his legs ignited, propelling his 3-meter frame into the air, soaring toward Harry and his companions like an eagle on the hunt. Damn, they can actually fly. Rebecca's short legs flailed about, nearly spinning in circles. They shouldn't be able to fly for long. With those physiques, the energy expenditure must be exorbitant. Pilaf flailed his arms, lamenting that his parents hadn't given him more legs. No more than 15 minutes, and they'll have to rest. That remark would be conveyed to Falco later. Whether they could shake them off depended entirely on him. Man shouted to Pilaf, as they could now see Falco's vehicle. Falco, having spotted them as well, immediately revved the engine, hastily steering toward Man and his group. With a swift drift, he positioned the rear of the car towards them. The fastest among them, Harry, flung the door open and leapt inside, followed by Pilaf, then Man, and lastly Rebecca. Just as Rebecca grasped Pilaf's extended arm, Falco slammed the accelerator, the Chevrolet's tires screeching against the ground, billowing thick black smoke, and shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. The genetically enhanced soldiers pursuing them, upon witnessing their quarry acquire a vehicle, immediately intensified the thrust of their leg-mounted propellers, their wing flaps quickening in frequency. Falco, just keep them at bay for 15 minutes. Man helped Pilar pull Rebecca into the vehicle, slamming the rear door shut before turning to shout at Falco. I'll hold them off for a bit. Harry conjured his wand again, opening the car door with one hand and unleashing petrification and binding spells of the airborne soldiers, exclaiming, "Hold on to me. I don't want to fall." Man placed his hand firmly on Harry's shoulder, while Rebecca clutched at Harry's waist. Pyrrha commenced the operation of the military-grade drone, which he had procured at great expense to disrupt the soldiers. After lowering the front seats, Daria crawled into the front, seizing a guillotine, and leaned out to shoot at the soldiers below. A few soldiers, appearing relatively astute, learned to evade Harry's spells after being caught twice, but several others, lacking in intelligence, either faced Harry's spells head-on, becoming rigid in mid-air before spiraling downward, or were distracted by Pyrrha's drone, playfully pursuing it like a cat chasing a coveted toy, resulting in collisions with several soldiers. Those struck by their comrades did not relent, retaliating by throwing themselves at the drone, leading to utter chaos in the skies. Among the soldiers, one, who resolutely refused to allow Harry and his companions to escape, was the fifth soldier, who had been mercilessly controlled by Harry 4 times. Reduced to tears by the humiliating mechanism, despite its low intelligence, it learned to evade spells, its eyes burning with determination as it fixated on the Chevrolet below, accelerating relentlessly. Several relatively sharper soldiers followed suit, chasing after Harry's vehicle, raising their arms to reveal either projectile launchers or hands modified into guns, firing at the Chevrolet. Blast it! Are their projectiles really that effective? Falco muttered as he continuously swerved the vehicle to avoid the incoming fire. The relentless projectiles had been modified to track him, forcing Harry to lean back into the vehicle to dodge the bullets. 7 soldiers in the sky pursued them tenaciously, while the bioengineered pursuers had also arrived, though they were significantly less formidable than the gene-enhanced soldiers. In this moment, Lucy and Chi-Wei found their purpose, hurling emergency magic dolls at the pursuing vehicles without restraint, which proved utterly ineffective aside from consuming some RAM. Falco, can you go any faster? Those guys are closing in, Harry shouted, glancing back at Falco. The speed of the gene-enhanced soldiers had matched that of the vehicle, with the lead soldier even surpassing the Chevrolet's pace. I'm pushing the engine to its limits. This is the fastest it can go. Falco gritted his teeth, drenched in sweat, his eyes fixated on the road ahead, ignoring any navigation. Their vehicle was now in a full-throttle state, an armored SUV racing at 280 miles per hour, the engine belching thick black smoke, and the tires squealing against the pavement sent shivers down their spines. Come on, old friend, we need to pick up the pace. Falco grasped the steering wheel with such force it seemed he might crush it, his foot firmly pressed on the accelerator, not daring to relent for a moment. The Chevrolet's engine was sputtering sparks. Already damaged by the NCPD, it now faced the strain of overload, every component within the vehicle crying out in anguish, while the explosion alarm intermittently blared. The soldiers had already flown within a mere 40 meters of the Chevrolet. The foremost soldier, designated as number 5, erupted into laughter as he approached within 10 meters of the vehicle's rear. He raised his hand, revealing a grenade launcher, and aimed it at the back of the car. Firing a shot, Harry swiftly slammed the car door shut, but the projectile struck the rear door, creating a massive dent before he realized that it was jammed and could not be opened. Number 5's grin widened as he aimed the grenade launcher once more at the rear door, firing again. The Chevrolet's back door was now completely wedged in place, immovable and impervious to any force. To make matters worse, the already dilapidated vehicle began to unravel after sustaining 2 hits. Parts fell from the undercarriage, coolant dripped, and the 4 tires twitched uncontrollably. Damn it, Falco shouted, the speed is dropping. The speedometer displayed a gradual decline from 282 to 280 to 276. The vehicle had reached its limit, compounded by the relentless barrage of projectiles from the pursuing soldiers. Old buddy, put some effort in. If we don't accelerate, we're done for. Falco exclaimed, frantically shaking the steering wheel, desperation leading him to converse with the vehicle itself. The atmosphere inside the car grew palpably tense. Everyone understood that this time it was likely the end. A loud thud reverberated from the roof as number 5 clambered atop their vehicle, and the other soldiers were now less than 20 meters away. Thud, thud, thud. The muffled sounds of a hammer striking the roof echoed, as number 5 relentlessly attempted to breach the vehicle. "It's over. We're done for," Pilar slumped, utterly defeated. Who would have thought that their escape would culminate in demise within this fleeing car? Man sighed, grasping a t-shirt in his hands. The others remained silent, fully aware that the situation was dire. Unless a miracle occurred, escape was impossible. After all these years together, to meet our end within you is not the worst fate. Falco mused, pressing the accelerator, though the speed had plummeted to 240, with an increasing number of soldiers clinging to the vehicle, attempting to pry it open. Suddenly, a notification appeared. Teleportation energy is full. Teleportation available. Teleportation level 2. Unlockable ability. Interdimensional communication. Damn it, Harry chuckled, raising his right hand to give the roof the middle finger before reaching over to affectionately tousle Rebecca's hair. She offered no resistance, instead leaning in closer. "Let me tell you, we're dying for your sake. If there's indeed a hell, I swear I'll haunt you." Rebecca allowed Harry to ruffle her hair while still muttering curses under her breath. Meanwhile, in the expanse beyond the universe, several peculiar orbs of light observed the unfolding scene and engaged in conversation. The largest golden orb addressed the red orb. "That lad is your chosen one. Don't you have a plan?" The red orb retorted, "What can I do? Look at my current state. I can't help. This is not the magical world that old man protects. If I were at my peak, I could channel my power, but now I'm left with nothing but consciousness. Are you unaware of the formidable layers of defense enveloping this wretched world? What else can I do but fret?" The crimson orb, indignant, addressed the golden orb. "Who permitted you to channel power? I mean you. Summon that machine. Its compatibility with this realm is considerable, and it may assist you." The golden orb expressed a sense of exasperation akin to that of a mentor witnessing a pupil's folly. "The machine? I refuse to go," the crimson orb retorted, turning away defiantly. "If you are reluctant to beseech that machine, then perhaps you might implore me." A pink orb floated nearby, adding, "My compatibility with this world is also quite noteworthy." The crimson orb collided forcefully with the pink orb, sending it tumbling away, before pivoting and shouting, "Robot, lend me your aid." I would rather implore it than you." No sooner had the words left its mouth than a gleaming, brownish-yellow gear materialized before it. "What is it you desire?" A stuttering voice emerged. The crimson orb flicked its form and replied, "This fellow is also one of your chosen. He is nearly spent, and I cannot penetrate his power. I called you to assist. How curious, you're seeking help." The gear's voice returned to normal, laced with a teasing tone, albeit still with a hint of mechanical resonance. "Will you assist or not?" "Understood." The gear drifted leisurely to a large screen displaying the current state of Harry and the others. Emitting a radiant glow, strands of brown light peeled away from its body, traversing the screen and settling upon the dilapidated Chevrolet. "Why are you granting power to that decrepit vehicle?" The crimson orb challenged the gear. "Just observe, you brute." The gear dismissed, turning its attention to the screen. "Useless machine," the crimson orb muttered, now equally engrossed in the display. Crack! A gaping hole was smashed into the car's roof. Number 5 peered through the opening, spotting the occupants within, and a smile broke across its face. Raising its left arm, a projectile launcher emerged, aimed directly at the cabin, ready to fire. "What the hell? Falco, when did you make this modification?" "Impressive," Man exclaimed, laughter escaping him as he excitedly pulled down Dorio's seat and planted a kiss on her cheek. He had just contemplated what his epitaph might read, although he knew it would never be inscribed. Harry, too, was bewildered. He sensed an emotion emanating from the vehicle, akin to the feeling coursing through his own cybernetic limbs. The car's current emotions were a tumultuous blend of anger, relief, and sorrow. "What is happening?" "Release your grip," Rebecca demanded, wrenching Harry's hand from her head. Placing both hands behind her head and reclining her legs across his lap, lying back in the seat. "I thought we were doomed." Lucy and Chi-Wei, lying at home, breathed a sigh of relief, believing that their team might indeed escape this time. Just then, Number 5 reemerged, causing everyone's hearts to leap into their throats as they readied their weapons. But soon, there was no time for tension. The vehicle had already reached its maximum speed and was still accelerating, 280, 320, 360. Ultimately, the speed stabilized at 600 miles per hour. The previously erratic explosion alarm ceased. The engine's flames extinguished and the once trembling tires steadied. "Falco, is this too fast?" Man's massive body was forcefully pressed against the vehicle, not to mention Harry and the others. Pilar tightly gripped Man's arm, and if he relaxed even slightly, it felt as though he would crash into the back door. Harry clung desperately to the seat, while Rebecca held tightly onto Harry's waist. Dorio was completely pinned against the backrest, unable to sit up, The figure atop the car, number 5, clung fiercely to the roof, his mouth unable to open against the force of the wind. I don't know. Falco, too, was firmly pressed against the back of his seat. Although he still held the steering wheel, he sensed the vehicle was on autopilot. Behind them, the soldiers, unable to keep pace with the accelerating car despite their best efforts, eventually fell behind, their energy nearly depleted. Turning, they noticed a crowd of onlookers along the road, their overwhelming hunger causing them to forget their training as they licked their lips and approached the gathering. The car gradually slowed, eventually coming to a halt after a frenzied half-hour, the Chevrolet stopping in a remote corner of the wasteland. The doors opened automatically, ejecting Falco and Dorio to the side, while the stuck-back door fell away. The opposing seats unscientifically propelled Harry and the others, along with Harry's left arm, outwards. The Chevrolet then lurched forward a few steps before the explosion warning system inside blared, followed by a thunderous boom. The massive explosion engulfed the roof, which had been disoriented by the wind, incinerating the armor of number 5, reducing it to ashes. Damn! Falco exclaimed as he sat on the ground, watching the Chevrolet erupt in flames. Incredible! Pilar leaned against Man, equally astonished. We made it out. Man reclined backward, collapsing onto the ground, his mouth agape in disbelief. We are truly amazing. Harry also lay back, marveling at their miraculous escape. Each member of the squad shouted in celebration of their survival. What do you think? Gear tilted his body disdainfully towards the red orb. You think you're impressive? Huh? The red orb turned its body away, unwilling to engage further. Chapter 54. Subsequent developments. Good morning, Night City. I'm your buddy, Stan. Yesterday's dead lottery. Guess what? Over 300 lives lost. Bioweapons from Biotechnica were rampaging through the streets. Even the NCPD lost more than 10 officers, and it took 2 entire riot squads to subdue those monsters. The scandal surrounding Biotechnica continues to unfold. I see those bastards facing dire consequences. In Haywood District, Harry lay soundly asleep in his room, the television auto playing nearby. With a familiar voice of Stanley reported on the previous day's events, Harry rolled over in bed, awakening with a start, his body jolting as if struck by electricity, rolling several times before finally stretching, executing a graceful leap from the bed to the floor. Damn, it's like a dream. Harry gazed at his original left arm, now largely dismantled and hanging on the wall, then looked down at his new, resplendent golden arm and sighed in contemplation. When the priest saw that Harry was alive but had lost an arm, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, it was merely a lost limb, easily replaceable. Mrs. Wells, observing Harry's arm with deep concern, felt a pang of sympathy, yet refrained from disturbing him, noting his evident exhaustion. Meanwhile, Jack sat vacantly with Harry's severed arm in his hands, not pondering the correctness of the decision to become a mercenary, but rather contemplating where to place the arm he held. He yearned to set it down for a moment's respite, yet Harry's arm prevented him from doing so. Harry's original arm had not been completely transformed. While it appeared entirely mechanical, remnants of organic tissue remained within. Unfortunately, these tissues had decayed over time, necessitating a replacement. Fortunately, if an entire arm were to be exchanged, Old Way had a considerable stockpile. After sifting through the array of cybernetic limbs, he ultimately selected a golden arm compatible with Harry's other augmentations. After transplanting the mantis blade from the original arm to the new one, he affixed it to Harry. Before the mirror, Harry examined his exquisite cybernetic arm, which shimmered with flickering blue lights. He clenched his fist, feeling the surge of power coursing through the prosthetic, and a satisfied expression spread across his face. In the days that followed, Harry abstained from taking on any missions, and the members of the man's squad operated with remarkable discretion, even refraining from visiting the turbocharge bar for half a month, simply waiting for the tumult to subside. Daily, WNS News would extract a scandal from the biotechnological revelations sent by Chi Wei, particularly highlighting the side effects of the safety serum, which had been discovered to cause nerve death in patients. This revelation ignited fury among veterans, as well as mercenaries and their families still using the drug, who disregarded the implications of bioweapons and surged to the biotechnology building demanding accountability. While some believed that human experimentation was a distant threat, the reality of the safety serum's lethal potential struck close to home. The security personnel at the biotechnology firm could only raise their shields against the outraged crowd, operating under orders not to retaliate. Should they do so, the biotechnology firm would find its standing in Night City precariously shaken, due to the prolonged inactivity from missions. Harry began his studies in enchantment carving. The commendable news was that he had finally mastered the carving of defensive runes, a cause for celebration. despite the thousands of plastic boards he had ruined in the process. While the ideal material was said to be wood, and the best results purportedly achieved with mithril, the exorbitant cost of wood in Night City and the scarcity of mithril rendered those options unfeasible. He resolved to partake in another round of drinks with his team a month later, once the situation had settled, and then venture into the magical realm to procure some wondrous items. He sought out Old Way once more to adjust his prosthetic and assess his physical condition. The status report indicated that everything was normal, yet the output of the prosthetic had inexplicably increased, leaving Old Way perplexed. Despite nearly 2 months of research, he had made little progress and decided to abandon the investigation, attributing it to Harry's extraordinary talents. Harry felt that if he could embed the Philosopher's Stone into his body, the effects would undoubtedly be enhanced. Unfortunately, Old Way was adamant against it, insisting that Harry already had more than enough prosthetics within him, and the introduction of an unknown stone could have unforeseen consequences. With no choice but to relent, Harry refrained from seeking another prosthetic specialist. As he could not trust others with something as rare as the Philosopher's Stone, he feared they might exploit its value. Who are these individuals? One day, Harry was perusing his contact list, intending to call Jack for a drink, when he stumbled upon several unfamiliar names he did not recognize, names he could neither delete nor reach. K, T, N, S. I love humanity? Gigantic gear? What on earth are these? Chapter 55, I am back in a magical world. Turbocharged Tavern. Harry parked his Alvarado in front of the bar, where man waved at him from an outdoor seat. Pyrrha was still performing her plate-stacking act, while Chiwe and Lucy leaned against the wall, sipping their drinks. Dorio clinked glasses with Falco, who had several crates of alcohol piled on his table. A promise from Harry and Man to let him drink to his heart's content, with all expenses covered. Rebecca sat on a stone platform in the greenery opposite Man, sipping beer. Upon seeing Harry, she waved at him. You're here, Harry Goldenhand, Man greeted with a grin. How's the new arm working? Go to hell, Harry retorted, settling beside Rebecca and accepting the vodka Man toss his way. It works splendidly. No wonder Johnny Silverhand wanted to replace his arm. This isn't 2013. Your arm is undoubtedly superior to Silverhand's. Man took a sip of his drink and handed Harry a packet of synthetic meat, continuing, who cares? Your reputation as Harry Goldenhand is firmly established. Some audacious fools even captured parts of our exploits on film. Our notoriety has certainly grown. I know. My father mentioned it too. Harry bit into the synthetic meat and took a swig of vodka, adding, I still haven't figured out who those fools were. Thankfully, the biotech sector is too preoccupied with its own troubles. Otherwise, we would be in a bind. To living. Harry raised his glass skyward. Man lifted his hand to clink with Harry's, while another small hand, holding a beer, reached up to meet Harry's glass, but fell short. In the end, it tapped Harry's head with the bottle. Turning to Rebecca, Harry extended his infamous hand towards her, playfully ruffling her hair. Her 2 ponytails swished about uncontrollably until she could no longer tolerate it and bit down hard on his right arm. A sudden pang of pain surged through Harry as he raised his right arm. Rebecca had bitten down on his forearm. He extended his left arm, grasping the back collar of Rebecca's shirt and pulling her down. You little rascal, I didn't ask you to be so reckless. Rebecca protested as she struggled in midair. Let me down. Upon releasing her, Rebecca landed gracefully on the ground. She approached Harry's left side, propped herself up on a stone platform, and produced a beer to clink glasses with him. Though I survived, I shall not let you off the hook, you scoundrel. Understood. I'll strive to perish in. Harry's sentence was abruptly interrupted as Rebecca shoved the bottle against his lips. Do not speak of dying. Just ensure you live well. I got it. Just take the bottle away, Harry said, as he forcefully removed the beer bottle from Rebecca's grasp and tousled her hair playfully. Bottles of vodka continued to flow as Harry, Man, and Dorian engaged in a drinking contest, each vying to see who would succumb first. Pilar, Falco, and Rebecca counted the rounds from the sidelines, while Chiwe and Lucy watched with keen interest. The pile of empty bottles grew increasingly larger, drawing the attention of other mercenaries. Ruffians and the lowly workers finishing their shifts, who began to wager on who would collapse first. I bet on that big guy 20 euros, shouted one of the workers. 20? Are you trying to insult me? I wager on that woman 100 euros, yelled a ruffian, embracing his girlfriend. I'm betting on Golden Hand 500 euros, declared a drunken mercenary, raising his hand loudly. I can't take it anymore. Dorian was the first to concede, reclining heavily on a chair, ultimately losing his battle and vomiting. I can't believe it. Harry, you're incredible. Man, thoroughly intoxicated, called out to Falco, Harry, bring me another bottle. With that, his massive form fell backward completely out of it. I have one. Harry triumphantly lifted the vodka bottle, pouring it into his mouth, though most spilled onto his face. Others regarded it as a victory. Golden Hand, you're amazing. Harry, you're phenomenal. When Harry awoke again, it was in the comfort of his own bed. Glancing at the time, he realized with astonishment that he had slept an entire day and night. It was now the third day. He rose from his bed, took a shower, and emptied his stomach, finally feeling alert. As he opened the door, he found the priest standing with his arms crossed, an expressionless visage fixed upon him. Harry! A warning bell rang in his mind. This was the same expression his father wore when he intended to punish him. Father, 58 bottles of vodka, 26 bottles of whiskey, 31 bottles of brandy, the priest recited, raising his fingers as he counted. With a bionic stomach, you drink to excess, do you? His eyes narrowed dangerously. You needn't explain yourself. The priest chuckled, albeit in a rather unsettling manner. I understand you. Tonight, old way, is there an available bed? Once again, a blinding white light filled Harry's eyes, intensifying until it reached a peak, at which point all brightness vanished, including Harry and everything he held. August 1992, King's Cross Station. A brilliant white light emanated from a narrow alley, and Harry materialized within it, precisely in the same spot from which he had departed. What a bewildering flow of time. Observing the reminders of his extraordinary ability, Harry sighed, hoping that this new academic year would not be fraught with as many complications as the last. With this thought, he glanced down at himself. Well, he was only slightly taller than during his first year, and the clothes from that year still fit. Thus, he retrieved his first-year wizarding robes from his suitcase and donned them, especially concealing his golden hand. He pushed his luggage out of the alley, leaving King's Cross Station, and sought a relatively quiet path. He raised his wand, summoning the night bus. Chapter 56. I am merely an unremarkable ice cream vendor. Hey, is this your ride? Just under 5 minutes after raising his wand, a blue double-decker bus appeared before Harry, flickering into existence like a spell. The same freckled conductor emerged, and the driver remained that familiar old man. Yes, Harry lifted his luggage trolley, placing it on board the bus amid the conductor's astonished gaze. 11 sickles, if you please. Stop, stop, stop. It's barely a few kilometers. I'll just pay for a single. No choice, mate. It's the boss's orders. The conductor accepted a galleon from Harry, returned change, and called to the driver, the leaky cauldron. Let us go. The driver, one of the small heads hanging from the hooks, responded. Harry casually chose a seat, and then the exhilarating sensation of speed surged through him. The scenery outside racing by in a blur. In less than 2 minutes, they arrived at the leaky cauldron. Harry hoisted his luggage and pushed open the weathered wooden door of the pub, which bore the marks of time. Tom, the proprietor, was behind the bar, serving as the bartender. Hey, Harry. Upon hearing the door swing open, he looked up to see Harry with his luggage, which brought him great delight. Yes, of course. Tom set down the glass he had been polishing and rummaged beneath the bar, finally producing a key inscribed with the number 207. 25 sickles for the day. But for you, just 20. I'll pay it all before the term starts, Harry replied as he took the key. All right. Oh, by the way, I have a few letters for you. Here you go. Tom hurried to the back room and returned with a bundle of letters sent by several owls, marked to be delivered upon Harry's arrival. My letters? Harry accepted them from Tom, pushing his luggage toward the stairs. Thank you. He lifted his belongings once more and proceeded to the room he had just reserved. It must be said that although the Broken Cauldron pub is, well, replete with the weathered marks of time, the room is nonetheless kept quite tidy. The first thing Harry did upon entering the room was to release Hedwig, who had been cooped up for far too long. Now, let us examine the letters that have arrived. Harry sat on the bed and took out a stack of correspondence. The first was from Ron. Let me see. His father has managed to acquire a car. It's being refurbished, inviting me to his home. After pondering this, Harry ultimately decided it would be best to decline the invitation and remain in Diagon Alley. He felt it unnecessary to complicate matters, particularly given the evident financial constraints of Ron's family. Now, this one is from Hermione. The final letter was from Hogwarts, detailing the book list for the term. Lockhart, 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 Lockhart. Harry scanned the list, noting that while the other books seemed reasonably normal, the entire section on defense against the dark arts was filled with Lockhart's works, each one rather pricey. Was this fellow a celebrity of sorts? Why was he so prevalent? Harry felt quite perplexed. Surely he wasn't akin to someone like Watson. As for the summer homework, who in their right mind actually completed such assignments? Harry had completely forgotten about them. Another one, please, boss, Harry called out to the proprietor, Florian Fortescue, while seated outside the ice cream shop, holding up his empty cup. Still the colossal version with 5 scoops and a sprinkle of crushed nuts? Yes. Splendid. Harry accepted the large cup of ice cream that the proprietor brought over, savoring each bite. It must be said, this proprietor truly had a knack for ice cream. It was exceptionally delicious. Moreover, what made it even more delightful was Florian's profound understanding of the history of the magical world, which he conveyed in an engaging manner. Especially the history of the Goblin Rebellions. It felt as if he had experienced it firsthand. Enjoying ice cream while listening to his tales made these tranquil days all the more pleasant. Harry? The proprietor suddenly noticed the intricately carved protective runes on Harry's wrist. Harry looked up, puzzled at Florian. Could I, take a look at that on your wrist? Florian scratched his head awkwardly. I could give you a discount, truly. Very well, here you go. Harry was indifferent. In this magical realm, he could carve as many as he wished. Thank you. Florian took the rune from Harry and examined it closely in the light. Did you carve this yourself? I must say, it's quite impressive. Your craftsmanship is exceptional, Harry. You are a genius. Florian praised him sincerely, though he noted there were minor flaws. He leaned down, extending his hand toward Harry. Captivated, Harry drew closer to listen to Florian's explanation. It must be admitted, he was a genius, a historical prodigy, well-versed not only in ancient history, but also in ancient scripts and magic, articulating his insights as if he were a denizen of that bygone era. Florian's explanation lingered for quite some time, and by the moment Harry exited his shop, dusk had settled in. He cast his gaze downwards at the array of additional suffixes inscribed upon his carved runes: sturdiness, cyclic restoration, endurance, durability, external defense. Impressive, Florin. Truly, you are far more reliable than that old man. Harry couldn't help but exclaim to Florin. Haha, it's nothing. I'm merely an unremarkable ice cream vendor, Florin replied modestly. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed against the window. Harry turned to see a grayish-yellow owl, clutching a letter in its beak. As he opened the window, the owl tumbled inside, landing on the floor, rendered unconscious. Harry gently lifted the owl and placed it on the table, offering it a sip of water until the creature stirred back to consciousness. After providing it with some sustenance, he finally turned his attention to the letter it had delivered. It was from Ron, expressing his regrets that Harry could not visit his home. Nonetheless, they would soon be heading to Diagon Alley to procure supplies and wish for Harry to provide an address. After a moment's reflection, Harry decided to invite them to the Leaky Cauldron, where he could also tidy up his belongings. Turning to the elderly owl, he felt a pang of sympathy, reluctant to burden the aged creature with the task of delivering the letter. Instead, he entrusted the letter to Hedwig, asking her to accompany the old owl in delivering the message to Ron and his family. Harry Potter, where are you hiding in this deserted alley? A peculiar being, garbed in a tattered pillowcase, with large ears and oversized eyes, searched frantically for Harry. Dobby cannot find Harry Potter. Dobby cannot warn him. Dobby is a bad elf. With that, he began to bang his head against the wall. Chapter 57. The Weasley family today marked the day Ron had mentioned they would go book shopping together. After dressing, Harry made his way downstairs to the hall, where he also enjoyed breakfast courtesy of Tom. Hey, Harry! As Harry savored his grilled sausages, a familiar voice reached him. It was Ron, along with his entire family, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, the twins, Percy, Ginny, and Ron himself, all emerging one after the other from the fireplace, filling the largest table in Tom's establishment. Harry was thoroughly intrigued by their mode of arrival. It was certainly more convenient than traveling by vehicle. Just as he was about to inquire about it, Mrs. Weasley spoke first. Oh, how wonderful to see you, dear Harry. The plump, warm-hearted woman approached Harry and affectionately ruffled his hair. In that moment, Harry was reassured that she indeed possessed the same gentle and chatty demeanor as Mrs. Weasley. We arrived a tad early, didn't we? Look at you. You haven't even eaten. You've grown so thin. Harry. Ron settled himself beside Harry and began recounting amusing anecdotes from his holiday. It's such a shame you couldn't come to my house. My dad used a muggle car. Ron. Mrs. Weasley interjected swiftly, offering him a chastising glance. Sorry. Ron quickly apologized to Mrs. Weasley. Harry, you must purchase that Lockhart's book as well, correct? Fred leaned in towards Harry, feigning ignorance. Indeed, I find myself questioning whether Lockhart is some sort of superstar. There seem to be an abundance of his books. Although I do not comprehend the meaning of superdream as you described, it is indeed true that he is a star. George interjected. All 5 of them needed the complete set of Lockhart's books, which were rather costly. Fred, seated beside Harry, remarked, Do not fret, children. There will be a solution. Mrs. Weasley reassured her children, yet her worried expression revealed her lingering distress. Perhaps we can let Ginny use some second-hand ones. Ginny? Harry, setting aside the sausage speared on his fork, turned a glance at Mrs. Weasley, where a small girl with red hair shyly peeked out from behind her mother. Her face flushed before quickly averting her gaze. Harry recalled the first day of school when that little girl stood beside Mrs. Weasley, she too, was to start school this year. You're going to school as well? Harry summoned his best attempt at a non-rascally smile, though it might have appeared somewhat fierce. Not that Ginny noticed, as she remained bashfully downcast throughout. The little girl was indeed quite shy. Harry refrained from further inquiries and turned back to finish his sausage. Harry, a familiar voice, filled with surprise, called out, and they turned to see Hermione, accompanied by her parents. Hermione appeared unchanged, save for the increasingly noticeable presence of the twin wands in her eyes. You are muggles," Mr. Weasley exclaimed, pointing excitedly at Mr. Granger. As he stepped forward to converse with the Weasley couple. Once again, they encountered that grotesque little vehicle driven by a goblin, which first arrived at the Weasley family's vault. Initially, Harry had little concept of the Weasley family's financial constraints, but upon opening the vault, he saw a meager pile of silver sickles, with only a solitary gold galleon amidst the vast emptiness. Mrs. Weasley meticulously examined every nook and cranny of the vault, searching tirelessly for any stray coin. The goblin, growing impatient, was a creature driven by greed, particularly the insatiable kind, and displayed a distinct disinterest, even disdain, towards the Weasley vault. "Hey, you!" The goblin's words were cut short as Harry swiftly pressed it against the wall. With his left hand gleaming with gold, the blue coolant mixed with magic flowed slowly, and the panels on his arm opened one by one, revealing the hydraulic mechanisms within. Harry remained silent, his gaze fixated on the goblin, applying increasing pressure until it succumbed to unconsciousness, at which point he released it. Coughing and gasping for air, the goblin curled up on the ground, resembling a defeated dog. Harry covered his golden hand with his robe and stood quietly behind, observing Mrs. Weasley as she searched for any possible coins in the desolate vault. He wished to assist her, yet sensed that Mrs. Weasley would likely refuse his help. Instead, he contemplated a strategy to discreetly place some silver sickles in a gap where they would be easily visible upon a turn of their heads or a lift of their legs. He refrained from placing galleons, as the Weasley family had too few. Doing so would certainly raise suspicions. "All right, Harry, it's time to visit your vault." The frown on Mrs. Weasley's face finally began to dissipate. To her surprise, there was enough money in the vault to purchase a set of books for each child, and if fortune favored them, they might even avoid buying second-hand copies. Harry quietly placed his hand on the elf's shoulder, and a radiant smile instantly illuminated the elf's face, treating them with the same hospitality afforded to those with family fortunes. Harry beamed, his earlier hostility vanishing entirely. To Mrs. Weasley, he now appeared as a well-behaved, understanding, quiet, kind, and endearing child. The group convened and agreed to split up to buy their respective necessities, planning to reconvene at the bookstore in an hour. First and foremost, the essential indulgence: 3 special edition ice creams for Harry, 5 scoops generously sprinkled with crushed nuts. Hermione and Ron gazed at the ice creams, which were nearly larger than their heads, and found themselves at a loss as to how to begin. Ron was salivating over a complete set of Chudley Cannon's gear from the Quidditch shop, while Hermione hesitated over some expensive alchemical tools, ultimately resigning herself to the reality of purchasing only what they truly needed. An hour later, they made their way to Flourish and Blots. The quaint bookstore was teeming with people, and a large banner hung across the upper windows. Gilderoy Lockhart, autographing his autobiography, Magical Me. Harry gazed at the title, then glanced down at the throng of wizards below, before summoning his wand to scrutinize the scene more closely, confirming that he indeed possessed magical abilities. He fell into a contemplative silence, pondering the absurdity of a book titled Magical Me being akin to a tome entitled Breathing Me. Did these fervent fans truly lack common sense? Chapter 58. The Pink Lockhart. At the forefront of the crowd stood a weary man, attempting to manage the incessant flow of people and encourage them to form an orderly queue. The atmosphere was chaotic, primarily filled with women of Mrs. Weasley's age. Taking advantage of the commotion, Harry and the others squeezed through the throng, unnoticed by the exhausted man, thereby bypassing the line into the bookstore. They spotted Gilderoy Lockhart seated behind a table, a large portrait of him hanging in the background, where his image winked to the crowd, displaying a dazzling smile with gleaming white teeth. Lockhart, clad in a pink robe that radiated a soft, rosy glow, was busy signing his books. Even his golden hair bore a hint of pink. Upon seeing Lockhart for the first time, Harry froze. The man appeared excessively effeminate, provoking a visceral irritation within him, so much so that Harry felt an urge to eliminate him. Harry's vibrant green eye gradually shifted to a crimson hue. His breathing grew increasingly labored, and the blade of the mantis on his arm trembled uncontrollably, his very essence brimming with fury and repulsion, as if striving to expel Lockhart from his presence. Harry. Hermione's hand rested firmly on Harry's shoulder, and a surge of blue magic coursed into him, instantly restoring his clarity of mind. Harry shook his head and turned to Hermione, who was now radiating a brilliant blue light from her eyes. The twin wands whirled uncontrollably, spinning faster and faster until they twisted into the shape of a bird. However, as Harry, having just regained his composure, beheld the avian pattern within Hermione's gaze, a surge of anger welled up within him. This fury eclipsed even his earlier outrage upon encountering Lockhart, emanating a crimson aura from behind him. At that moment, a barely perceptible golden light and a violet glow infused Harry's being, restoring him to normalcy. "It's nothing, really. Perhaps I've just not rested well these past few days," he declared, shaking his head to dismiss any concerns. Beyond the cosmos, the grand golden sphere and an elderly figure clad in a blue robe surveyed the trio of luminous spheres, pink, red, and blue, alongside a brownish-yellow gear. "You all have been reduced to mere wills. How can you not suppress your antagonism?" The golden sphere remarked. "Your conflict nearly obliterated this timeline. Do you have any idea how troublesome it is to mend timeline?" The old man in the blue robe interjected, hands on hips, addressing the three spheres. "I even permitted you to seek your chosen ones here, and allowed a portion of your followers to be restored. Yet you persist with this nonsense. Apologies, but the matter of our discord should be directed at that reckless one. Not me," the blue sphere replied calmly. "I have minimized the opposing effects on my chosen." "Hey, are you looking for fight? You insufferable parrot." The red sphere snapped, unable to contain itself, charging at the blue sphere, which, though silent, exuded a palpable annoyance. "Oh, that's merely a follower of theirs. Whether he lives or dies is inconsequential," the pink sphere interjected. "Thus, I have not removed the opposing effect from him. Fear not, the alluring old Merlin. I shall enhance him, ensuring he cannot perish within the timeline when he is needed." The luminous gear remained silent, distancing itself from the quarrel. The three spheres continued their heated debate, while the golden sphere and Merlin turned away, gazing at the screen. Merlin then remarked to the golden sphere, "With such collaborators, it is no wonder you failed to prevent the cosmic explosion, leaving you with naught but will." Meanwhile, Harry had regained his composure and was swiftly selecting the books he needed. Hermione shot an exasperated glance at Lockhart before turning to search for her own volume. As Harry and Hermione gathered their chosen books and approached Mrs. Weasley, Lockhart's signing event commenced, and a throng surged into the bookstore, clamoring for his autograph. A short, irascible man brandished a camera, attempting to capture Lockhart's perfect profile, but his diminutive stature necessitated jumping to achieve the shot. "Move aside," he shouted at Ron. "This is for the Daily Prophet." In his haste, he even stepped on Ron's foot as a form of retribution. "Impressive, you fool," Ron grumbled, crouching to rub his sore foot. Having spent considerable time with Harry, he had gradually learned the art of insult. "We'll settle this later, you little brat." The man, upon hearing Ron's words, shot him a glare before resuming his photography. He plummeted from the air, colliding face first with the platform where Lockhart stood, the camera crashing beside him, its components scattering in disarray. The man cried out in agony, clutching his face, oblivious to the women below who stared at him in shock, ultimately covering their eyes along with those of their children. Lockhart stood frozen, astonished by the unforeseen turn of events. He beheld the naked man rolling on the ground before his table, face concealed in his hands. The pink aura that enveloped him faltered momentarily before swiftly regaining its composure, though his expression remained somewhat rigid. The security personnel hired by the Leaky Cauldron rushed in, swiftly placing the man into a large sack and escorting him away. Ron watched in bewilderment, while Mrs. Weasley shielded both herself and Ginny's eyes. Mr. Granger did the same for Hermione, and Harry observed the spectacle with detached amusement, pondering who could be responsible for such chaos. Well, dear ladies and gentlemen, this was merely a minor interlude. That uncouth gentleman has been removed, and the signing will proceed, Lockhart announced, lifting his head to address the audience. Suddenly, his tone faltered before he exclaimed, Harry Potter." He slowly rose, hands clasped behind his back, while the spectators seemed to adjust their seats, though in reality, he was adjusting his trousers, carefully placing the chair beneath the table to ensure it concealed the fake attached to it. The crowd parted, allowing Lockhart to eagerly approach, reaching out for Harry's arm, only to have Harry deftly evade him. A fleeting look of embarrassment crossed Lockhart's face, quickly replaced by an even broader smile. Celebrities often possess their little quirks. As I well know, he took a step back and bowed to Harry, saying, "Mr. Harry Potter, may I invite you to join me on stage for my signing event?" Harry regarded the overly formal Lockhart with a sardonic smile, fully aware that the man had elevated his own status, Refusing would undoubtedly lead to a loss of face. Were it solely him, he would have relished the opportunity to slap the pompous fool, but with the Weasley and Granger families present, he felt the weight of their reputations. Thus, after a moment's contemplation, he ascended the signing platform. "Splendid, Harry!" Lockhart exclaimed, straightening up, seizing Harry's right wrist and pulling him into an embrace, simultaneously wrapping his arm around Harry's left shoulder. "We shall make the front page together." Harry feigned compliance as he was drawn into Lockhart's embrace, reassured by the presence of the crowd that he wouldn't dare act inappropriately. However, he soon realized his assumption was misguided. That flamboyant, pink-clad imbecile was, in fact, groping him. Chapter 59, The Winds of Change. This flamboyant, pink-clad fool was actually groping him. Harry's face flushed with indignation, the rage momentarily eclipsing the golden and purple hues of his demeanor. The Cyan Whiston activated, and in an instant, the blazing white mantis blade severed Lockhart's hand, swiftly followed by decapitation and dismemberment. As the scene unfolded, Harry distinctly observed the cracks appearing on Lockhart's head and waist, with his hand succumbing to the force of gravity and beginning to fall. Yet, in an instant, a pink light enveloped the severed parts of Lockhart, and he was restored to his former self. Harry's pupils constricted in disbelief. Was this also magic? Although Lockhart had regained his composure, he refrained from brazenly repeating his previous actions. "Ladies and gentlemen," Lockhart exclaimed, waving his right hand, while his left shifted from gripping to resting lightly on Harry's shoulder, signaling for silence during this peculiar and extraordinary moment. "Young Harry here entered Flourish and Blots merely to purchase a copy of my autobiography." He retrieved an entire set of his books from a nearby table and approached Harry again. "I would like to present this complete signed collection to him right here." The audience erupted in applause, with Lockhart's fervent admirers casting envious and jealous glances at Harry, who remained oblivious to the fact that he would soon possess something far more valuable than those books. Lockhart continued to shout enthusiastically, his pink attire emblazoned with the letters. "This September, I shall join Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry as the defense against the dark arts teacher." The crowd responded with thunderous applause, while Ron and Hermione looked on in disbelief, and Harry maintained a stoic expression, contemplating how he might deal with Lockhart without incurring the wrath of old Dumbledore. As Harry accepted the complete set of signed autobiographies from Lockhart, he slowly made his way down the stage. Just before leaving, Lockhart's hand inched towards Harry's skin, igniting a surge of anger within him. However, the golden and purple energies within him quelled the red rage, leading him to decide to bide his time until they returned to school. Descending from the platform, Harry glanced at the books in hand and expressionlessly shoved the entire collection into Ginny's cauldron, standing behind Hermione. "Consider it a gift for your new school year." Ginny's face flushed crimson as she bowed her head, clutching Hermione's robes to shield her face. Observing Ginny's embarrassment stirred an unexpected pang of guilt in Harry for parting with something he despised. As they exited the bookstore, they encountered a familiar figure, one who had perhaps been overzealous in his approach. Hello, Harry." Draco Malfoy, his body no longer trembling, spoke softly, fear lingering in his eyes. "Harry Potter." A figure emerged from Flourish and Blots, bearing a striking resemblance to Draco with his golden hair, adorned in an expensive black robe trimmed with gold. Leaning on a crystal-headed cane, he levitated a book towards Draco before standing before Harry, looking down upon him with an air of superiority. Harry, disinterested in the confrontation, greeted the well-trained Malfoy. "Hey, Draco. What do you want, Lucius?" "Mr. Weasley approached briskly upon witnessing the scene. "Arthur, this is none of your business." Lucius snapped back, addressing Mr. Weasley dismissively. "This is a private matter between Harry Potter and myself, so kindly keep your distance." Lucius showed no inclination to engage in conversation with Arthur. What private matter necessitates involving a child? "Uncle Arthur, there is indeed a matter at hand. Draco and I had some disagreements last semester." Harry raised his head, obediently addressing Mr. Weasley, assuring him that if any situation arose, he would certainly call for them, and that this was Diagon Alley, where no one would resort to violence. Under Harry's persistent persuasion, Mr. Weasley acquiesced to Harry's request to speak with Lucius. He led his family and Hermione's to another shop, yet his gaze remained fixed on them, his wand gripped tightly in hand. "Harry Potter." As the Weasley family departed, Lucius turned and called out to Harry. "What do you want?" "I'm not deaf. Do you require my permission to speak?" "Very well, I grant you permission." "You are quite rude," he continued. "You only speak when I allow it?" "How obedient indeed." Lucius visibly reddened. Since becoming the head of his household, he had not been treated with such disdain, nor had he endured such humiliation, except perhaps in the confines of his own bedroom. Truly, He was the quintessential corporate sycophant of the magical world. The speed at which he changed demeanor and the tone of his negotiations were reminiscent of those in the Night City, if not surpassing them, without the need for such pretense. As for specifics, I find it hard to believe Dumbledore has not informed you. Is that so? Yet your demeanor hardly suggests you seek answers. Harry was unwilling to let any opportunity slip by. I was indeed in the wrong earlier, Lucius replied with a smile, producing a key from his pocket and magically conjuring a note to wrap around it. As Harry took the key, the note immediately transformed into a pulse of magic, brushing against his hand before dissipating, revealing the words, 15,000 galleons. Please take good care of the little dragon. Harry was taken aback. This was worth far more than any task he had undertaken for old Dumbledore. No wonder so many were inclined to work for the corporation. Might I inquire why my little dragon has been so mistreated? Bullying, experimenting with magic on classmates, forcibly taking possessions, and insulting one's family. Harry enumerated each grievance, yet refrained from specifying who the culprits were. With each point Harry articulated, Draco cowered further behind Lucius, who began to struggle to maintain his composure. The wand in his hand itched, as if yearning to strike something. Why does my little dragon always avoid me? It appears he fears more than just Harry. Thank you. Now, Mr. Potter, Lucius glanced at Harry's pocket, his meaning unmistakable. Rest assured, Draco is quite agreeable now. Rather likable, Harry responded with a smile. This assignment was far more favorable than Dumbledore's, yielding at least tenfold the rewards. I do hope your children can coexist harmoniously. As for anything else, I have nothing further to say. Mr. Potter, farewell, and I look forward to our next encounter. Mr. Lucius, Hermione approached at that moment. What is it? Lucius turned to her, his eyes, which seemed to possess an innate nobility, widened upon noticing the notebook in her hand. You left something behind. I saw it fall from the books you purchased into Ginny's cauldron. Thank you. It must have slipped out inadvertently. Lucius forced a smile, his earlier facade of amusement now faltering. He took the notebook and swiftly led Draco away, while Harry tucked the key into his magically expanded bag and followed Hermione to reunite with Ron and the others. Sighing deeply, Lucius felt that the magical realm was on the brink of a significant upheaval. The last time he sought an explanation from Dumbledore, the latter, in an unexpected turn of events, had become confrontational, almost breaking Lucius's back with his overwhelming magical force before unceremoniously expelling him. Showing no concern for the implications on the Board of Governors, he had allied with several board members to exert pressure on Dumbledore, only to receive warning letters, more accurately, threats, 2 days prior. Initially, they had not received a single letter until the second night when Dumbledore stormed into the Gaunt residence, kicking down the door and unleashing a massive firestorm. Astonishingly, not a single soul was harmed, nor was a leaf singed from the trees lining the road. Lucius glanced down at the black notebook in his hand, increasingly convinced that finding a reliable guardian for Draco at school was indeed the right decision. Harry Potter was far more mature than he appeared. A change was imminent. Chapter 60. Not allowed in? August swiftly passed, and, as the school term approached, Harry packed his belongings and, having settled the payment with Tom, once more called for the night bus to head to King's Cross Station. The station buzzed with activity, with numerous witches and wizards, like Harry, anxiously maneuvering their luggage carts. Yet none could access platform 9 3/4. Harry, my dear, you've finally arrived. Mrs. Weasley spotted him and waved him over. As Harry approached, he saw Ron, Ginny, Fred, George, and Percy all present, each bearing varying degrees of anxiety. Save for Fred and George. We can't get through, Hermione stated, looking up. The passage to platform 9 3/4 was inexplicably blocked, preventing every wizard on the platform from entering. And there are muggles everywhere, making it impossible to use magic openly, Ron added, taking up Hermione's thread. Mr. Weasley sat beside Ron, pointing to a ministry employee fumbling against the pillar. This fellow is attempting to identify the issue, but I know he has come into the back door. With his abilities, he is incapable of discerning the problem. The worst part is, he is particularly stubborn. Even if he can't find it, he'll feign understanding and insist on searching. Can we write to someone who can resolve this? Harry inquired, perplexed. Wouldn't it suffice to send a message to Dumbledore? Ron, Mrs. Weasley, hearing Ron's remark, shot him an incredulous and irate look, upset by his language. Sorry, Mum, Ron replied, saluting in a mock military fashion. But we believe little Ronnie isn't entirely wrong. The Weasley twins nodded in agreement, successfully provoking Mrs. Weasley's furious outburst. An increasing number of wizards gathered at the station, yet they were all obstructed by that Ministry of Magic employee. I am an official dispatched by the Ministry. Can you comprehend my expertise? The employee arrogantly declared, ignoring the discontented murmurs of the wizards behind him, and continued to feign authority. Wizards lack a convenient means of communication. Harry lamented. What a predicament. If only we could place a call to Dumbledore, we would not be entangled in such vexing matters. Upon hearing this, Fred and George seemed to have a simultaneous epiphany. George, I have an idea. It appears we share the same thought. The two exchanged knowing glances, their minds already devising a plan. 2 emerald green orbs hovered at the edge of the screen, observing Fred and George. One orb mused that they possessed imagination, while the other considered them astute. The first orb favored creativity, whereas the second preferred intelligence. However, the first orb believed they lacked the necessary audacity, while the second believed they could indeed surprise. They were more endearing than the trolls to the first orb and the giants to the second. Thus, they decided it was them. From the 2 emerald green orbs emerged 2 green symbols that flew into the screen and vanished into Fred and George's bodies. Harry gazed at the so-called ministry official, who, in front of the inquiring wizards, wielded the ministry's authority like a bully, exuding an air of arrogance. He could barely contain his frustration, rising to confront the ministry official. Harry, don't. Wait for Professor Dumbledore. He will surely resolve this, Mrs. Weasley urged. I merely wish to inquire, Aunt Molly, Harry replied, feigning innocence. However, Ron and Hermione knew Harry was intent on causing a ruckus, so they stood up and followed him. They approached the official from behind, and Harry tapped the man on the shoulder. The official did not even turn around, speaking over his shoulder. I told you I'm a professional. If you continue this way, I'll one-t tolerate it. Harry was nearly amused by the absurdity and tapped the man's shoulder again. This time, the man turned around, impatiently asserting, Can't you understand human speech? I said I'm an official. If you wish to enter, get lost. Suddenly, with a resounding clap, Harry's golden hand was charged with energy, revealing a hydraulic mechanism beneath the panel, with the cooling system expelling heat. He aimed directly at the post, delivering a powerful slap that left spiderweb-like cracks. The official was left paralyzed by shock, standing rigidly in place. The wizards nearby turned to witness the scene, yet most were too intimidated to intervene, even though it was merely 3 children. They pulled their own children close, forbidding them from approaching. Harry! Ron exclaimed, staring in bewilderment at the cracked wall, then glancing at Harry's golden hand, momentarily unsure which was more astonishing. Harry, your hand! Hermione cried, her eyes wide with alarm. I'm fine. We can discuss this later. Harry redirected the conversation from his arm to the commissioner standing nearby, inquiring, Are you certain you are quite professional? Harry pressed his hand against him, reiterating, Are you truly confident in your professionalism? I'm not sure. The commissioner stammered, visibly frightened and struggling to articulate. If you're unsure, then you should remain here and wait for Dumbledore. Do you understand? Harry said sternly to the commissioner. All right, the commissioner replied, taking a seat to the side, his face still pale. At last, after an agonizing 5-hour wait, a figure resembling a savior emerged through the station entrance. Professor Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore. Old Dumbledore, Harry exclaimed. Dumbledore, with a weary expression, looked at Harry and said, Harry, outside. I would appreciate a modicum of respect. At the very least, could you address me by my name? Do you still care about such trivialities? Harry retorted. It's nearly 4 o'clock, and given our wretched train, it seems we shall miss the evening banquet. Rest assured, Harry, I have made some slight modifications to the magic of this place. You shall see shortly, Dumbledore replied, gradually moving towards the pillar and placing his hand upon it. Interesting. The magic of the fairies, or perhaps more akin to that of house elves. His hand glowed with a bright light, enveloping the entire pillar until the radiance vanished. All right, everyone, you may enter. However, due to certain reasons, only the students may proceed. Dumbledore's voice resonated in everyone's ears. The assembled wizards voiced no objections. After all, it was Dumbledore, and if he claimed a solution was at hand, it was assuredly so. Each parent busied themselves with organizing their children's belongings and appearances, ushering them through the wall, and everything seemed to return to normal, until Fred, George, oh dear, they're gone, Mrs. Weasley exclaimed, clutching Arthur's arm in anxious distress. Chapter 61, The Celestial Twins. Just as Harry stepped through the wall, Mrs. Weasley suddenly cried out, Fred, George, goodness, they have vanished. The Weasley couple frantically searched the station, yet found no trace of their sons. Ultimately, in their desperation, they turned to the most reliable figure present, Professor Dumbledore. Mrs. Weasley grasped Dumbledore's sleeve, pleading, Fred and George are missing. Startled, Dumbledore turned to Molly Weasley, saying, Do not fret. I shall assist you in searching for them. With that, Dumbledore fixed his gaze upon Mrs. Weasley, his eyes narrowing as he delved into her memories. 1 hour prior, Fred leaned against his luggage cart board. George, must we really wait here? He sighed. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. George, I've got a brilliant idea. We could actually fly over. George, responding to his brother's enthusiasm, asked, Are you referring to that? Fred's eyes glimmered with excitement. Yes, precisely that. However, both mother and father remained, leaving George somewhat apprehensive. On one hand, he feared being discovered, and on the other, he worried about the concerns of the Weasley couple regarding their whereabouts. Shall we go? Let us go. With that, the two rose and informed Mr. and Mrs. Weasley that they had spotted Lee Jordan and were off to converse with him. The Weasley couple, without a second thought, permitted their departure. Well, now we know where they have ventured. It appears they are indeed heading to school, yet they seem inclined to fly there. Dumbledore remarked to Molly and Arthur. Mr. Weasley, aware of his shortcomings, shielded his head as Molly playfully chastised Dumbledore. What now? Oh, be gentle. Fear not. It is commendable for children to have a spirit of adventure, Dumbledore replied with a smile. I shall keep an eye on them. I can assist in transporting their belongings. But points must be deducted for this escapade. These two foolish children, do they not realize how many points they will lose? Who cares about points? Above in the sky, a turquoise Ford car soared in defiance of physics, its aerodynamic design rendering flight more stable than that of a fighter jet. Woo! Fred exclaimed from the driver's seat, as he rolled down the window and shouted with glee. Thrilling! George, seated in the passenger seat, also leaned out the window, jubilantly joining in. Fred, have you activated the invisibility? George inquired, turning his head. I have a feeling we will receive a howler. But who cares? The twins soared through the sky in their car, their youthful faces illuminated by pure joy. We are the coolest. Fred chimed in, laughing. The turquoise sedan glided gracefully, its tires touching the clouds and disturbing their fluffy forms, landing upon a rainbow, imbued with colors as vibrant as the hearts of youth. Fred, look, the tracks. George leaned out the window, pointing towards the railway leading to Hogwarts below. Fred glanced at his brother, ensuring he was securely buckled, then abruptly maneuvered the car towards George, tilting the vehicle at a 90-degree angle. George, absorbed in the scenery, was momentarily thrown off balance, his upper body dangling outside, yet secured by the seatbelt. You rascal! George playfully swatted Fred on the head, who retaliated in kind, sparking a lively tussle within the car. Fred even removed one hand from the steering wheel to engage George in playful combat. Hey, wait a moment. George noticed the rapidly descending landscape and swiftly pushed Fred's hand away, firmly grasping the steering wheel. He strained to adjust their trajectory, ultimately managing to pull the car back into the air. Remember what Harry said last semester? Those who perish while embarking on grand endeavors are deemed legends. If that is the case, we are indeed legends. Fred joked heartily. Yes, but we must first ensure everyone knows of our exploits before we claim legendary status. George replied, taking up Fred's banter. So, Mr. Legendary Weasley Driver, what are your thoughts at this moment? George quipped playfully to Fred. The laughter of youth echoed from the car window, as if it had the power to enchant the very heavens. In the twilight of the setting sun, the azure flying car gracefully arrived at the center of the immense orange-red disk, while the verdant Scottish Highlands cradled this enchanting scene, as if time itself wished to pause in admiration. Fred, do we have enough fuel? George inquired curiously. Rest assured, I saw Dad fill it up before we left. It's more than sufficient, Fred replied confidently without even glancing at the fuel gauge, unaware that a surge of green energy emanated from his being, transforming the remaining quarter tank into a full one. That's a relief, George sighed, also convinced of the car's ample fuel supply. As another wave of green energy enveloped his own fuel tank, the vehicle soared smoothly and swiftly, passing over the Scottish Highlands, unknown rivers. And everything on the ground receded as the car advanced, with the sun gradually descending alongside their flight. They glided over a vast lake, and at last, amidst the darkness, a radiant castle came into view. Fred, Hogwarts! George exclaimed, pointing at the illustrious structure. I never imagined it would look so beautiful from above. Fred marveled at the ancient castle, momentarily taken aback. Since we're here, we ought to greet them, so they know of our arrival, George suggested. Of course, otherwise, our flight would be for naught, Fred concurred, then began searching for the button on the dashboard. Found it, Fred declared, pointing to a purple button on the panel. This is the boost button I had Dad install. However, for the first experiment, Dad didn't add any actual propulsion, so I filled it with fireworks for a bit of flair. Great idea, George praised. We'll set them off once we enter the school grounds. But what should we write? I have an idea. As the flying car drew closer to Hogwarts, It dove into the protective barrier, ascending higher and eventually circling above the castle. "Are you ready?" Fred exclaimed excitedly. "I've been ready," George replied, equally thrilled. 3, 2, 1, go. As they counted down together, their hands pressed down on the button, and golden red fireworks erupted from the car's rear. The vehicle twirled and danced in the sky, leaving trails like a watercolor brush across the canvas of the night. "VV. We are kings." The golden red fireworks formed grand letters in the sky, announcing their arrival to the magnificent castle. High above, the boys sat in the flying car, their fists tightly clenched together, identical faces beaming with excitement as they shouted towards the castle. "We are the Weasleys. We are kings." Chapter 62. The Curtain Call of the Performance. Dumbledore adjusted the magic on the pillar, ensuring each student would arrive slightly away from the Hogwarts platform before boarding a rented ordinary carriage to evade the Muggles' gaze as they approached the station. Just as the students reached the Hogwarts platform, they happened to witness the Weasley twins' spectacular performance in the sky. The students stood upon the platform at Hogwarts, gazing upward as the enchanted car painted vibrant fireworks across the night sky, each of them expressing genuine awe. "Wow," Ron exclaimed, craning his neck to observe the two V formations in the sky, his eyes reflecting an indescribable envy. As they waited for the twins to appear after passing through the pillar, they speculated that the twins must be engaged in some grand endeavor, though they had not anticipated it to be of such magnitude. "Wow, those two truly have ambition," Harry nodded in approval, appreciating the audacity of their actions. Although reckless, there was an inexplicable charm to it. Hermione, observing the celestial display, felt a certain depth of her character awaken within her. "Enough gazing. First-year students, follow me." Hagrid's booming voice interrupted the new arrivals' admiration, urging them swiftly towards the school. "Fred, shall we descend?" George inquired. "Where do we land?" Fred turned to George. "In front of the main gate," they both declared in unison. The flying car spiraled gracefully through the air before landing with a dull thud at the grand entrance of Hogwarts, coinciding perfectly with the arrival of the night carriages. All eyes were on the vehicle, speculating about the identities of its occupants. "Ladies and gentlemen," the left door of the car swung open, revealing George, his face obscured by a wizarding hat. Fred, also donning a hat, emerged from the driver's seat. "Are you satisfied with our performance?" They stood proudly before the assembled crowd, dramatically removing their hats for all to see their identities. "Fred, George," a Gryffindor student exclaimed in recognition. "Incredible," another from Hufflepuff shouted. "You two are amazing." Harry joined in, clapping loudly to support them. As Harry's applause ignited the atmosphere, the crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers, surrounding the twins with fervent applause. Fred and George exchanged a celebratory high-five, reveling in their moment of triumph. "Fred, George," just as they basked in joy and fulfillment, a furious roar pierced the air. The doors of Hogwarts swung open as Professor McGonagall approached them briskly, her eyes wide with indignation, resembling a regal lion. She confronted Fred and George, producing her wand to cast a monitoring spell on each of them, only relaxing when the spell confirmed their health. "You two, how dare you?" Professor McGonagall glared at the twins, her voice fierce. "What if something had gone wrong? My goodness, you could have perished." "Hey, headmistress, we're perfectly fine," George replied with a disarming grin. "Professor, I practiced my driving skills. We're safe," Fred added, also smiling. Thankfully, all was well. Professor McGonagall's irritation had not yet subsided. One could only imagine her tumultuous emotions upon seeing the car in the sky. Fear, undoubtedly. "You two, follow me to the headmaster's office," she commanded, then turned to Harry, taking several deep breaths to steady her tone. "Harry, Hermione, Professor Dumbledore wishes to speak with you." Upon concluding her remarks, she swiftly turned with Fred and George, leaving Harry and the others in a state of bewilderment. However, Harry and Hermione had no choice but to follow, leaving Ron seated there, somewhat dazed. The two descended from the carriage and hurried to keep pace with Professor McGonagall, eventually arriving beneath the headmaster's tower. Professor McGonagall addressed the statue, calling out "Cockroach Cluster," before ascending the staircase that revealed itself. "Mr. Weasley and Mr. Weasley," Dumbledore remarked with a smile, playfully declaring their accomplishments to be truly magnificent. "I was utterly captivated in the headmaster's office." "Headmaster," Professor McGonagall interjected, crossing her arms. "Oh, I know. Very well. Gentlemen, I must concede, you have done remarkably. Bravery and adventure embody the essence of Gryffindor," Dumbledore said with a grin, prompting Fred and George to exchange knowing smiles and a subtle fist bump. However, Dumbledore's tone shifted, expressing concern that their recent escapade had been excessively perilous. He hoped that in future moments of impulsive adventure, They would prioritize safety, particularly considering the anxiety they had caused their parents, who were nearly beside themselves with worry. Apologies, Professor, Fred and George chorused, bowing their heads in practiced contrition. Well, it is good to acknowledge one's errors. However, due to your reckless behavior, I regret to inform you that I must deduct 100 points from each of you to illustrate the consequences of such actions. You may leave now, Dumbledore pronounced. Delivering his verdict, Fred and George were escorted out by Professor McGonagall, followed by Dumbledore calling, Miss Granger, you may enter. Hermione stepped inside, the door closing behind her, sealed with a silencing charm, leaving Harry unable to hear anything. He only knew that when Hermione emerged, her face was aglow with joy, clutching a thick tome and a letter. Next was Harry's turn. Upon entering the office, he felt as at home as ever, adeptly retrieving several candy quills from the cabinet. One held in his mouth as he pulled over the coziest armchair by the fireplace, settling comfortably opposite Dumbledore. Harry, at times I truly cannot discern whether this is your office or mine, Dumbledore remarked, bemused. It's the same, Harry replied nonchalantly, dismissively waving his hand as he munched on the candy. What did you summon me for? Nothing of great consequence, merely an old man wishing to engage in conversation. Dumbledore replied with a chuckle. So, how was your summer in the Night City? His tone was reminiscent of a kindly neighbor. Nothing noteworthy, quite ordinary, Harry responded indifferently, thinking it impossible that Dumbledore would summon him merely for idle chat. I hardly believe you have had an ordinary experience, Dumbledore countered, gesturing to Harry's left arm. Harry, with no intention of concealing the truth, rolled up his sleeve to reveal his gleaming new arm. This is the most extraordinary thing of all. Any further inquiries? Initially, Dumbledore had presumed Harry's former arm to be a mere prosthetic, only to discover it was an entire limb. Oh dear, a casualty of work, Harry replied nonchalantly. Well then, Dumbledore conversed with Harry for a while longer, discussing trivial matters as if to delay the inevitable. Harry indeed sensed a surge of magic coursing through him, reminiscent of his first year. Dumbledore eventually rose, for the banquet hour was approaching, and without him, it could not commence. As he watched Harry's retreating figure, he inquired into the shadows, how fares the situation? Slowly, Snape emerged, wand in hand. The artificial enhancements had reached 75%, and their side effects were beginning to affect his psyche. Is there a remedy for this influence? A soul-soothing draught should suffice. I must trouble you once more, Severus. Chapter 63. That madman Voldemort again. The Great Hall was abuzz with commotion as the first-year students stood anxiously at the center, anticipating the traditional Hogwarts sorting ceremony, likely to involve tales of battling dragons and kissing trolls. The tattered hat was presented by Professor McGonagall, who placed it on a chair as it began to sing a dissonant tune. Harry skillfully blocked his ears. One by one, the newcomers approached for their sorting, but a small girl with striking white hair, appearing quite fatigued, caught the attention of Hermione and Harry. Harry observed the dark mist emanating from the girl's forehead, rolling his eyes in disbelief. The aura was reminiscent of Voldemort's own magic, unabashedly apparent, as if daring anyone to notice. Hermione, too, recognized the unsettling situation. Her eyes glimmered with a soft blue light, indicative of her advancements in soul alchemy over the summer. She could now discern the general state of a person's soul. Gazing at the girl, she felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Damn that Voldemort, she muttered under her breath. In her eyes, the girl's once pure white soul was ensnared by a grotesque creature, akin to a snake, whose black, slimy form was voraciously devouring her essence. Each time the girl's soul attempted to recuperate, it was mercilessly consumed anew, the venom of that foul snake permeating her innocent spirit, leaving traces of blackness upon its pristine surface. Serena Grace. Professor McGonagall's voice rang out, causing the girl to startle as if awakening from a dream. Still unaware of her predicament, the professor called her name once more, prompting her to hurriedly approach the sorting hat, eager to wear it upon her head. However, from Hermione's perspective, a different scene unfolded. The grotesque serpent, adorned with 3 eyes and a maw split into 4 parts, oozing with slime, slithered toward the sorting hat. Just as it opened its mouth, poised to strike, a griffin burst forth from the hat, glowing with golden red light, and collided fiercely with the creature, knocking it to the ground. For creatures, fearful of harming the girl's spirit, refrained from action. The griffin inhaled deeply, extracting the toxic essence from her soul. The serpent coiled around the girl, enveloping her in a protective shroud of spirit. The honey badger nuzzled against her essence, mending the fissures in her soul, while the eagle alighted upon her spirit, bestowing wisdom upon her, hoping she would soon recognize the anomalies. Were these manifestations of the Academy's will, or perhaps the intentions of its founder? Hermione and Harry found themselves deep in contemplation, while the girl remained seated on stage for 10 minutes. Sorting hat, sir. Her timid voice broke the silence. My house. Ah, yes, dear child. You embody traits from all four houses. I find myself somewhat uncertain. Where do you wish to go? After a lengthy pause, the girl, blushing, murmured, I would like to be in Hufflepuff. Excellent. Hufflepuff. The Sorting Hat exclaimed suddenly, startling the crimson-faced girl. Harry and Hermione's gazes shifted to the blushing Serena, who appeared somewhat overwhelmed by the enthusiastic badgers surrounding her. It was evident that Voldemort's manipulations had been significantly countered by the representatives of the four houses. Her mental state had markedly improved, with only a faint wisp of dark smoke lingering on her forehead. Is Voldemort truly unwell? Harry silently mused, incredulous that this madman would exploit even children. All for the sake of conquering a school? No, there must be a deeper scheme at play. What could it be? The sorting ceremony concluded swiftly, and the Weasley girl was placed in Gryffindor, which was rather apparent. Dumbledore rose to introduce the new professor, Gilderoy Lockhart. Lockhart donned an oversized pink robe, emanating pink smoke from behind him, while Severus kept his distance as much as possible. The students erupted in excitement upon seeing Lockhart. Both boys and girls were tinged with traces of pink in their eyes, save for Harry, Hermione, the Weasley twins, and Ron, who remained engrossed in a chicken leg. Help! Snape muttered under his breath. Harry distinctly observed Professor Snape's body tremble, his complexion turning ashen, yet Lockhart persisted, blowing a kiss to Professor McGonagall, who immediately bristled, only to be restrained by Dumbledore, Flitwick, and Sprout. Lying in bed, reflecting on the day's events, he fell into silence. Had his tongue been touched by divine grace? Just as he wished for a tranquil year, this predicament unfolded. Chapter 64. Serena corrupted by Voldemort. In the dead of night, in the Hufflepuff dormitory, Serena nestled beneath her covers, stealthily retrieving a pure black notebook from her bag and spreading it across her bed. The pages emitted a faint glow, illuminating her surroundings. Brother Riddle, are you there? Serena wrote that the notebook was a gift she received during the summer, having dropped from the hands of a golden-haired man while purchasing her wand in Diagon Alley. I am here, my lovely little Serena. The handwriting on the notebook faded, replaced by elegant script. What troubles you, dear little princess? Brother, I was sorted today, Serena wrote with a hint of dissatisfaction. I told you before. Have you forgotten? Oh, my sweet little sister, forgive your foolish brother. Within this dreary notebook, I have lost track of time. Very well, Serena pouted, then continued. I've been sorted into Hufflepuff, but, brother, didn't you say Hufflepuff wasn't he that great? Oh, little Serena, the beautiful princess, Hufflepuff has its merits, if we cultivate good relations with them. Their intelligence might just help me escape this gloomy notebook. Really? Serena seemed immensely delighted, thrilled at the prospect of aiding her dear Riddle brother. You shall go. The notebook appeared quite satisfied, suddenly recalling something, and wrote, Be cautious of that Harry Potter, all right? He may hinder your brother's escape. Serena looked puzzled and was about to inquire further when a wave of drowsiness washed over her. The notebook remained open as she succumbed to sleep. Resting her head upon it, by her bedside, a shadow gradually took form. A young boy, his icy gaze fixed upon the curled-up figure of Serena beneath the covers. Dear sister? Sweet little princess? Huh. He extended his hand, which was no longer a hand but a grotesque amalgamation of claws and tendrils. Then mercilessly plunged it into the cocoon where Serena lay, piercing not just her body but her very soul. Serena's face contorted in agony, as if enduring excruciating torment. Soft groans escaping her lips, yet she could not awaken, left to endure the relentless assault on her fragile spirit. Damn that founder. I finally weakened her soul to this extent, just a step away from control, and now I must strike anew. The shadow seethed, its tendrils voraciously siphoning the girl's soul's essence. My sweet little sister, since you adore your Riddle brother so much, surely you would be willing to sacrifice for his resurrection. Yes? Riddle chuckled softly, his lips murmuring incessantly. Eternal God of life, thank you for granting me strength, as long as I am granted immortality. Your loyal follower shall remain ever faithful to you, great, merciful Father. The following day, Harry sat at the table in the great hall, staring at the food before him, utterly devoid of appetite. Who in their right mind would serve herring in a can for breakfast? A wave of foul odor assaulted Harry's senses, causing him to scrunch his nose in distaste. Who could have conceived such a wretched dish? He set down his utensils and straightened up. Ugh, even the Hufflepuffs can't stomach this. Rising from the Slytherin table, Harry moved to sit beside Hermione and Ron at Gryffindor's table. You two can't eat this either? We too wish to indulge, but the stench of this herring is simply unbearable, Ron lamented, yearning for the sausages and fried eggs upon the table. Yet, the moment he dared to place such fare in his mouth, the foul odor of the herring would become even more pronounced. Harry and Ron exchanged positions, allowing Hermione to shield him from view as he discreetly rolled up his sleeve. My heavens! Hermione exclaimed. This is utterly astonishing. Ron gasped, casting a subtle glance at his own arm. Back where I come from, my arm was severed, and I had no choice but to replace it. Harry pulled his sleeve back down. Severed? Hermione's mind struggled to comprehend this revelation, visibly processing the information. It was indeed the case. But the original arm had succumbed to necrosis, leaving me no option but to remove the prosthetic and acquire a new one. Necrosis? Tissue? Ron, having been raised in the magical realm, evidently lacked understanding of these terms. You simply need to know that arm was no longer functional, Harry stated succinctly. Well, I saw her yesterday, Harry continued, following Hermione's gaze toward Serena, who was shrouded in a thick veil of black, interspersed with hints of deep green. To Hermione, it appeared as though Serena's once pure soul had been punctured multiple times, with grotesque green thorns and tendrils sprouting from each wound, dimming the luminous whiteness of her essence. While the loathsome black serpent, a symbol of oppression from the four houses, began to voraciously consume her. What are you all discussing? Ron interjected, bewildered by how his friends seemed to be speaking an entirely different language. That girl, the one with white hair, do you see her? Following Harry's outstretched hand, Ron's eyes landed on Serena at the Hufflepuff table, her hair awry, eyes sunken and bloodshot, her complexion alarmingly poor. My goodness, is she unwell? Ron inquired, for it was evident to anyone that Serena's appearance was distressing. Unwell? Huh. Voldemort is far worse than mere illness, Harry scoffed. We must devise a plan, or her fate will be dire, Hermione remarked, feeling a surge of pity for the unfortunate child. God? The Dark Lord? Ron exclaimed, startled, unable to fathom that Voldemort was the source of her affliction. My heavens! Hermione covered her face, exasperated by Ron's ignorance. It is Voldemort who has tampered with her, Harry clarified, just as he did with Quirrell. Then, we must hasten to find the headmaster. Professor Dumbledore will surely have a solution, Ron said, startled, but soon conceived the most prudent course of action. Indeed, I shall seek him out, Harry declared, rising at once, intent on consulting Dumbledore. Just then, a cacophony of flapping wings erupted as thousands of owls swooped in through the windows, delivering letters to students and professors alike. Ron's family's decrepit old owl, upon landing on the Gryffindor table, flapped its wings before tumbling headfirst into a bowl of porridge, causing the letters it carried to scatter, landing squarely on Fred and George's faces. It was a large, crimson envelope addressed to Fred and George. Fred and George exchanged a glance, resignedly muttering, We're doomed. The howling letter loomed large. Chapter 65. Dumbledore, are you going to sacrifice her? Fred, George. The oversized crimson envelope, twice the size of a typical letter, floated mid-air, transforming into a gaping mouth from which Mrs. Weasley's furious voice emanated, drawing the attention of everyone in the hall. Do you have any idea how frantic your father and I were when we discovered you were missing? Stealing a car to fly to Hogwarts. How could you even think of such a thing? Mrs. Weasley's tirade continued unabated as Fred and George sat obediently in their seats, covering their ears with their hands, though it proved entirely futile. Once the roar subsided, the red envelope ignited spontaneously, reducing itself to ashes. Fred and George exchanged wry smiles as they swept up the remnants on the table. Those seated nearby were also caught in the crossfire, their ears still ringing. Mom is truly furious. Dad is probably just as upset. They shared a knowing glance, deciding it was best to keep a low profile. No nighttime escapades tonight. They had studies to attend to. Harry shook his head, marveling at how Mrs. Weasley's wrath rivaled that of Mrs. Weasley. The moment the shout rang out, Harry even caught a glimpse of Mrs. Weasley's silhouette. Mum is really angry now. Ron shrank back in his seat. But I doubt they will keep quiet for more than a day, Hermione remarked. Ron nodded in agreement. Harry said nothing further, rising to seek Dumbledore. He exited the hall, standing beneath the tower, gazing at the lengthy list of candies the headmaster had given him, then looked up at the headmaster's office. Resolute in his decision as the manticore dagger sprang forth, embedding itself into the stone wall of the tower. What a splendid day, Dumbledore mused, opening the window to inhale the fresh air, reveling in the beauty of life, clad in his pajamas, a cup of sweet yet bitter red tea in hand. What is the weather like today? Ah, Harry Potter, As Dumbledore prepared to gauge the day's weather, he noticed Harry ascending like a spider. "Ah, you actually opened the window for me today." Harry greeted Dumbledore, who regarded him with an expression of amusement, shifting aside to allow Harry entry. "Well then, what brings you here so early?" Dumbledore inquired as he settled by the fireplace. "Voldemort has infiltrated," Harry stated directly, "and I believe he is possessing a child. Serena, right?" I suspected something was amiss from the moment of sorting. When the sorting hat placed upon her head unleashed the powers of the four houses, I knew there was trouble. Dumbledore replied, "And you're not going to intervene?" Harry pressed. Harry, do not be so hasty." Dumbledore sipped his tea. "We still do not know if Voldemort is parasitically residing within her or how he entered. Thus, we must tread carefully. If we alarm him and he escapes, the consequences would be dire." "You mean to say, sacrifice her?" Harry could not restrain himself. "Are you truly considering sacrificing an entirely innocent child?" "Harry." Dumbledore gazed at Harry and spoke slowly. "While it is true that any sacrifice should be avoided whenever possible, the path to success inevitably entails sacrifices. Dumbledore, she is still just a child, an 11-year-old child." Harry exclaimed as he rose to confront Dumbledore. "You are also a child, but your role is of greater significance. If sacrificing her could lead to victory and the demise of Voldemort, then every sacrifice would be absolutely justified," Dumbledore declared with unwavering conviction, having come to terms with certain truths, no longer inclined to maintain a facade. "I am 17. Do not dismiss me with this child argument," Harry retorted. "Yet, you remain a child, Harry," Dumbledore replied, his expression devoid of any surprise. "Whether 17 or 12, you are still merely a child. With you, we have the potential to vanquish Voldemort, and on this path, we must stand united. I cannot accept the notion of allowing a child to perish in vain, especially when she does not even comprehend the reason for her impending death." Harry shouted at Dumbledore, unable to fathom the idea of sacrificing a child for some so-called greater good, particularly when she was unaware of the purpose behind her demise. "Harry, Voldemort has already taken root in her soul. She is beyond saving," Dumbledore responded, likening her fate to that of Quirrell. Harry fell silent, staring at Dumbledore, his arm twitching as he contemplated the weight of the situation, and after a moment, he cast one last penetrating glance at Dumbledore. "I must take my leave," he said, turning away from the headmaster's office, leaving Dumbledore to sip his tea. "We need to devise a plan to save her," Hermione said earnestly. "Dumbledore mentioned that her soul is entwined with Voldemort's, but I recall a method in soul alchemy for severing such ties, although I have yet to learn it. It will take at least 6 months, as the 3rd volume of soul alchemy is exceedingly complex." Just as Hermione began to estimate a conservative time frame, she suddenly stood up, her demeanor brightening. "Perhaps it won't take long. I had forgotten a crucial element." Without heeding Harry and Ron's puzzled expressions, she dashed outside the school. "What's wrong with her?" Ron inquired. "Let us hope for the best," Hermione muttered, as she quickly pinned a letter to the esteemed Nicholas Flamel next to the O'Leary. The letter Dumbledore had given her at the beginning of the term was designed to enable the owl to locate Nicholas. Now, Hermione knew precisely how to utilize it. She sought to consult Nicholas for guidance on her soul alchemy, despite it being one of the 3 forbidden arts of alchemy. With her letter completed, she entrusted it to a barn owl. "Go find Nicholas Flamel," she instructed. The owl gently pecked her finger, seemingly offering reassurance, before spreading its wings and soaring towards Nicholas's direction. Chapter 66. Defense against the dark arts. Initially, Harry believed that Gilderoy Lockhart would not engage in any outrageous behavior, considering they were in a school setting. However, when the girls, including Hermione, emerged from the classroom in tears, their tattered clothing in disarray, and the boys followed suit, equally disheveled, pursued by a swarm of shimmering Cornish pixies, Harry realized something was amiss. The incident's origins can be traced back to midday. "Hermione, where have you been?" Ron asked, bewildered. "A letter was sent to someone who could assist us." Hermione smiled enigmatically. "What?" Ron murmured in discontent. "All right, it's time for class." Hermione glanced at the clock and spoke to Ron, bidding farewell to Harry as she made her way to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Inside the classroom, he observed the students settling down and cleared his throat audibly. "I see all of you have purchased my book, which is splendid. Now, I shall administer a brief quiz. Do not fear. It is merely to gauge your understanding." With that, he retrieved a stack of papers from beneath the lectern and distributed them to each student. "You have 30 minutes. Begin now." The questions on the paper were peculiar, growing increasingly unsettling with each passing moment. Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color. Gilderoy Lockhart's ambitions. Gilderoy Lockhart's perspective on desire. What is your view on desire? What is your greatest desire? Do you believe that love is the highest form of desire? There were a total of 54 questions. While the initial inquiries appeared ordinary, the latter ones left the students bewildered, with many of the more precocious among them blushing furiously. This is utterly nonsensical. Hermione gazed at the questions, her distaste deepening. The blue light emanating from her wand mirrored her indignation. Thus, Hermione chose to heed her instincts and, under Ron's incredulous gaze, tore the exam paper into shreds. Lockhart, of course, noticed this but merely smiled faintly, the pink hue of his concealed desires palpable in his eyes. Time's up. Lockhart collected the papers, scrutinizing them one by one. Ah, the favorite color is pink. That is evident, as nearly all my attire is pink. Oh, alas! Not a single one of you could articulate my ambitions. Let's see your greatest desires. Many of you seem fixated on wealth and family. He grew ever more animated, wishing to transform these innocent children before him into embodiments of his own pink ideals, ensnared by the doctrines of his making. Regarding your views on desire, all responses seemed to revolve around love. He set down the papers and surveyed the students, descending from the podium to securely lock both the front and back doors of the classroom. Then, bending down, he retrieved a large cage covered with a cloth. Exuding a pinkoha. Hey, Hermione, did you see what Lockhart had tucked behind him? Ron remarked as Lockhart bent over, revealing a suspicious bulge concealed beneath his robe. I don't know, but it surely can't be anything good, Hermione replied with disdain, wishing fervently to escape. Even the dimmest of minds should recognize Lockhart's peculiarities. All right, class. Be cautious, Lockhart exclaimed, pressing against the large cage with excitement. You are about to confront the most malevolent entities of the magical realm. I hope you can withstand it. Lockhart's words carried an enigmatic undertone, yet the unknown creature beneath the shimmering veil appeared anything but benign. He gently placed his hand upon the cover and slowly drew it back. The students below seemed exceedingly tense. Dean and Simon in the front row instinctively recoiled, while Ron peered forward with curiosity, and Hermione gripped her wand tightly. Seizing the moment of apprehension in the classroom, Lockhart gradually unveiled the Cornish pixies. What do you think? Simon, seated in the front row, could not suppress a chuckle, and the atmosphere in the classroom shifted from tension to relaxation. Well, they don't seem dangerous, do they? Simon's laughter grew louder, and soon the room echoed with mirth, save for Hermione and Neville. Neville felt an odd sensation emanating from the pixies, one that was decidedly unpleasant, and his fists clenched tightly, muscles taut. Hermione's eyes sparkled with unease. She perceived something grotesque within the souls of these pixies, surrounded by circling, pink, unidentifiable entities. Their eyes brimming with sickening desire. Not dangerous? Is that so? Very well. Lockhart chuckled, observing that most in the classroom had let down their guard. And then he opened the pixies' cage. Enjoy yourselves, he said, retreating into a small office behind the podium. What is so frightening about these creatures? Simon queried, extending a finger and laughing as he pointed at the pixies. Sensing their opportunity for freedom, the pixies burst forth from the cage in a flurry, diving towards the students. They moved swiftly, their sharp claws aimed at tearing the students' garments. The classroom erupted with cries as students scrambled to protect their clothing from the onslaught of pixies. Neville swung his fists, contemplating a strike against the creatures, yet they approached him as if impervious to pain. Hermione shielded her clothes with one hand while brandishing her wand with the other, unleashing petrification spells, binding charms, and freezing curses as if they were mere trinkets. She even attempted to employ soul alchemy to detach the pixies' souls, but the pink, mysterious magic surrounding them nullified most of her spells. Despite the barrage, she remained unscathed. Ron, too, cast a levitation charm at the pixies to disrupt their flight paths, causing them to spin helplessly in the air, which allowed Hermione to seize the moment and successfully encase the dizzying pixies in ice. Students continued to evade the pixies, some with the will to retaliate, brandishing their wands in defense. Quick, open the door and run out. Let the professor handle this. Hermione was the first to react, shouting to the others. Everyone snapped back to reality, rushing towards the door, only to find it locked by Lockhart, reinforced with a transformation spell that secured it firmly to the frame. Alhambra, 1T work. Someone exclaimed. Stand back, let me try. Neville pushed through the crowd, reflecting on the invaluable lessons he had gained from his grandmother's rigorous training during the summer. With a swift kick, he struck the wooden door, causing a crack to form at the edge. This sight invigorated the others, who immediately brandished their wands to shield Neville from the mischievous pixies, allowing him to concentrate on breaching the door. Bang, bang, bang. Finally, on his sixth attempt, the door burst open, and everyone, wrapped in their garments, rushed outside. Meanwhile, the pixies were captured by Professor McGonagall, who transformed them into a large cage with her magic. Beyond the cosmos, an incredulous red orb exclaimed, "What power do you possess to create a keeper of secrets?" The pink orb, dismissive, retorted, "How could this individual possibly be a keeper? Merely a follower who has received a modicum of my favor." Chapter 67. He wishes for you to eliminate Lockhart. Professor Lockhart, could you elucidate the situation? In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore regarded the repugnant Lockhart before him. "Oh, it's nothing, just a group of Cornish pixies. Students overlook them, which is entirely normal," Lockhart replied, his face still adorned with a smile. "I hardly believe that it is merely a group of Cornish pixies," Dumbledore said, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze on Lockhart. "Should such an incident occur again, I shall have no choice but to terminate your employment. Rest assured, it won't happen again," Lockhart replied breezily. "U1T discover it. Consider this incident a warning. I hope you can uphold your responsibilities as a professor." "Don't worry, headmaster," Lockhart thought to himself. "I will undoubtedly transform them into devotees of the Mother Goddess." With that, he took up pen and paper, composing a letter to be delivered to Snape by Fawkes the Phoenix. In Snape's office, it was indeed true that Harry had been confined, the reason being that he had inadvertently sliced an inch too deep while cutting a figure. "Professor, what exactly did you summon me for?" Harry asked, exasperated, as he assisted Snape, who was meticulously adding ingredients into a large cauldron. "Dear Savior, if your mind is not yet cluttered with thistles, you should know that the next task is to fetch the moonstone powder for your old professor, rather than behaving like a clumsy giant," Snape remarked, his tone as frosty as ever. Fine, Harry replied, turning to gather the ingredients, well aware that Snape would only speak when he deemed it necessary. "What is your opinion of Professor Lockhart?" Snape unexpectedly inquired as Harry was bringing over the moonstone. "A foolish charlatan," Harry succinctly responded. Snape's body stiffened momentarily, clearly taken aback by the bluntness of Harry's statement, yet he found himself in agreement, as each encounter with Lockhart left him repulsed by the professor's flirtatious glances and blowing kisses, especially during Lockhart's interview, when he had the misfortune of examining Lockhart and discovered an anomaly. If Lockhart were not the only one willing to teach, every other professor would have been vehemently opposed to his presence. "Does this have any bearing on why you summoned me?" Harry inquired, observing Snape as he stirred the potion. "Now, go fetch the freshly cut lavender," Snape commanded, his tone brisk as Harry turned to continue his labor. "Have you attempted to harm him?" Snape's voice echoed once more. With a measured grace, Snape added the lavender to the cauldron, expertly stirring the potion with his wand. He then retrieved a large vial and poured the entire concoction into it. "Consume 1/10 at a time, once a day, and after finishing, you shall remain in confinement." He handed the potion to Harry. "What is this?" Harry inquired, furrowing his brow at the potion in Snape's hands, which contained moonstone, lavender, and lacewing flies. "Can this remedy insomnia, or even the soul?" At the mention of soul, Snape's demeanor brightened, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. "It is a soul soother," he patiently elucidated. "The artificial constructs within your body have inflicted stress upon your psyche. This will provide relief." "Wait, are you implying that I will become a cybernetic lunatic?" Harry stammered, struggling to grasp the implication. "If your definition of lunacy aligns with mine, then yes," Snape replied coolly. Harry gazed at the soul soother in his hand, unable to fathom the prospect of becoming a cybernetic madman. Just as he was about to pose another question, Snape interrupted. "If you take it, 3 courses will suffice for a cure." Then, shifting the conversation abruptly, Snape asked, "Do you believe you could kill Lockhart?" Harry was taken aback by Snape's sudden change of subject. "Without that peculiar power, he is but a fool," he mused. "Dumbledore wishes for you to eliminate him, after which he will find a replacement. The reward is 2,000 galleons." Harry was startled by Dumbledore's notion. How had the old man's thoughts transitioned so rapidly? Just last semester, he had been entangled in complex matters, and now he was contemplating hiring an assassin? Before Harry could inquire further, Snape produced a book and a magically enhanced bag, handing them to Harry before waving him away, propelling him towards the door. "Not this again," Harry muttered as he rose and made his way towards the Slytherin dormitory. However, he soon encountered a familiar figure. "What is she doing here?" He wondered as he crouched down to observe the unsteady walk of Serena descending the stairs. Deciding to follow her, Harry activated his night vision, allowing him to clearly perceive his surroundings. Serena's hair was still unkempt, dark circles marred her eyes, and she appeared on the brink of collapse as she slowly made her way to the basement, seemingly in search of something. "Oh dear, have you lost your way?" A nauseatingly familiar voice interrupted, belonging to Lockhart, who approached Serena, gripping her shoulder with a repugnant smile plastered across his face. Unable to endure the scene any longer, Harry activated his time dilation spell. Time slowed around him as he disregarded the looming threat of Voldemort, focusing solely on rescuing this child. Lockhart was not merely an insufferable fool. He was a beast, akin to the most vile of creatures. Harry rushed to Serena's side, lifting her effortlessly as he sprinted toward the Hufflepuff common room, employing the spell Stupefy 3 times to transport her safely to the entrance. Once there, he utilized the spell once more to vanish from the scene. Meanwhile, Lockhart stood in a daze, gazing at the space where Serena had just been, a smile creeping across his face. Just like in Diagon Alley, it's you, Harry. Chapter 68, The Madness of Lockhart. In the dormitory, Harry perused the tattered potions book that Snape had given him, a tome reserved for 6th-year students. The name inscribed on the cover had been scribbled out and obscured, yet a reference to the half-blood prince remained intact. Is this a name Snape concocted during his adolescent phase? It seems rather fitting. Why cross it out? Harry mused, oblivious to his own youthful pretensions and never contemplating whether he could survive adolescence in the City of Night. Flipping through the pages, Harry encountered a dense array of notes and annotations, each potion meticulously marked with Snape's insights and corrections to the text. There were even spells that Snape had altered and annotated himself. The Wandless Curse? Harry pondered, examining the spell that had undergone numerous revisions. Noting its designation as an offensive spell, he wondered about its effectiveness and resolved to test it with Lockhart the following day. Lockhart, and that green shadow that had whisked her away. At Serena's bedside, Riddle absorbed the memories emanating from her. Another one blessed by fate? He mused, perched on the bedside table, scrutinizing Lockhart's image as it unfolded in the memories. Although the identity of Lockhart's worshipper eluded him, he recognized that the man's abilities could potentially disrupt his plans. Riddle's emotionless gaze turned toward Serena. My dear sister, allow you to scout the path for your brother Riddle. Meanwhile, Lockhart, completely unsuspecting, admired a gift delivered by an owl, blissfully ignorant of the multitude of fan tributes he received each morning. He grasped the gift box, pulling at the ribbon atop it. With a swift tug, a resounding explosion ensued. The grenade Harry had concealed within the gift detonated, reducing Lockhart to mere fragments. Yet he reassembled amidst the smoke moments later. Oh, a prank? Lockhart's smile remained intact. Since learning of his newfound immortality, he had lost all reverence for death. Do not let me find you. Lockhart laughed with a repugnant glee, his body contorting into an impossible shape, unaware that his very structure had begun to transform. Professor Lockhart, a feeble voice called from outside, and the controlled Serena stood there, clutching a photograph of Lockhart, feigning the demeanor of an adoring fan seeking an autograph. Oh, Serena, isn't it? Lockhart beamed with delight at long last. He had encountered the first individual he could transform into a devotee of the Mother Goddess. With the first, there would inevitably be many more, and thus, the Mother Goddess would increasingly favor him. Contemplating this, Lockhart welcomed Serena into his office. However, engaging in such nocturnal pursuits was hardly appropriate for a child like Serena. Professor, I acknowledge my error, the controlled Serena murmured, her gaze cast downward. Fear not. To no one's faults is the first step toward correction, Lockhart replied with a smile, though the desire in his eyes grew more intense. Yet, you must still face punishment. Observing the slight tremor in the young girl's body only heightened his excitement, compelling him to dance with elation. He reached out, caressing Serena's cheek, attempting to infuse her with a hint of pink essence. Yet he found it impossible to implant it within her soul. Regardless, Lockhart dismissed such concerns. Once trained, she would remain his plaything and a follower of the Mother Goddess. With that thought, he extended his hand towards Serena's garments, preparing to remove her wizarding robe. The entranced Serena stared blankly at Lockhart, uncertain of his intentions. Jurdolo Lockhart! A furious roar interrupted his actions. Both Lockhart and Serena turned to the doorway, where Professor Flivvy stood, his book discarded on the floor, wand in hand. Eyes ablaze with anger and disbelief. What do you intend to do with this child? Flivvy demanded, casting a binding spell at Lockhart. Step aside, child. Riddle, controlling Serena, seized the opportunity to witness the abilities bestowed upon him by Lockhart's deity, and he quickly dashed behind Professor Flivvy. Oh dear little man, you are quite ineffectual, Lockhart remarked, brandishing his wand as a pink barrier rose to intercept Flivvy's binding spell. You wretched creature, you would stoop to harming a child, Flivvy shouted in fury, unleashing a barrage of spells, cutting curses, freezing charms, explosive hexes, each strike launched from an intricate angle. Lockhart stood unmoved, exuding an air of nonchalance, even as the barrier shattered and spells struck him without a hint of evasion. Old shorty, you remain as ineffective as ever, Lockhart taunted, his dismembered form reassembling effortlessly, mocking Flivy as he withstood another cutting curse, his body sliced in half, but swiftly restored. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a whisper of the Mother Goddess toward Flivy. Professor Flivy conjured 3 layers of protective armor before him, but the whisper targeted the mind, rendering the armor futile as it passed through. Flivy reacted swiftly, attempting to dodge, yet the spell pursued him relentlessly, ultimately striking home. This is bad, Flivy thought, as a wave of dark thoughts surged over him, malevolent ideas bubbling to the surface, pink tendrils emanating from his being. Alas! How unfortunate that the first devotee offered to the Mother Goddess is an old dwarf, Lockhart mused. Lockhart was profoundly dissatisfied, equating Flitwick and the future followers of the Mother Goddess in his mind. He believed that corrupting those pure-hearted, virtuous children and offering them to the Mother Goddess was the best course of action. However, the current situation left him exceedingly displeased. Seizing the moment while Lockhart remained unsatisfied with his own work, Professor Flitwick decisively summoned his guardian spirit to alert the other professors, while he himself cast another spell at Lockhart to provide cover for the guardian. Lockhart disdainfully withstood the spell, the power granted by his deity rendering control spells ineffective against him, while offensive spells could not bring about his demise. Do you not yet comprehend? Lockhart declared, employing the bestowed transfiguration spell to transform the floor beneath Flitwick into a series of spikes, which instantly pressed against Flitwick's neck, trapping him within a cage of spikes, leaving only his head exposed. I am immortal. I am invincible. He pressed his wand against Professor Flitwick's forehead, contorting his body into impossible shapes. Excruciating torment. Chapter 69. I shall no longer be a wizard, Albus. A crimson light pierced Lockhart, who was utterly unprepared, inflicting soul-wrenching agony that caused him to collapse to the ground, crying out in torment. Severus. Professor Flitwick's eyes bulged with blood vessels, the pink hue battling against his reason. He raised his gaze towards the source of the curse. It was Snape, whose wand unleashed the heart-piercing curse, establishing a direct connection to Lockhart. With each flick of his wand, Lockhart's cries intensified. Focus on the resistance. Dumbledore will arrive shortly, Snape instructed Flitwick. No sooner had he spoken than Dumbledore appeared beside Flitwick. Without hesitation, raising his wand to Flitwick's temple, veins bulging on his forehead as he exerted all his strength to extract the pink substance from Flitwick's mind. Lockhart's cries grew increasingly peculiar, ultimately morphing into sounds of pleasure, his face flushed with an unsettling hue as he gazed at Snape, who was amplifying the heart-piercing curse, his eyes revealing a ravenous desire. This fellow, Snape thought, feeling an unease. This individual was exceedingly strange. Such an evil curse, this painful torment, was somehow a source of enjoyment for him. Dumbledore gripped his wand tightly, beads of sweat forming on his brow, veins standing out on his hands as he gradually extracted a pink substance from Flitwick's mind, sealing it within a specially crafted vial. Lockhart, I have warned you, Dumbledore said, looking at Lockhart, who lay on the ground reveling in the heart-piercing curse, his demeanor approaching ecstasy. Yet you remain so. Slowly, Lockhart rose from the ground, as Snape had ceased the infusion of the curse, deeming it of no further use to him. Dumbledore observed Lockhart with a lingering curiosity, then reached into his trousers to engage in some needlework, continuing his conversation with Dumbledore. I have been exceedingly cautious. However, I never anticipated that the old dwarf would deliver something to me at such a critical moment. As he spoke, his mouth was filled with reproaches directed at Flitwick and regrets over his own plan's failure. He had been on the verge of presenting an appropriate offering to the Mother Goddess. Even if I cannot kill you, I shall not permit you to depart so brazenly, Dumbledore asserted, as torrents of water erupted from his diminutive wand, enveloping Lockhart, who was in the midst of self-indulgence. Yet, to their astonishment, the pink magic surrounding Lockhart re-emerged, shattering the water prison. You cannot capture me. You cannot slay me, Lockhart proclaimed defiantly. The power of wizards is ultimately limited. Thus, I shall renounce my identity as a wizard, Albus, Lockhart shouted in madness, having resolved to confront Dumbledore and his companions. After all, divine power rendered him immortal and ungovernable. His form twisted grotesquely, his feet morphing into a serpent's tail, while 2 additional arms sprouted from his armpits, and his tongue split into 2. Lockhart's appearance had become utterly inhuman. Fire God, clear the path. Dumbledore no longer held back, unleashing a colossal fire dragon from the tip of his wand, which instantly engulfed Lockhart, the searing flames sweeping through the entire room, incinerating all objects within. You cannot kill me, Dumbledore. Just as Lockhart, reduced to ashes, began to reform, his twisted voice echoed once more. The Mother Goddess has bestowed upon me immense power. I am invincible. The faces of everyone in the corridor paled. Lockhart's formidable nature had surpassed their wildest imaginations. If what he claimed were true, that he was indeed immortal, their predicament would only grow more dire. Damn it, my wrath, Merlin exclaimed, lifting the pink orb and pressing it against the screen. Because of you, this follower, the timeline is now in disarray. Not only must I rectify the timeline, but I must also devise a way to extricate you, this follower, reasonably. The pink orb quivered in Merlin's grasp, for the supremacy of a deity in its prime was akin to crushing an ant when compared to a mere being of will. I was wrong. The follower murmured in a plea for mercy, not yet wishing to meet his demise. Ever since the universe's explosion, he had never realized how fond he was of life. I shall revoke your immortality. There is still another way. A golden orb floated beside the furious Merlin, declaring, "Let the chosen one be sent forth. Only a chosen one can defeat a chosen one. Similarly, a chosen one can vanquish a follower. Though death may not be feasible now, banishment is." With that, the golden orb turned towards a void and bellowed, "Old K, Old T, Great Gear, come quickly to assist." In an instant, a red orb, a blue orb, and a brown-yellow gear materialized before the screen. After Merlin recounted the events leading to this moment, the other two hesitated, while the red orb boldly stepped forward, eager to send Harry into battle. The tawny gear found itself at an impasse, for after all, Harry was indeed his chosen one, compelled to acquiesce to the whims of the Crimson Sphere. Meanwhile, Harry was engrossed in the tome that Snape had bestowed upon him when an unexpected call notification rang in his ear. Incoming call. K. Connection established. Harry Potter. Who are you and what do you want? Harry questioned, perplexed by the presence of this K, a mysterious name that had inexplicably appeared in his contacts, compelling him to tread with caution. My identity is of no consequence. What matters now is that you must defeat Lockhart. Defeat? Harry scoffed at the dismissive tone from the other end. You just call me out of the blue and expect me to do your dirty work? I don't even know you. I appreciate your attitude. My identity is irrelevant. What is critical is that if you do not act soon, your professors will be utterly vanquished by Lockhart. Believe it or not. Call disconnected. Damn it, Harry muttered under his breath as his navigational device activated, and the myriad of mechanical enhancements within him stirred restlessly, eager for battle. Embracing the philosophy of better safe than sorry, Harry had no choice but to seize his weapon and venture towards the location indicated by the navigation. If the professors truly could not contain Lockhart, his journey through the magical world might devolve into a mere spectator sport, one where he watched others engage in their own gal game. A disquieting thought indeed. The tawny gear turned to face the crimson orb. What's wrong? The Crimson Sphere inquired, puzzled by the tawny gear's demeanor. Next time there's news concerning the chosen one, let me be the one to relay it. Remember, without fail. The tawny gear gazed earnestly at the Crimson Sphere. Chapter 70, A Frantic Retreat. You cannot kill me. I am invincible, Lockhart proclaimed, his posture striking a pose of supremacy. One hand pressing against his forehead while the other nestled under his armpit, a third gripping his waist as if sewing, and the last crushing his wand, transforming it into pure magical energy that coalesced in his grasp, exuding an aura of invincibility. He pushed through Dumbledore's fiery barrier, stubbornly advancing, instilling a sense of dread among his adversaries. Shatter to pieces, blaze fiercely, freeze instantly, crumble into fragments. The professors had arrived, and Lockhart's office had metamorphosed into a battleground, with all students cleared away by Filch and the ghosts. The corridor walls lay in ruins, all for the sake of creating a more expansive arena. Lockhart twisted his face into a grotesque grin, his head rotating 180 degrees to regard the professors, unleashing a laugh that was anything but human. His lower left hand ceased its sewing as liquid splattered onto the floor, his presence surging once more, as pink energy coalesced behind him into a symbol reminiscent of two interlocking icons. I shall vanquish you all. I will offer Hogwarts and the entire magical realm to my divine mother. Ha ha ha. He conjured 4 tridents, each capable of unleashing a corruptive assault upon the professors. Ineffective, ineffective, ineffective. Loart laughed maniacally, and all the magic cast upon him evaporated like water, barely having any effect. He had drawn near to Dumbledore, who stood resolutely at the forefront. With a sudden swing of his trident, Loart aimed a devastating blow, only to be thwarted by the armor coalescing into a protective shield on Dumbledore's arm. Since you are immortal, let us see how you fare against this. Avada Kedavra! After a prolonged mental struggle, Dumbledore resolved to unleash the most unforgivable curse, the killing curse. The emerald green spell, as thick as a barrel, struck Loart with tremendous force, sending him hurtling back, momentarily dazing him. Yet, this did not defeat him. The power bestowed by the dark arts fortified not only his body, but also safeguarded his soul. Out of options, are we Albus? Lohart's laughter grew more fervent upon realizing that even the most formidable wizard's killing curse could not end his life. Stupefy. Snape invoked the stunning spell against Loart. The incantation shimmering with a silvery hue, akin to a razor's edge, as it struck him. In an instant, Lohart's form was again fragmented, only to reconstitute itself once more. A new eye sprouted from his temple, gazing intently at Snape. Darling, my most beloved professor, I have warned you all, your spells are futile. Stupefy. A silver spell infused with crimson light impacted Loart, who had yet to finish speaking. He turned to see Harry arriving just in time, a smile gracing his lips. My cherished darling number 2. You as well. Lohart's eyes suddenly widened. The wounds inflicted by Harry's stunning spell failed to heal. Instead, under the assault of the red energy, they continued to expand, an unparalleled agony coursing through his mind, a torment more lethal than any pain of the soul, akin to divine retribution, utterly devoid of any semblance of pleasure. Harry? Professor Flitwick turned to face Harry, disbelief etched in his features. What are you doing here? Professor McGonagall called out anxiously, determined not to let any student come to harm. Run, Harry. Professors, hold him back. Professor Sprout, clutching a cabbage brimming with teeth, assessed the right moment to throw it while urging Harry to flee. Professors, I have a way to defeat him, Harry exclaimed, revealing that since the moment he had severed his connection with Old K, he had felt waves of crimson energy surging within him, complemented by a surge of brownish-yellow power, enhancing his prosthetic limbs. He ceased to speak and activated stasis, augmented by the brownish-yellow force, which elevated the efficacy of stasis to a terrifying 95%, time nearing a halt. His arm bore a mantis blade, which, after enhancement, shifted from a brilliant white to a bluish white, gradually transitioning to pure blue, signifying temperatures exceeding 2,000 degrees Celsius. He raced forward with terrifying speed under the influence of stasis, the adrenaline fuel velocity surpassing even that of the most powerful train-like prosthetic. On the blade of the mantis knife, a streak of crimson emerged amidst the blue, a dreadful blessing from the entity of terror, enabling him to inflict harm upon the followers of lust. Though it wouldn't bring about death, banishment was sufficient. The mantis knife plunged fiercely into Lockhart's body, yet did not sever him. A voice echoed within his mind, asserting that as long as Lockhart's body was not deemed dead, he would continue to be eroded by the power of terror, allowing him to endure further suffering. The mantis knife carved numerous deep gashes into Lockhart, exposing bone, after which Harry drew his wand and unleashed a swift spell at Lockhart's lower body, then hurried to Dumbledore's side, halting Stanislaus. Lockhart's agonized cries erupted, an unparalleled torment, blood streaming from his eyes. These wounds could not be healed rapidly and were continuously being consumed. Transformed into a demon of lust, his vitality was exceptionally robust. Such wounds would not claim his life, preventing him from using resurrection to restore his former glory. Harry! 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 Lockhart shouted, furious and in pain, directing his ire at Harry. That fleeting figure of red and green was indeed Harry, a force that seemed to be on par with his divine mother. Under such power, he dared not gamble on whether he would be truly killed. The professors turned to gaze at Harry, who stood momentarily beside Dumbledore, then at Lockhart, who was calling out Harry's name in agony, realizing that it was Harry's doing. Lockhart, now leave the school. Dumbledore raised his wand, aiming at Lockhart. There was no way to kill Lockhart. Although Harry could inflict harm, Dumbledore could not risk Harry's ability to slay Lockhart, for the consequence would be Lockhart regaining his full strength. Damn it! Lockhart seethed, glaring at Harry and Dumbledore, then glanced at the window behind him, contemplating a spring-like leap to shatter the glass and tumble 10 meters to the ground, twisting his body to flee into the forbidden forest. As Lockhart made his escape, he did not forget his vendetta. Chapter 71. Is it finally stable? Damn it, damn it! Lockhart writhed and fled frantically, moving so swiftly that even a nightmare could not match his speed. However, his eyes could not keep pace with his body's velocity, so he chose not to look, charging forward with his formidable physical prowess, shattering trees and rocks that obstructed his path and colliding with any creatures he encountered. He dashed through the forbidden forest until he was on the brink of the Muggle-inhabited area. Bang! He crashed violently into an invisible wall. No matter how fiercely he charged forward, He could not breach this invisible barrier. How could this be? How could this be? He clasped his hands over his head, his limbs encircling his body, coiling like a serpent in an effort to shield himself, akin to a tortoise encountering a predator. Yet at that moment, a pink hue enveloped his body, dispelling all fear as he devoted himself to the restoration of his form, contemplating a renewed assault on Hogwarts. Harry, you observed the complexity in Dumbledore's gaze. The power that had just wounded Lockhart was unmistakably a form of divine strength. Dumbledore feared that Harry, like Lockhart, might seek to escape his dominion. Harry, well aware of Dumbledore's thoughts, looked up and reassured him with a smile. Headmaster, I am unscathed, though I may require some healing. Professor McGonagall, please escort Mr. Potter and Professor Flitwick to the infirmary. As for Harry's ability to vanquish Lockhart, that is a skill I have been privately nurturing. Such power can only be mastered by Harry himself. Professor McGonagall, unable to decipher the cryptic exchange between the two, supported Harry as they hastened toward the infirmary, while Professor Sprout assisted Professor Flitwick in the same direction. Only Snape understood the implications of their conversation, his expression growing intricate. Yet he refrained from inquiring further and turned away. The news of Gilderoy Lockhart's transgressions against students rapidly spread through the school, with Dumbledore subtly fanning the flames of this scandal, despite receiving numerous letters each day condemning his decision to employ Lockhart. Harry managed to remain shielded from Dumbledore's machinations, effectively concealing the secrets he bore. His admission to the infirmary was merely a convenient excuse attributed to the chaos of battle. As the situation unfolded, Lockhart, once a celebrated figure, had transformed in the eyes of the public into a despised predator, and Dumbledore's mention of the assailant escaping from his grasp incited widespread panic. The notion of a rapist capable of eluding Dumbledore's influence was indeed terrifying. Consequently, amid the public's fervent demand, a bounty of 3,000 galleons was placed on Lockhart's head. Dead or alive, life gradually resumed its rhythm, with everything seemingly progressing toward a brighter future, flourishing in tranquility. That night, Riddle once again exerted control over Serena, guiding her to the second floor. Fortune smiled upon him this time. There were no patrolling professors or wandering students, allowing him to lead Serena to a girl's lavatory. She cautiously entered, the moonlight illuminating the circle of sinks. This is the place. As Serena approached the sink, a voice emerged. Little girl, out for a night stroll? Ah, you must be Serena. A ghost floated beside her, surveying her with a critical eye, eventually recalling the rumors about the unfortunate girl who had been assaulted by the perverse professor. Oh, wandering at night is quite unwise, the ghost teased, for there are still perverse professors who might snatch you away. The ghost appeared to relish mocking those with tragic backgrounds, as if their misfortunes brought her delight. Myrtle. Serena spoke, her voice echoing riddles. The ghost's smile froze on her face, her form trembling uncontrollably. Without another word, she vanished into the toilet, disappearing from sight. Serena ceased to pay attention to her surroundings, turning instead to search among a series of wash basins. Eventually, she halted before a serpentine pattern, gazing intently at it while emitting a hissing sound reminiscent of a snake. Gradually, the wash basin before her shifted aside, revealing a deep pit entrance. With a leap, she descended, landing softly on the ground thanks to the cushioning of the rocky walls, and ventured confidently into the depths of the cave. Before a door adorned with intricate serpentine reliefs, she once more issued a hiss, and the door responded by swinging open. At the end of the stone-paved path stood a colossal statue, that of Salazar Slytherin. Approaching the statue, Riddle, utilizing Serena's form, let out a prolonged series of hisses. As the hissing subsided, the mouth of the Slytherin statue opened, and a massive serpent, eyes closed, slithered forth, coiling itself before Serena. A murmur escaped her lips, no longer the hisses, but rather a whisper akin to that of Lockhart as maternal deity. The great serpent attempted to flee, yet the constraints of its bloodline compelled it to endure her speech. Its body writhed in agony, oozing a repugnant slime as its movements intensified. Within its mind, the whispers battled its consciousness, overpowering it with a relentless force. Serena, no. It should be Riddle. Observe the scene with cold detachment, a smirk slowly gracing her lips. Chapter 72, Nickleme. The complete detachment of the soul from the living entity, regardless of the soul's willingness, is the crucial step for the soul alchemist. When one cannot achieve the creation of a soul, the ability to see souls becomes an essential skill to acquire. In this regard, Eastern soul alchemy excels. A friend from the East once gifted me a banner capable of soul alchemy. Yet the magic of the West is in opposition to the power contained within that black and purple banner known as the Emperor's Standard, rendering it unusable. Thus, we begin the explanation. Hermione, with a look of utter defeat, rested her head on the table, her eyes dimming with despair. It was too difficult. She could not comprehend the new terminologies introduced in the book, and she was unable to consult the library for clarification. What on earth are self-nature and furnace? Hermione tugged at her hair, her forehead pressed against the table, utterly bewildered. Self-nature refers to the integrity of personality. In soul alchemy, maintaining the integrity of the soul's personality is essential during the soul-plundering process. Thus, when the alchemist employs it to enhance themselves, their psyche remains unaffected by fragmented personalities that could lead to extreme behavior. A voice emerged, accompanied by a pale, aged hand resting on Hermione's shoulder. Continuing the explanation, furnace refers to the refinement process that the soul alchemist undertakes on the soul they wish to utilize. The soul is likened to raw iron. The furnace refinement subjects the soul to excruciating pain, rendering it resilient, ultimately transforming raw iron into steel. Any soul that endures the furnace will never be torn asunder. And indeed, a soul refined to its utmost can obliterate the very essence of a life-taking curse. You, Hermione, gaze at the elderly figure before you, and in an instant, it seemed you recognized his name. You are none other than Sir Nicholas Flamel. I truly, as Hermione struggled to articulate her excitement. Sir Nicholas smiled gently, raising his hand slowly. With a wave towards the edge of the classroom, a chair floated gracefully to rest behind him, and he took his seat, cheerfully remarking, "You may call me Nick, child." Upon hearing Nick's inquiry, Hermione relayed Serena's predicament. Midway through her explanation, a profound realization struck her. This man before her was a legendary alchemist who had lived for over 6 centuries. Why not implore him to heal Serena? "Mr. Flamel." Hermione looked into Nick's eyes and asked, "May I beseech you to save Serena?" Momentarily stunned, she quickly grasped that this matter bore no relevance to Nick. Even if Voldemort were to rise, it would scarcely affect his existence. The letter in Dumbledore's possession that led him to Nick had originated from Nick himself. If even Dumbledore could not locate Nick, Voldemort would have no chance. "Then, I wish to request your guidance in the art of soul alchemy," Hermione declared. Nick remained silent, having already glimpsed Hermione's soul through his soul-less eye. It was pristine, untainted, devoid of any blemish, save for an abundance of powerful blue soul energy, which would grant Hermione an extraordinary aptitude for soul alchemy. "I can teach you," Nick nodded, continuing, "However, the souls you seek to claim must not belong to the virtuous. I trust your souls. I can discern the good from the malevolent." Just as Hermione was about to readily agree, Nick grasped her forearm. "Then let us forge an unbreakable vow." "Grasp my forearm, child." Hermione clasped Nick's arm. In her pursuit of learning soul alchemy, and in saving individuals like Serena, she too was prepared to make this vow. "Hermione, from this day forth, your soul alchemy must not prey upon the souls of the virtuous. Do you consent?" "I do." A golden thread appeared, entwining their hands. "From this day, the application of your soul alchemy must not contravene the laws of nature. Do you agree?" "I do." The second golden thread wound around their hands. "It is now your turn to stipulate conditions, child," Nick said, looking at Hermione. "Oh, me?" Hermione felt slightly disoriented. "What am I to say?" "That I wish to become your apprentice." "Ah, then, Sir Nicholas, would you be willing to be my mentor?" "I agree." The third golden thread encircled their hands, signifying the establishment of their unbreakable vow. Henceforth, any transgression of this vow would incur consequences. "Excellent, child," Nick observed with satisfaction. "Soul alchemy is one of the 3 great taboos of alchemy, and I have no desire to cultivate a dark sorcerer." "Taboo?" Hermione felt a wave of bewilderment. While the powers of soul alchemy were indeed sinister and could be prohibited, she had not anticipated such a high-level taboo. Let us momentarily set aside this taboo topic. Any alchemist who is not overly rigid will possess a modicum of forbidden knowledge, much like the anima mages who ostensibly adhere to 7 principles. Nick waved his hand, summoning a book to float over. "The pressing matter now was that I, as your instructor, must impart knowledge upon you. Pure soul alchemists are exceedingly rare these days." Just as Hermione was about to inquire about something else, she was interrupted by Nickelme, compelling her to immerse herself in the study of soul alchemy. With a teacher at her side, the complexities seemed to dissolve. Unclear concepts could be questioned at any moment, and unfamiliar techniques could be observed directly. Nickelme's body served as a veritable treasure trove, producing all manner of necessary tools. This rekindled Hermione's joyful spirit for learning, leaving Nick in awe. Chapter 73, Undercurrents. Nickelme dedicated time each week to teach Hermione. Coupled with her innate talent and the blessings of destiny, her progress was astonishing. So much so that even Nick found himself exclaiming in disbelief at her prodigious abilities. Soon, she reached the standards set forth in the text, entering a state of focused learning. Dumbledore, of course, was aware of his old friend's visit, and he warmly welcomed him into his office, graciously offering him red tea sweetened with 10 sugar cubes and honey, as well as a dish of roasted crickets. Nick was touched by this hospitality. He now perceived the headmaster's office as somewhat akin to an interrogation chamber, ready to confess anything asked of him. Ultimately, Dumbledore revealed his true intentions. He wished for Nick to join him in the fight against Voldemort, a request that was predictably declined. Nick had no desire to engage in further conflict. His age weighed heavily on him. Having lived for over 6 centuries, he had gained profound insights into many matters. Unless Grindelwald threatened to shatter his tranquility, he preferred to remain an observer. The Philosopher's Stone had been given to Harry, rendering him incapable of producing any further elixirs of immortality. The remaining elixirs would suffice for him and his wife to live for another decade or two. In the time that remained, he simply wished to admire the scenery, relish in peace, teach a student, and ultimately embrace his fate. In his youth, he envied the elves in literature who lived for 3,000 years, believing that to be true happiness. Regrettably, he had only lived to the age of 660, and he could not fathom how those mythical elves had not yet had their fill of life at 3 millennia. Dumbledore, having no recourse, could only respect his old friend's decision. Gazing upon the venerable legend before him, he was reminded of another individual, a genius, an ambitious soul, yet he recognized that they were ultimately not of the same ilk. The Forbidden Forest had recently become particularly lively, with Acromantulas scuttling about with abandon, disregarding the boundaries that had previously been established. In a bid to protect the students from these adorable creatures, Hagrid had expelled many of the giant spiders that had ventured too close to the forest's edges. Unable to bring himself to harm these furry little beings, he had released them elsewhere, unaware that the direction he chose led them into the newly claimed territory of the Centaurs. The Centaurs initially intended to continue their role as guardians of the Forbidden Forest, imposing sanctions upon the 8-eyed giant spiders. However, these arachnids were solely preoccupied with a frantic escape, utterly disregarding the Centaurs, even when struck by their arrows, which rendered them akin to hedgehogs. Their resolve to flee remained unwavering. A hissing sound, reminiscent of a serpent yet distinctly otherworldly, emanated from the territory of the 8-eyed spiders. A colossal serpent, nearly 40 meters in length, appeared. Its scales had shed, only to regrow into sharp spines and tentacles. Its jaws had split into 6 segments, forsaking its venomous fangs in favor of a bony apparatus capable of spraying a highly corrosive venom. This biological weaponry boasted 4 orifices, while its eyes had multiplied to 7, grotesquely positioned across its form, retaining the dreadful ability to petrify any creature that met its gaze. At that moment, this terrifying creature was indulging in a feast, with the 8-eyed spiders forming a significant part of its diet. This serpent, nurtured by Salazar Slytherin, had now become wholly subservient to Tom Riddle. Its body, transformed under a peculiar green hue, had become more formidable, grotesque, and foul-smelling, a repugnant stench that repulsed both soul and flesh. Riddle observed the serpent's perspective with a subtle smile gracing his lips. Soon, he mused, once the serpent was satiated and its power restored to its zenith, he could launch a full-scale assault on Hogwarts. With such formidable strength at his disposal, why resort to stealth? Hogwarts posed little challenge, save for Dumbledore, who was the sole thorn in his side. The rest were mere pawns. In a direct confrontation with the divine gifts of power bestowed upon him, he held the advantage. Hogsmeade, a rare all-wizarding village, particularly in this timeline, lay within the confines of Hogwarts. Yet today, it was anything but tranquil. In the Hog's Head Inn, a peculiar patron with pink eyes was entranced by the portrait of Ariana Dumbledore adorning the wall. However, this was not a fascination born of love. A glance downward would reveal that his hands were engaged in needlework. Damnable beast! This wretch had been struck by a blasting curse, his body soaring through the air like a ragged cloth. Aberforth had tempered his strength, or else this creature would have been reduced to mere tatters. Aberforth approached the barely conscious figure, crushing his lower body beneath his foot before casting him aside. Such scenes were becoming increasingly common in Hogsmeade. The reason for this disturbance lay beneath the surface. Unbeknownst to many, a new chamber had emerged within Hogsmeade, saturated with an ambience of debauchery. Men and women, and men with men, and women with women, surrendered themselves to uninhibited ecstasy. Meanwhile, Gilderoy Lockhart stood upon a specially constructed platform, surveying the scene before him with satisfaction. He had come to regard Hogsmeade as a stronghold, a place for his missionary endeavors, intent on converting the denizens into his followers. Little did Aberforth suspect that so close to him, Hogsmeade would serve as the first bastion of Lockhart's rise to power. Dumbledore and Harry Potter Lockhart surveyed the room before them, licking their lips. You won't enjoy your freedom for long, believe me. Soon, I will assault Hogwarts and make you aware that I have transformed beyond recognition. I shall turn all of you, those who scorn me, into mere shadows of your former selves. Hogwarts appeared tranquil, enveloped in an aura of peace. Yet Dumbledore felt an increasing weight of unease in his heart, as if ominous premonitions loomed, with countless eyes scrutinizing him. Harry, too, sensed a potent malevolence. Though its origin was a mystery, it seemed formidable, and in order to survive in what should be the safest haven, he retrieved his enchanted carving tool, gifted to him by the holder of the Philosopher's Stone, and resumed his profound studies. Chapter 74, Preparations at Hogwarts. In the headmaster's office, all professors were present. An unusual occurrence. Even Hagrid had arrived. Dumbledore stood before them, his demeanor grave. Professor Flitwick, Dumbledore inquired, how do you assess the student's magical proficiency at present? The upper years show some ambition, yet those in the lower grades are still at a rudimentary level of magic. Nearly half of them possess skills inferior to that of first years, Flitwick replied, resigned to the circumstances. Severus, you are currently responsible for teaching defense against the dark arts. What is the student's progress? Dumbledore then turned to Professor McGonagall, who preemptively responded, not satisfactory. The upper years are acceptable, but among the younger students, apart from a few exceptionally gifted and particularly diligent ones, the standards in Transfiguration are deplorable. Professor Sprout added, regarding the care of magical plants, the students perform reasonably well, though there are indeed areas needing improvement. One by one, each professor reported on the students' academic situations, and with each account, Dumbledore's brow furrowed deeper. Their abilities were woefully inadequate. Had he not probed thoroughly, he would have never imagined the extent of their deficiencies. With threats looming both within and outside the school, should Lockhart and Voldemort strike simultaneously, the students would be utterly defenseless. Hagrid, Dumbledore turned to him, and before Hagrid could reply, he declared, as your headmaster, I hereby restore your right to wield a wand. If any disturbances arise in the Forbidden Forest, you shall be our first line of defense. Headmaster, Hagrid stammered, overwhelmed with emotion, his wand, long hidden due to events from 50 years prior, could finally be revealed. Dumbledore's lifting of the ban symbolized a return to his rightful power, allowing him even the possibility of acquiring a brand new wand. I shall safeguard the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid burst into tears, overwhelmed with emotion and unwavering loyalty to Dumbledore. Although he was perplexed as to why Dumbledore chose this moment to address the matter, and was unaware of the unfolding events, he resolved to follow Dumbledore's directives, even if it meant confronting Voldemort. Dumbledore nodded in satisfaction and then turned to face the assembled professors. You are all aware of the threats looming over our school, Lockhart and Voldemort, two formidable dangers jeopardizing both the institution's security and the safety of our students. He paused before continuing, esteemed professors, I implore you to equip our students with more powerful magic, even if it surpasses their current curriculum. At the very least, they must possess the means to defend themselves, even if it involves dark magic. The professors exchanged astonished glances, incredulous at the notion of exposing students to the dark arts. Could they truly handle such knowledge? Yet, upon witnessing the resolute determination in Dumbledore's gaze, they realized he was earnest. He genuinely wished for the children to learn dark magic. I am serious about this, Dumbledore reiterated, emphasizing the magnitude of the threats they faced. It is imperative that our students learn more advanced spells. I will regularly assess their progress. They must acquire skills that can genuinely safeguard them. Today, we shall practice the disarming charm. Harrow quickly. Professor Snape rearranged the desks in the defense against the dark arts classroom, conjuring a vast floating platform in the center. He demonstrated the charm for the students and instructed them to practice it while standing on the platform. Anyone who fell would face a 10-day confinement in Snape's office. The binding chains, a variant of the binding spell, could be viewed as a form of transfiguration. Professor McGonagall waved her wand at a prepared pillow, invoking the binding chains, which swiftly ensnared the pillow. All right, children, your task is straightforward. Bind the pillow in front of you with a chain. For each additional chain you use, you will earn 5 points. Those who fail to use any chains will have their assignments doubled. Within the school, professors fervently imparted their lifelong knowledge to the students. determined to ensure each one had sufficient means of self-defense. First-year students were mandated to learn spells, such as the obfuscation charm and the deflection charm. Those who mastered spells beyond their grade level would be rewarded with 50 points. Upperclassmen bore greater responsibilities. Those willing to study dark magic were required to make an unbreakable vow, while those unwilling were subjected to the oath of loyalty. The students eager to delve into the dark arts received joint instruction from Snape and Dumbledore, covering curses such as the Rotting Curse, the Soul-Rending Curse, and the Shadow-Devouring Spell, with most spells other than the Unforgivable Curses included in their curriculum. Uncertain of the reasons behind the professor's fervor and the school's sudden shift, the students found themselves overwhelmed by the rigorous academic demands. Although there were no supplementary classes, the intensity of their daily lessons left them exhausted. Some wished to share their concerns with their families, but the oath of loyalty rendered them incapable of articulating their thoughts in writing. However, the advantages of this initiative gradually became apparent. The combat proficiency of the students continued to escalate. Dumbledore even instructed other professors to capture a few acromantulas for the students to engage in practical combat. Now at Hogwarts, students in their 5th year and above have attained a level of skill that rivals that of the Aurors in the Ministry of Magic, with some even reaching the heights of elite Aurors. Younger students, particularly those in the 4th year, have achieved a proficiency comparable to that of highly skilled adult wizards, while those in the 3rd year and below possess a formidable capacity for self-defense. Dumbledore has also reopened certain restricted sections of the library, further elevating the students' abilities. Each student has been subjected to the loyalty charm, with the advanced dark magic and combat training personally overseen by Dumbledore, who has mandated that such knowledge remains undisclosed to the younger years. This has left Riddle perplexed, yet his arrogance leads him to dismiss it as inconsequential, maintaining his belief that Hogwarts is merely a gathering of lesser beings. The combat capabilities at Hogwarts have surpassed those of the Ministry, nearing the standards set during the tenure of Headmaster Black over a century ago, rendering the current Hogwarts akin to a training ground. Chapter 75, The Turn of the Bombing Squad. Would prepare to throw. Professor McGonagall commanded from the center of the Quidditch pitch, directing the players soaring above. Each of them donned robes reinforced with the shield charm, and a belt laden with small vials encircled their waists. Release, Wood shouted, and in unison, all the Quidditch players retrieved a vial from their belts and hurled it towards the designated spot on the ground. The moment the vials collided with the earth, a deafening explosion engulfed the pitch, drowning out all other sounds. This ingenious idea was conceived by Nick while discussing enhancements to Hogwarts' defensive capabilities alongside Dumbledore and Harry. Inspired by bombers he had seen on Muggle television, Nick's notion took flight, and Dumbledore found it feasible, prompting immediate action. On that very day, Harry approached Seamus Finnegan and the Weasley twins, while Professor Snape was tasked with providing the necessary materials and guidance. After 2 weeks of diligent research, they developed a magical variant of a projectile bomb. With the bombs ready, the next challenge was acquiring an aircraft, which proved to be a more complex undertaking. After rigorous deliberation, Dumbledore ultimately decided to enlist Nick's assistance in engraving the shield charm onto each Quidditch uniform. The school would fund the purchase of a batch of Firebolt 2,000 brooms and perform secondary enchantments on each. Ultimately, the allure of expanded training grounds for Quidditch and the promise of exclusive usage rights throughout the year, with Hufflepuff expressing indifference towards the exclusive rights while requesting a change in the menu to Eastern cuisine. A suggestion Dumbledore wholeheartedly approved and executed that very day, led all Quidditch captains and players to agree to transform into living bombers, with Professor McGonagall appointed as their trainer. Amidst such commotion, Riddle naturally took notice, regarding this human bombardier as his utmost threat and striving to fortify his defenses. However, this contraption was not truly meant to contend with him. Professor Sprout had encircled the campus with the man-eating cabbages, utilizing their venomous tendrils as a means of cultivation, which could, to a certain extent, deter external assaults. Yet, this was only effective to a limited degree. Although the likes of Lockhart possessed scant common sense, the inherent danger was still apparent. Despite the heightened state of alert within the school, some incidents that ought not to have occurred still transpired. On this particular day, Harry found himself at leisure, being dragged by Ron to observe the Hogwarts bombardment team practice their bombing techniques. Initially reluctant to attend, Dumbledore had not compelled him to practice bombing, recognizing his unique capability to counter Lockhart, allowing Harry to hone his abilities for a decisive blow when the time came. Nonetheless, an inexplicable force urged him toward the Quidditch pitch, compelling his compliance. The timeline's final struggle was left in disarray, save for its beginning and end. Wow! The power has significantly increased. Harry exclaimed as he observed the projectiles being hurled. Professor McGonagall had thoroughly unearthed the potential of Seamus Finnegan, while Professor Snape personally instructed on which materials could yield maximal destruction. Though merely in his second year and unfamiliar with many of the materials, Seamus consistently managed to select the most explosive substances under Snape's astonished gaze. I cannot fathom why the school has become so stringent and the spells so arduous. Ron lamented beside Harry, clearly exhausted. He longed for the carefree days of his first year. However, the professor's rigorous assessment system and Dumbledore's intermittent inspections compelled him to study, resulting in his current proficiency nearing that of a fourth-year Hogwarts student. Harry merely smiled, his eyes reflecting a sense of desolation. That old man was far harsher with his magical training. Ever since it was confirmed that he was 17, Severus had inundated him with dark magic, while Nick had personally instructed him in the intricacies of enchantment carving. Heaven knows how furious the spirit within Harry's body was during Nick's sculpting. It nearly leapt out to strike Nick down. Harry's trajectory had indeed gone awry, the angle of his throw deviating approximately 30 degrees from that of his companions. Evan, what happened to your throwing angle? Flint, the team captain, admonished the players before Professor McGonagall could address the issue. But I didn't save your excuses. We'll practice again later. Flint ignored the players' protests, issuing his decree without hesitation. It's probably just fatigue from recent practices. Such mistakes are to be expected. Harry rationalized, considering it quite normal. With such an intense training regimen, a lapse resulting in a misthrow was entirely reasonable. Harry, I think this time it's not just a misthrow, Ron observed, scrutinizing the trajectory of the projectile, voicing his concerns. It seems as though it's flying toward us. How is it possible? Harry looked up and saw a brown projectile hurtling towards them. Damn! Without uttering another word, Harry activated his spell, Summon a Winston, and swiftly pulled Ron aside, running until they were out of the blast radius. Only then did he come to a halt. The bomb exploded at their previous location, the intense heat singeing Harry's face. Sensing something amiss, just as Harry was about to speak, Ron yanked his arm fiercely, and they dashed in another direction. Damn it, I need to see who did this. Harry instructed Ron to inform Professor McGonagall while he activated a Winston and headed towards the staircase, clutching the long-dormant dragon gun, his eyes ablaze with fury. In the stairwell, a house elf was controlling a projectile aimed at Harry, but suddenly realized he had vanished, leaving only a green shadow darting swiftly across the ground. Not good. The house elf sprinted towards the center, where a vent leading outside awaited. If it could leap through there, it could disapparate away. Determined, it took a step, only to feel its entire body soar skyward. Harry aimed his friendly visage at the house elf, the dragon gun pointed at its head, his golden hand gripping the back of the elf's neck, rendering escape impossible. Where do you think you're going? Chapter 76, The Great Memory Extraction Technique. Where do you think you're going? Harry smiled benevolently, his finger resting on the trigger. Should this wretched creature utter a single incorrect word, he would obliterate its head. Dobby finally found Harry Potter. The elf gazed at Harry's face, displaying no fear but rather immense joy, nearly brought to tears. You were looking for me? Harry queried, puzzled, as he couldn't recall having any particularly close relationship with any elf. Dobby seemed to utter a forbidden phrase, abruptly freezing, then slammed his head against Harry's golden hand. Harry released him, allowing Dobby to tumble to the ground, where he continued to bash his head against a wooden pillar, muttering, Bad Dobby, bad Dobby. The Chamber of Secrets. This is a splendid clue. A voice whispered in Harry's ear. He turned and spotted a Hogwarts miscreant. Dumbledore, you must have been aware of this matter long before. Otherwise, you wouldn't have arrived so swiftly, Harry remarked to Dumbledore. Indeed, I noticed it the moment it entered the school, but I was uncertain of its intentions, hence my surveillance. Dumbledore candidly confessed. He then glanced at Dobby, who was still banging his head against the wall, and inquired, Dobby, can you tell us what the Chamber of Secrets is? Dobby cannot say. The house elf clutched his body, trembling like a leaf. Then let me ask another question, Dobby. Can you warn Harry of the impending danger? The dark man will make the sound of snakes. Dobby has finally uttered a few words of significance. Yet the unfortunate truth is that this information was already known to them. Such is the plight of house elves. They cannot defy the commands of their masters. Dumbledore remarked that it seemed little information could be gleaned from Dobby. Who could possibly find such an unsightly creature appealing? Harry struggled to comprehend. He truly could not tolerate the sight of something so grotesque, resembling a goblin. How could one ascertain the whereabouts of that hidden chamber? There exists a rather unorthodox method, albeit lacking in humanity. Dumbledore stated that, in general, he would consider the ethical implications when dealing with creatures of somewhat decent nature. Do not kill it. It has its uses, Dumbledore chided Harry with a disapproving glance. Rest assured, it shall not die. I shall temper my strength. Harry replied as he handed Dobby over to Dumbledore. Dumbledore set Dobby down, drew forth his wand, and pressed the tip against Dobby's temple. With a swift motion, he extracted a silvery strand from Dobby's mind, subsequently producing a specially crafted vial to contain the memory. Very well now, he began, just as Professor McGonagall arrived with Ron, both appearing bewildered at the sight of the two. It has been resolved. Do not worry. Dumbledore smiled as he lifted Dobby from the ground, placing a hand on Harry's shoulder. I need to discuss a few matters with Harry. Exercising his privileges as headmaster, Dumbledore transported Harry and Dobby via apparition to his office. Now, Harry placed Dobby on the chair. I wish to show you something, Dumbledore instructed the still slightly dazed Harry, who was not yet accustomed to apparition. Dumbledore approached the bookshelf, reached beneath it, and opened a lower cabinet from which floated a dish containing an unknown liquid. As he spoke, Dumbledore poured the memory from the small vial into the pensieve, the silvery strands merging with the seemingly shallow liquid, creating ripples within. Now, Harry, immerse your head within, he said, demonstrating by submerging his own face into the pensieve. Harry followed suit, and soon felt a peculiar chill enveloping his head, his consciousness descending deeper and deeper until he beheld a swirling amalgamation of black and silver, coalescing into a grand manner, their forms materializing alongside it. Remarkable! This is splendid, Harry exclaimed in wonder, thrilled to witness something extraordinary in the 20th century. The pensieve is indeed a remarkable artifact. It is a pity that no one remains capable of crafting them, Dumbledore lamented, noting that this pensieve had been passed down through generations of headmasters, its history spanning countless years. He surveyed the surroundings, confirming their location. Malfoy Manor. It seems our dear Dobby is indeed affiliated with the Malfoys, Dumbledore noted, beckoning Harry. Come, Harry, let us see what unexpected revelations await us in the Malfoy estate. Harry followed Dumbledore's pace to the front of the manor, effortlessly passing through the wall without the need to open the door. Upon entering, he immediately spotted Lucius Malfoy clutching a black notebook, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. Chapter 77, Memories. The notebook? As Harry approached Lucius, he gazed at the black notebook in his hand and recalled that he initially intended to place it with Ginny. Thus, it could be inferred that this black notebook was indeed the object of our quest. Dumbledore remarked, if Serena was manipulated by Voldemort, and this notebook was intended for her, Voldemort would have no other means to control her. Dumbledore's expression shifted as he contemplated the ominous implications of the black notebook. Dobby, Lucius suddenly exclaimed from his memories, causing Dobby to materialize before him in an instant. Take this notebook and discreetly hand it to a young wizard without him realizing it. The voice of Lucius echoed from the study. The Chamber of Secrets, yes, Slytherin's chamber. Dobby, as a house elf, had failed in his duties, eavesdropping instead of fulfilling his obligations. What was I about to do? Lucius's voice turned momentarily uncertain, but quickly regained its firmness. Yes, relocate this item. Lucius muttered to himself, oblivious to the fact that his most loyal slave, the house elf, was clandestinely listening. It seemed that the little informant was not as loyal as presumed. Dumbledore observed the scene of the eavesdropping Dobby with a peculiar expression. Since the Goblin Rebellion had been justly quashed, he had not encountered such a disloyal house elf. Betrayal. Harry categorized the house elf's disloyalty as treachery, his disdain growing. Betrayal was commonplace in the City of Night, yet commonality did not equate to forgiveness. In Harry's eyes, any act of betrayal warranted the severest consequences. However, he felt a twinge of uncertainty since this creature had betrayed for his benefit, providing him with information. He found himself indecisive about how to address this little elf, deciding to postpone the matter until they were outside. Dumbledore interrupted Harry's thoughts, stating that their primary objective was to extract further information from Dobby. The scene shifted once more, this time revealing a narrow alley in the Muggle world, where Dobby sat slumped on the ground, a young, dark figure hovering above him, looking down with disdain. Harry turned to Dumbledore, only to find him silently observing the unfolding scene, his face shadowed with concern. Dumbledore, what have you discovered? In the real world, Dumbledore grasped Harry's wrist, both of their faces withdrawing from the pensieve. The situation is even more complex than I anticipated. Dumbledore sank into a chair, taking a disconsolate sip of his tea, even neglecting to sweeten it. It is not so simple. That is no ordinary notebook. It is a Horcrux. Dumbledore wore a somber expression as he spoke of Horcruxes, a form of exceedingly malevolent magic. These dark artifacts are crafted to harbor a wizard's soul. However, the creation of each Horcrux necessitates the murder of an individual, thereby fragmenting the wizard's soul to forge the Horcrux. The purpose of these objects is to preserve life, for even if the primary soul perishes, the splintered fragments may endure. This implies that such a Horcrux is a form of soul alchemy, is it not? Upon hearing the notion that souls are involved in its creation, Harry instinctively thought of soul alchemy. Indeed, this artifact falls under the domain of soul alchemy. Dumbledore acknowledged Harry's assertion, but continued, however, I do not believe Miss Granger possesses the capability to resolve the intricacies of Horcruxes. The magical principles governing them are profoundly complex. And considering that Miss Granger is merely 12 years old, even if she were to learn the art of soul separation and could extract Voldemort's soul from Serena's body, I doubt she could fully comprehend such matters. Harry chuckled. That is the limitation of your prowess as a powerful wizard. Why must we understand Horcruxes? They are inherently malevolent. We simply need to learn how to destroy them. Dumbledore, upon hearing Harry's words, experienced a moment of clarity, realizing that the focus should indeed be on obliteration rather than understanding. Harry, how is your fiend fire progressing? I can manage a small flame, but anything larger eludes me. Harry replied, suddenly brightening as he exclaimed, Are you suggesting that fiend fire can destroy a Horcrux? Dumbledore nodded with a smile, acknowledging that while the exact number of Horcruxes created by that deranged Voldemort remains unknown, having identified the first, the transition from 1 to 2 would be considerably easier. The pressing question now was how to procure the notebook from Serena. I believe you're more acquainted with this matter than I. I leave it in your capable hands. Payment? Rest assured, your reward will be forthcoming. The two engaged fervently in discussions regarding the Horcrux and their compensation, while nearby, Dobby had begun to awaken, demonstrating that the constitution of magical creatures is indeed remarkable. Where am I? Dobby blinked, taking in the unfamiliar surroundings. Almost forgot about you. Harry and Dumbledore turned their attention to Dobby. Harry, how do you wish to proceed with him? Dumbledore indicated he would not intervene, given that Dobby had approached Harry. I do not believe I require a servant, Harry replied, especially one that is disloyal. Yet, he has provided us with invaluable information. After some contemplation, Harry refrained from issuing any directives, recognizing that Dobby was not his servant. An astute decision, Harry. Chapter 78. I am threatening you, Fudge. In the Chamber of Secrets, Harry pondered the location mentioned by Lucius in Dobby's memories, contemplating where this place could be hidden within the confines of Hogwarts. Harry, I believe, Dumbledore began, but was interrupted by a knock at the door of the office. Professor Dumbledore, Cornelius Fudge has arrived. He is currently in confrontation with Hagrid, Professor McGonagall announced as she opened the door to the office. Harry had initially intended to inquire with Dumbledore about the location of the Chamber of Secrets, but Dumbledore did not afford him the opportunity to pose his question. Thus, Harry resolved to begin his search on the first floor, hoping he might perhaps encounter Serena. Meanwhile, in Hagrid's hut, a sense of foreboding loomed. Oh, Hagrid, you must be aware that several attacks have transpired recently. Cornelius spoke languidly, wiping his hat with an air of nonchalance. Yet, the words of this stout, unseemly man sent Hagrid into a cold sweat. Minister, I haven't done anything. I'm not even left Hogwarts. Hagrid stammered, his enormous frame trembling uncontrollably. Oh, come now, my dear giant. This matter cannot simply be dismissed by your denial, Cornelius replied, his tone devoid of emotion. Old Goyle reported seeing your figure near one of the victims. While I cannot fathom how you managed to incite such vile behavior among the townsfolk of Hogsmeade, your suspicion remains substantial. Minister, I truly did not, Cornelius. I believe there may be a misunderstanding. A voice interjected, sounding like a beacon of hope to Hagrid. He turned to see Dumbledore approaching. Fudge's brow momentarily furrowed before he swiftly plastered on a cheerful smile. Albus, my old friend, what brings you here? He extended his hand warmly to Dumbledore. Albus, I too wish to avoid this, but the information provided by old Goyle indeed implicates Hagrid. Moreover, his prior record is well known to you. Fudge feigned reluctance, fully compromising Goyle. These matters are rather delicate. Dumbledore maintained a tranquil demeanor, placing a hand upon Cornelius' shoulder, his lips curved in a smile. However, I believe that taking Hagrid away would be unproductive. Do you not agree? Albus, you must see my perspective. The pressure upon me is immense. Fudge's forced smile belied the increasing intensity of his grip on Dumbledore's hand. I must provide an explanation to the public. I do not believe that removing Hagrid will resolve anything, Dumbledore asserted, his calm smile masking the surge of magical energy emanating from him, pressing down upon Fudge. Dumbledore, this was not my decision. Fudge gasped, struggling against the magical weight, beads of sweat dotting his brow. I am fully aware of that. Therefore, permitting Hagrid to remain in my care should not pose an issue, correct? But Fudge attempted to protest, yet the overwhelming pressure bore down upon him, causing the very ground beneath his feet to crack like a spider's web. I believe that I am far more trustworthy than the guards of Azkaban. Would you agree? Dumbledore continued to smile serenely, seemingly oblivious to Fudge's gasping breath. Then, Hagrid's presence here is safe from the outside world. Is it not? Why, yes, he replied, his words barely coherent. Thank you, Professor Dumbledore, Hagrid exclaimed, tears streaming down his face as he trembled, producing a handkerchief the size of a tablecloth to stifle his blubbering, akin to a walrus's bellow. Let us proceed, Minister. Dumbledore stood before Fudge, once more placing his hand upon the man's arm. Suddenly, Fudge felt a disorienting twist in his body, and when he regained his senses, he astonishingly found himself in his own office. Dumbledore had effortlessly breached the Ministry's barriers, manifesting himself before Fudge with his usual entourage. Dumbledore, what is the meaning of this? Fudge stammered. I am merely issuing a threat. Nothing more, Dumbledore interjected, his smile unwavering, yet his words sent a chill down Fudge's spine. Albus, are you declaring war on the Ministry? Fudge shouted. Is that what you desire? Dumbledore's demeanor shifted, his tone becoming grave as he addressed Fudge. After a cordial discussion, Dumbledore successfully ensured Hagrid's safety, while Fudge was left with no choice but to refrain from meddling in Hogwarts affairs. Furthermore, he revealed all those who sought to undermine Dumbledore and the institution. I wish you a splendid day, Cornelius, Dumbledore said with a courteous bow, before vanishing once more in a puff of smoke. Cursed Dumbledore, Fudge began to protest, but as he spoke, the air around him distorted, and Dumbledore reappeared. Oh, I nearly forgot my belongings, he remarked, retrieving a piece of candy from the table and popping it into his mouth. What was it you said? Curse what? Cursed Aura Department, indeed. It's been far too long without any findings. Fudge replied awkwardly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Well, that is rather excessive. You must discipline them properly, Dumbledore noted lightly, chuckling as he once again vanished. This time, Fudge was certain that Dumbledore had truly departed, allowing him to vent his frustrations into the air. Meanwhile, Dumbledore, having exited the Ministry, reappeared at the doorstep of the Gaunt residence, this time not even entering. He drew his wand and aimed it at the window of the room within. Fire, make way, he commanded softly, and a stout fire dragon erupted from the tip of his wand, precisely entering the room of Old Gaunt. As the flames singed Gaunt's skin like a pig being roasted, they inscribed a message upon the wall before the terrified man. This is your second warning. Chapter 79, The Final Hunt. The basilisk's power was on the verge of reaching its zenith. Hiss, could it be a trap? Harry trailed behind Riddle, who today seemed unusually easy to follow, not circling back or testing the waters, but moving directly in one direction. Harry tightened the grip of his invisibility cloak, ensuring he remained undetected, and slowed his pace to shadow Riddle. The girl's lavatory? Harry watched as Riddle entered the restroom, and he promptly followed suit. Before he could peer inside, he heard an odd hissing sound emanating from Riddle's mouth. This sound was one he could comprehend, yet he could never replicate it, not even with a voice box. It was as if a piece of his very soul was missing. Slowly, he leaned into the lavatory, finding it devoid of any occupants, save for the wash basins arranged in a circle, while Serena had long since vanished. What is happening? It seems I have overthought this. As he pondered, the tip of his wand emitted a crimson glow, cautiously probing the entirety of the washroom. Meanwhile, in the hidden chamber, Riddle beheld the immense serpent before him, nearly overcome with delight. This creature's prowess surpassed that of any professor, leaving only Dumbledore as a faint threat. Others were inconsequential. My basilisk, lower your head. Go. Hunt your final target. The basilisk let out a piercing cry, a sound that was neither wholly serpentine nor entirely human, as its colossal form twisted rapidly, charging forth like a freight train. In the washroom, Harry continued to harness magical vibrations in search of traces of the chamber. Suddenly, he felt the floor beneath him tremble violently, akin to an earthquake, and in an instant, the circle of sinks erupted, ceramic shards flying through the air. There! Harry awoke from his reverie, realizing the hidden chamber was so near, but there was no time for further contemplation. Activating the stasis charm, enhanced by an unknown entity, he could slow the flow of time by 95%, finally discerning what had shattered the sinks. A serpent? Harry observed the entity emerging slowly from the ground under the influence of the stasis charm, a maw resembling flower petals, its entire body adorned with bony spikes. Irregularly closed eyes dripping with viscous slime, all chaotic upon this serpentine creature. Its massive form exuded a foul stench, a miasma that seemed to seep into the very soul. Harry attempted to distance himself from the basilisk using the stasis charm, yet his gaze remained fixed upon the beast, hoping to glean some useful information. Alas, what insight could be derived from such a monstrosity? With no other option, Harry resolved to document the creature's appearance with the Pathway Seer, intending to present it to Dumbledore for further study. Suddenly, Harry let out a cry of anguish, collapsing to the ground as the stasis charm was instantly lifted. The basilisk surged through the doorway and vanished, utterly oblivious to Harry, concealed beneath his invisibility cloak. Damn it could still do that, he muttered, clutching his right eye, which sparked ominously. The once vibrant green pupil of his Pathway Seer now dulled to a damaged black. He had not anticipated that the basilisk would evade photographic capture. He had merely attempted to photograph one of its partially closed eyes, resulting in the immediate destruction of his own eye. Where could it possibly be going? Harry retrieved a suppressant from his pocket, administering it to his temple. The cooling sensation washed over his mind, alleviating the burning pain in his damaged eye. Restored in normalcy, he pointed his wand at the ruined prosthetic, casting a repairing charm. Although such spells were not meant for use on living beings, a prosthetic should not qualify as one. Just as Harry had hoped, the charred eye began to mend, yet it faltered at full restoration, as if an unseen force obstructed its complete healing. Either the creature possesses magical properties, or the repair spell is inadequate for complex matters. Harry shook his head and dashed towards the headmaster's office, realizing that such a formidable beast roaming the school in search of prey was no trivial matter. Harry, what? Voldemort has emerged riding a great serpent from the Chamber of Secrets, and now he is rampaging through your school. Harry unleashed a bombshell, startling Dumbledore, who had only just regained his composure after releasing his pent-up emotions. What? Dumbledore's usually placid demeanor shattered. He had never anticipated that Voldemort would dare to unleash chaos within the school. According to Harry's description, it was a basilisk. Yet Voldemort would not be foolish enough to believe that a mere serpent could challenge Hogwarts, unless Dumbledore had stumbled upon a grim possibility. Every entrance to the school was sealed, and alarms echoed throughout the corners of Hogwarts Castle. Students in their third year and below began to be gradually evacuated, while those in fourth year and above, alongside professors, formed a defensive line, although they had yet to ascertain the identity of their foe. Repeated training in real combat had instilled in them a deep respect for any adversary. Meanwhile, Riddle, unfazed by the alarms, continued to rely on the basilisk's keen senses to scour the school for sustenance. An alarm? This merely serves to illustrate your helplessness, even when aware of an impending attack. Chapter 80. Dual fronts. Riddle, mounted upon the basilisk, rampaged through Hogwarts, shattering countless walls and demolishing innumerable wooden doors and portraits. He wreaked havoc in the Hufflepuff dormitory, seizing a black notebook from within, merging his soul with Serena's body, and uniting with the basilisk to awaken its full potential. Based on Riddle's experience, even with the alarm raised, Hogwarts students could not possibly flee swiftly enough. His arrogance led him to trust his judgment entirely. In this moment, after merging with the basilisk, Riddle shared its sense of smell, detecting the tantalizing aroma of prey wafting from the main entrance. As he shared this sensory experience, he also partook of the basilisk's insatiable hunger, unable to resist the allure of his quarry, writhing toward the school gates. The scent grew closer. The prey was within reach. Riddle's speed intensified, culminating in a violent crash as he shattered the final door, leaping forward with his mouth agape. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as he collided with a stone wall, reinforced by countless layers of magic. The jarring impact jolted him from his hunger-induced haze, and human awareness reclaimed its dominion. Damn it! Riddle glared at the stone wall before him, opened the basilisk's jaws, and unleashed a torrent of venom, infused with magic and corrosive properties, upon the wall, intent on eroding it away. Stone golems, advance. Riddle hardly raised his gaze to notice the ceiling. Professor McGonagall, blindfolded, rode gracefully upon her enchanted broom, orchestrating a grand display of advanced transfiguration. The stone knight statues adorning the ground and walls appeared to be imbued with life, leaping down and advancing towards the basilisk, their stone weapons striking relentlessly against its formidable body. However, these weapons failed to penetrate the basilisk's defenses with a mere flick of its tail. It shattered a wide swath of stone knights, furthering its contempt for Hogwarts defenses. Riddle glanced at the blindfolded McGonagall, venom spraying from his mouth like a jet stream. Yet despite her age, she effortlessly evaded the toxic projectiles. Shadow Devour. Just as Riddle tilted his head, reaching for McGonagall like a cat swatting at a dangling toy, He remained oblivious to the dissipating stone wall before him. A group of 7th-year students, following Professor Snape, initiated the Shadow Devour curse against the basilisk. Irritated by their interference, Riddle chose to abandon the confrontation entirely, propelling the basilisk outside the school grounds. The 40-meter serpent coiled upon the grass, indiscriminately spraying venom in all directions. Its myriad eyes springing open one after another, leaving the faculty and students of Hogwarts no choice but to shield their eyes in defense. Curses of decay, Shadow Devour, and fiend fire rained upon the basilisk, causing its flesh to rot and char, yet it exhibited no signs of fatigue, appearing as formidable as when it first emerged from the Chamber of Secrets. Conversely, the Hogwarts defenders, equipped with specially crafted sunglasses, found their nighttime combat training rendered nearly futile in this dire situation. Countless students succumbed to the potent venom, incapacitated by its overwhelming toxicity at the slightest contact. Above, a bombardment squad relentlessly targeted the basilisk, yet their efforts proved ineffective, even when they managed to blast away fragments of its bones. The creature showed no intention of diminishing its assault. Instead, the foul stench emanating from its wounds caused the accuracy of the bombers to wane. Meanwhile, another opportunity presented itself. Gilderoy Lockhart, having diligently observed the happenings at Hogwarts, discerned that everyone was preoccupied with the basilisk. Seizing this moment for revenge, he slinked towards the periphery of the school with a cadre of followers, reassured by the chaos that engulfed the faculty and students. With an air of audacity, he strode into the grounds of Hogwarts, inadvertently brushing against a wire that set off a bell dangling from a nearby tree. A rustling sound echoed as Lockhart bent down to witness the astonishing sight of Cabbage's sprouting teeth, which then leapt from the soil to gnaw at him and his followers. Just a mere group of cabbages, yet a formidable adversary nonetheless. Lockhart found himself at an impasse with the cabbages. However, as a demon, the harm they could inflict upon him was negligible. He could easily withstand their onslaught and stride into Hogwarts. Yet he required these expendable pawns to draw fire away from him, trusting that the benevolent Dumbledore would hesitate to strike at these mere fodder. Contemplating this, Lockhart conjured a trident in 3 of his 4 hands and relentlessly unleashed decay upon the biting cabbages, which succumbed to corruption, disintegrating into ash. Harry, confront Lockhart. I sense his presence has entered, Dumbledore declared, having detected an unwelcome guest infiltrating Hogwarts. I shall deal with Riddle. Chapter 81. The Ultimate Being, Riddle. You cannot defeat me, Riddle hissed, his massive serpentine form twisting. Although he was currently devoid of magical ability, his formidable physique, venom, and petrifying gaze had already turned a group of students to stone. Alas, they wore specially crafted glasses. Otherwise, they would have been slain outright. Nonverbal cutting curse. Professor Snape unleashed his own creation upon the basilisk, invisible blades carving deep gashes into its flesh. Yet Riddle seemed impervious to pain, his colossal body serving as an unyielding target in the open meadow, remaining unfazed by the assault. Prepare for a synchronized strike. Professor Flitwick, despite his diminutive stature, radiated immense energy, especially after Riddle had felled several students. First phase ready. Flock of birds, summon the Vila. The remaining able students rallied together, collectively casting the bird transformation spell, turning each avian into a hardened steel cone. Second phase activate. After Professors Flitwick, McGonagall, and Sprout shielded against the basilisk's venom, the students promptly raised their wands to seize the creature's rear momentum, then shouted in unison, volley fire. The steel cones shot forth like bullets, embedding deeply into the basilisk's flesh, some even lodging against its bones. Riddle raised his serpentine head, casting a sidelong glance at the professors and students, and began to gather energy, disregarding their attacks. Then his 40-meter-long body lunged forward, akin to a freight vehicle barreling towards the students and professors. He surged like an arrow, his speed astonishing. While the professors managed to react, many students could not. The professors, unable to evade, raised their wands and quickly conjured a miniature ultimate protective armor, which, though insufficient to stop the basilisk's charge, would at least serve to slow it down. Crash! The protective armor was predictably shattered upon impact, the tremendous force colliding with Professor Flitwick before crashing into the students. Even knowing that sustaining severe injury would complicate the battle for the students and other professors, Flitwick, upon witnessing the oncoming serpent, leapt forward, determined to shield the students with his own body. As expected, Professor Flitwick was sent flying, crashing violently against the castle. His chest caved in, limbs twisted and broken, rendering him unconscious on the spot. The students were scattered, several were struck and sent flying, lying motionless on the ground. This provided Riddle with an opportunity. He devoured each student as if they were mere morsels of bread. Regardless of how frantically the professors attacked, no matter their anger, despair, or sorrow, he feigned ignorance, consuming the incapacitated students. Next came my rendezvous. Riddle had satiated his hunger, replenishing the last bit of energy that the basilisk lacked. He had now achieved his perfect form, his serpentine body towering high, bathed in sunlight. Riddle basked in the radiance, embodying the ultimate being. His colossal form writhed with newfound agility, devoid of the previous sluggishness, moving with such speed that it left afterimages. If not for the barrage of spells, it would have been nearly impossible to strike him. His fighting style had become singular yet remarkably effective, relying solely on kinetic force to strike down opponents indiscriminately. The fighting spirit of the students had been extinguished. All that remained was fear. Fear of Riddle. Moments ago, their teachers had been hurled away, their fates uncertain. Friends and lovers were consumed by the basilisk, as if they were mere bites of bread. Those who met the gaze of the serpent were petrified, while those doused in venom could see their own bones beneath their flesh. Even the students with combat training, having only practiced for a few months, were now in complete disarray. It was a testament to their mental fortitude if they could manage to flee without falling. The massive serpent rampaged, putting both professors and students in dire peril. However, a true trump card had yet to make its appearance. Avada Kedavra! A green light shot forth from the castle, striking the basilisk's body squarely. Yet, as Dumbledore had anticipated, it proved to be of little consequence. Riddle indeed possessed that peculiar power. Tom, silence! Riddle erupted in fury, his serpentine form rearing up, mouth agape, unleashing a torrent of venom, followed by a charge towards Dumbledore. The fire god shall pave the way. You cannot defeat me. Riddle intensified his assault, green energy coiling around him, the bony spikes along his serpentine body growing sharper, the noxious odor penetrating to one's very soul. Even Dumbledore, standing several meters away, furrowed his brow at the stench. I may not be able to defeat you now, Dumbledore stated calmly. As the flames of the fire god gradually shifted in hue from a scorching orange-red to a haunting blue, transforming from ordinary magical flames into fierce infernos. However, I have other support. What? Riddle exclaimed in disbelief, feeling a deeper pain than ever before. These seemingly ordinary blue flames inflicted torment upon him. How is this possible? He shouted in disbelief, utterly rejecting this reality. I am invincible. I am invincible. I'm afraid you are not invincible, Dumbledore replied, somewhat satisfied with the effect, as it at least proved that these beings with strange powers were not insurmountable. Damn it, you old fool, you shall perish. Riddle could hardly believe that he, who had triumphed before countless students and professors, could falter in the presence of Dumbledore. In a frenzy, Riddle struggled, while Dumbledore continuously amplified his magical power. The professors, still able to fight, joined forces to suppress Riddle. This approach was untenable. He thought, we must eliminate him. Yet at that moment, he found himself devoid of the strength required to vanquish this foe, as if Riddle were immortal. At that instant, unnoticed by anyone, a small chess piece was hurled towards Riddle, who felt nothing from it. A sudden, electrifying sound filled the air. A chainsaw, gleaming with golden light and fitted with a handle, plunged violently into Riddle's serpentine form, bursting forth from his head and dissipating into the atmosphere. What is this? Riddle experienced excruciating pain, as though a sun were scorching his heart. That object felt like a blazing star racing within him. All resistance vanished, and the flames of the fire god propelled him several meters, crashing him against the castle. His serpentine body writhed on the ground, not dead, but caught in a torment worse than death. Meanwhile, students had evacuated to a safe distance and were resting, with Ron already asleep, momentarily flashing a golden glint in his closed eyes, unnoticed by anyone. Chapter 82. Kindness? Me? Now, Professor McGonagall cried out as Dumbledore waved his wand, transforming the fire dragon into a fiery cage that ensnared Riddle securely. Riddle's face contorted as he writhed in agony, struggling to breathe, his mouth agape, but producing no sound. Unable to even attempt to rise, Riddle could only watch helplessly as his body was bound. Dumbledore stepped forward, flanked by the other professors, his wand piercing the very wound inflicted by the chainsaw. A burst of the fire god surged into Riddle's flesh, stifling the corruption emanating from the gash under the weight of a divine force, rendering Dumbledore's spell unstoppable. Flames surged through every available aperture in his serpentine form, as spines, tendrils, and skin peeled away inch by inch. Yet, bolstered by that malevolent power, Riddle's body would not collapse easily. A crisp sound resonated as Riddle, sensing the flames encroaching upon him, instinctively detached himself from his serpentine body, attempting to flee, but escape was futile. Freeze with utmost haste. 3 freezing spells struck the body of Serena, which Riddle had occupied, encasing her in ice. Subsequently, a barrage of binding and sealing spells was unleashed upon Riddle to ensure his complete entrapment. Snape and McGonagall then turned their attention to roasting the snake, while Sprout guided the students and assisted the injured. Gilderoy Lockhart had just managed to clear the cabbages when he heard a series of swift sounds behind him, as something unknown lashed out, striking his back. Beware, it's a venomous tendril. The individual who had just recognized the Chinese biting cabbage also identified the venomous tentacle and cautioned Lockhart. Silence. I do not require reminders from you lot of worthless fools. Can I not discern it myself? Lockhart rebuked the minions trailing behind him. However, they blissfully closed their eyes, their bodies emanating a pink radiance, as if rewarded. Lockhart turned his gaze towards the venomous tentacle, emitting a derisive laugh. He swung his trident, unleashing the corrupting power of color sin upon the tentacle once more. Yet, the energy that the tentacle could have withstood was now reduced to ashes, accompanied by a sigh of relief. Lockhart's laughter became increasingly deranged as he scratched his itching back, twisting his body towards Hogwarts, entirely oblivious to the fact that a wand, affixed with a scope, was aimed at him from a short distance away. Harry had removed the scope from his extra handgun. After all, why engage in a direct confrontation when one could employ subterfuge? Thus, he affixed the scope to his wand, simulating the barrel of a gun, and aimed at Lockhart's head. Stupefied, he softly uttered the incantation, the tip of his wand shimmering with silver light, sending an invisible blade toward Lockhart's head. However, Harry overlooked a critical detail. The speed of the spell's projection paled in comparison to that of a bullet. By the time the stunning spell reached its target, it had veered off course from Lockhart's head, and given Lockhart's current height, which was more than double theirs, the spell stood no chance of striking true. This was indeed my oversight, Harry mused while crouched behind the underbrush. The possibility of eliminating this embarrassment through stealth was now nearly non-existent. Fortunately, Lockhart was a combat inept, and his entourage was as clueless as muggles, wielding no magic whatsoever. The blue mantis blade erupted, its 2,000-degree heat distorting the air into waves, igniting the grass where Harry crouched. The inexplicable flames successfully diverted Lockhart and his companion's attention. Lockhart furrowed his brow, then brandished his trident, transmuting a stone into a sharp cone and launching it toward the underbrush. The stone pierced through the grass, revealing nothing behind it. Even as the blades burned down to embers, nothing emerged. Proceed. Lockhart dismissed the incident with indifference. Sir, one of the minions attempted to caution him, but was abruptly interrupted. What an ambush! Are you afraid? Lockhart smirked. I am invincible. No ambush could ever slay me. You deserve to die. A voice interrupted Lockhart's laughter from behind him. Lockhart turned to face the nearest minion, disregarding his explanation, and swiftly twisted his head off. Dare to question me? You think you are worthy? He discarded the head aside, opening his mouth to lecture the minion behind him, oblivious to his primary objective. Fool, look behind you. Lockhart's smile faltered, and before he could turn completely, 2 mantis blades pierced through his body. Lockhart felt no pain from the wounds. His frozen grin morphed into a wild, sinister smile as he gazed at Harry. I have already stated that I am invincible. Before he could finish his words, his expression turned rigid, and with a sudden, anguished cry, he collapsed to the ground, clutching his wounds with all 4 hands. It was not that he had not sustained any injuries. Rather, the pain was so excruciating that his body's nerves momentarily failed to react. What have you done to the adult? The group of expendables reacted more swiftly than Lowart, hastily forming a protective barrier around him. Lowart's self-healing abilities had diminished significantly. What should have been an immediate recovery now only alleviated the pain slightly. He lifted his head, his gaze fixed intently on Harry, and said, Harry, they are merely ordinary people. Are you going to kill them? Will you forsake your kindness? Before Lowart could finish his plea, the joy in his heart evaporated. Harry kicked one of the expendables aside, retrieved a crimson object from his cloak, thrust it into another's hands, and forcefully pushed him toward the crowd before leaping away swiftly. The individual fell to the ground, bewildered as he opened his palm to inspect the object, a red, oval-shaped item that these naive wizards had never encountered. However, there was no time for recognition. Boom! The grenade detonated, sending fragments soaring through the air like blossoms in a tempest, raining down upon the crowd. Lowart was hurled by the explosion, his robust physique shielding him from significant harm, yet the blood and organs of his expendables were scattered like confetti, drenching him in a grotesque shower. Harry brandished his scythe, advancing towards Loart, his irritation with the loathsome figure reaching a boiling point. He was determined to see if he could reduce Loart to mere pulp, doubting that this wretch could heal from such a fate. Standing before the prostrate Loart, Harry raised the scythe high, poised to deliver a fatal blow. Just then, Loart suddenly lifted his head and unleashed a sphere of corruptive energy towards Harry's chest. The pink orb collided with Harry, and while Riddle anticipated witnessing Harry writhe in agony from the corruptive force, he was taken aback when a blue membrane emerged from Harry's pendant, reinforcing itself with a surge of red energy that repelled the pink sphere, dispersing it into the air. However, as Harry became enveloped in the red energy, an inferno of rage ignited within him, akin to a powder keg set ablaze. "Send me to hell, Loart!" he roared, swinging the scythe down with ferocity, severing Loart's arm and cleaving his body in two. The upper half collapsed like a lifeless dog, its serpent tail writhing on the ground. But soon it ceased to move, deprived of control. With a resounding thud, Harry's golden fist crushed Loart's face inward, shattering his teeth. After withdrawing his hand, he noticed multiple panels on it had opened, releasing plumes of white smoke. Once the golden hand cooled, the internal hydraulics and gears were pulled to their limit. Aiming once more at Loart's face, disregarding the terror in Loart's eyes. Bang! With a fierce punch, Harry struck Lockhart squarely in the face. The sound of shattering bone echoed in his ears, yet he did not relent. His fist seemed to leave a shadow upon Lockhart's large visage as he continued to pummel him until the cracking sound ceased. Only then did Harry lower his golden hand, shaking off the blood and brain matter, turning to face Lockhart. The man's head had been reduced to a pulpy mass, with pink energy attempting to restore his skull. But it was relentlessly suppressed by a surge of red and brown energy, rendering any recovery impossible. Harry tossed Lockhart's body to the ground, where his head, resembling a lump of flesh, splattered against the earth, blood gushing forth. Even in such a state, Lockhart was not entirely lifeless. His body twitched as if still struggling. Harry, however, had no intention of sparing him. He was acutely aware that Lockhart had lost his once perverse regenerative abilities and was now vulnerable to death. Thus, he retrieved 2 grenades from his pocket, savagely tearing open Lockhart's chest to place the grenades against his heart. After pulling the pin, he swiftly distanced himself from the impending explosion. Boom! The grenades detonated, scattering Lockhart's remains across the sky. Harry shielded himself with a protective charm to avoid being splattered by the grotesque remnants. Surely, this time he was dead beyond any doubt. Approaching the site of the explosion, Harry found that Lockhart's body had been utterly obliterated, replaced by a crater and a pool of blood. Indeed, Lockhart was irrevocably dead. The troublesome matter was resolved, and it felt as though a burdensome stone had finally been shattered within him. The knowledge that a perverse individual had been scheming to draw near him was enough to unsettle anyone. Upon arriving at the location where Riddle had previously stood, Harry beheld Hermione alongside Nick, with Riddle encased in ice before them. The patterns in Hermione's eyes became strikingly clear, radiating blue light, as serpentine motifs materialized around her. Her concentration focused on extracting Serena's soul from her body. Beads of sweat adorned her brow as she endeavored to save the girl, while Nick stood by like an invigilator, overseeing Hermione's efforts. Serena's original body was beyond salvation. Riddle's essence had taken root for far too long, rendering her form nearly a mere vessel for him, while Serena had become the outsider. To make matters worse, Riddle had so thoroughly ravaged Serena's soul that even her most basic consciousness had been obliterated, let alone any memories. In its current fragmented state, even if she were to find a new body, she would be incapable of controlling it. Curse that Voldemort! As Hermione gazed at the dim, tattered soul she had drawn forth, her heart was heavy with self-reproach. Why had she learned so slowly? If only she had studied more during the break. Perhaps she could have saved her. Lost in her thoughts, Nick placed a reassuring hand upon Hermione's head. You have done remarkably well. To master the core principles of soul alchemy in just 6 months is truly commendable. After examining Serena's soul closely, Nick remarked, I could mend her spirit, but she will require a different body. Upon hearing the news, Hermione's eyes sparkled with hope. Professor Nick, could you possibly save her? I am willing to do anything you ask. Harry approached, glancing at Dumbledore. Gilderoy Lockhart had already been dealt with. Dumbledore turned to Harry, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Well done, Harry. Enough of the trivialities. Let us discuss payment. Harry had no desire to indulge the old man's ramblings, immediately inquiring about money. Rest assured, It will not be lacking, Dumbledore reassured him with a grin. Once everything is concluded, come to my office. Oh, by the way, you are aware that galleons are made of pure gold, are you not? Dumbledore subtly reminded Harry, ensuring he wouldn't squander his funds in that so-called City of Night and refuse to assist him. However, Nickelmere, as a formidable alchemist, was not slow in his endeavors. Soon, he stood before Hermione once more, this time accompanied by a silver mechanical automaton. At present, I cannot locate a human vessel capable of housing her soul, so I shall temporarily utilize this mechanical substitute. Furthermore, once the soul is transferred, she will lose a significant portion of her memories. Thus, how you explain this to her family is up to you. A crisp mechanical voice resonated, as the automaton's eyes illuminated with a blue glow, its body gradually straightening. Observers noted the automaton's waist was hollow, with 2 gears rotating within, supported by an electric-like current, rendering it more agile than a typical human. After scanning the surroundings with a puzzled gaze, the automaton smiled and introduced itself. Pleased to meet you. I am Serena Oleana. Chapter 84. I have returned. 2 months had elapsed since the incidents involving Lockhart and Riddle. Riddle's notebook had been utterly destroyed, and the remnants of Riddle's ice had been completely obliterated, ensuring that no piece of him exceeded a centimeter. Riddle's actions had resulted in the deaths of 17 individuals at Hogwarts. During these 2 months, parents lodged no fewer than 80 complaints against Dumbledore, who could not ignore them. He had to endure the cacophony of irate letters each day. Hogsmeade Village was temporarily sealed off, with a significant portion of its inhabitants having succumbed to the allure of sin, while Lockhart was deceased. The corrupted villagers had yet to fully break free from their corruption. Only the untainted could be evacuated, leaving the corrupted behind for close treatment. Professor Flitwick remained at St. Mungo's for treatment, his injuries being grievously severe, potentially necessitating a leave of absence for the next academic year. Other professors, though not severely injured, sustained varying degrees of harm, which ultimately led to Hogwarts resuming operations only after a 2-week hiatus. Not only Ron, but Neville also exhibited notable changes. His physique was continuously developing, and his lung capacity and vitality were improving as well. Ultimately, it was Seamus who sensed something amiss and insisted he undergo a medical examination, revealing that Neville's lungs had transformed into 2 pairs, and he was even on the verge of growing a new heart. However, these transformations had not caused any significant repercussions, ultimately attributed to the omnipotent nature of magic. Serena Oleana's situation had been disclosed to her parents, who, in turn, conveyed their gratitude to Dumbledore through 3 polite howler letters and expressed their appreciation to Hermione and Nick with several tokens of thanks. They affirmed that Serena was their daughter, regardless of her transformation. Hermione received a treasured notebook filled with centuries of alchemical notes from him, vowing to study diligently. Even the comatose Ron received a protective talisman from Nick. The final exams were justifiably cancelled, and Harry requested the diligent Professor Snape to retrieve some galleons from his vault. After confirming that these could be melted down with magical flames, Harry extravagantly asked Snape to procure 10,000 galleons, which he had transformed into small gold bars weighing 100 grams each, resulting in a week of detention. Yet, this confinement could not quell his spirit. Thus, Harry achieved the dubious honor of consuming vodka in Snape's office, ultimately managing to intoxicate the professor. That night, Professor Snape wept inconsolably, clutching a jar filled with lilies, while Harry offered comfort to the distraught man, whose voice had turned hoarse from crying. The following day, Harry's detention was lifted, accompanied by Snape's stern warning never to divulge the incident. As a parting gift, Snape provided him with a substantial bag of white essence and 3 large vials of soul-soothing potions. The end of term swiftly approached, and Harry and his peers successfully concluded their 2nd semester. Naturally, if unforeseen events did not arise, many students at Hogwarts might consider transferring, though such a choice could prove prudent, as no one could predict what extraordinary occurrences awaited at the so-called safest Hogwarts in the following year. Wow, how has the Hogwarts Express transformed? At that moment, Ron, standing at 6 feet tall among classmates of around 5 feet, marveled at the dramatically altered Hogwarts Express. The one-steam locomotive had evolved into a brand new electric train. This modern marvel was acquired through the collaboration of Dumbledore and Nick, as the original steam engine had operated for over a century and was long overdue for replacement. As for the protests from pureblood families, they held little sway. Dumbledore was no longer inclined to indulge them. I'm the strongest in the world now. Why should I fear your words? He mused. Regarding their claims of withholding investment from Hogwarts, Dumbledore had his strategies. He could easily counter them. For the first time, He relished the experience of not having to engage in cunning political maneuvering with these merchants and politicians. On the train, Harry glanced at his accumulated transdimensional energy, which had reached its limit. Even Gilderoy Lockhart's essence had elevated his abilities, unlocking the capacity to transport others alongside him, albeit limited to one person at a time for now. Nonetheless, this was a promising beginning. Harry lifted his gaze to Ron, Hermione, and the newly arrived twins. Observing their naive demeanor, he shook his head vigorously. No, he could not take them to the City of Night, not now. Such beauty should not be subjected to destruction in that place. Instead, he could bring a few souls to this world to revel in its blessings. As he pondered, he was suddenly pulled away. Raising his eyes, he saw Ron and the others, smiled, and ceased his contemplations, engaging in playful banter with them. It was only in this world that he could live like a child, free from constant vigilance, untroubled by the fear of an inexplicable bullet, devoid of the anxiety of seeking quests to fill his pockets. Here, he could enjoy organic meals daily and be surrounded by a group of unassuming friends who followed him with almost unconditional enthusiasm. This world was truly exquisite, as enchanting as a dream. Soon, the train arrived at its destination, its upgraded speed exceeding that of the original steam locomotive by more than double. Harry, pushing his luggage and Hedwig, disembarked and bid farewell to Ron and Hermione before stepping into a deserted alley. He silently recited, confirming Traversal. Once again, the familiar white light enveloped him, growing increasingly radiant until, at its zenith, Harry and his belongings vanished in an instant. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself in the familiar pub, infused with the scent of ale, the stench of refuse, and the acrid odor of industrial fumes. Before him stood the well-known green electronic door, which swung open to reveal the familiar figure of the old priest. The priest paused momentarily upon seeing Harry, then hurried forward to embrace him gently. Harry smiled. No matter how splendid the magical world was, no matter how fantastical it appeared, ultimately, only here, only the City of Night, could be called home. A mercenary, unflinching in his deeds, could only find solace in such a wretched city and among its equally wretched inhabitants. A perfect match. The magical realm could be regarded merely as a vacation spot, a place to visit, but not to become ensnared by. With this thought, Harry returned the priest's embrace. Chapter 85, Old Ways, Old Friends. I love this city as one loves one's mother. Remember when she left you at the orphanage's doorstep, and now she sees you on the street and asks you for a cigarette? After maintaining his gun and noticing a substantial sum in his account, Harry felt a surge of joy. 50 kilograms of gold bars awaited him. He sought the priest's assistance to convert them into currency. But gold was scarce in the City of Night, so he could only exchange it bit by bit. Even so, the initial portion of gold was sufficient to purchase a second-hand Rayfield, one from a legitimate store without soul rings. With money in hand, he resolved to indulge himself, updating his cybernetic body at Old Ways Clinic, acquiring a new vehicle, and purchasing gifts for his teammates. With these thoughts, Harry exited the pub, summoned his Alvarado, and pressed the accelerator toward Old Way S. Old Way, update my cybernetics. Harry's voice echoed even before he entered the clinic. Old Way, let me tell you. As Harry began to speak, he caught sight of the man assisting Old Way, casting a curious glance at Victor. Rest assured, he is a dear friend of mine. Feel free to speak openly, Old Way reassured Harry, who appeared to harbor some reservations. Indeed, considerable profits have been made. Old Way's words somewhat alleviated Harry's concerns, yet uncertainty lingered. He certainly did not wish to encounter a band of lunatics during his outing. Your apprehension is quite astute, Mr. Harry Sebastian Porter, the man remarked, turning to face Harry. In this city, one can never fully trust even a friend. The man approached Harry, revealing a visage marked by middle age, his prosthetic eye glimmering with a golden hue. Though he appeared human, Harry could not shake the feeling that he was in the presence of a robot. Would you like an introduction? The man extended his hand, and only when Harry reciprocated did he reveal his name. I am Messiah Ohm, currently serving as Old Way's assistant. Messiah? Your name is certainly extraordinary, Harry remarked, casting a curious glance at Ohm. If that name were to circulate, it would surely attract trouble. Ohm smiled mechanically, offering a wise analysis. Thus, I generally refrain from disclosing my name in the presence of those whom Old Way does not trust. As he spoke, Old Way instructed Harry to recline upon the surgical chair. Very well, Harry, choose what you desire, he said, placing a panel before Harry. Remember, alterations are permissible, but additions are not, lest your mind cannot bear the strain. Understood, understood, Harry replied impatiently. Old Way, why are you so reminiscent of those old men? Always rambling. Old Way, exuding a sense of resignation, replied, "I'm not young anymore. Should you continue to mock me, I may forget to administer your anesthetic." Harry chuckled awkwardly and continued his selection of prosthetic limbs with a newfound seriousness. "It seems, Mr. Harry, that you have taken good care of your prosthetics. Look how impressive they are," Ohm remarked, sensing the formidable power of Harry's mechanical soul with a look of satisfaction. Old Way turned to Ohm with a resigned glance. His old friend's technical skills were exceptional, yet he incessantly espoused his beliefs about machinery possessing their own souls, asserting that only those with souls could truly unleash their potential. "Well then, shall we commence our work?" Old Way bowed his head and retrieved Harry's alloy skeleton. "In that case, I shall unveil my signature skills," Ohm said, stretching lazily, his eyes gleaming with excitement. There are too few prosthetics with souls in this world, and encountering an individual imbued with such potent mechanical spirit ignited his passion. Ohm lowered his head, feeling the essence within the mantis blade, and murmured, "Vashtor's craftsmanship remains as rudimentary as ever." He then grasped a scalpel and a screwdriver, concealing his unique power, ensuring that Old Way would not discover it, and began an extensive overhaul of Harry's body. The pleasurable process of replacement and repair continued for 8 hours, during which Old Way labored to catch his breath, while Ohm transformed Harry with the persistence of a machine. The originally flawed hunting mechanism was discarded in favor of the Oracle of the Path. Meanwhile, Ohm made subtle enhancements to the machine spirit, fortifying the tendons while Old Way was momentarily distracted. Ohm quietly fused with the Train King's tendons, utilizing even less prosthetic capacity than the previous enhancements. He slightly increased the power output of the mantis blade on Harry's golden hand, and the other hand was transformed into a fusion of a gorilla arm and a mantis blade, with a small patch integrated within. After 8 hours of meticulous modifications, Harry emerged as a brand new creation. Old Way, seated in his chair, pondered the inexplicable additional 10% of prosthetic capacity Harry now possessed, questioning whether he had enrolled in a false institution. Ohm, on the other hand, observed Harry with satisfaction, as if admiring a piece of exquisite art. Harry felt an unparalleled sense of clarity. He had never experienced such relaxation. The coordination of his prosthetics flowed seamlessly, with all machine spirits interlinked and united with his brain, forming a powerful mental network. He sensed he could now exert complete control over his body without any expenditure of neural transmission. Having resolved his own issues, Harry made a trip to the Old Captain, where an abundance of fine vehicles awaited. Choosing a car did not take long, for he was immediately drawn to the Rogue Herrera, showcased on a flat screen. The remainder of his time was spent attempting to negotiate a bargain with the Old Captain, though he ultimately failed. Next, he intended to purchase gifts for his team, feeling somewhat guilty for not having assisted them for such an extended period. With that thought in mind, Harry activated his new vehicle and set off in search of presents for his comrades. In the company plaza, a man entirely adorned with prosthetics, inscribed with peculiar runes around his neck, stood on the street, his gaze wavering as the light from his cybernetic eye occasionally flickered red. Lieutenant James Norris, ultimately unable to resist the encroachment of his augmentations, gripped a serrata tightly, his hand trembling as if resisting something within. In the end, he managed to load the serrata with ammunition, his hand steadying as he raised his head, seemingly resolved to approach the police car parked at the roadside. Chapter 86. The Legendary Lieutenant, Large Cup. What a misfortune it was, with only 5 minutes left in his shift, to be called to duty. The NCPD patrol car was stationed at the roadside, where a slightly overweight officer lounged inside, engrossed in a phone call. Such is the life of a police officer. The rain continued to fall. The officer, oblivious to the impending danger, remained unaware until Lieutenant James's robust form obscured his line of sight. The officer looked up. Impatience etched on his face as he waved James away. "Huh, what do you want? Back off, do you wish to die?" James, however, could no longer hear his words. 2 dark gun barrels gleamed with a metallic sheen, slowly pressing against the officer's forehead as terror filled his eyes. The Rostovich DB-2 Serrata tactical shotgun was poised. James's finger pressed the trigger, electricity coursing through the weapon, the electromagnetic acceleration components sequentially activated, and then, bang, steel-like bullets erupted, instantly shattering the officer's skull, as brain matter mingled with blood, splattering across the police car. The immense force within the vehicle remained unrelieved, ultimately shattering the bulletproof window. A metallic click resonated as spent casings were ejected from Sidar's magazine. Behind James, the officers finally regained their composure, hastily drawing their sidearms, believing this action might spare them from peril. The sound of gunfire echoed, Bullets struck the lieutenant's body, igniting sparks, yet he stood unwavering, allowing their onslaught without retaliating. Untouched by wounds, a faint red glow emanated from the tactical visor on James's face. He moved, braving the NCPD's fire, turning to face the officers. Raising his smart pistol and the projectile launcher affixed to his arm. As bullets and projectiles were unleashed, one officer's head was obliterated. The terrifying firepower awakening the officers to the reality that their adversary was no ordinary street thug. Damn it, it's a cyber psychopath. Call in the riot control team. An officer shouted from behind the police car. The lieutenant paid them no heed. In truth, his mind could no longer process their voices. Before him, he found himself once again on the battlefield, his squad reduced to just him, surrounded by a relentless tide of enemies. He glanced down at the talisman Harry had given him, a fierce determination igniting in his eyes, vowing not to betray their hopes. A young officer cowered behind the police car beside the lieutenant, his trembling hands gripping his weapon, waiting for the opportune moment. As the gunfire ceased for a fleeting moment, he sensed his chance. He sprang up, aiming at the lieutenant's head, ready to pull the trigger and send him to the heavens. Yet, what awaited him was not the promotion he envisioned after slaying the lieutenant, but the sudden emergence of a mantis blade from the lieutenant's knee. The blade sliced through, sending a head, drenched in blood, soaring into the air. Aya! An officer roared as he charged forward, seemingly devastated by the loss of a friend. Those unaware of the disparity in power dared to challenge the cyber psychopath, only to meet the same fate, cleaved in half by the lieutenant's knee blade. Their bodies grotesquely sprawled across the police car. The trope of the passionate youth rising against the odds held no merit in Night City. A hum resonated as a green light ignited from the lieutenant's back. Sandevistan was activated. In an instant, raindrops and spent shells slowed to a crawl. The lieutenant surged towards the surrounding officers, leaving behind a series of phantoms that traced his path. With his weapon raised, he fired a shot into the head of each officer, the bullets sinking slowly into their skulls until Sandevistan's effect waned. In a synchronized explosion of crimson mist, the officers fell to the ground. The lieutenant stood calmly, expertly reloading his weapon as if nothing had transpired. Yet at that moment, a fierce wind swept from above, casting a red electronic projection upon the ground. A square encloses the lieutenant at its center, with the word caution appearing behind him. A bullet interrupts the lieutenant's actions as he swiftly sidesteps, raising his firearm and unleashing a barrage of shots at the hovering vehicle above. Burn his system, commands the captain of the anti-terrorism unit. This son of a dog possesses military-grade self-IC. We have it too. Prepare to descend. The hovering vehicle gradually approaches the ground, while the unit's hacker seizes the opportunity to infiltrate the lieutenant's system. Suddenly, sparks erupt from the back of the lieutenant's neck as his personal terminal is incinerated. His body lurches forward, yet he remains upright, resembling a lifeless automaton. Bang, bang, bang. 3 members of the anti-terrorism unit land and encircle the lieutenant, raising their Achilles tech rifles to rain fire upon him. The overwhelming force causes the lieutenant to sway perilously before he finally collapses to the ground, unfazed by his fall. The unit maintains a triangular formation, cautiously advancing toward him. As anticipated, the lieutenant suddenly rolls over, aiming 2 pistols at the heads of the anti-terrorism operatives and unleashing a hail of bullets. Each round strikes true, yet none manage to even chip the paint on their helmets. Helpless, the lieutenant continues firing, watching as the muzzle of an Achilles gun is thrust toward his face. Bang! The sound of gunfire echoes as the lieutenant's head falls, his entire being seemingly robbed of strength. The anti-terrorism operatives lift their weapons, not bothering to cast another glance at the lieutenant, as if merely looking at him would tarnish their vision. Let the cleanup crew handle him. Be careful. Just then, in a moment of distraction, the captain feels a sudden lightness in his hand. The lieutenant has snatched the Achilles from him, aiming it directly at the captain's head. Bang! 6 bullets shatter his visor and cybernetic eye, obliterating his skull at its most vulnerable point. The rapid turn of events leaves everyone present momentarily stunned. Hacker, what the hell are you doing? Shouts another anti-terrorism operative from the ground. That is not cyberware. I don't know what it is. The hacker is equally bewildered. How didn't he find this in his ICE? Damn it. Another operative draws a grenade from his belt, calculating the timing to throw it at the lieutenant. However, having spent so much time on the battlefield, the lieutenant is far from unprepared. In an instant, he shoots the grenade mid-air. The explosion's shockwave not only fails to harm him, but also creates a small cloud of smoke for cover. Bang! An operative behind the lieutenant takes aim at his Achilles with the intent to disrupt his weapon. Bullets fly, Yet they are thwarted by the thin membrane surrounding the lieutenant, which visibly begins to fade in color. The two team members exchange a glance, comprehending each other's intent, and raise their weapons to fire upon the lieutenant. Although they had not equipped the Seinweisten, each member had armed themselves with standard Kalankikovs, which, while not as convenient as the Seinweisten, still effectively slowed down the perception of time for the user. In their eyes, the lieutenant's Seinweisten had been rendered inoperative. It was entirely feasible to grind him down with the Kalankikovs. Subsequently, the two team members engaged in a rapid dance of combat around the lieutenant, who found it nearly impossible to land shot on them. Yet, every bullet they fired struck steadfastly against the lieutenant's shield, gradually diminishing its integrity. The lieutenant, with one hand wielding the Achilles and the other grasping a smart pistol, continuously darted about, attempting to shake off the two assailants. However, this proved to be an impossibility. Without the Seinweisten, his movements appeared sluggish and tortoise-like to the two team members. Even if the bullets did hit them, as long as they were not incapacitated like the captain, they could endure the onslaught. The lieutenant could only watch as his protective membrane thinned further, the color of the charm on his chest fading away. He was acutely aware that activating the Seinweisten could extricate him from this predicament. But no matter how he attempted to engage it, the burnt-out Seinweisten remained dormant. His mind was already clouded, yet in this moment, he realized that he might not escape this encounter. One last time, he endeavored to activate the Seinweisten, his chaotic thoughts yearning for a miracle. In Old Ways Clinic, the modified cyborg, sensed something. So that Esset, having brought forth this long-awaited child, how could I possibly let you down? A miracle unfolded. The Seinweisten behind the lieutenant illuminated with a radiant glow, gold and green intertwined, signifying his uniqueness. Hacker! The member of the terror response team shouted in despair at the sky, realizing they were so close, just a breath away from eliminating him. At such a critical moment, how could this happen? The hacker, witnessing the scene before them, was momentarily dumbfounded, forcing themselves to suppress the shock and reattempt to breach the lieutenant's defenses, only to find their efforts utterly futile. They could not penetrate his systems. The lieutenant activated the Seinweisten, and in an instant, silence enveloped him. Time seemed to stand still. Previously, the Seinweisten had merely slowed time, but now it felt akin to complete stasis. Without further contemplation, the lieutenant sprinted once more. Thrusting the muzzle of his weapon into the mouth of the team member who had been howling at the sky, fully charged, he pulled the trigger. Boom! He withdrew the Achilles and replicated the action on the other team member. Gazing up at the hovering vehicle, he turned and retrieved a grenade from the grasp of the two fallen members, hurling it at the airborne craft while simultaneously unleashing a barrage of gunfire at it. Time resumed amidst the relentless firing. Both team members' heads exploded, collapsing to the ground like the captain before them. The grenade struck the hovering vehicle, and bullets shattered its cockpit. The hacker, jolted from their stupor, seized a nearby cat and turned toward the lieutenant. Yet before they could pull the trigger, they felt a violent tremor as the hovering vehicle swayed uncontrollably, as if intoxicated. The hacker turned to open the cockpit, only to discover that the driver had been obliterated, leaving behind the remnants of grenades. It was over. This was the hacker's final thought. The hover car spun as it plummeted downward, its four thrusters intermittently sputtering due to the cockpit's destruction, before ultimately ceasing all function. Boom! The hover car crashed to the ground, a colossal explosion engulfing the lieutenant, who found himself unable to run. His body, laden with numerous military cybernetics, was incapable of withstanding the pressure of 99% stasis without a soul to sustain them, and had already suffered significant damage. In the last moment, the lieutenant clenched the amulet Harry had given him. As the shield shattered, his body was hurled away, and the amulet disintegrated into dust in his grasp. The lieutenant lay on the ground, gazing at the chaos around him, the glow from his goggles flickering erratically before ultimately succumbing to darkness. Yet the Seinweisten on his back continued to emit a faint light, slowly dimming to the point of invisibility, but still persistently radiating a glimmer. What legend would it create next? Chapter 87, A Warm Welcome. In a rented room of skyscraper H4 in the Santo Domingo district, a young man donned a dreamer headset, emitting a series of anguished screams as he pressed his hands against his head, his body trembling violently. The cybernetic doctor remarked, "So what do you think? That outsider just died 2 hours ago, and we've harvested pristine memories from his corpse." David exclaimed, "Incredible, doctor. This dreamer is phenomenal. Damn, the counterterrorism unit is wiped out." David removed the dreamer headset, his entire body quaking with exhilaration. The cybernetic doctor laughed heartily, all thanks to Jihai. It's his masterpiece, albeit illegal. David lamented, my head. I feel so dizzy I might vomit. The cybernetic doctor replied, of course. That cyber psychopath took out the entire counterterrorism unit. With such an overload, it's a wonder you can handle it, you little brat. Now, let us switch to the next dreamer. David inquired, what is the next one? A special one. Ah, did fool. The dreamer headset was reattached, with a new chip inserted. Censored content began to play slowly. What the fuck? In the turbocharged bar, Man's squad gathered to welcome Harry back. Truth be told, Harry's heart raced when he noticed not everyone from the squad had arrived. Upon learning that Piero was late due to a forgotten car repair, his anxiety eased. Thankfully, nothing had gone awry in recent months. Harry went out to make a fortune. Huh? Man chuckled, wrapping an arm around Harry's neck and gesturing toward the thug Harry had brought along. Piero was sprawled over the thug, inhaling deeply as if savoring an exquisite aroma, captivated by the luxurious scent and graceful form, letting out a strange, climactic sound. Idiot brother. So embarrassing. Rebecca swung a bottle of liquor and struck Piero on the head, causing him to see stars, and he turned to confront Rebecca. All right. Let us enjoy this joyous evening without further quarrels, Dorio said, exasperated as he separated the two to prevent their argument from escalating. Rebecca flicked her green hair and, avoiding any further gaze at Pyra, quickly walked to Harry's side, nudging him with her elbow. So, how has the past few months treated you? To be honest, not exceptionally well. The only solace I've found is in the money I've earned, Harry replied. That hardly qualifies as merely earning a bit, Pyra chimed in as she approached. You're practically robbing a bank. Not quite so exaggerated, Harry retorted. The group then shared laughter as they found a table outside. Shortly thereafter, several crates of liquor, a staple of Man's, were delivered to them. To Harry, Man raised a bottle and shouted, prompting the rest of the group to lift their bottles in unison, echoing. To Harry, Harry observed the scene before him, saying little as he raised his own bottle and proclaimed, to our future. With that, he downed his vodka in one go. It seems this journey has indeed brought about significant change for you, Man remarked. The concept of the future is a luxury, especially for someone like you who wishes to transform into a version of Atom Smasher. Dorio interjected with a hint of annoyance. Are you aspiring to become a cyber psychopath like Lieutenant James? Suddenly, Harry's eyes widened in surprise. Wait, are you saying the lieutenant has become a cyber psychopath? He has become something of a legend, having taken down an entire terrorist task force. Now the company has hiked the prices on the cyberware that bears the same brand as Lieutenant James. Rebecca picked up on Man's commentary. Harry fell silent for a moment, pondering a future in Night City for a mercenary? Such a thing has never existed. They are not company dogs. How could they possibly claim a future? As these thoughts crossed his mind, he suddenly considered that perhaps something from the magical world could indeed grant them that elusive future. Man, this is for you. Harry thrust a large bottle of soul-soothing agent into Man's hands. What is this? Man lifted the bottle, examining it under the spotlight, the liquid radiating a blue glow. I acquired it from within the company. It's a special supply for their operatives and enhances the capacity of cyberware. Harry fabricated a flimsy excuse. I've had it myself. It works. Just take a couple of sips. What on earth? Pyra exclaimed, nearly overturning the table. It can enhance the capacity of cyberware. This means it can strengthen human neural pathways. Even Arasaka, who engineered Atom Smasher, couldn't produce something like this, and now you claim you stole it. The group instantly straightened, realizing that if the effects were as Harry described, this substance was truly priceless. Man feigned indifference as he tucked the entire bottle into his coat. He had considered returning it to Harry, mindful of its incredible value, valuable enough to buy their very lives. Everyone present understood that it was impossible for this to be company property. If it were, how could an outsider possibly know its location? As Harry seized the moment when Man was lost in thought, he lifted his gaze towards Rebecca and drew from behind him a shotgun that seemed rather oversized for her. This is for you. Rebecca approached Harry, accepting the weapon, feeling a slight sense of relief. Should it have been something as precious as the earlier potion, she would have been overwhelmed by the psychological burden. Is this an instrument of slaughter? As Rebecca examined the shotgun, a pure embodiment of violent aesthetics, the glossy black finish reflected a metallic sheen. But wait, how could a weapon of carnage be so weighty? Harry chuckled. This isn't just any weapon of massacre. It's an aviation special edition. The body is crafted from aerospace metal, far superior to those shoddy products, and the magazine has been upgraded from 4 to 6 rounds, retaining its formidable lethality. Rebecca gazed at the firearm in her hands, her artificial eye almost sparkling with delight. It was the gun that perfectly aligned with her aesthetic. Large, powerful, durable, and with a high capacity. The sole flaw was its price, which was dozens, if not hundreds, of times that of a standard firearm, especially given the allure of the special edition. During this welcoming feast, Harry had bestowed upon each team member a gift that could only be described as luxurious, allowing him to once again experience the distinctly different atmosphere of the magical realm. Unsurprisingly, Harry soon found himself thoroughly intoxicated. Upon awakening, he felt a tumultuous churn in his stomach, leading him to vomit directly onto the person in front of him. Blinking his eyes open, he discovered man covered in his own regurgitation, wearing an expression of utter disbelief. Hastily, Harry rose to his feet, only to inadvertently press against something. Turning his head, he saw Rebecca still lying beside him, while Pilas stood nearby, grinning mischievously at the scene. Harry surveyed the chaos around him, his mind momentarily glitching and utterly bewildered. Huh? Rebecca, roused from her slumber, took in the sight, particularly the smirking Pilas and the dazed Harry, and her own brain momentarily faltered. Could it be that something untoward had indeed transpired? Wasn't it said that such feelings do not arise under the influence of alcohol? Had Harry transformed into a boisterous cannon? There's no need for confusion. Pilas' first action upon waking this morning was to toss you two together. Nothing actually happened, Doliu interjected, completely oblivious to Pilas' expression, while also ensuring the door was securely blocked. Not long after, Chapter 88, David's troubling day began. Beep, beep, insufficient balance, operation halted. No way, not again, David muttered. His head bowed as he stood up from the floor. A tragedy has unfolded in Westbrook. A convoy from the company was ambushed by the Sixth Streets gang. The television in the living room continued to broadcast the news at a considerable volume, yet failed to rouse the weary red-haired beauty sprawled on the sofa, dark circles framing her eyes, a yellow work uniform draped over her, exposing her shoulders and part of her form as she curled up, soundly asleep. Honestly, Mom, David approached the sofa, gently lifting the yellow uniform to cover Gloria more fully. Gloria jolted awake, clutching the work uniform tightly, straining to lift her fatigued eyelids and scan her surroundings. Upon recognizing her son, she gradually relaxed and smiled at David. Good morning, sweetheart. I understand. I can hardly hold on after just one night shift. The washing machine cannot bear it either. Did you forget to recharge it? I'll take care of it later, all right? David rose from the sofa, changing into an old outfit, for he still had to attend school, despite his reluctance to associate with the privileged offspring of corporate elites. Oh, by the way, Gloria suddenly remembered, sitting up and calling out to David, don't you still need to upgrade the Super Dream equipment at school? No need. I've already had a cybernetic doctor upgrade it. David waved his hand dismissively at his mother. Don't resort to those dubious alternatives, David. Gloria tightened her grip on her yellow work uniform. I received my paycheck. I can afford it. You must use the official update. Do you understand? Mom, you should just recharge the washing machine. David wrapped his coat tightly around himself and headed for the door. I told you I just forgot, Gloria insisted. You must use the official update. Fine, are you really going to school dressed like that? Gloria pointed at David's black jacket. The school uniform is in the washing machine. Gloria wanted to say more, but a news report on the television captured their attention. The former Lieutenant James Norris, who had killed an entire squad of terrorists, has gone missing along with his military-grade cybernetics, confirmed lost after investigation. Anyone can be a cop nowadays, David scoffed, his gaze shifting to the screen where a figure with red hair was transporting corpses. Mom, were you at the scene? So impressive. David pointed in amazement at the figure on the television, as rebellious adolescents often idolize the very things their parents forbid them from engaging with. The more taboo, the more defiant. No, it was far from impressive, the bodies piled high. Hurry up and leave. Gloria's tone grew somber as she switched off the television, adopting a commanding demeanor. TSK got it. David straightened up, disheartened, and walked outside. Bye. See you later. I love you, darling. As the electronic door closed, the room was once again left with just one person. Incoming call alert. Call connected. Mon, did you manage to get the goods? Gloria glanced down at the items wrapped within her coat and nodded affirmatively. The skyline of the megacity, a dazzling sight at night, this self-sufficient colossal structure provides housing, food, weaponry, medicine, training, and companionship in abundance. Here, one could witness floors filled with addicts, drunks amusing themselves by vomiting on those ascending the stairs, corpses occasionally being unceremoniously discarded in trash bins, and gangs discussing mating just around the corner while sexually transmitted diseases spread between floors. You would never know how the homeless contracted their grotesque ailments, if it weren't for the majority of the building's residents being mere laborers for the corporations. The corporate hounds wouldn't even consider disinfecting the premises. A moderately skilled hacker could incapacitate the entire building, including everyone within, with a single magic trick. Yet hardly any hacker would dare to do so. Why? Approximately 2,000 rooms were arranged within the towering skyscraper. Yet the number of vagrants inhabiting its corridors perpetually exceeded this figure. A mere descent might render one susceptible to the cyber virus transmitted by these derelicts. David traversed the hallways teeming with homeless individuals, his hands casually tucked in his pockets and his demeanor unperturbed. He deftly circumvented a group of ruffians obstructing the passage, leaping off the stone railing to land squarely upon a heap of refuse, shaking his hair free before sauntering out of the skyscraper. In the Santo Domingo district, a place of striking beauty, one could witness veterans begging, overflowing trash bins that had not been emptied in months, and frequent incidents of robbery occurring on the streets. The NCPD lounged against the nearby wall, sharing the space with a vagrant sipping from a cup emblazoned with the logo of a dreamlike beverage. At the subway entrance, a woman, reeking of alcohol and unidentifiable substances, leaned over the railing, retching. She appeared to be a barmaid. The security guard stationed beside her made no attempt to intervene, instead fixating his gaze upon her bosom, his hands wandering, seemingly contemplating whether to take advantage of the situation. Hovering above the subway were vehicles from various corporations, darting through the air like waste twisting through intestines, dispersing throughout the city. Smoke, law enforcement, hackers, and gangs chased one another across this terrain. Yet these matters held no relevance to David, whether it be the imposing billboards or the bloodstains upon the ground. At last, he arrived at the corporate plaza, where it seemed as though all disquietude had been rendered irrelevant. The streets sparkled with cleanliness, suited corporate drones bustled about, children frolicked amidst the grass, and students donned their uniforms, dutifully heading to school, while the NCPD executed their responsibilities with diligence, rendering the preceding chaos nothing more than a figment of imagination. Suddenly, as if guided by psychic impulse, David inexplicably turned his head. A flash of iridescent hair flitted past his vision, and a graceful silhouette captured his gaze. A man clad in formal attire ambled by, momentarily obscuring David's line of sight, but as he passed, that enchanting figure vanished without a trace. Urged by an inexplicable sense of urgency, David broke into a run, convinced that this individual must be of great significance. Failing to locate her would lead to a lifetime of regret. He ascended the staircase, yet the silhouette eluded him, and disappointment washed over him as he turned away, sensing that he was on the verge of losing something profoundly important. With a soft sigh, he re-entered the Arasaka Tower. However, the virtual instructor proved unreliable once more, as the virus within the neural interface instantaneously obliterated the entire virtual classroom, including the digital teacher. Each student, connected to their dreamlike headsets, suffered a complete shutdown, while the trio beside David glared at him in fury. Apologies were profusely offered by Gloria in the principal's office, as she repeatedly expressed her contrition. Ms. Martinez, this is not merely a matter of finances, the principal stated, stroking his golden prosthetic hand that glimmered in the sunlight. To my knowledge, David's dream headset was upgraded using black market software due to financial constraints, an issue not likely to afflict a family of stable means. We are capable of purchasing legitimate products. It's merely that I failed to accompany David on a shopping trip. Nevertheless, we must address David's predicament within the school environment. The principal continued in his monotonous tone. David does not fit in with his classmates. David stood aside, utterly disinterested in the principal's ramblings, only recalling the suggestion to withdraw from school, believing a change of environment would be more beneficial for him. He could hear his mother pleading with the principal in a hushed tone, which only heightened his inner turmoil, causing his leg to shake uncontrollably. David was unwilling to speak, merely continuing to fidget. Chapter 89. The damn gang is still after me. The cybernetic doctor had issues with my upgrade interface. David turned his head away, attempting to justify himself to Gloria. You simply don't want to pay for the legitimate version, do you? Gloria mercilessly exposed her son's deceit. Now, we must compensate tenfold. Apologies. Silence enveloped the vehicle once more, punctuated only by the faint creaking of the second-hand vehicle. Can you please stop shaking your leg and sit still? Gloria chastised. The fidgeting ceased, and the car fell into silence again, though this time it did not last long. David lifted his gaze and looked out the window. Actually, I've been contemplating. Contemplating what? Perhaps I could drop out and find a job or something. Do you even understand what you're saying? Mom, you know we can't afford those repair costs, and you have no idea how out of place I feel at school. Those kids from wealthy families will never regard us the same way. Even if I graduated, it wouldn't matter. It's already peculiar for kids from Santo Domingo to work in a company. David's words pierced Gloria's heart like a sharp spike. My precious son, so intelligent, so talented. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she continued. I want to provide you with the best education, to give you a chance at success. Gloria poured out her struggles to David, who felt a pang of guilt, silently averting his gaze. I was wrong. I shouldn't have brought this up. Mom, please don't cry. Do you think I'm unaware of how they treat you? Do you believe I haven't experienced these things myself? Because of this, you must prove them wrong. A spark reignited in Gloria's eyes as sunlight illuminated a Silver Gang vehicle alongside their car. My son, you will surely reach the pinnacle of the Arasaka Tower. Gloria turned to David. You can do it, David. You are my pride. Easier said than done. David turned his head again, gazing out the window, but this time, the view was no longer picturesque. Rather, it was dominated by a military-grade 31 Malawian Quachas heavy machine gun. A burly gang member with a pointed head had loaded the weapon and, disregarding the mother and son in the middle, aimed it at the gangsters. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets erupted, forcing Gloria and David to press tightly against their seats, frozen in fear as they watched the projectiles whiz by. A barrage of bullets struck the gangster's vehicle, riddling its sleek silver body with holes. A male voice faintly echoed from within. I'll fuck your blood, mother. The gangsters surged forward, seemingly attempting to shake off their pursuers. The corporate dog cars are titanium-coated. Catch up. The gang's speed increased as the hunt commenced. Brothers of the Wild. The machine gunner noticed the assailants were visibly injured, prompting him to halt his comrade, who was eager to draw a rocket launcher, opting instead to reload at that moment, seemingly intent on tormenting those within the vehicle. Seizing the opportunity while the gunfire ceased, a golden hand abruptly tore through the car's roof, revealing a tall figure. Harry, wielding the Ying Long in one hand and a wand in the other, glared furiously at the animal gang. A pack of hormonally impaired fools. Harry shouted at them. Do I resemble your company's lapdog? Clearly, the animal gang had mistaken their target. To them, the more opulent the vehicle, the more likely it belonged to a company lackey. Their narrow-mindedness prevented them from discerning what truly constituted a company dog. Harry felt an acute sense of frustration after being implored by Pila to take a joyride. He had ultimately decided to let Pila drive, intending to experience the luxurious treatment typically afforded to company employees. However, halfway through, they were misidentified as company dogs by these thugs. Brother, it seems we've targeted the wrong individuals, the burly man in the passenger seat remarked to those in the back. Is their vehicle lavish? He inquired, hardly sparing a glance. Lavish, came the reply. Then we haven't erred. Such extravagance is nearly synonymous with being a company dog. Continue firing. The passenger then turned to the machine gunner, urging him to resume shooting. The machine gunner signaled an okay, raised his weapon, and pulled the trigger aimed at Harry. Ultimate armor, shield me. Harry instantly raised his wand, conjuring a thick, transparent magical barrier that deflected the incoming bullets. He then brandished the Ying Long, locking onto the animal gang. May the devil take you to hell. The bullets, charged with high-voltage electricity, surged forth, striking each of the gang members who dared to expose themselves. The bullets ricocheted off the vehicle, crackling with electricity, while the passenger shrank back, attempting to evade the onslaught. And the driver kept his head down, too frightened to look up. The firepower is overwhelming. Before the machine gunner could finish his sentence, Harry dispatched him with a single shot. How dare you harm my brother? Enraged, the burly man beside him seized a rocket launcher, loaded it, and aimed it at Harry. Fire. The rocket was launched nearly simultaneously with Harry's spell, the crimson disarm hitting the rocket just as it was expelled from the tube. The energy surged through the entire weapon, causing the man to lose grip as it slipped from his hands, and the rocket detonated beneath their vehicle. The entire car was propelled into the air, exploding mid-flight, and the wreckage crashed down, fortuitously landing in front of David and his mother. Mom, brake, brake, David shouted, gripping his seatbelt, but the brakes of the Thunder had already failed, colliding violently with the debris, causing the Thunder to flip over, spinning in the air before crashing to the ground. The assailants executed a swift maneuver, halting in front of the accident scene. Harry leaped from the roof, pulling Pila from the driver's seat, and turned to face the disheveled animal gang, cursing under his breath. Damn it all. Harry, let me compensate you for the car. Pila offered. Pila turned to Harry, remarking, if it weren't for me, your vehicle wouldn't be in this state. No need, Harry replied. The money I made selling your hand is sufficient for me to repair the car. It's not your fault. Next time, I ought to have a serious conversation with that bunch of fools from the animal assistance. Pila and Harry conversed before the roaring flames, when suddenly, Harry had a thought. Let us see if anyone else has been affected. Pila was indifferent. Even if he had reservations, he dared not voice them given the current situation with Harry's vehicle. The two ventured into the inferno, searching for any unfortunate souls who might still be trapped. Mom, a youthful voice caught Harry's attention. He turned to see a boy sprawled within the wreckage of a vehicle, and following his gaze, he noticed a woman lying on the ground. David awoke groggily after the crash, his first sight being Gloria, motionless on the ground, her fate uncertain. Helpless, he could only call out her name repeatedly. Bida, check if that woman is still breathing. A voice echoed faintly in his mind. Take my hand. A golden prosthetic hand reached out to David, its green artificial eye gleaming brightly in the firelight. David grasped the golden hand and suddenly felt a powerful force pulling him from the wreckage. Harry hoisted David onto his back and turned to Pila. How is she? She is alive. Pila, refusing to take advantage of the situation, also lifted Gloria onto his back. Upon hearing that she was still alive, a heavy weight lifted from David's heart, soon replaced by an overwhelming fatigue. What about the others? I haven't found any other survivors. All right. Harry and Pila placed David and his mother in a vehicle. Although the car was in disarray, it was still operable, so they treated it as a convertible. At Old Way's clinic, David sat on the steps while Harry offered him a bowl of freshly purchased meatball noodles. Don't worry. Old Way is the best physician in Night City. David nodded numbly, accepting the noodles and devouring them ravenously. Just then, ding, the locked operating room door swung open. And Ohm and Misty were busy transferring the recovered Gloria onto a hospital bed, while Old Way emerged to deliver news. Doctor, how's my mother? David exclaimed, leaping to Old Way, grasping his collar, urgency evident in his voice. Hey, take it easy, kid. Old Way gently pushed David back, while Harry stepped forward to pull him away. Your mother is fine, but her health was already precarious. After the accident, she is currently in a state of unconsciousness. Let her rest. She should awaken in a few days. With a sigh, David's body weakened, collapsing into Harry's embrace. He looked up at Old Way. Can I go in and see her? Go ahead, but keep it quiet. With Old Way's consent, David limped into the room, gazing at the unconscious Gloria on the bed. Tears finally streamed down his face as the weight in his heart lifted. Outside the ward, Old Way leaned into Harry, whispering, What do you take me for? They're shoving every kind of patient my way. Let me tell you, 30,000 euros, not a cent less. Apologetically, Harry smiled, but this is an urgent situation. The money will be sent to you immediately. Chapter 90. My name is Icarus. Incoming call reminder. Arasaki. Connected. Is this David Martinez? David clutched the medication prescribed by Old Way in one hand, while the other held Gloria's coat, making his way home step by step. The fact that his mother was unharmed was the best news he could hope for. Yet the people from the company were intent on preventing him from basking in this good fortune. Call ended. David had no desire to engage with the Arasaki individuals. He condensed their recent discourse into 2 words, drop out and repay. But the ordeal was far from over. Incoming call reminder. Home appliance contract. Connected. Please be advised. Should you wish to continue your home appliance contract, a penalty of 500 euros is required, along with overdue payments and late fees. Failure to pay promptly will result in the sequential disconnection of your appliances. Call ended. Incoming call reminder. Landlord. Connected. It's me, David. Tell your mother the deadline has arrived. The rent cannot be delayed any longer. I've been unable to reach her, and if this continues, I will not only change the locks, but also evict you both. Do you understand? Call ended. One after another, calls intended for Gloria were redirected to David, none inquiring about her well-being, nor asking how they were faring. Instead, they incessantly pressed for overdue payments. Gloria's treatment had been prolonged, and David had lingered outside Old Way's clinic for an entire day. Now, the night of the second day had arrived, and David trudged heavily to his front door, greeted by a red warning sign. No entry. Rent overdue. With a heavy thud, he forced his way through the ventilation duct, stumbling into the room and making his way to the table, where he unceremoniously cast aside the medication and his mother's coat. A soft thud echoed as David, slumping into a chair, turned his head to see his mother's coat lying on the floor. I distinctly remember tossing it onto the sofa, he mused. He picked up the yellow work uniform, noticing that one side was conspicuously heavier than the other. Initially dismissed as an illusion, it now seemed evident that it contained something extra. David flipped the garment over, laying it flat on the sofa, when a transparent bag instantly caught his attention, or rather, the mechanical spine within it. What is this? He murmured, extracting the spine and placing it on the table. Only after straightening it did he barely discern what it was. St. Samwaston? David gazed in disbelief at the prosthetic laid before him. How could St. Samwaston have ended up like this? Before David lay a magnificent Cyanweiston, adorned with a silvery exterior, its nerve connections resembling the legs of a centipede, and a head-like neural interface. This Cyberware was nothing short of perfection, resembling a work of art, starkly contrasting with the images found online. David powered on his mother's computer, and once again, he was astounded by Gloria's savings, an astonishing 30,000 euros, possibly even more. When had his mother accumulated such wealth? Not dwelling on these thoughts, he retrieved a data measuring device and connected it to the Cyberware's interface, preparing to compare it with the models displayed on the computer. As David plugged the device in, a sudden exclamation startled him. Who was making that strange noise? Jumping up, he knocked over a chair, disregarding the pain coursing through his body. As he searched for the source of the sound, it was that mechanical voice again. David scoured the vicinity, yet the origin of the sound eluded him. Look down. Following the command, he glanced at the Cyberware on the table, which was now curling its body. Remarkably, it stood upright like a centipede from a school documentary, its nerve connections serving as legs, the rear half supporting itself while the front half was raised. Crossing its many limbs over its chest, gazing at David with its neural interface as eyes. My goodness, what on earth is this? David crouched down, clutching a bottle of beverage as if it could serve as a weapon, providing him with a semblance of security. Let me think. The Cyberware extended a nerve connection to scratch its head, appearing to genuinely ponder. I recall now, I am referred to as the Military Technological Remote Experimental Cyberware. However, you may call me IKA. This is the first name I have received since gaining consciousness. Listening to Ika's words, it seemed that this extraordinary entity posed no threat. David cautiously advanced, eventually halting before Ika, gazing at the creature resembling a mechanical centipede. He blurted out, Are you one of those extraterrestrial beings? Extraterrestrial? Certainly not. I am imbued with a soul by the god of mechanisms, possessing unparalleled glory. Upon uttering the term god of mechanisms, Ika's entire form seemed to radiate with hope. But then a shadow of sorrow crossed its visage. I awoke just before my last master perished. His body was not transformed in time. In haste, he activated my capabilities, resulting in his body collapsing instantly, crushed by an airship. I believe his name was James Norris. At that moment, David's eyes widened in shock. He had seen this cybernetic entity in various media. Could it be that this remarkable cyber entity owed its prowess to this little creature? David pulled the chair closer, observing the melancholic IKA, and inquired, Then why didn't you escape after that cyber James Norris met his demise? I was dazed. Had it not been for your electrical stimulation, I would not have regained consciousness. IKA responded, flipping its body over to lean against the computer, adopting a more comfortable position. Now that you are awake, do you intend to seek out your so-called mechanical deity? No, I shall follow you now. Just as David opened his drink and took a sip, Ika's words startled him, causing the beverage to spray from his mouth. Who, me? Why? By the will of the god of machines, he declared that the next individual to awaken me is highly trustworthy, and I am to acknowledge him as my master. You truly believe in that so-called mechanical deity? Are you not afraid it might deceive you? David found Ika's unwavering faith perplexing. And do you trust your mother? Oh, David understood. Chapter 91. Just wiping one's behind? Harry mused silently. However, his endeavors with his cybernetic body faced obstacles. For instance, when he attempted to engrave his mantis blade, he was met with a fierce slap from the weapon itself. Get lost. Really? Incoming call. Oman. Connected. Harry, there's a job. Are you in? Man stated bluntly. One that promises substantial profit. All right. I have no pressing matters at the moment, Harry replied nonchalantly, feeling as though his cybernetic body was on the verge of rusting from inactivity. The machine spirit was displeased and made the mantis blade strike him again. Good. This afternoon in the Santo Domingo district. I will send you the location. Okay. Call ended. Well then, let us have a hearty meal and get to work. Harry rose from the table, stretched, inserted the yin long into his back, and prepared his wand. In a small room adjacent to an electronic waste processing plant in Santo Domingo district, this mission was assigned by someone named K, seemingly a new intermediary. However, that was of little consequence. What mattered was the potential for substantial profit if executed successfully. Man sat on the sofa and stated, What exactly are we tasked with? Chiwei inquired from the shadows. We are to clean up after the company, Man replied, disseminating the task details to everyone. Those 6 streets gang members raided a struggling electronic waste processing plant, not realizing it was a front for a military technology company that outsourced the handling of scrap parts and sought experimental subjects. This job was originally meant for the company itself, but after outsourcing, it was seized, and now they're in a frenzy offering a significant sum to rectify the situation. Truly, that is typical behavior for those corporate types, Harry chuckled. So, how does he want us to assist in this cleanup? There is something quite significant within the warehouse that the Six Streets gang has taken, likely secured in a box that appears exceedingly safe. Man sent the mission objective to the team channel. As for those Six Streets individuals, it matters not whether they live or die. The only stipulation is to maintain a low profile. Understood. Rebecca slung the weapon Harry had given her back onto her shoulder, equipping herself with 2 small handguns. Since we must keep things discreet, we shall have to rely on pistols. Rebecca, you, and Harry will stealthily infiltrate to steal, while Chi-Wei and Lucy will hack into their cybernetic eyes to disable obstacles along the path. Pila, create a power outage. And then Dolly and I will disguise ourselves as the electrical maintenance crew to divert their attention. Falco, be on standby for support. The task was remarkably straightforward, and the division of labor posed no issues. Pila set off first to orchestrate a minor blackout. Harry and Rebecca crouched against the factory wall, having already identified their point of infiltration, awaiting the power outage. A faint crackle of electricity echoed, and the entire factory was suddenly engulfed in darkness. What the hell is this? The guard exclaimed, nearly ready for takeoff, only to be thwarted by the blackout that caused a crash. Someone, activate the backup generator, commanded a figure who appeared to be a small-time leader outside the loading area. Understood, came a feeble response. Damn it, this backup generator isn't even automatic. Meanwhile, Harry had already pulled Rebecca into the factory. Outside, 8 individuals lingered. Lucy's voice crackled over the team channel, suggesting, you should head to the roof. The factory plans indicate a hatch there that you should be able to open. Received, they replied. Harry and Rebecca stealthily made their way, prepared to dispatch anyone they encountered with ease. Everything proceeded smoothly. Even their descent from the roof via the ladder went unnoticed by any gang members. The first floor of the factory housed 10 individuals, and Man and his team had arrived at the entrance, drawing some attention. You too, take this opportunity to descend quickly. The target is in the basement warehouse. On the platform, Harry utilized a scanning device to survey the factory's interior. The blackout provided substantial assistance. Yet the inability to activate machinery during their stealthy approach posed its own challenges. Harry gestured to Rebecca, indicating a lone figure below, and made a signal to strike. Nodding in agreement, Rebecca leaped from the platform, delivering a precise kick to the back of the man's neck, rendering him unconscious with a muted thud that failed to alert others idling about. Rebecca lowered the ladder from the platform, and Harry descended in turn. Following the map provided by their channel, they navigated effortlessly to the basement. Though the Sixth Street Gang had a considerable number of members, they were as fragile as paper, easily dispatched. Just then, the backup generator roared to life, illuminating the factory once more. However, it posed little concern. Those below had already met their demise. Harry and Rebecca dispatched the final gang member and surveyed the warehouse door ahead, instructing Lucy to hack it. The imposing door of such an old factory appeared formidable. It was merely heavy. Encountering a hacker was akin to turning a key. That was their target. Chi-Wei highlighted a box in Harry's augmented vision. The box was entirely black, about the size of a briefcase, but securely locked, with a chip resting atop it. The chip was entrusted to Lucy and Chi-Wei for decryption, while Man carried the box to deliver it, successfully receiving a significant sum of money. Everything seemed perfectly orchestrated until the notification chimed. Incoming call. Connected. Harry Sebastian Porter, the adopted son of Sebastian Ibarra and the Saint of Haywood, has chosen to forget all matters concerning that electronic waste disposal facility for the sake of his own safety. He is advised not to delve deeper. Call ended. Chapter 92, being followed and David's first step. Incoming call. Oman. Connected. Harry, I received that call. On the other end, Man fell silent, initially believing it to be a straightforward task, only for it to escalate into such a predicament. Let us find a time to meet. If it was a call from one of the company hounds, it surely cannot be a mere phone call for silence. Understood. It's best to remain cautious lately. I suspect they may still be tailing us with intentions of silencing. I will be careful. Call ended. Harry slumped into his chair, feeling overwhelmed. He dared not even confide in the priest, fearing that the priest might become a target. No intermediary, regardless of their prowess, could rival the company. For those corporate hounds, replacing a leader in a region is as simple as swapping a prosthetic limb. What on earth is happening? Harry stood up, intending to close the window, but as he approached, he noticed through the wall 4 or 5 individuals glaringly illuminated, all there to surveil him, impeccably equipped and exceedingly professional. Were it not for his organic soul, he might not have detected their presence. Cursing under his breath, Harry swiftly locked the window and drew the curtains. Now he could only hope that Coelu's side had yielded some results. He thought to himself, "IKA, would you be willing to inhabit my body?" The battered David leaned over the computer desk, addressing C. Ann Washington, IKA. Earlier that morning, David had been preoccupied with the thought of attending school, wishing for his mother to awaken and find some solace. Gloria's condition improved day by day, bringing him increasing comfort. Yet he forgot that he was not a child of the Arasaka, not now, nor ever in the future. Before he could reach the school, David was intercepted by his classmates, his unenhanced body unable to withstand their imposing strength, and he was dragged into a dark alley. "Martinez, let me give you some advice. Learn to read the room. You are not welcome here. If you're referring to the Super Dream headset, no, you are mistaken." Tanaka Masanobu's pale face looked down on David with disdain. "You might think my targeting you is due to your poverty, but you are gravely mistaken." Without waiting for David to respond, Tanaka extended a finger towards him, continuing, "I am merely upholding a charitable stance. Being born into a poor family is not your fault. Nor is there a rule stating that children from impoverished backgrounds cannot attend Arasaka Academy. I do not comprehend what you are saying." Precisely this. Tanaka seemed to discover something, his mocking smile nearly overflowing. "You still believe there is no difference between us, don't you? You are rotten to the core, Martinez. We have always been ourselves, and you are merely a pauper. No, you are not even worthy of being called human." As David turned his face away, exuding a disinterest in the conversation, he scoffed. "Your mother is hospitalized, I presume? Oh, I had no idea where she found the funds to support your education at Arasaka Academy, Martinez. Come now, enlighten us about your mother's clandestine dealings. Share with everyone how you came by the money for the academy, shall we?" "Ha." Tanaka Masaneo, clearly amused, extended his hand, persistently provoking David with taunts. Suddenly, a whoosh sliced through the air as David launched a fierce punch, only to have it effortlessly deflected by Tanaka's palm. Leaning closer, Tanaka's expression was one of utter mockery. "Oh dear, your hardware must have been a promotional gift." With ease, Tanaka pushed David's hand aside, despite David's utmost effort. He could not budge the latest model of the Titan Arm 400. Seemingly bored, Tanaka shoved David's hand away, and with the martial arts chip embedded behind his ear, his punches flew like lightning. To David, all he could perceive were fleeting afterimages, the gust of punches approaching his face with increasing proximity, until, BM, a devastating blow landed squarely on David's face, causing blood to spurt from his mouth and nose. Following that, a relentless barrage of fists rained down upon David, who was utterly unable to defend himself. Each attempt at defense merely resulted in an even fiercer onslaught. With a resounding thud, David was sent crashing into a pile of refuse, bruised and bloodied. The sounds of the altercation faded into the distance, leaving behind David, resembling a beaten dog, sprawled amidst the trash. "Hey, move aside. You're obstructing my garbage," a homeless man kicked at David. "IKA, would you care to inhabit my body?" David strained to lift his swollen eyes toward the IKA on the table. "I have always belonged to you, but do find a competent cybernetic surgeon. If they fail to install me properly, I cannot be adjusted." IKA stood upright, a pair of forelimbs crossed, observing David intently. "Dr. Victor?" David rejected Victor's proposal, lifting IKA, who willingly nestled into his bag. "I intend to integrate him into my body. Are you jesting? This is an AI from Stein, and a model unlike any I have ever encountered." Oldway frowned at the young man. "You are still enrolled at Arasaka. Your mother awaits your return. Do you truly wish for her to awaken and find only your ashes? Even if, hypothetically, nothing were to happen post-installation, how many times do you think you could utilize it? Do you believe you are Harry?" "Doctor," David interrupted Oldway, "I have contemplated all of this. The injuries I bear were inflicted by those from the academy. I fail to see how my continued attendance differs from the path you have suggested. Indeed, if I were to return, it is only a matter of time before they would beat me to death." But, a voice interjected, "Let OM take care of it." Victor sighed heavily, turning to fetch the exoskeleton needed for the procedure. "Very well, child, lie down." OM guided David onto the surgical chair, gradually administering anesthetics, allowing David to drift into unconsciousness. "You mischievous little one. So this is where you have ended up." OM lifted Akadi from the bag, his gaze fixed on his head. Akadi continued to feign death. After all, Oldway was still present, and it was better for him not to know too much. "Look, don't look," Oldway snapped, evidently displeased with OM for not persuading David to help out. "Oldway, don't be angry. He has a point. In this wretched city, where can the poor find a way to survive? If he continues his education, he might very well be killed. I understand, I just, wait, huh? Before Old Way could finish his sentence, he exclaimed in shock, "The cybernetic capacity is 85? Chapter 93, A Hot Potato. Perhaps they are what people call the destined ones, capable of becoming legends." OM began to work on David S. back, while secretly modifying his cybernetic soul, enabling David S. body to withstand Ikati's 99-time deceleration. I have no desire for them to become any sort of legend. Old Way commenced cutting into David S. back, musing that it would be better for these young people to live well, don some armor to avoid being shot in the head, and live a peaceful life rather than becoming a broken legend. Yet, such words were easier said than done in Night City, OM lamented, as he excised the skin from David S. back to create space for Ikati. Nothing is easy here. Thank you very much, Dr. Victor, Dr. OM. At the clinic's entrance, the modified David deeply bowed to Victor and OM while holding a suppressant. "And not just my money, your mother's medical fees. Harry can cover those for now. But you still owe him 30,000. Watching David's disappearing figure, Old Way shook his head. "Kids at this age can be so stubborn. You speak harshly, yet you've invested significantly." OM chuckled, Chitinous Shell, Oracle of the Crossroads, Ballistic Coordination Processor. "You've given him quite a few of your prized possessions. I merely wish for him to survive. I care little for the rest." "Ah, they've come after us again." Harry observed the real-time footage from the rear radar, feeling increasingly agitated. As soon as he stepped outside, several cars would inevitably tail him. Harry had intended to visit Chiwei to uncover the contents of that military-grade ship. But now those vehicles were filled with individuals sporting advanced military cybernetics and equipment. Even Arasaka had sent someone. There was no way to shake them off. Fortunately, the military and Arasaka were evidently at odds, their vehicles obstructing each other on the road, offering Harry a fleeting opportunity to escape. Yet, even that seemed futile, as drones from both factions were surreptitiously buzzing about. "Let us see how you like this." While repairing the car, Harry had discreetly instructed the mechanic to make some modifications. He pressed a button on the vehicle, and a spike strip dropped from beneath the car, rapidly unfurling. The tailing dogs from Arasaka and the military, caught off guard, drove directly over the spike strip, their tires bursting. The high-speed vehicles immediately lost balance and collided with the cars rushing in from behind. "Engaging with me." You still find Harry observing the real-time footage from the rearview radar, before he could revel in his triumph. The vehicle's audio system blared an alert regarding the emergence of an 0-3 situation in the Haywood area, repeating the warning. He momentarily forgot about the officers involved. Harry smacked his lips and accelerated, striving to break free from the police encirclement. The NCPD began to pursue him from behind, yet the occupants of his vehicle were predominantly military personnel from Militech and Arasaka, accompanied by a single police car at the rear, which indeed belonged to the NCPD. However, their eyes emitted an unsettling blue glow. They were no longer pretending, Harry mused inwardly. He pressed another button, deploying a tire deflation device. But the NCPD vehicles were of superior quality compared to those they had previously used for tailing him, as the police SUVs barreled over the device and continued their pursuit. No shots were fired. Harry hesitated to discharge his weapon, aware that doing so might summon a tactical response unit in an instant. "I refuse to be intimidated," he resolved, pressing yet another button in the car. Instantly, two fiery serpents erupted from the rear of the vehicle, propelling its speed dramatically, to the point where the front end nearly lifted off the ground. These flames emanated from exhaust pipes etched with runes by Harry, possessing a slight fire attribute. Yet, unlike typical flames, they could be extinguished solely by water. The fire serpents coiled toward the pursuing police cars. But the military and Arasaka personnel remained unfazed by the flames before them, flooring the accelerator. But lo and behold, why is the engine hood ablaze? This fire is peculiar. Goodness, it could ignite the fuel tank. Boom! One by one, police cars exploded, as those vehicles engulfed in flames succumbed to the inferno within 20 seconds, with the fire's fierce attribute manifesting as it sought a comfortable resting place. The rear-view radar descended into chaos, and Harry smiled with satisfaction, then pressed the accelerator, darting into the distance. The police car, occupied by the blue-eyed NCPD officers, halted before the conflagration, and they disembarked to observe the spectacle. Such fascinating technology. One NCPD officer crouched down, reaching out to touch a flame, watching in astonishment as it swiftly engulfed him, impervious to any attempts to extinguish it. Unable to analyze the fire structure, it bore no resemblance to typical plasma. Its composition resembled a tangled mess. Another NCPD officer, witnessing his colleague consumed by the flames, emotionlessly relayed his findings. "It matters not," another blue-eyed officer remarked. "The more such technology the mercenary possesses, the better. They are in competition with the corporation." and we merely need to seize what is readily available. We must acquire that technology, the Polaris Project. Chi-Wei transmitted the chip's contents to Harry. This device is a novel brain-computer interface, enabling hackers equipped with it to bypass ICE and execute indiscriminate strikes on any target. Goodness, is it truly that formidable? Harry realized just how extraordinary a feat it was to circumvent all ICE. This device is driven by bioelectrical signals, and its ability to bypass ICE stems from ICE's disregard for biosignals consistent with the individual. However, what was contained within that box the other day was indeed the prototype of Polaris, and a neural conduction core that powers it has gone missing. Chi-Wei rubbed her temples. Do you understand the implications of a lost neural conduction core? It means that those military corporations now suspect we have stolen it, and furthermore, the Harasaka Corporation is also interested in this matter. The complications are mounting. As Harry sat in contemplation, pondering the course of action, Chi-Wei revealed an even more dire situation. It's over. Chi-Wei suddenly slumped in her chair, turning to Harry with a look of despair. Look at the file I sent you. Has an unexpected string of source code appeared? Harry opened his personal terminal and examined the file. Indeed, something new was present. This chip contains the source code for the neural conduction core, and this string of code will replicate itself in the brains of any user who opens this file. Chi-Wei managed a grim smile. We are utterly doomed. Not just us. Harry, on the contrary, remained composed, or rather, exhibited a calmness akin to that of a pig unperturbed by boiling water. To be precise, anyone connected to us is now potentially in grave danger. What a day this has turned out to be. Inform Man and the others. I suspect we will once again find ourselves at odds with the corporation. Chapter 94. How to navigate the future. How to live. Are you suggesting that both companies now suspect us of stealing that core project, while in reality, the source code for that core project has indeed been taken by you? In a roadside motel, the team gathered to discuss their next steps. Upon hearing Chi-Wei and Li He's statements, everyone's pupils dilated in shock. Man sat on the bed, cradling his forehead, looking utterly constipated. What sins have I committed? Last year, I dabbled in biotechnology, and now I must contend with Harasaka and military corporations. How could something so critical be intercepted by the Sixth Streets gang? Lucy, sitting nearby with a piece of candy in her mouth, speculated. I reckon someone has already made arrangements with Harasaka. This item was likely meant to be leaked to Harasaka by some spy, only to fall into the hands of a peculiar intermediary. It seems that this prototype may not have even been returned to the military corporation, but was instead manipulated by that intermediary. Peli analyzed the situation and then posed a crucial question. Man, can you recall what that intermediary looked like or where they resided? Rebecca, resting her chin on her hand, looked at Man and inquired, what difference does that make? Harry held his head, suddenly recalling that there were a few blue-eyed individuals pursuing him from NCPD. Could it be that these blue eyes signify an organization? Shaking his head, Harry rubbed his temples. The situation was growing increasingly convoluted. He lifted his gaze to everyone. We must split up. The military corporations and Harasaka have yet to launch a full-scale purge against us. We need to seize this opportunity to gather any information, including that concerning Polaris. I will reach out to Mr. K once more to see if I can lure him out. We need a live capture. Is it feasible? Unfortunately, the military has astonishingly connected the chip to the prototype, and the chip contains a biometric device. Only the first individual who inserts the chip can utilize or unlock the prototype. Therefore, we must either seek the neural conduction core or locate the first flesh-and-blood individual who inserted the chip into their brain, and coincidentally, both attributes reside in the same person. Indeed, I shall choose an opportune moment to assign them a task. Remember, we must acquire this technology. It will be the key to circumventing the Black Wall. I comprehend. A flesh-and-blood individual possessing somewhat miraculous technology. Could they possibly wield magic? Mr. David Martinez, why are you not donning your school uniform? The virtual teacher repeatedly queried in the center of the classroom, yet David paid no heed. He silently approached Tanaka Kitsuya's chair and forcefully kicked him down. Tanaka was abruptly pulled from his dreamlike class, collapsing to the ground, his expression one of disbelief as he gazed up at David, who quickly rose to his feet. This is school. What do you intend to do, Martinez? It was evident that fighting and bullying were strictly forbidden within the institution, prompting Tanaka to soften his tone. However, David remained unfazed. There are cameras everywhere, you bang. I care not at all, David remarked, glancing down at the fallen Tanaka, extending a hand with 4 fingers elegantly curved backward. Come on. Tanaka's fury ignited. The pale, modified skin on his face even displayed a faint flush, and he became exceedingly enraged. He stood, disregarding the school's regulations, activating his formidable physique, his fists moving so swiftly they almost created an afterimage, intent on rendering David a pitiful sight, just as before. "IKA," David silently commanded, and IK responded to the directive. The neural connection emitted a green glow, and the silvery body radiated a vibrant green light, signifying activation. Tanaka appeared to be frozen in place. Upon closer inspection, he seemed to be moving, albeit at an almost imperceptible speed. David swiftly maneuvered to Tanaka's side, leaving behind a trail of green afterimages. Targeting Tanaka's chin, he unleashed a powerful punch followed by a strike to his side, concluding with a lateral kick that struck Tanaka's waist with tremendous force. Then he commanded, "Stop, Stannis." Bang! Tanaka was sent flying like a twisted piece of dough, crashing violently into the window, shattering it with a spiderweb of cracks. He collapsed to the ground, blood from his injuries clogging his nasal passages and throat, rendering him unable to rise. Kook. Tanaka's consciousness faded as he gazed at David with bloodied eyes. Sprawled on the ground like a defeated animal, his throat emitting a rasping sound as if attempting to articulate something, yet ultimately falling silent, succumbing to unconsciousness. David distinctly observed the movement of Tanaka's lips forming words, clearly uttering "my father." As if I care. The footage from a classroom has been released. "Marcus, why have you shown me the humiliating scenes of my son?" A voice on the other end of the phone inquired. "Do I really need to know this?" "Pay attention." "Sir, the principal stated that he is undoubtedly equipped with a variant of Sion Wasteland, a type that has never been seen before. It could very well be the experimental model lost after James Norris's demise. That cybernetic psychopath? Indeed, and this student possesses speed that surpasses James, indicating that the Sion Wasteland has been modified a second time. With such remarkable speed, he exhibits no apparent post-implantation side effects. I am convinced that his exceptional tolerance for cybernetics makes him the prime candidate for experimentation. Well done. Wait, sir, do not hang up just yet. I have also discovered that this student seems to have some connections with that Harry Potter. Is it the Harry Potter I am thinking of?" "Precisely him." This has come easily. You have done splendidly, Marcus. I shall reward you as you desire." "Thank you." In a magical realm, on Privet Drive, a large, fearsome, and emaciated dog stumbled out from the Dursley's doorstep, leaving the Dursley family huddled together, trembling in terror. This dog was utterly terrifying. It could even perform those wretched spells. Harry's voice echoed from the dog's throat, resonating with a ghostly wail. "Where are you?"